What does it feel like to be in a relationship with the same person? What if I told you that he has dated 3 times and each experience feels like a brand new first love? Don't get me wrong, this isn't a romantic cyclites purely because his girlfriend, at the peak of passion and reluctance to part, seems to hit a format button completely. Forgetting him, the boyfriend's inner turmoil is overwhelming. This feeling, it's too painful. And the newly rebooted girlfriend, looking at the strange yet intimate man beside her, instantly raises her guard. Who are you? Why are you in my bed? Without giving any chance for explanation, fueled by a sense of violation, she delivers a merciless punch right to her boyfriend's face. Holding his rapidly swelling cheek, his whimpering sounds get stuck in his throat. Ugh. As the ancients say, things don't happen more than 3 times. This time, sporting fresh panda eyes and a throbbing jaw, he grits his teeth and vows. No matter the cost, even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I will definitely find out the culprit behind her memory wipe this time. Chapter 1. The girlfriend has lost her memory again. Pain. A splitting headache. D33 opens her eyes, feeling as if her head is going to crack open. This sensation, previously felt on Planet R, is something the leader mentioned once experienced. It indicates a successful transfer. After a moment, she calms down and begins to survey her surroundings. Poor curtains, light blue wallpaper, a poster of a certain basketball star, and especially the various photographic equipment on the shelf all confirm that this is the target's home. Clearly visible nitrogen and oxygen molecules, a small amount of carbon dioxide, and sunlight refracting in a bluish hue of approximately 5,000 K or more. D33 retracts her sweeping gaze and confirms. This is Earth, no doubt about it. The specific season is summer morning. Step 1. Successfully transferred from planet R to Earth. D33 takes a deep breath, stretches her limbs to adapt to this time and space, and the moment her right hand forms a fist and extends, it seems to push something to the ground. There's a muffled thud as something falls. D33 glances to her right and sees wrinkled white sheets and her own smooth arms. She sits up, realizing she is not wearing any clothes. From the spot where the muffled sound came from, a person slowly appears. D33 frowns, grabs the blanket to cover herself, and as she prepares to kick him unconscious, she sees his turned face just in time. Thick brows painted like brush strokes, deep-set eyes, a tear mole at the corner of his right eye, a high-nose bridge, and full red lips. The target? This face highly matches the information in her memory. D33 locks eyes with him as he blinks awake, hearing him say, "Dear, why are you kicking me?" Dear? That's a nickname only Earthlings use in relationships. Seeing him about to climb back into bed, D33 unhesitatingly kicks him in the chest. Get lost. The force, a stark contrast to D33's petite frame, directly sends the target crashing from the bed to the wardrobe with another muffled thud. This time, it's the sound of his head hitting the wardrobe. D33 feels a pang in her own chest. She can't help but realize that the target seems to influence her not just in terms of vital signs and stability. He rubs the back of his head in pain, looking at her timidly, and murmurs, "I've lost my memory again." "What did you say?" D33 frowns, leaning in. "Who am I?" The target points to himself. "You are Lu Binbin, 27 years old, male, occupation." The personal data about the target is already embedded in her memory program, and she knows it by heart. "No, I'm your boyfriend." Lu Binbin stands up, towering over her at least 1.85 meters tall. By both facial and height proportions, he is a prime specimen of high-quality humanity. She knows everything about him, but she does not know that relationship status. D33 stares at Lu Binbin for 2 seconds, then lifts the blanket to take another look for a second, finally concluding. He wants to take responsibility unilaterally. "Mr. Lu Binbin, physical intimacy does not equate to real intimacy. You don't need to be responsible for me. Mr. Lu Binbin, Earthlings' intimate relationships do not apply to me. Do you understand? Mr. Lu Binbin, I think I need to introduce myself. Mr. Lu Binbin, why are you silent?" D33 puts on her clothes and moves to the living room to converse with the target. She introduces her name, where she's from, her purpose for being here, and finally confirms their true relationship. He's her conquest target. "What do you want me to say?" Lu Binbin rests his chin on his hand, smiling gently at her, repeating and summarizing what she just said. "You want to say that you're a researcher? A wave was misdirected, apparently into my home, and you need to stay here for a while to observe if it has any effect on me. Other details are inconvenient to disclose, and you are definitely not a bad person. Yes, D33 recites according to the script given by the leader, feeling that Lu Binbin's current accepting state is too convenient and aligns with her expectations. From an alien planet, cannot say. Not human, cannot say. The leader said, Earthlings are petty and cannot accept groups different from themselves. She looks at Lu Binbin, waiting for his response. Lu Binbin shows no conflicted expression, nor does he seem to want to dig deeper. He just smiles slightly, puts his hands down, and stands up calmly. What are you doing? D33 asks. Go make breakfast. Do you want some? Lu Binbin heads to the open kitchen, turning to ask while grabbing an apron. I don't eat breakfast, D33 blurts out, then remembers she is on Earth and cannot expose her identity for the mission, quickly changing her response, I'll eat whatever you eat. Lu Binbin nods slightly, taking eggs from the fridge. You said your name is D33? That sounds strange. How about I call you Meng Meng? Is that okay? On planet R, codenames are names. No surname or meaning required. D33 is indifferent to this, and thus has no objection. Okay. Watching Lu Binbin skillfully crack eggs, grab bread, and pour milk, she notices he prepares 2 servings of everything. She wonders if making breakfast for her means he is willing for her to stay. Breakfast is quickly prepared, and Lu Binbin gestures for D33 to sit down. D33 still can't help but clarify with him. So you agree that I can stay, right? If I disagreed, would you give up? Lu Binbin retorts. No. D33 shakes her head truthfully. Then that's settled. Do I have any other options? Lu Binbin pulls out a chair for her, leaning down to meet her bright, clear eyes. You're so beautiful, I won't lose out having you here. D33 doesn't know why, but she feels that his deliberately lowered, teasing tone is oddly familiar, especially the hesitance in the corners of his eyes, like hidden programs in her system. But this thought is fleeting. D33 thinks it might just be her discomfort with being on Earth for the first time. After sitting down, she looks at the egg sandwich and the little tomatoes on the plate, blinks, directly ignoring the fork and knife beside her, picks up the plate, and shoves it into her mouth, devouring it in one go. Lu Binbin. This is a return to liberation, each time more incomprehensible than the last. Not only is she immensely strong, but she can also swallow without chewing. D33 wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and senses a slight emotional shift in Lu Binbin, asking what's wrong. Nothing. Lu Binbin calmly averts his gaze, looking down. I just think you might not taste the flavors. Did you not taste anything? Would you be unhappy? D33 tightened her fine brows, looking as serious as when she felt a pang in her heart. Lu Binbin nodded leisurely. D33 reached over and moved his portion closer, mimicking his polite manner of cutting the food into small pieces with a knife and fork, chewing slowly like he did. She sensed his mood gradually lifting. Thus, D33 earnestly promised, from now on, I will eat everything you make like this slowly, and I will definitely taste it. People on planet are only consume pills to solve their meals, so there's no need to taste anything at all. Since this made him happy, she did it, as it wasn't difficult, just a bit of a hassle. But all of this was merely auxiliary from a numerical perspective. It was a small part of the value in maintaining his emotional indicators to significantly and stably elevate his emotional indicators. She would have to explore other methods. D33 looked at the knife in her hand, recalling the chain reaction when he bumped his head earlier in the room, contemplating trying again. Mr. Lu Binbin. Oh. D33 pulled his hand over and made a quick slice with the knife against the back of his hand. Ow. What are you doing? Lu Binbin instinctively wanted to withdraw his hand, standing up. D33 raised her hand to press down on his shoulder while holding his hand, looking at him and saying, please calm down. Only she, Meng Meng, could provoke someone and still ask them to calm down. Lu Binbin looked at the blood gushing from his hand, gritting his teeth and forcing out an ugly smile. All right, I'm calm. Meng Meng, you should calm down too, okay? D33's brows furrowed again at this moment. Lu Binbin's mood was evidently calm, but the wound was bleeding profusely, and her body temperature was rapidly dropping as she held his hand. This meant that, following this trend, her idea of directly eliminating him as an emotional disturbance would not work. After confirming this, D33 released Lu Binbin. It seemed that he couldn't be eliminated. She had to quickly find a way to stabilize his emotions without causing interference to her own life signs and return to planet R as soon as possible to that moment. Lu Binbin's phone rang. He opened the medicine box on the shelf beside him, took out the bandages and iodine, and was about to dress the wound when he awkwardly turned to the coffee table and said, Ming, can you answer that for me? D33 looked at the lit-up phone and walked over. Lu Binbin seemed to know she didn't know how to operate it and instructed her, do you see the wiggling pattern? Press that and slide from left to right, then turn on the speaker and it's... D33 followed his instructions and opened the speaker before he could. I can recognize words. Lu Binbin blinked in surprise. Oh, hello, Binbin. A loud voice boomed from the phone, full of energy as if it would blow the roof off, repeating Binbin several times in extreme excitement. Get to the point, I'm busy. Lu Binbin stood far away, his ears ringing, struggling to wrap the bandage. What could you possibly be busy with this early in the morning? I have earth-shattering news for you, so brace yourself. I'm afraid you'll faint. On the other end was Chowda, Lu Binbin's close friend and manager. D33 immediately pulled up information about him upon seeing the name. D33 noticed Lu Binbin looking at her, then gesturing with his chin towards his hand. D33 walked over and asked, what is it? Can you help me out, please? Lu Binbin said, tolerating her nearly non-existent emotional intelligence, his tone gentle. D33 decided to help him. On planet R, getting injured would not lead to such a lowly state. As long as the vital points were unharmed, one would not be destroyed. Ordinary injuries wouldn't affect, normal movement abilities could be deployed, and one could simply repair on the spot. However, D33's remarkable learning ability allowed her to quickly grasp the movements Lu Binbin made while trying to bandage himself. With her assistance, Lu Binbin's hand was quickly wrapped up. As D33 looked up, she saw Lu Binbin gazing at her with a tender expression. Lu Binbin, why are you so quiet? Did you really get scared? Chowda suddenly shouted, interrupting their eye contact. But I haven't said anything yet. Lu Binbin approached and picked up the phone, turning off the speaker. Boss, are you going to say it or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Say it, say it. Xiao Ran, the internet celebrity parkour expert Xiao Ran. She specifically requested you to film her and wants to collaborate with us. Without the speaker, D33 could still clearly hear the conversation. She paid attention to Lu Binbin's expression. The warmth in his eyes instantly cooled. Chapter 2. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Chowda was still excited when Lu Binbin said, find another job, and hung up the phone. D33 scanned the radar. The emotional stability of the task target frequently fluctuated in the red zone. Was it because of Xiao Ran? Chowda called again, the phone vibrating. Lu Binbin didn't answer, stuffing it into his pocket. D33 watched him enter the room and quickly come out, having changed out of his loungewear in a black sportswear, carrying a photography bag as he prepared to leave. D33 followed. Where are you going? I want to go to... Lu Binbin turned his head, about to firmly close his mouth, but upon seeing her brows furrowed, the no turned into, then go change your clothes. D33 looked down at her thin, leg-revealing camisole nightgown, nodded, and turned back to her room. She opened the wardrobe, intending to go out again and say there were no clothes in her size, but what caught her eye was a compartment filled with women's clothing, contrasting sharply in length and size with the large men's clothing in the adjacent compartment. Blue and white were the two colors she liked. She took one out and tried it on, and surprisingly, it fit perfectly. D33's exquisitely radiant face instinctively turned serious again. This was too strange. These clothes clearly weren't Lu Binbin's, and obviously weren't hers either, considering this was her first time here. Whose could they be? The name from the earlier phone called jumped into D33's mind. Were these Xiao Rans? Who was Xiao Ran? There was no information about this person in Lu Binbin's data. D33 temporarily set aside her doubts and put on the blue dress. By the time she stepped outside, Lu Binbin was already gone from the doorway. Trying to shake her off? There was no door. D33's gray-brown pupils quickly constricted as she activated her search radar, spotting a red moving on the map. August was still hot. After 7 in the morning, the sun couldn't wait to shine down fiercely. In an abandoned factory lot in the suburbs, several restless figures left fast-moving shadows in the dusty light. One of them, chasing behind with the camera, was Lu Binbin. His sneakers lightly stepped over the places the boy in front had trodden, completing jumps, flips, and a 6 or 7 meter high landing. His movements were more challenging than those of the boy in the frame because he had to keep the camera steady in his right hand while synchronizing his speed. After 5 or 6 attempts, the results were still unsatisfactory. On the 7th try, the boy accidentally twisted his ankle and fell from the platform. Just as he was about to fall, Lu Binbin reached out to protect him. The exposed steel bars of the broken platform were uneven, and a scrape could cause serious injury. The boy's entire weight hung on Lu Binbin's left arm as they were airborne. Seeing they were about to fall, the others on the ground gasped in surprise. Ah, be careful. In the empty circular ruin, an accident was about to unfold, potentially severe or minor. Even calling an ambulance at 120 might not guarantee arrival within an hour in a remote area, as if it could swallow all life. At this moment, the camera screen in Lu Binbin's hand suddenly displayed a face. Lu Binbin felt his uncontrollable body fall into a pair of soft, but not very broad arms, suspended in midair. He turned his head and saw D33's beautiful and serious face, perfectly harmonious. Meng Meng? Nothing unexpected happened. After a brief moment of chaos in the ruined building, it returned to calm. This calmness, however, seemed not to be genuine. The frightened people who had just been in panic now stood amidst the dust, their eyes wider and mouths agape. The current transformation from danger to safety was clearly more chilling than two big boys crashing down together. A petite and beautiful stranger girl opened her arms and embraced the two boys who were 1.5 times larger than her. Effortlessly, as simple as eating a piece of candy. She appeared calmly, held them steadily, and floated silently without making a sound. Boys, Lu Binbin, everyone. Until Lu Binbin was the first to react, he awkwardly let go of the boy in his arms. He gestured for D33 to put him down as well. Meng Meng, how did you know I was here? Lu Binbin dusted himself off, first checking his camera to ensure it wasn't damaged before looking at her. He clearly remembered that after going downstairs, he had directly ridden away on his motorcycle. D33 answered bluntly, I just know. Lu Binbin. She glanced around, habitually checking the environment before looking at the boy Lu Binbin had just saved. Because this boy had been staring at her, that he looked quite innocent, much thinner than Lu Binbin, and appeared tall, with ankles that were about as slender as hers, having been tugged and pinched by others. The others surrounded him, helping him check while asking if he was in pain, but he just kept looking at her. The D33 didn't like being stared at like this, so she frowned and asked, What are you looking at? Seeing this, Lu Binbin quickly suppressed her impolite hand, blocking her from the client, and whispered, Don't be so rude, I'm working. He's my client, so be polite. D33 asked, What is a client? That means, the person who pays me. D33 understood immediately. While they were talking, Lu Binbin's client hopped over on his sprained foot to greet her. Hello, I'm Lu Xiao. Thank you for saving me just now. Hello, useless. D33 shook his hand in return. You don't need to thank me, I just saved Lu Binbin. Lu Xiao. Lu Binbin. Lu Xiao. Useless. Useless? Lu Binbin also looked at D33 with a puzzled expression, wondering how this Miss Meng Meng's thought process worked. D33 nodded. Yeah, Lu Binbin just told me that you're the client. Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. The esteemed client, the incredibly valuable client, was actually useless. D33 noticed the black line hanging over Lu Binbin's head, as if his face was about to drop to the ground. Now, it was her turn to look at Lu Binbin in confusion. She hadn't said anything wrong on planet R. The people who pay are all useless because they lack skills, can't do anything, and can only pay others to do the work. People nearby covered their mouths, trying hard not to laugh. This girl, who appeared from nowhere, seemed to have uncovered a shallow truth. Lu Binbin pulled D33 aside, using resting as an excuse to neglect her and keep her safe. After a break, Lu Xiao was back in action. Today, he had to film this parkour video in the abandoned factory. D33 watched from the side and noticed that Lu Binbin was particularly stable and calm while working with no extraneous thoughts. Her vital signs also remained within the best range. It seemed that to maintain the emotional state needed for the task, she would need to put effort into the work aspect. She felt happy that she could find the direction for task progress on her first day. However, the unintended consequences of D33's casual remarks led to Lu Xiao nitpicking Lu Binbin's work. After several precise steps, flips, and climbing barehanded from the second floor to the third floor, Lu Xiao's movements were fluid, and Lu Binbin kept up well. But after reviewing the playback, he was dissatisfied. The camera is shaking too much. You're chasing too closely. There's no sense of camera rhythm. No, Lu Binbin, can you even shoot well? D33's calm expression solidified again. The useless one was yelling at Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin's emotions began to fluctuate. Her relaxed brows quickly knitted together as she couldn't help but step forward, and a nearby girl pulled her back gently and said, "Don't go over, my Lu Xiao is just a perfectionist and has high standards. That's why we chose Lu Binbin. We believe he can achieve the desired results." D33 turned her head, and the girl looked at her with curiosity. "Hey, are you Lu Binbin's girlfriend?" D33 pushed her hand away. She didn't like strangers touching her. "No, not." The girl clearly didn't believe it, adjusting her small round glasses on her nose. "I just saw the way Lu Binbin looked at you. It was obviously the look of someone who likes you." D33 was not interested in what she found interesting. She was solely focused on watching Lu Binbin, paying attention to his emotional state. "Hey, what's your name?" "Ming Ming." "That's a pretty dreamy name." "I'm Xiaobai. By the way, how do you have such great strength? I've never seen a girl as strong as you, and I haven't seen a boy like that either." Xiaobai crossed her arms, chatting away, and when she got excited, she tried to lean closer to D33, only to end up missing, because D33 had rushed towards Lu Binbin. Just then, when Lu Xiao wanted to start over for the nth time, Lu Binbin failed to anticipate that Lu Xiao would be half a beat slower at a specific spot and stepped on Lu Xiao's heel to avoid injuring him. Lu Binbin sidestepped, falling to protect the camera, tilting his whole body to the right. His freshly injured right hand was pulled, causing the wound to bleed through the bandage. Lu Xiao frowned, watching coldly from the side. "No wonder you can't shoot well. Coming to work with an injury, how could the camera possibly be steady?" D33 leaped up to the second floor with one hand, then to the third floor, reaching Lu Binbin, who lay on the ground, in just a few seconds. Lu Xiao was stunned. D33 glared at this useless client with a terrifying gaze. Lu Binbin also noticed D33's particularly piercing gaze, but he couldn't hear her heartbeat. He hesitated, reaching for D33, and softly called, "Ming Ming, Ming Ming? I'm fine, you. Are we still filming? If not, let's call it a day, and they'll find someone else to replace you." Lu Xiao couldn't handle the little beauty's predatory gaze, turning to pretend to call another photographer. Lu Binbin stood up from the ground and said, "We can film. It's getting late. If you find someone else, you won't be able to wrap up on time. Besides, in the dynamic shooting circle, if I, Lu Binbin, can't shoot well, who else can fill my spot?" His right hand was bleeding, and the right side of his body was covered in thick dust from the fall. Even his face was adding an artistic edge to his previously refined handsomeness, that he looked like a warrior emerging from a battlefield of dust, exuding a powerful aura. D33 noticed that when he boasted about his confidence, his eyes sparkled, and his emotional state rose to a new height. Lu Xiao fell silent. Lu Binbin frowned, hesitantly moving his right hand. D33 looked at the bandage soaked with blood and recalled her own experiment from the morning, feeling a part of her heart silently collapse. She awkwardly reached out to take his camera. "I'll take the pictures." Lu Binbin, "No, you can't." D33, "I can." She asked him to explain how to operate the camera while she held it. Lu Binbin. Next to them, Lu Xiao chuckled. "Just by looking at you, it's clear you've never done photography. You think you could do dynamic tracking after just one lesson? Fine. If that's the case, I'll double your original pay." D33 calmly narrowed her eyes. "See, even a loser said he'd pay more. Just now, Lu Binbin mentioned money, and the loser from party A said he'd increase the pay, which should be directed at his execution content." Lu Xiao. Chapter 3. I am Lu Binbin's assistant. The helplessness in Lu Binbin's eyes turned into a calm smile when faced with her insistence. He gently held her hand and showed her which button was the shutter, which was for freezing the frame, and which was for focusing. His head leaned close, occasionally brushing against her cheek, his breath and body warmth pressing against her. D33 didn't know why, but she felt no resistance. You see, on planet R, people don't need to be this close. The shimmering screen and the air can suffice for normal communication. Even fighting doesn't require such lowly forms of close combat. As Lu Binbin carefully taught her, he occasionally cast gentle glances. D33's face showed little expression, and it was hard to tell when she was distracted or not. But for some reason, she felt that when she wasn't paying attention, his smile seemed even more pronounced. But anyway, this elementary stuff was easy for her. She understood how to play with it after a little listening and fiddling. "I can start now, I got it." D33 signaled for Lu Binbin to take a break and turned seriously to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smirked, raising an eyebrow. Let's go. Following Lu Binbin's tracking route, Lu Xiao noticeably sped up, but D33 had no trouble keeping up. Holding the camera steadier than Lu Binbin, she followed from the starting point to the 5th floor in one breath. Lu Xiao exited the frame, panting, while D33 pressed the pause button and stood still, not even breathless. Lu Xiao stubbornly insisted that D33 show him the video she recorded. I told you, if the footage turns out bad, I won't pay a dime. Huff, that in the end, he was slapped in the face. The 5-minute ruins per core footage was super steady, and everything he previously mentioned about rhythm, lighting, and side profiles was all on point. Lu Xiao watched alongside Lu Binbin. He wanted to nitpick, but had to admit he couldn't find anything wrong. That Lu Binbin also wanted to point out areas where first-time newbie D33 could improve, as dynamic photography is a vast subject. But he couldn't find anything to teach. D33 sensed that Lu Binbin was in a good mood. Her help seemed to have been beneficial. She instinctively straightened her posture, eagerly waiting for him to collect the payment. The two men exchanged helpless glances. Lu Xiao cleared his throat, trying to regain some dignity, and when it came time to pay, he teased Lu Binbin. The little beauty's footage is slightly better than yours. Looks like I won't need to look for you anymore. I can just go to her. Before Lu Binbin could respond, D33 interjected, no, you must go to him. He's the photographer. I'm his assistant. To stabilize his emotional value and her life value. How could she possibly steal his job? Lu Binbin paused, a twinge of pain in his chest as Lu Xiao slapped the envelope with the cash into his hands. Lu Xiao walked straight up to D33, shaking his phone. How about we exchange WeChat? That's all right? Beautiful. D33 frowned. His smile made her discomfort rapidly increase. Lu Binbin stepped in front of her at just the right moment, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he pushed the phone away. No, she's my girlfriend. D33 was momentarily stunned, looking at the back of Lu Binbin's head. Lu Xiao, suppressing his anger, saw Xiao Bai and others urging him to hurry back, as they had a live stream that night. D33 saw him glare at Lu Binbin before jumping down from the 3rd floor, and a group of people drove off in a jeep, leaving her and Lu Binbin behind. Don't worry, we have our own car. Lu Binbin turned to reassure her. But D33 wasn't worried about that. What bothered her was Lu Binbin's positioning of their relationship with Lu Xiao. Didn't I tell you? You don't have to be responsible for me. You didn't actually sleep with me. On planet R, only the exchange of life gates was the definition of an intimate relationship that required responsibility. The body was too ephemeral. Lu Binbin squinted, his handsome face suddenly gathering a teasing cunning as he countered D33. How do you know I didn't actually sleep with you? D33 blinked. It seemed he was asking another question. And regarding this, she couldn't explain. Lu Binbin reached out, placing her hands on his narrow waist, his smirk drawing closer. If you've forgotten, I can help you relive it. He spoke in a voice only she could hear, low and provocative. The implication of being a rogue was clear. D33 felt her ears heat up, her palms warm as they rested on his waist, and her feet felt tingly. Or do you feel uncomfortable being my girlfriend? His eyes sparkled like starlight, bright as the shimmering waves. D33 couldn't help but ask, if I become your girlfriend, will you work better? Lu Binbin was taken aback. What does being my girlfriend have to do with whether I work well or not? D33's brows relaxed for a moment before knitting together again. No relation? Then I'll just stay as your assistant. Lu Binbin. Going in circles, it led nowhere. I don't need an assistant, but you need opportunities to work. Why didn't you take the job from Xiao Ran in the morning? D33 pressed on, not understanding the situation. Lu Binbin's teasing interest instantly vanished. He turned and straddled his motorcycle. He looked like a wayward son returning from a life of adventure, just missing a leather jacket. The dirty bandage with dried blood was taken away as he grabbed a helmet, stepped on the kickstand, and turned around. D33 stood in place, watching him rev the engine and speed away, the dust rising to swallow his silhouette. His emotional state dropped to a low after mentioning Xiao Ran's name. D33 immediately became curious about this Xiao Ran. Just as she was about to head back to Lu Binbin's house, he unexpectedly turned back. Are you getting on? He frowned, his voice low, but his tone still carried unmasked concern and softness. D33 stepped up. She had never ridden something like this before and didn't know how to hold on his back. Lu Binbin once again took her hands and placed them around his waist. As the engine roared to life, D33 instinctively tightened her grip on him due to the inertia. His back was broad, and his waist was solid. The wind whipped through her hair, turning her clothes into flags as she quietly watched the barren landscape gradually become lush and lively. Estimating, they returned to the city in half an hour. While if they had teleported, it would have only taken a second. D33 lamented that Lu Binbin wasted half an hour, but she couldn't deny that riding on the motorcycle felt pretty good. For the next task plan, D33 decided to break through from that Xiaoda. She didn't want to waste a single second. Just when she was unsure how to find that person in her phone, Xiaoda appeared at the entrance of the building. His broad back overflowed, turning around at 3 angles. Seeing D33 with a big smile, he slammed the brakes. D33 identified him as Xiaoda when he called out Lu Binbin and matched the voice. Lu Binbin asked Xiaoda, "How did you get here?" Xiaoda glanced at D33 with a hint of indifference and said, "What do you think?" "Of course, I came to find you for something." Understanding that Xiaoda was a valuable connection, not an irrelevant person, D33 stepped forward and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Xiaoda. I'm Ming Ming, Lu Binbin's assistant." Xiaoda was taken aback and looked at Lu Binbin questioningly. "What's going on?" She again did. Lu Binbin simply pushed Xiaoda away. "I know what you're going to say. I won't change my mind. You can go back. I still need to pick up Li. Where am I supposed to go? If you don't change your mind, Li will have to sleep in the bridge hole with you." Xiaoda was somewhat irritated by Lu Binbin's attitude and felt like jumping up, but with over 150 pounds of weight, it was quite a challenge to do so. D33 looked at him and frowned. "Do you know me?" Xiaoda shifted his gaze elsewhere. "No, I don't know you." "No, your reaction just now clearly indicates that you know me." Remembering Lu Binbin's expression when he crawled out from under the bed to see her, it was exactly the same as Xiaoda's just now. Xiaoda remained silent for 2 seconds, and when he noticed D33 staring at him, he waved his hand. "I said I don't know you, so I don't know you. I'm leaving." D33 called out to him, "Aren't you waiting for Lu Binbin to talk about Xiao Ran? You can wait upstairs." Xiaoda stopped and looked at D33. A few minutes later, D33 invited Xiao to sit on the sofa in the living room. Why does Lu Binbin resist Xiao Ran so much? Why does he have such a big change in emotion when mentioning her? D33 didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point, but Xiao kept looking at the doorway. She had just opened the door with a wave of her hand, while Lu Binbin's house used a fingerprint unlock. She imitated this and stuck her finger into it, causing the smart lock to short-circuit. Now the unlock area presented a black, rectangular hole. "It's fine, I'll compensate Lu Binbin later." D33 tried to redirect Xiao Da's attention back to Xiao Ran. Xiao Da turned his head hesitantly, his round and square face soon shining under the light. As for the specific reason, I'm not sure. They were in the same class in school, but they didn't have much interaction. I think it's not so much a resistance to Xiao Ran, but rather to his former classmate. D33 was confused. The reason why planet Earth is 200 years more advanced than Earth is that it has eliminated the complex emotions of humanity and the contact relationships that easily lead to logical confusion. Xiao Da kicked the ball back to her. "Aren't you his assistant? Don't you know how others know?" D33 felt a bit disappointed, thinking she could gain valuable information to help her mission from Xiao Da, only to end up with nothing. Suddenly, Xiao Da became interested and leaned closer to D33. "So, how long have you been his assistant?" "Today." "Oh, do you want to know some details about Lu Binbin?" Xiao Da's eyes were small, and when he smiled, they almost turned into slits, making him look even more like a cartoon fat cat with his chubby body. "No." D33 felt that Xiao Da's suggestion was a waste of time. Her knowledge about Lu Binbin, including Xiao Da's, was already comprehensive and didn't need repetition. When Binbin sleeps at night, he likes to have a small night light on. He's afraid of the dark. Binbin is allergic to mangoes and likes to eat strawberries. The person he fears the most is his sister, and the second most is me. D33 was taken aback. Everything Xiao Da said, from the first word to the last, was not in her information database. Seeing her silent, Xiao Da raised his eyebrows and deliberately teased. "How about that? You didn't know, right? Do you want me to continue?" D33 blinked. If she knew this, it would help her avoid Lu Binbin's emotional instability, which would be beneficial to her mission. "Yes." Xiao Da seemed pleased to hear D33 concede, lifting his heavy legs onto the coffee table and leaning back. "I'm a bit thirsty. I want a drink." D33 quickly went to the fridge to get a drink. I'm a bit hungry, I want to eat something. D33 swiftly grabbed snacks from the shelf. I'm a bit hot, I want to turn on the air conditioning. D33 quickly pulled open a drawer to get the air conditioning remote. Unknowingly, she felt strangely familiar with Lu Binbin's home. It seemed she had only been to a restaurant with someone that morning. Chow to use the information an assistant should know about their boss's leverage, while D33, who could poke holes in his body with just a finger, ran around doing this and that, without any emotion. When Lu Binbin led Lily back, he saw Chowda enjoying D33's feeding through the 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters hole in the doorknob. What are you doing? Lu Binbin angrily pushed the door open. Chowda almost choked in surprise and quickly sat up straight. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Binbin, you're back. D33 saw Lu Binbin holding a 7-year-old girl who looked about 6 parts similar to him. This little girl was Lu Lili, Lu Binbin's sister, the person Chowda said Lu Binbin feared the most. According to the information, Lu Lili had a weak heart since birth, couldn't engage in vigorous exercise, and couldn't have strong emotional fluctuations. Her life purpose was to live quietly. If she were on planet R, she would be considered a second-class citizen, one that didn't meet the standards and would be sent to the destruction machine for disposal. Thinking about why she came to Earth, D33 felt a strong sense of empathy for this little girl she was meeting for the first time. The girl's beautiful eyes looked at her, slightly cold. Who are you? However, her gaze, like Xiao Da's, lacked the wariness and scrutiny of seeing a stranger for the first time. D33 raised the strawberry milkshake ice cream she had just made in her hand and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Lu Lili nodded. Lu Binbin frowned. "Don't change the subject. What exactly is going on with this?" This referred to the fingerprint lock that had been burned into a hole. These refer to the pile of snacks and drinks on the coffee table, as well as the still-present Xiao secretly wiped his mouth with his sleeve and directly threw D33 under the bus. "It's all her wanting to know about you. These are bribes for me. It has nothing to do with me." D33. Chapter 4, I want to kiss you in the room. D33 was punished to reflect on herself facing the wall. She offered to compensate for the door lock and paid to prepare a Manchu Han imperial feast for Chowda, but was rejected by Lu Binbin. "I don't want money. I want you to think about where you went wrong." Saying this, Lu Binbin slammed the door shut. D33 stared at the light blue wall, pondering that even Earth had such a sophisticated form of self-reflection. On planet R, when the leader made her reflect facing the wall, it meant to cultivate oneself, review the superpower she had just learned, or extract low-level mistakes from others' encounters as counterexamples, and so on. Outside the room, in the living room, Chowda and Lu Lili were enjoying the delicious food D33 made, while asking Lu Binbin, who was resting her forehead on her hand, "Aren't you going to eat?" To be honest, Miss Meng's amnesia was puzzling, but her cooking skills remained excellent. She had talent. Lu Lili scooped up ice cream and looked at Lu Binbin. "Do I still need to pretend to dislike Sister Meng? This is the 3rd time." She was afraid of pretending, and it didn't look very convincing. Chowda suddenly muttered, "I don't need to act." Lu Binbin shot him a glance, and Chowda immediately pretended he hadn't said that, continuing to enjoy the food. "Let's just treat it as playing a game for the first time. After all, we are already familiar with it, right?" Lu Binbin looked at Meng's room and said softly. Chowda and Lu Lili clapped their hands. "Lily, we're going to play a game again. Are you happy?" Lu Lili smiled lightly, looking like a little adult. This time, the 3 of them did not reach a tacit agreement, but rather learned from the experiences of the previous 2 times. The first time, they had no experience and thought she was joking, resulting in Lu Binbin being hospitalized with a fracture for half a month. The second time, they learned their lesson and explained well, but ended up making a mess of things and getting themselves implicated as human traffickers. This time, going with the flow was considered the safest attempt after weighing the options. Chowda unceremoniously finished most of the food and leaned back on the sofa, satisfied and burping. Lu Binbin took the ice cream box from Lu Lili's hands and told her to go back to her room to do her homework. Lu Lili didn't fuss and obediently got up to return to her room. Lu Binbin placed the money she earned today on the coffee table. "This is what I earned today. You can take it to pay the landlord." Chowda just glanced at the thickness of the envelope, sighed, and pushed it back. "Binbin, you should take this money to pay." He didn't forget to glance at Lu Lili's room and lowered his voice a pitch. "The interest, I can help you cover the rent." "Thank you, but you've already helped me cover it for half a year." Lu Binbin smiled, but the fatigue in her eyes was heart-wrenching. Don't push it back. Just take it. What about the interest? They're not easy to deal with. Xiao frowned, his carefree smile completely gone. Do you want them to come and harass Lillian? Meng Meng? Lu Binbin silently clenched her jaw. Take the job. Xiao Ran's pay is high. Xiao fell silent for 2 seconds, his hand resting on his stomach. But he still persuaded her. Lu Binbin remained silent. I don't know what grievances you have with Xiao Ran, or if there are other matters. But no matter what the reason is, you can't go against life. Seeing that Lu Binbin didn't respond immediately, Xiao patted her knee, encouraging her to think it over. He struggled to get up from the sofa, stepping aside a few paces. I'm leaving now. Please thank your Meng Meng for the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. As the door closed, the rectangular gap revealing the hallway outside looked like the side profile of a devil, sending a chill down one's spine. D33 adjusted herself in the room and didn't hear their conversation outside. Today, she didn't use much energy helping Lu Binbin take photos in the ruins. But she did expend some energy keeping an eye on his emotional stability. In human terms, that meant she needed to recharge. When Lu Binbin pushed the door open, her life signs returned to full power. How's the self-reflection going? Lu Binbin asked her. Pretty good. D33 turned her head. All right, tell me where you went wrong. I shouldn't have pried into your affairs. D33 started from the data. When Xiao slandered her, Lu Binbin's emotions immediately dropped 3 points. Lu Binbin didn't hear the answer she wanted, so she crossed her arms and sat on a nearby bed. Fine, then tell me. What have you found out about me? D33 recounted everything Xiao had just said in detail. You have to play music when you shower, and you need to drink a can of beer before going to bed at night. Lu Binbin listened quietly, and when she stopped speaking, raised an eyebrow. Is that all? For now, that's all I know. D33 nodded. Xiao said this, and you came back. Lu Binbin, it seems you think you haven't inquired enough? If possible. Of course, the more the better. This way, stabilizing your emotions can be more comprehensive. Come here, Lu Binbin suddenly said. D33 paused for a moment before walking over. Lu Binbin took the opportunity to pull her closer, leaning over her. If you want to know anything, you can ask me directly. Isn't that faster? D33 blinked. Are you willing? Lu Binbin keenly sensed the direction she wanted to ask and first set the boundaries. Only about my personal habits. D33's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Lu Binbin's face, which was exactly the same as in the database, but with a different profession. She had been wanting to ask this question all day. Do you have any other profession besides being a photographer? For example, running a company? No, Lu Binbin thought. If I were running a company, would I still need to worry about money? Then besides this address, do you have any other addresses? For example, in Xinyang District? No either. Lu Binbin frowned slightly. Why do you ask? Xinyang District is the wealthy area of the city. D33 was supposed to have amnesia, so how did she still know the name of Xinyang District? He gradually leaned closer to her face. But D33, in her logical self-absorption, realized that apart from Lu Binbin's face, age, and his relationships, other information like profession and address was incorrect. So, was the database collecting information incorrectly? If that were the case, she could understand why she didn't know about the character Xiao Ran. After reconciling her thoughts, a wave of sadness surged in her heart. On planet R, she was the first to be marked for deletion due to unstable factors caused by inexplicable interference from outside time and space. To prove her existence's value, she voluntarily applied to eliminate the interference factors and requested all information from the interference source coming to Earth. All of this was for survival. Now, being by Lu Binbin's side, she realized how distorted the information she received was. Did that mean the leadership's attitude? They didn't care about her life or death at all. Lost in thought, Lu Binbin's lips were already just a few millimeters above hers. What are you doing? D33 asked. At the same time, her fist was clenched tightly next to his temple. I want to kiss you, Lu Binbin replied. D33's blink frequency stuttered for a second before returning to a natural rhythm, gently lifting her neck and actively leaning in for a kiss. Lu Binbin's lips were soft, like the jelly she had just made for Xiao, warm to the touch. In his pupils, someone else's reflection quickly tightened. Their eyes locked closely, and there was no ripple in her expression, even carrying an unknown curiosity about this initiative. The quiet room was filled with a faint strawberry scent. It was clearly the smell of dessert from the living room, but it was unclear who brought it into the room. Under the comfortable sensation, D33 instinctively moved closer, only to be pushed away by Lu Binbin. "What are you doing?" Lu Binbin sat up and turned her back. D33 followed suit. Puzzled. "Didn't you want to kiss me?" She actively responded to his emotional desire, didn't she? He was clearly in a good mood just now. How did the wind change so suddenly? Humans are really troublesome. "I want to kiss you because..." Lu Binbin's eyes flashed with anger, and she stopped herself from saying the rest. "Then why did you respond to me?" "Responding to you, I thought it would make you happy. Isn't that right?" D33 asked. "Don't you like being happy?" Lu Binbin suddenly jumped up from the bed, hands on her hips, pacing back and forth. His pacing confused her even more. "I don't care where you're from or which planet you're from. I'm telling you here, your earlier actions must be done with someone you like. Do you understand?" Lu Binbin was not satisfied with her enthusiasm and response just now, even a bit furious. And it wasn't meant to please someone. What kind of nonsensical logic is that? Imagine if it wasn't him just now, but someone else, like that Lu Xiao from earlier. Would she have kissed him like that too? D33 naturally didn't know his psychological activities and was digesting his excited remarks, hesitantly raising her finger to point at him and then at herself. "So, you mean you like me?" Lu Binbin was stunned. At this moment, her comprehension ability was off the charts. "Fool! What? I like you twice already." "Yes, I like you. What's wrong? Can I like you?" D33 shook her head seriously. "No." "Why?" D33 shook her head even more seriously. "You don't deserve it." D33 swore to the leadership of Planet R that she wasn't lying. Earth is far behind Planet R, and life on Earth is exceptionally fragile. Just in terms of life strength, they are incompatible and cannot be together. She didn't understand why her sincere explanation provoked Lu Binbin again. He threw the pillow and blanket at her, telling her to sleep on the sofa tonight. A few minutes later, D33 wandered around the living room for a couple of laps and heard Lu Binbin taking a shower. At this moment, Lu Lily came out of the room with a water cup. "Do you want water?" D33 asked. Lu Lily nodded. D33 took the cup and poured for her. "Lily, do you have time now? I want to talk to you." "Sister Ming," Lu Lily called her. "Did you and my brother fight again?" D33 was slightly taken aback. "Do you have superpowers too?" The room isn't soundproof. Lu Lily calmly looked at her with wide eyes, holding her water cup. "Go ahead, what is it this time?" D33 blinked, always feeling that this little girl had a leadership quality, making her feel like a humble subordinate wanting to submit. Since she was so generous in giving her the opportunity and time to talk, D33 didn't let this chance pass, sitting down next to Lu Lily. "Your brother just said." "He likes me. Does he often confess to girls?" "If he often confesses, statistically, there's a chance of rejection. So Lu Binbin shouldn't be this angry. If he doesn't often confess." Chapter 5 High-quality Earth male. My brother is handsome, runs fast, and can take good photos. Many girls like him. Lu Lily elegantly sips water, her small mouth curling to the side, and my classmate even stuffed my backpack full of love letters for me to give to my brother. D33 nodded. He indeed qualifies as a high-quality Earth male, whether in terms of his facial features, height, or income from his profession. But my brother doesn't like anyone. Lu Lily turned to D33 and said, "Besides me, the only person he likes is you." D33 was stunned. She interpreted this as Lu Binbin never confessing to anyone else. Only to her. "I just rejected him, and he got very angry. His emotions are quite volatile." D33 realized she had hurt Lu Binbin's first time. The first time is always unforgettable and deeply etched in memory. On planet R, time is eternal, so the axis of memory stretches too long. Unimportant things automatically get excluded from memory, but memories of first times always remain. Lu Lily's small hand suddenly reached out and gently patted the back of D33's hand. "You should try to like my brother too. Don't worry, it's not that difficult, really." Lu Lily placed her empty cup on the coffee table, lightly jumped, and turned back to her room. D33 watched her retreating figure, repeatedly pondering her last sentence. "Don't worry, it's not that difficult, really." Why does that sound so strange? Lu Lily seemed to speak from experience. She had just asked if it was the same word used when quarreling with Lu Binbin, which also sounded odd. D33 lay back on the sofa and closed her eyes. Earthlings need to sleep to recuperate, and she was sleeping just to comply with the life rhythm of Earthlings. Lu Binbin finished his shower and was drying off. He opened the wardrobe and searched for a long time, but couldn't find a satisfactory pair of pajamas. Lu Binbin lay down, preparing to sleep. No, he seemed to still be looking at his phone, his emotions continuing to dip under the influence of the faint blue light. D33 could sense what Lu Binbin was doing by listening. However, she could not see through walls to know what D33 was doing with her phone. Only after a long time did she hear him softly mumble, "This damn money." D33 opened her eyes and stared at the dark ceiling. So he is worrying about money. Poor humans. Planet R had long abolished such economic control measures, where everyone is equal and no one is ranked by money. Only technological capability determines one's ecological status. She had never made money before, and it was only upon arriving on Earth that she earned money for the first time. However, there is no denying that making money feels pretty good, especially when seeing someone's mood lift because of the colorful bills in that envelope. If one doesn't want to worry about money, they must earn it, and the way to earn money is to take on jobs. But Lu Binbin turned down Xiao Ran. As his assistant, she could help him make money, yet he didn't want her to be his assistant. Lu Binbin is too contradictory. D33 frowned unpleasantly at this thought and turned over. The air on Earth has a stabilizing factor. With her mind full of task indicators, she gradually fell asleep. Rarely, she even had a dream. In the dream, Lu Binbin rode his motorcycle with her under the full moon, flying over cliffs, soaring into outer space, heading for planet R. Meng Meng? Meng Meng. Meng Meng. D33 woke up groggily, and Lu Binbin's face gradually came into focus. Lily has a cold. I need to take her to the hospital. Lu Binbin hugged Lu Lily, looking anxious and worried. After waking her, he placed 100 on the coffee table. You handle your meals. Stay home obediently. D33 saw Lu Lily sleeping soundly, looking fine. I want to go with you. I said, stay home and wait for me. Lu Binbin took his phone and car keys. Looking at D33 with a powerful aura, you don't need me to repeat that, do you? D33 stopped insisting and nodded. Lu Binbin turned and left with Lu Lily. D33 thought, if Lu Lily has to stay in the hospital for a day, then Lu Binbin must also stay there for a day, which would waste a whole day for her. If everyone's lifeline on planet Earth is tied to themselves, then Lu Binbin's lifeline is tied to Lu Lily. The information about their sibling reliance on each other, having lost their parents, was indeed accurate. Lu Binbin cares a lot about Lu Lily. She couldn't help but think of what Lu Lily said last night. You should try to like my brother too. Don't worry, it's not that difficult, really. Like an earthling who is not worthy of oneself? The more she thought about it, the more difficult it seemed. D33 stared at the bright red 100 on the coffee table, dazed for a few seconds, suddenly realizing her thoughts had strayed off course. This matter had nothing to do with the task she needed to complete. She looked up at the disaster marks left by her electric wave on the door and decided to use the 100 Lu Binbin gave her to restore it. The leader had instructed that upon arriving on Earth, she must do things according to Earth methods to avoid exposing her identity. If there were things she didn't understand on Earth, she would look them up on the computer. This was the only place where she could barely keep up with planet R. D33 found the computer and discovered that $100 couldn't exchange for this smart lock. According to current prices, it could only cover 1 or 2 meals. Seeing that she couldn't temporarily solve the door lock issue, she searched for Xiao Ran, the obstacle she encountered in her life-saving task. The computer was indeed a wonderful thing. With a single enter key, Xiao Ran's video appeared prominently on the top bar. What came into D33's view was another high-quality human face. An oval face with an excellent 3-part and 5-eye ratio. Especially those peach blossom eyes paired with a sharp little nose. Her profile could rival royalty, and not only was her face beautiful and pure, but she also had a great body. D33 watched the top 2 videos. She was parkouring on the rooftops of tall buildings. Her agile figure and fearless smile were very captivating. By the end of the last video, she would always say, I am Xiao Ran. Look forward to my next surprise. Saying the most arrogant words with the least aggressive face. So, she is Xiao Ran. Bang, bang, bang. D33 was pulled from her thoughts by a loud Restless knocking at the door, seeing several men-s figures swaying at the door, shouting Lu Binbin's name. Someone quickly noticed that the smart lock on the door had turned into a rectangular hole, and peering through that hole, someone whistled at D33. "Hey, is the beauty home? Can you open the door for us?" The crowd outside the door made D33 very displeased. The not-so-pretty eyeballs poking through the door lock made D33 even more annoyed. Just as she was about to get up to confront them, a hand with a half-smiling face came through, directly opening the door. The rough foot didn't forget to push the door back with a rebound. The two men at the front walked in, their big bellies pushing their shirts into two hills, their greasy faces looking around, finally landing on her face, raising their eyebrows and asking, "Where's Lu Binbin?" "He went to the hospital." "The hospital?" The man on the left, wearing a big gold watch, chuckled, spitting out the toothpick from his mouth and asking, "Is he dead?" The man on the right, wearing a big gold chain around his neck, chimed in, "Dead? Then this money must be paid. Can you pay it?" The man with the big gold watch spoke in a deep voice, while the other's voice was as croaky as a crow. Even worse, instead of speaking properly, he reached out to tease the beauty in front of him. D33 agilely dodged, sizing up the dozen or so people who entered one after another. The two unattractive men in front of her, who spoke even worse than they looked, made her temper flare. She coldly asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for Lu Binbin?" The two big-bellied men exchanged glances, their heads shaking like rattles. This beautiful lady looks good, but isn't very bright, huh? After talking for so long, you still don't understand? All right then, let's introduce ourselves properly. I'm Jean Dafei, known as Brother Dafei, Elu da Biao, known as Brother Biao. Your man owes us money. He was supposed to pay the interest yesterday. Didn't he come to report to us? He doesn't answer his calls or reply to his messages. So we had to come here ourselves. Do you understand? The two of them spoke in a duet like a comedy routine. D33 understood. They were here to collect money. I don't have any money. D33 paused and added, Lu Binbin doesn't have any money either. The man who called himself Jean Dafei put his hands on his hips, his long, narrow eyes taking in everything in the room. He foolishly picked up the 100 yuan that Lu Binbin had left for D33 and waved it like a flag. No money? Living in such a nice place and keeping a girlfriend. Who are you fooling? Isn't this money? Just take out the rest. So we don't have to get rough in front of the beauty, okay? Hearing the words get rough, D33's delicate brows instinctively knitted together. Get rough? You can give it a try. Saying this, D33 clenched her fists and slowly stepped onto the sofa, elevating herself to a higher position. She looked beautiful and non-threatening. And with her petite figure, even when she pulled a serious face to prepare for a fight, her aura wasn't very strong. Instead, she appeared to have a cute, soft, yet fierce demeanor. Her serious declaration of war seemed quite funny to this group of thugs, especially to Dafei and Biao, who laughed exaggeratedly. Biao, with his hoarse voice, nearly cried from laughing, pointing at D33. This big beauty is too funny. She actually wants to argue with us? Wow, sweet and spicy, brother. I want this girl. Let us take her away. Ha ha ha. As he said this, he reached out to grab D33's small fist. Just as he was about to touch her, D33 lifted her foot to kick his hand away, but a beer can was thrown first, hitting Biao squarely in the back, knocking him to the glass coffee table. She's mine, you guys get lost. D33 looked up at the sound and saw Lu Binbin storming back in, his eyes cold as he stepped forward. Chapter 6. Sister, he really cares about you. Jean Dafei helped Lu Dabiao up, his anger radiating as he watched Lu Binbin approach and stand in front of D33. Lu Binbin, you have some nerve to hurt my second brother. Jean Dafei swung his fist at him, but Lu Binbin quickly dodged and caught his wrist, applying a bit of force to disarm him. With a sharp cry from Jean Dafei, his fingers fanned out in pain and trembled uncontrollably. With the elder brother injured, the others rushed in to confront D33. D33 wanted to help, but saw Lu Binbin turn his head, furrowing his brow and saying, "Don't move, let me handle this." As he spoke, Lu Binbin swiftly dealt with Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao subordinates one by one, his movements fluid and efficient. 1, 2, 3, none of them stood chance. Unfortunately, the once tidy living room was now in disarray. D33 stood on the sofa, taking in the scene and analyzing Lu Binbin's combat skills. Although he couldn't compare to her, nor to the people from Planet R, he was still quite skilled for an Earthling, definitely capable of protecting himself and others. While observing, she didn't notice the now idle Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao. Suddenly, she felt something cold against her throat. D33 turned to see Lu Dabiao sneaking up beside her with a fruit knife, holding her hostage. "Don't move. Lu Binbin, you better not move." The situation instantly flipped, with Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao gaining the upper hand. D33 frowned, feeling frustrated. If she hadn't been so focused, this rookie mistake wouldn't have happened. It was so embarrassing, truly embarrassing. D33 raised her hand seriously. "Don't worry about me. Keep fighting. They can't hurt me." But before she finished speaking, Lu Binbin had already stopped resisting, and a bleeding thug kicked him down as revenge. As he knelt, D33 felt her heart sink. Lu Dabiao shouted hoarsely, "Hit him! Hit him hard!" With the elder brother's order, those who had just been beaten by Lu Binbin now rained down punches on him like a torrential downpour. D33 could barely see Lu Binbin amidst the chaos, only a mass of dark figures swinging their violent arms. It was truly too excessive to bully just one person like this. D33's face turned a shade of green, but she sensed Lu Binbin's emotions were remarkably stable. He didn't make a sound. Lu Dabiao laughed triumphantly, shaking the fruit knife in front of Lu Binbin's eyes. Jean Dafei raised an eyebrow, looking at D33 and saying, "Sister, he really cares about you." Something in D33's heart felt like it was cracking. Lu Binbin was restraining himself for her sake. At that moment, a neighbor came upstairs, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing D33 being held hostage, they screamed in fright and stumbled away, realizing the police would arrive soon. Jean Dafei gestured for Lu Dabiao to release D33 and for his subordinates to stop. With a violent movement, Lu Dabiao jumped off the sofa, the fruit knife provocatively hovering in front of Lu Binbin, threateningly saying, "You have until tomorrow to pay back the interest, or we'll be back, got it?" Lu Binbin coughed violently, clutching his chest. They stormed in like a whirlwind and left just as quickly. D33 stood on the sofa, seeing the blood on Lu Binbin's forehead and the bruises on his face, wanting to move but afraid to. He hadn't told her she could move. Lu Binbin looked up, blood trickling to the corner of his eye, and squinted slightly. "Don't be afraid. They're gone." He supported himself on the sofa arm to stand, then sat back down, pulling her down to check her neck. "How are you? Are you hurt?" D33 shook her head. "You're the one who's hurt." Lu Binbin examined her from head to toe, confirming she was indeed uninjured, and let out a long sigh, smiling. "That's good. I told you they can't hurt me. Why did you stop and let them hit you?" D33 was puzzled. If E&T told her not to move, she could have easily disarmed Lu Dabiao and taken them all down. Yet, he had restrained his overwhelming combat power, allowing himself to be bullied for her sake. "You were in their hands. How could I take the risk?" Lu Binbin wiped the blood from his face dismissively, saying, "I'm a man. If I get hurt, so be it. It's nothing." D33 blinked, silently gazing at his profile, recalling his earlier words that she was his, feeling an odd flutter in her heart. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his face, from his brow to his nose, then to his mouth and the slightly swollen cheeks and chin. She attempted to explore the answer through touch. Why did she feel this strange sensation? On Planet R, she had never felt anything like this. Lu Binbin was momentarily stunned, feeling D33's gentle touch sliding down his face. He couldn't help but grasp her hand, slowly turning to look at her. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she quietly stared at him. The surrounding chaos faded away. They had just shared a life-and-death experience together. The atmosphere was just right. Lu Binbin's thoughts shifted, and he leaned closer to her with a mischievous warmth in his eyes. "So how do you feel? Are you moved?" he asked. "No, I'm afraid to move." "Why?" I got hurt for you. Why aren't you moved?" "Because you told me not to move." Lu Binbin was speechless. "Are you trying to drive me crazy?" D33 shook her head in confusion and then asked, "Why did you suddenly come back from the hospital?" He had clearly told Lily to let her stay alone today. Lu Binbin replied, "I forgot to bring Lily's medical records." "Wait, why are we changing the subject?" Seeing D33's calm demeanor, unaffected by his heroic rescue, Lu Binbin felt a lump of frustration in his throat, pointing at his face. I've done all this for you, and you feel nothing? You don't have any reaction at all? Feel something? D33 felt a flutter in her heart, as if a warm current had passed through her. Was this what he meant by being moved? But on planet R, it would have been foolish to drop her guard and surrender. As for expressing feelings, D33's processing was lagging. Lu Binbin's hopeful gaze rested high above, trying to coax her. Do you have even a little bit of affection for me? So that's what he meant. D33's eyes lit up with understanding as she responded, no. This time, before Lu Binbin could ask why, she started explaining how forgetting the medical records at home caused unnecessary back-and-forth trips. Wasting time, your intelligence isn't that great. You don't deserve it. Lu Binbin pounded his fist against his chest, hopelessly staring at the fallen coffee table and the mess on the floor, giving up the struggle. It was like the story of Tang Sung seeking scriptures. Despite facing 81 difficulties, he succeeded in just one trip. What kind of karma had he built up in his past life to have to endure this 3 times, each more difficult than the last? D33, not understanding, suddenly felt his emotional value drop as someone had lost all emotion. Soon, the neighbor who had screamed and run away called the police, who came to understand the situation with Lu Binbin, saying they would patrol the area more frequently and hoped he would call for help if he encountered violence again. Lu Binbin lowered his head, responding perfunctorily. The police officer turned to D33. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should consider your girlfriend. It's best to resolve this quickly. Don't end up with nothing and regret it later. D33 saw a flicker of cold pain in Lu Binbin's eyes, and he said nothing. After the police left, she searched everywhere for the medical record book, wanting to have Lu Binbin return to the hospital. What does the medical record book look like? I couldn't find it. It has the name Lu Lily written on it, right? Lu Binbin stood still, looking at her. Why don't you ask me why I borrowed so much money? D33 shook her head. No need. I understand you better than you think. Based on the few situations in the data that match reality, the analysis can conclude that the money he borrowed was all for treating Lu Lily's heart condition. Lu Binbin smiled bitterly. Is that so? Then it seems I don't know you well enough. Saying this, he turned and left, not even looking for the medical record book. D33 sensed that his emotional value was very low. That night it rained. Lu Binbin still hadn't returned. D33 returned from the rain, found a locksmith to change the lock, and paid him 300 yuan. She went inside to take a shower and change clothes, then cooked some food and stood by the window, looking downstairs. During the day, she tried to find a job with Le Xiao, and fortunately, he happily hired her, paying her double the amount compared to last time, and even bought her a phone that could be used to communicate at any time. She was just waiting for Lu Binbin to come back to give him the remaining money, although she didn't know the interest that Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao mentioned. With this money, Lu Binbin's pressure would be a little lighter, and she believed he would be happy. Holding on to this expectation, D33 wished Lu Binbin would come back immediately. She got Lu Binbin's number through Chowda and called him directly. Lu Binbin answered quickly. Hello, it's me, Meng Meng. D33 leaned against the window sill. When will you be back? Lu Binbin was stunned for 2 seconds. Meng Meng, where did you get this phone? The useless client bought it for me. When will you be back? I cooked and have money for you. D33 didn't understand the need to sugarcoat words or beat around the bush. She spoke frankly about whatever was on her mind without involving identity secrets. Lu Binbin wasn't as happy as she imagined. Instead, he said in a deep voice, You eat first. I'll be back very late. Don't wait for me. With that, he hung up the phone. D33 turned her head and looked at the food on the table, which was no longer steaming as vigorously as before, and made a decision. Chapter 7. You rejected me 3 times at the hospital. Lu Binbin leaned against the bench, tilting his head back with closed eyes. He had deceived Lu Lily into coming out to buy her milk, staying alone for a while to relieve the weakness he couldn't show in front of her. A few minutes ago, the doctor had told him with a serious face that Lu Lily's heart condition was not optimistic. Your sister's heart transplant surgery needs to be done as soon as possible. It can't be delayed any longer. Originally, according to the examination data, she could last for 6 more months, but now it seemed that the time had to be cut in half. Doctor, what is the cause? I told you. Your sister cannot be frightened or have any psychological burden. Could it be because Jean Dafei came this time? Lu Lily had always been more sensible and mature than other children her age. Even if she said nothing, she could guess what was happening to him. Sometimes Lu Binbin felt grateful that she was so understanding, but at the same time, he was sad that she was so understanding. For example, right now, if she could be a little less understanding, he would have more time to raise money. It wouldn't even be easy to gather 800,000 for the surgery in 6 months, and now the time was cut in half. Where is he supposed to get that much money? Really, did he have to accept Xiao Ran's life? Lu Binbin felt as if a mountain was pressing on his heart, making it hard to breathe. Someone sat down beside him. The next moment, Lu Binbin's hand was pried open and a thick envelope was stuffed into it. Lu Binbin opened his eyes and turned his head. Surprised. How did you get here? D33 raised the lunchbox in his hand and pointed to the envelope. Brought you food and money. Lu Binbin. No. How did you know I was here? Also, didn't I say I'd go home later? Hadn't she lost her memory? Finding you is easy for me. D33 naturally wouldn't mention the process, directly stating the result. As for the second question, I just want you to be happy quickly. Lu Binbin stared blankly as he opened the envelope, looking at the thick stack of cash inside. D33 eagerly widened his eyes, waiting for his reaction. Are you happy? Where did this come from? It's my payment for filming a video for the useless client, that one, Le Xiao. Strangely enough, Lu Binbin, who was in desperate need of money, pushed the cash back into the envelope, his silent face wrinkled like the first failed attempt at frying an egg. His emotional value even lower than when she first appeared. Is it too little? D33 added. Lu Xiao said there will be many more jobs, and the pay will be high. It's too much. You just said on the phone that he bought you a phone too? Lu Binbin interrupted her, his expression dark. Yes. D33 took out the phone. He bought you a phone and gave you so much money. He said there will be many jobs to take care of you, and the money will only increase, not decrease. D33 raised an eyebrow in confusion. How do you know? Had he loaded a monitoring program on her? Otherwise, how could he be so precise? He was clearly just an ordinary Earthling. If an Earthling wanted to mess with someone from their planet, he couldn't possibly be unaware. I also know he wants to pursue you. Just you who doesn't know. Lu Binbin's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, looking at D33's innocent face, almost rolling his eyes to the sky. Pursue me? D33 repeated these 2 words, falling into a state of confusion. What does pursuing me mean? Lu Binbin was speechless, feeling even more exhausted. He wants you to be his woman. D33 switched languages. Oh, I see. You mean he wants me to be his girlfriend? Don't worry. That's impossible. You don't deserve it, and he deserves it even less. Although she heard a reassuring answer, it still felt awkward. Moreover, that bastard Le Xiao. How could he make her his only girlfriend? Forget it. Forget that bastard. Lu Binbin shoved the envelope back to her. I won't take this money. D33 looked down at the thing that was supposed to boost her emotional value being returned, summarizing. From the moment I met you until now, it hasn't been 72 hours. And you've rejected me 3 times. You rejected me being your assistant, rejected my kiss, rejected my money. Lu Binbin pressed his lips together, watching D33 raise her gaze again, her eyes glimmering with resentment. You reject me because of Xiao Ran? Where did that thought come from? Lu Binbin couldn't stand her gaze. Bypassing her to grab the lunchbox and opening it to eat directly. At least I won't reject your food, no matter the troubles or sadness. He absolutely couldn't break down now. Lu Lily was still relying on him for her life. D33 watched him eat with big bites, not feeling his emotional value rising. Food, money, these were like gasoline for cars or battle value for people on her planet. She couldn't understand why they had no effect on Lu Binbin at this moment. For D33, this was undoubtedly consuming her precious time. D33 became anxious, suddenly standing up. What can I do to make you happy? Lu Binbin chewed on the hard-to-swallow food, looking at D33. For my happiness, can you do anything? D33 nodded earnestly without hesitation. Lu Binbin closed the lunchbox, set it aside, and patted the chair, signaling her to sit down. D33 sat down in confusion, and suddenly Lu Binbin leaned toward her, feeling the weight of his head drop on her shoulder, softly saying, "Just 1 minute, let me lean on you for a while." D33. Such intimate behavior among humans would not occur on her planet. She half believed as she felt if Lu Binbin's emotional value could really rise, as he said, and make him happy. It seemed, from the moment she didn't reject him, his emotional value indeed started to rise steadily, albeit at a very slight incline. Drawing from this, D33 reached out to touch his head, then held his hand, and then hugged him until Lu Binbin realized her mouth was coming closer. His face turning red as he stopped her. "W, what are you doing? Aren't you happy when I contact you? I'm trying to make you happy." She held his face while saying this. It was truly indescribable. Lu Binbin pushed her hand away, his gaze flickering, clearing his throat. "No need. I'm already very happy now. Thank you." Someone was currently in a state of amnesia, treating the atmosphere between CPs as tasks to be accomplished, and he couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. "No, you're lying." Saying this, D33 roughly grabbed his collar and kissed him forcefully. She wouldn't allow him to reject her for the fourth time. Lu Binbin's eyes widened, and in his dark pupils, Meng Meng's face was instantly reflected. With her amnesia, the emotionless gaze, the emotionless kiss, and the desperate obsession to make him happy, at this moment, she was doing the thing that moved him the most. In the long corridor of the hospital, a nurse was pushing a medicine cart nearby, clattering, and doctors were patrolling the wards. In this scene, where it was hard to show smiles or see human happiness, two young faces were doing something quite out of place. Lu Binbin's mood was forcibly lifted, pulled from the bottom to the peak. D33 felt that her forceful kiss had successfully achieved its purpose, satisfiedly releasing him. "Looks like this works. Next time you're unhappy, I'll use this." Lu Binbin, lost in thought, suddenly jolted. D33 watched as his soaring emotional value dropped by 20% again. Human emotional values were truly hard to PLE. D33 blinked. "What do you mean by that? Are you going to die?" Humans on Earth have a limited lifespan and will die. Even before reaching the limit of their lifespan, they can die due to accidents and diseases. D33 asked this question not because she found it strange that she would die, but because she was surprised that her condition had worsened. "I have heart problems that have existed since birth." Lu Lily sighed softly, like a little adult. Her brother had put a lot of thought and money into ensuring her safe growth. "Mom and Dad passed away early, and I am my brother's only family. I know that if I were to leave, my brother would be very lonely. So I've never let my brother give up on me." Her eyes were like black diamonds, shining even more brilliantly in the dim light. D33 felt a warmth in her palm. It was Lu Lily's small hand reaching out. "But I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. If I die, my brother will be left all alone in this world." "Sister Meng Meng, will you promise me?" D33's throat tightened. Could she agree to this request? Once the life-saving mission was successfully completed, she would have to return to Planet R. Otherwise, she would be completely dead. No matter what the outcome, she wouldn't be able to stay with Lu Binbin. As a person from Planet R, she couldn't lie or go against her conscience. For some reason, looking into Lu Lily's eyes, D33 found herself unable to refuse. Okay, I understand." D33 heard herself compromise. There was no choice. When on Earth, one must follow local customs. She was now an Earthling, and Earthlings could lie anytime, anywhere. Since she had compromised, she also needed to get some compensation in return. D33 inquired about Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran from Lu Lily. Xiaoda, as Lu Binbin's manager, didn't he know about his relationship with Xiao Ran? It seemed that as Lu Binbin's only family, Lu Lily should know. "Do you know why your brother hates Xiao Ran so much?" "No, my brother doesn't hate Xiao Ran." Lu Lily shook her head. "Then why?" "My brother refused Xiao Ran for your sake." Lu Lily blinked her big eyes, pointing at D33 to clarify her confusion. "Me? Yes. Lu Lily nodded vigorously. Then a 6-year-old child explained to an old monster who had lived for 180 years about how touching it is for a man on Earth who has a girlfriend to refuse other females. The rain outside had not stopped. Lu Binbin rushed to the hospital with something in hand. Meanwhile, in a ground garage of a community in the city center, a half-drawn curtain let in the sound of rain and a light breeze. Inside, heavy breathing and the sound of a keyboard echoed. The 30-square-meter garage had been converted by a resident into a studio apartment, separated by a special sliding curtain between the workspace and the bed. Chubby Chowda sat in a rolling chair, wearing headphones, his face illuminated by the blue light of the screen like a glowing piece of pork. His agile fingers operated the keyboard and mouse simultaneously, as flashy lights flashed across the gaming interface, and he mumbled incoherently, cursing idiots and pig teammates while chewing on a donut. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chowda glanced at it with annoyance, wanting to ignore it, but when he saw the caller ID, he quickly took off his headphones and answered. Have you disappeared into the Pacific? Only now are you thinking of replying to me. The voice on the other end was equally irritable. The person you asked me to check on, the school and hospital they stayed at are in a remote foreign country, right? It's already impressive that I found out in 2 months, and you're still complaining. All right, enough chatter. What is the result? The other side took a deep breath and began to report. There is no one named Meng Meng at the university, not even a homophone, and none from Asia either. 2 months ago, there was no young female patient involved in a car accident at the hospital, nor was there anyone with amnesia. In short, I've searched thoroughly, and she is not there. I think you've been scammed. Chowda hung up the phone. Cursing echoed in his earphones as his gaming character was killed, leaving his health nearly empty. He didn't care about that and turned off the screen, plunging himself into darkness. Was Lu Binbin the one who deceived him? Or was Lu Binbin also deceived by her? After thinking it over, combining his experiences with Meng Meng over the past 2 months, Chowda leaned more towards the latter. What purpose would a woman with a fabricated identity have in approaching Lu Binbin? Chapter 8. Why doesn't the boyfriend listen to his girlfriend? D33 had a negotiation with Lu Binbin. The negotiation took place at the dining table at home. And the time was when Lu Binbin asked D33 to return the phone and the reward to that useless party. D33. Why? Lu Binbin, I told you to return it. So return it, unless you don't want to live here anymore. D33. What is the connection between the two? Lu Binbin. I say there is. So there is. D33. Then you have to promise me to accept the job from Xiaoran. Lu Binbin. What is the connection between the two? D33. I say there is, so there is. Lu Binbin. You learn pretty fast. D33. I already know your reason for rejecting Xiaoran. Don't worry, I want to be jealous. Lu Binbin. What? I really want to be jealous. Because in my eyes, she is not as good looking as me. Doesn't T have my stamina? And her figure and age aren't T even as good as mine in making you happy. If you don't believe me, take me to work and see how I treat Xiaoran. Lu Binbin. When someone said this, with actions to match, it was as if Lu Binbin was the owner of a lingerie factory, and she wanted to shoot an advertisement as a model, making the viewer blush. All right, you. Don't compare. Lu Binbin hurriedly turned her face away, shy as can be, although he had witnessed her excessive narcissism twice before. Each time he heard it still felt fresh and shocking. D33 felt his heart rate rising, and her emotions were also on the rise, excitedly holding his hand. So you agree? Not really. D33. Lu Binbin saw her leaning over, her neckline falling, and very gentlemanly quickly looked to the upper right, pushing her back to sit properly. All right, you, go back and sit properly. D33 grabbed his hand and tried to give him a heavy punch to take him to the scene for a surprise attack. But Lu Binbin seemed to be very clear about her tactics, quickly pulling his hand away and using the momentum to push her back into the chair. D33 looked at him in surprise. However, Lu Binbin lowered his head to eat breakfast, avoiding her gaze. Later, Lu Binbin went to take a shower. D33 then imitated a scene from a drama on TV where the female lead barges into the bathroom to force the male lead to shoot as a threat. She took his phone and rushed into the bathroom, but Lu Binbin once again predicted her move, throwing a towel over her face and then spraying her out of the bathroom with a shower head like a water gun. D33, frightened, returned to her room to check if all her various sensing devices were still within normal range. When she went out, D33 took a frying pan to sneak attack Lu Binbin, but failed again, almost knocking herself into the Pacific Ocean. After 3 tries, D33 became emo. She looked at Lu Binbin in confusion. How do you know what I'm going to do? Why does a weak man understand her from planet R? Lu Binbin, smiling and patting her head like a little chick, comforted her. I told you I'm your boyfriend. How could I not understand you? Don't be discouraged. Keep it up. D33 blinked her confused eyes, Then why doesn't the boyfriend listen to his girlfriend? Lu Binbin, D33 surprisingly started to shed tears like pearls falling on a jade plate. Lu Binbin couldn't stand seeing girls cry in front of him. Every time he saw Lu Lily cry, his knees would go weak, and he could only agree to anything. Not to mention Meng Meng. D33 felt Lu Binbin was struggling intensely, his emotional state fluctuating. She started to cry harder, like the sad female lead on the TV behind Lu Binbin. She would stop at nothing to achieve her goal. But even though the male lead on TV had lowered his head to the female lead, D33 still didn't see Lu Binbin nodding in agreement. Could it be that this trick doesn't work? ISNT, the TV, an encyclopedia for Earthlings? How could this not work? D33 became a little anxious, and when she got anxious, her tears stopped abruptly. Oh, all right, don't cry. Lu Binbin, with half-open lips and a helplessly relaxed brow, was about to say something difficult to agree to when he focused and saw. Oh? You're not crying anymore? That's good. D33. Be good, don't make a fuss. I need to go to the hospital to bring Lily breakfast. There's a job to shoot in the afternoon. Time is tight. Upon hearing there was work, which was an important source of good mood for Lu Binbin, D33 sniffed and stood up. She quickly returned to her room to change clothes and came out to find Lu Binbin waiting at the door. This time, Lu Binbin didn't stop her from following or walk away first. D33 curiously asked him, and the answer was, "Wherever I go, you can find me. Instead of that, it's better to let you follow me closely." Saying this, he grabbed her hands and held them tightly at his waist. On the motorcycle, D33 was momentarily stunned. Staring at his side profile with the helmet on, the feeling of hugging his waist seemed to exist in her memory, just buried at the bottom. In other words, it wasn't her first time. But how could that be? She clearly had come to Earth for the first time and met Lu Binbin for the first time. D33 couldn't figure it out. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Lily's pale face couldn't be hidden in the bright daylight. She said she didn't like turning on the lights because the protection of the night made her feel like she had a healthy body, just like other children. When D33 and Lu Binbin arrived, they saw her really smiling happily like other children. Jorda brought her KFC breakfast, complete with a toy. Seeing this, Lu Binbin clicked his tongue and stepped forward. The doctor said Lily can't eat this kind of fried food. It has to be light. Lu Lily protected the toy in her hands, afraid Lu Binbin would take it away. Jorda stepped in to ease the situation. What's wrong with eating just a little? Lily is only 6. You have to allow her to be a little willful. Lu Binbin, not in a good mood, bluntly exposed Jorda's disturbance of Lu Lily. I want to take Xiao Ran's job again. Just give up on that. Jorda felt a bit awkward, forced a smile, and turned to D33, greeting her, Meng Meng, hello. D33 caught his overly enthusiastic smile, completely different from how he had avoided her before. Lu Binbin handed the milk to D33, asking her to go find a nurse to get hot water to heat it up. When she went out, Jorda followed her out of the ward. In the tea room, Jorda's huge figure projected from behind D33, his gaze like a hot electric current striking her. D33 turned her head. Looking for me? Jorda crossed his arms, still unable to hide the huge logo on his chest. Yes, I'm looking for you. Who exactly are you? D33 extended her hand to put the milk into 80-degree hot water, and upon hearing this, her fingers loosened slightly. Jorda noticed her reaction and continued. I've had someone investigate you. Your name, the university you attended, even the hospital you stayed in are all fake. There's no record of you, as if you just fell from the sky. D33's brain quickly analyzed this statement. Name? That name was given to her by Lu Binbin. University? Hospital? What are those? Were those also set up by Lu Binbin? She appeared in Lu Binbin's house, and Lu Binbin directly said he was her boyfriend. So he really knew her long ago? What on earth is going on? Why don't you speak? Can't you answer? Or are you thinking about how to cover up the lie and tell me a more truthful lie? Jorda frowned, his rounded chin lifted, and the smile on his face faded significantly. Actually, it doesn't matter who you are, and I don't care why you lied. However, if you want to hurt Lu Binbin, I won't stand by and let it happen. No, I won't hurt him. I just want to make him happy. This answer hit Xiaoda right on target, and he raised an eyebrow. So how are you going to prove it? How can you make me believe you? D33 frowned. Prove it? On planet R, proof can be directly inserted into data. How can I prove my heart on Earth? Should I just take out my heart chip? He couldn't understand that. While she was struggling with what to do, she heard Xiao to say again, "How about this? If you convince him to take Xiao Ran's job, then I'll believe what you say. I won't tell Lu Binbin that you forged your documents. How about that?" D33 straightened her back, feeling as if the steel bar had been pulled out. "You don't need to say that. It's my task anyway." "What?" "I will definitely convince him to take Xiao Ran's job." D33 pulled the milk out of the scalding water, gritting her teeth determinedly. Qiaoda blinked, nervously putting his hand into his mouth. "It's not hot." Back in the hospital room, D33 handed the milk to Lu Lily and saw the little girl, still giving up KFC under her brother Lu Binbin's supervision, to eat the nutritious breakfast brought from home. Even if she couldn't directly sense Lu Lily's emotional value, it was clear to see that she was very unhappy. Lu Binbin asked D33, "Where's Qiaoda?" "He left." "What did he say to you?" Lu Binbin frowned. "Nothing." D33 lied with her eyes wide open. However, after just one night, having broken her cover in front of Lu Lily, she had already mastered the art of lying like an earthling. "Lu Binbin, let's break up." D33 glanced at Lu Lily and said to Lu Binbin in front of her. Nowadays, not only was it her own task, but also Xiao Da's threat made it imperative for D33 to agree to Xiao Ran's job. D33's desperate move could only be to see if it would have any effect on Lu Lily. Everyone has a weak spot. It's present on her home planet R, let alone for Earthlings. Lu Binbin's weak spot was obvious: Lu Lily. Lu Binbin's hand, which was covering Lu Lily with a blanket, suddenly stiffened. "What did you say?" "If you don't take Xiao Ran's job, then let's break up. I don't want to be with someone who can't even pay rent, is in debt, and has no money to pay for his sister's surgery." D33 maintained a serious expression, looking tired. Lu Lily looked at her with soft, innocent eyes, unable to believe it. Sister Mingmei. Lu Binbin's emotional value dropped to the lowest point. The expression frozen on his face was like interconnected ice blocks, freezing the air in the entire hospital room. D33 knew she was playing with fire, and, at the end of her rope, she decided to give it a try. Not knowing how long she was stared at by Lu Binbin's deathly gaze, D33 was pulled out of the hospital room by him. In the corridor, compared to the night, there were more people coming and going. Lu Binbin, feeling that the distance from the hospital room wasn't far enough, pulled D33 to the stairs. "Why did you say these things in front of Lily?" Every cell in Lu Binbin was screaming that he was very angry, and you had crossed the line. D33 remained silent. Lu Binbin placed his hands on his hips, wiped his face, and laughed in anger. "You say you want to break up with me? Do you even remember how we got together?" D33 still said nothing. This time, it wasn't a lack of understanding. She genuinely couldn't answer. "All right, you want to break up? Huh? The moment you remember how we got together, that's when I'll break up with you." "Why?" D33 asked, looking at his angry back. "Why what? You don't even remember how you became my girlfriend, so why should I break up with you?" "I'm asking, why do you hate Xiao Ran so much?" D33 paused. "Or maybe, you don't actually hate her at all." Chapter 9. Let go of that girl. Lu Binbin suddenly turned his head, looking over with a gaze that D33 couldn't quite interpret. But he didn't say anything and walked away directly. D33 was able to articulate such philosophical words only after being enlightened by Qiao Da, deducing from Lu Binbin's attitude towards her that he had understood something she had previously overlooked. Lu Binbin and her had known each other before. Because they knew each other, she woke up to find herself in the same bed as him. Because they knew each other, he said he was her boyfriend. Because they knew each other, she didn't explain the reason and fabricated a lie, which he still chose to believe. Moreover, Lu Binbin's attitude towards Xiao Ran also seemed like they had known each other before. Otherwise, why did he fail to articulate the reason for rejecting the job when pressured? Although humans on Earth are not as advanced or wise as those from their planet are, they still approach things with some logic. Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran. My brother refused Xiao Ran for you. My brother is handsome, knows how to take photos and videos, and is skilled at parkour. Many girls like him. But the person he likes is you, and once he is determined, he won't change. I don't know if my brother knows Xiao Ran, but I did see them talking when I was in kindergarten. Did they have a romantic relationship? Is Xiao Ran Lu Binbin's ex-girlfriend? Combining the human plots I learned from TV and Lou Lily's confirmation, it seems that this character relationship is becoming increasingly reasonable. At noon, after Lou Lily fell asleep, Lou Binbin briefly communicated with the on-duty nurse and took D33 out of the hospital. The sun was at its peak, and the ground temperature was several degrees higher than in the morning. The rain from yesterday seemed to have turned into a catalyst at this moment. D33 followed Lou Binbin into a noodle shop, and the rush of cold air was quite refreshing. Lou Binbin asked her what she wanted to eat, and she said, anything. They don't serve anything here. He wore a cold expression, his emotional value hovering between 0 and 1. Then I'll eat what you eat. D33 was really not interested in food at all. Lou Binbin told the owner to prepare 2 bowls of beef noodles. They chose seats closest to the air conditioner. The small shop was not big, and there were many customers. Everyone slurped their noodles, beads of sweat on their faces, emanating heat in the limited space as the aromas and odors intertwined. D33 looked at Lou Binbin. Are you angry because of what I said? Or because of Xiao Ran? Lou Binbin said nothing, his gaze drifting to a customer's phone next to them. D33 pondered how to clean up this mess when she heard someone nearby mention Lou Binbin. According to reliable sources, the rising star in parkour photography, Lou Binbin, is not a foreign-returned photography genius, nor is he a rich second-generation student from the University of Pennsylvania's law department, let alone a single nobleman. Instead, he is an orphan who borrowed high-interest loans to pay for his sister's medical treatment, unable to even afford rent, a social marginal figure. D33 noticed that the first customer who saw this had no reaction or comment and just swiped past it. He was a middle-aged migrant worker. However, a young man sitting on the other side immediately took out his phone and quickly searched. D33 heard the video about Lou Binbin replaying again. No way, I just followed him, and just from his silhouette, I can tell he is a super handsome guy. There aren't many guys as handsome as him who could do parkour and photography. How could he be? TCH, in this era of internet celebrities. There are all kinds of people, what's so strange about it? The girl sighed, while the boy scoffed. Boo-hoo, my idol has fallen. Wasn't packaged nowadays. Only you, pure and naive, believe in people. Follow me. I'm your boyfriend. I will never fall. Get away. D33 looked at Lou Binbin. His emotional value showed no fluctuations. The waiter served 2 bowls of noodles. He took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the holder, handed 1 pair to her, and began eating without lifting his head. It was as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Soon, Lou Binbin's phone rang. He answered, and D33 heard a man on the other end asking, "Hey, about your situation, it's spreading online. Did you know?" Lou Binbin replied, "I know. Then I won't bother to make up excuses for you. The work for the afternoon is canceled, that's it." Beep, beep, beep without any mercy. Lou Binbin slowly placed his phone on the table, his face showing no surprise or sadness at the sudden cancellation of work. D33 couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you sad?" To understand what could keep his emotional value at a high level. She also needed to grasp what could cause it to drop, including this situation, which she thought would lower it, but didn't. So she really wasn't emotionally unintelligent. There were too many sad things. This one didn't even rank. Lou Binbin bit down hard on a fried egg. D33 blinked, feeling a slight tug at her heart. A strange sense of disconnection appeared in front of her, but lasted only a second or 2 before returning to normal. D33 turned her head to see the girl who had just been sad about Lou Binbin's shattered image, now smiling as her boyfriend placed a large piece of beef into her bowl. The girl laughed through her tears. She picked a piece of beef from her bowl and offered it to Lou Binbin. "You eat." Lou Binbin looked up. This time it was D33's turn to lower her face and slurp up the noodles. Lou Binbin's work was canceled, but he still took her to the originally agreed workplace. Underneath the bridge, where few people were around, a large patch of reeds covered half the lake's surface, and many incomprehensible abstract oil paintings adorned the bridge's pillars. On the open ground, there were some self-made parkour maps constructed by young people in the parkour community, made of sand, stone blocks, and wooden pieces, looking quite impressive. Lou Binbin quietly gazed at them and said to D33, "If today's work hadn't been canceled, based on what I see now, I could still demand 500 more. So today I could earn 1,500. That's Lou Lily's hospital fee for 2 days. Life was originally too tough, people yearn for beauty. By packaging oneself and appearing before everyone in a glamorous way, they would trust you more and be more willing to interact with you, allowing you to complete your work. I think what Xiao said makes a lot of sense, so I accepted it. D33 hesitated for 2 seconds, then realized Lu Binbin was explaining to her why he lied. Humans on Earth lie all the time, and D33 understood this as to make life easier to ease awkwardness, summarized as a necessary hardship. Thus, when she heard those people sighing that Lu Binbin beautified himself, her first reaction was, Lu Binbin has his reasons. D33 reached out and patted his shoulder. I'll take on more useless clients' work. It will always be a way. Lu Binbin turned his head, looking at her hand on his shoulder, and faintly smiled. He handed her the GoPro, casually saying, we can't come here for nothing today. If they won't let me shoot, then you can take a shot of me. Lu Binbin indicated that he had always acted as the photographer while doing parkour, but now he just wanted to run freely. D33 took the device and nodded. Remember, this is my tool for making a living. It can't get wet or damaged, so be careful. Lu Binbin specifically reminded her. D33 nodded again. Retreating to the original spot, Lu Binbin assumed a starting position. Ready? 1, 2, 3. He shot out like an arrow, with her closely following. Stepping on the flying board and stones, D33 followed in his footsteps, the GoPro in her hand, continuously recording every dynamic moment of him, until he suddenly jumped to the highest point, reaching out for a grab, twisting his body to jump into the nearby lake. As D33's lens turned, her body instinctively reacted to jump in, just as her foot was about to leave the stone. Lu Binbin's reminder echoed in her ears. Remember, this is my livelihood. It can't get wet. It can't be damaged. Be careful. D33 hesitated for 2 seconds, seeing that Lu Binbin still hadn't come up. Gritting her teeth, she let go of the GoPro and placed it on the stone before leaping into the lake. The dense reeds in the lake intertwined like a net. When D33 jumped in, her first reaction wasn't the icy lake water surging around her, but the sensation of many slender vines binding her. She opened her eyes wide and instinctively searched for Lu Binbin. The daylight filtered through the lake's surface. If it weren't for the reeds, visibility should have been good. However, these obstructive plants made it difficult for D33 to immediately spot Lu Binbin. After finally freeing herself from the grasp of the reeds, she swam forward. When she felt something that seemed like a hand, D33 immediately grabbed it tightly, pulling Lu Binbin upwards towards the surface. Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin? D33 slapped Lu Binbin's face, trying to rouse him. When that proved fruitless, she quickly pressed on his chest, performing CPR. Suddenly, D33 felt a jolt all over her body, as if she had received a warning from Planet R, and in an instant, she was so startled that she withdrew her hand and fell to the ground. Everything before her became blurry, her head throbbed with pain, and countless images surged in, overlapping chaotically. There was Lu Binbin's smile, images of herself kissing Lu Binbin, an elderly man with white hair, and a woman who looked very much like her. Meng Meng, promise me, we'll never be apart again, okay? Meng Meng, no matter where you come from, to me, you are you, the best you in the world. Meng Meng, don't go, Meng Meng. Meng Meng, Meng Meng. With a swoosh, countless voices were suddenly swallowed into a bag. D33 could hear nothing, and the chaotic images vanished. The reality before her gradually became clear. Lu Binbin, who had been completely still a moment ago, now widened his eyes and leaned in with concern. D33, did you remember anything? Or have you completely forgotten? What is my name? What's your name? Why are we here? Do you remember? D33 slapped him. Does that hurt? Lu Binbin, are you awake now? Lu Binbin rubbed his face and looked at D33 with a very serious and dramatic expression. It seems you didn't remember anything, nor did you forget anything. This time, the water test failed. D33 got up from the ground, looking at her wet self with a furrowed brow. She hated being all damp. She hated water. On planet R, there was no water, to be precise. The water on planet R could be separated from their bodies. It was advanced liquid water. Huh, what are you doing? Lu Binbin saw D33 starting to undress on the spot and quickly grabbed the hem of her clothes, taking off clothes to dry off, going home to change clothes. Lu Binbin stopped her speechlessly. There are stones and grass here, it'll be quick. D33 thought of igniting the grass with energy while he wasn't paying attention. It was too far from home by the time they got back. Her clothes would probably be dry from the wind. The thought of enduring being wet for so long made D33 feel frustrated. No, I said I'd change at home. What if someone sees us? Didn't you say no one would come here? Am I not a person? We slept together. Have you forgotten? The two argued back and forth, completely engrossed in their quarrel, not noticing someone approaching. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you two doing? Lu Binbin's hand was still pressing against D33's waist, and D33's strength had already exposed half of her abdomen. A patrolling police officer heard the commotion and came down to take a look, only to see a scene that could easily be misinterpreted, brandishing a baton and shouting loudly. Lu Binbin. D33 blinked. Let go of that girl. Did you hear? A police squad, embodying justice, pointed at Lu Binbin, while another rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward quickly. Lu Binbin tried to explain, but when D33 saw someone coming, she pulled her clothes down. He lost his balance and fell forward, causing D33 to fall back, resulting in Lu Binbin being further implicated. Not only did he not let go of the girl, but he also pressed her down and forcefully kissed her. Provoked, the police squad, furious, immediately pulled the two to the police station for questioning. Lu Binbin didn't even have a chance to argue. Chapter 10, I Will Love You Properly in the Police Station. D33 looked around curiously, thinking, this place is quite similar to the Management Bureau on Planet R. Where there are people, there are naturally disputes and a sense of community. It's no different on Planet R. So D33 understood what this place was for. The police team that brought her and Lu Binbin here consisted of one thin officer named Gao and one slightly plump officer named Jiang. Their attitudes towards her and Lu Binbin were like spring and winter. This comrade, don't be afraid. You are safe now, so you can confidently tell us. Do you know this man? Officer Gao not only gave D33 a piece of clothing, but also made her a cup of hot tea. Officer Jiang, in an effort to comfort D33, flashed a warm smile, revealing all 8 of his teeth. Lu Binbin bit his lip, defending himself. Officers, you've misunderstood. Just now I was. Do we ask you? They interrupted in unison, instantly changing their expressions. Lu Binbin. Actually, I'm also not sure what our relationship is. D33 shocked everyone with her statement, leaving Lu Binbin stunned and Gao and Jiang confused. What? This time, it was the 3 men speaking in unison. Seeing the situation was going awry, Lu Binbin bared his teeth in warning. Meng Meng, you can't accuse me just because you want to force me to take on Xiao Ran's work. This is not a joke. What nonsense are you talking about? If you try to influence the comrade's true testimony, be careful of more severe charges. Officer Jiang slammed his large palm down in front of Lu Binbin, giving a final warning. He says we are in a romantic relationship, but I really don't remember how we were together before. D33 lowered her eyes and truthfully replied, I try very hard to make him happy, but it seems the effect is always poor. I know he wants money, so I earn money for him. I want to understand what he is hiding in his heart. And I also want to know why he knows me, but I don't remember him. In the Management Bureau on Planet R, lying is not allowed. Only fact can be stated. Otherwise, the Bureau's automatic lie detection system will make your life worse than death. Therefore, the citizens of Planet R have developed the virtue of not lying. This ingrained habit led D33 to make a statement that sounded quite confusing. Gao and Jiang exchanged glances. After pondering, Gao concluded this seems to be a case of love PUA. Jiang glared at Lu Binbin, his thick eyebrows almost obscuring his eyes. It could also be human trafficking. Lu Binbin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was getting more absurd. He slammed his ID on the table. My name is Lu Binbin. I'm a legitimate photographer. I'm not a bad person. I didn't know this, Miss Meng. And if you don't believe it, you can call my agent Xiao De to verify. D33 looked at Lu Binbin. His emotional level was off the charts, furiously angry. After a while, Xiao De rushed in, panting heavily, but he wasn't alone. He had actually come with Xiao Ran. Xiao De first asked Officers Gao and Jiang what crime Lu Binbin had committed, and upon seeing D33, he smiled widely, clapping his hands and telling the 2 officers, Oh, police uncles, you've made a mistake. They know each other. We all know each other. It's not what you think. What do you mean what we think? Jiang interrupted unhappily. Clearly, we both saw it with our own eyes. Even if they know each other, it can still be a crime. Chowda cleared his throat, feeling a bit intimidated by the officer's stern demeanor. He forced a smile, edging closer to D33 and Lu Binbin. What kind of trick are you playing? How did you end up in the police station? Young Master Lu, you really know how to get me into trouble. Meng Meng, did Lu Binbin bully you? Chowda asked, his eyes wide. D33 was taken aback. Bullying? No. Chowda, like he had found a lifeline, hurriedly called Gao and Jiang over to listen. Police uncles, listen, the person involved has said it's not true. Really not? It seemed Xiao Ran had said something to them, as their expressions softened quite a bit, and their looks at Lu Binbin were no longer filled with hostility. Then why didn't you say that earlier? We clearly saw him trying to do something inappropriate. D33 seemed to finally find the crux of the matter. Oh, just now I was trying to take off my wet clothes, but Lu Binbin wouldn't let me. Gao! Jiang! Then there was the matter of him pinning you down and kissing you. It must have been because he lost his balance. I'm stronger than him. Gao and Jiang were once again left speechless. Lu Binbin, however, fell silent and stopped defending himself after seeing Xiao Ran appear, his anger slowly turning into a cold indifference. D33 sensed the change in Lu Binbin's emotions and looked at Xiao Ran. In real life, she was even more beautiful than in the videos, a kind of real beauty. She stood there like a painting, with her center-parted, long red hair, big eyes, exquisite features, pale skin contrasting with her red lips. She was not the fragile heroine of a drama. Her athletic build was upright and slim, her long legs exuding charm. When D33 looked over, Xiao Ran's gaze met hers, filled with hostility and scrutiny. Seeing this, Chowda quickly climbed up to D33's side, trying to ease the tension with his silver tongue, aiming to resolve the situation quickly and get them out. At the door, Gao and Jiang didn't forget to remind D33, "Comrade, don't be too soft-hearted. While we shouldn't interfere too much in matters of the heart, when it's time to exit, we should exit. Don't argue with them. A truly good man won't make a girl hurt herself for him." D33 nodded, somewhat understanding. Lu Binbin walked ahead alone. Chowda and Xiao Ran walked in the middle, with D33 trailing behind. Once outside the police station, Xiao Ran slowly quickened her pace to catch up with Lu Binbin. D33 easily caught up with Xiao Da's pace. Why did Xiao Ran come? Xiao Da, smiling broadly as he watched Xiao Ran talk to Lu Binbin, glanced at D33. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Don't worry, it's not what you think. She's here to discuss work with Lu Binbin. Hasn't Lu Binbin's background been exposed? Why hasn't she canceled the job she originally arranged for him? When it came to this, Chowda also felt a headache, his smile freezing into a frown, but then he brightened up again. But this also shows our Binbin's strength. Look, the top star of the parkour scene, Xiao Ran, insists on hiring Lu Binbin for a shoot. I believe today's turmoil will soon pass. He didn't answer her question, sidestepping the issue. D33 looked at Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran, feeling a strange discomfort in her heart, as if something wasn't quite right. She tried several times to step forward, but was held back by Chowda. Hey, they're in the middle of a conversation. Why are you interrupting? If you want to be their assistant, you need to have some insight. You have to know when to do what and when not to do what. Understand? This man, the tighter you hold on to him, the less he belongs to you. If you can let go, you won't feel pressured and won't run away. What I'm telling you is for your own good. Hey, what is wrong with you? Why does your face suddenly look so bad? Are you okay? Although D33 didn't understand much of what Xiao was saying, her intuition made her feel disgusted. Just when she felt her vital signs getting weaker and had to accept the bombardment added by Xiao, someone suddenly called her Meng Meng. D33 looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Binbin calling her. "Let us go home," he said, meeting her gaze with a gentle and clear tone. D33 was taken aback and hurriedly ran over to him. Xiao Ran asked, "Are you two living together?" D33 nodded yes. Lu Binbin took her hand and strode forward. D33, particularly mindful of earthling etiquette, turned to Xiao Ran, who was holding a gas canister, and said goodbye. Seeing Xiao Ran's expression, Xiao immediately understood what was going on. Holding his cumbersome belly, Chowda said, Xiao Ran, don't misunderstand, Ming Ming is Bin Bin's assistant, helping with his work, and can also help take care of Li Li. Xiao Ran retracted her cold gaze and looked at the overly clever Chowda. Did I say I misunderstood? Chowda shuklad avardli. No, no. Xiao Ran looked back at the distant Lu Binbin. Xiao Ran, like to take on challenges. Within a month, I will make him obediently beg me. Chowda. Even though it's summer, he, who is afraid of the heat, feels a chill whenever he looks at Xiao Ran's profile. On the other side, Lu Binbin and D33 walked further away, with Lu Binbin remaining silent and D33 asking questions incessantly. Did you agree to take on Xiao Ran's job? Didn't you agree? I already said I wouldn't be jealous, so why didn't you take it? The only person who can give you a job now is her. Isn't it? You're clearly worried about Lily's medical expenses, so why make things difficult for yourself? I will date you properly. With those last words, Lin Binbin finally stopped being the quiet, raging hero. He paused and turned around, looking at her, who had already walked a short distance and was panting, looking extremely weak. What did you say? D33 blinked her lively eyes, which showed no emotional fluctuations. Didn't you say that if I want to break up, I should think about how we dated? I will date you properly. Remember quickly, and let us break up quickly. Lu Binbin. No one ever wants to date, well, just to break up. She is truly a remarkable woman. He recalled the first time he met her, when she said something that left a lasting impression on him. Lu Binbin, you have something I want. At that time, he never expected that he would date her, and they would have two relationships that lasted only 30 days. Why don't you ask me what happened between us before? Chapter 11, the second experiment also failed. D33 looked at him with a mix of expectation and helplessness, and thought for a moment, I want to know more about what happened between you and Xiao Ran. She found it strange that she and he were acquainted, but under the premise of focusing on the task, this past that wasn't T in the information database didn't T hinder her. It was Xiao Ran and his past that delayed her from stabilizing his emotional value. Lu Binbin. He was familiar with her unpredictable ways, but he was still caught off guard by her unique thought process. You want to know, right? Fine. Go on a date with me tomorrow. If you make me happy, I'll tell you what is going on between Xiao Ran and me. Really? D33 tiptoed and gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek. Lu Binbin's emotional value steadily soared. Sure enough, a kiss was the most effective stimulus, even if it was just a brief stimulation. His earlier conversation with Xiao Ran had kept his emotional value at a very low level, making him feel almost breathless. Lu Binbin covered his face in shock. D33 took a deep breath, covered her somewhat relaxed chest, and murmured, finally alive again. Meng Meng you. D33 didn't wait for him to finish, pressing both hands on his shoulders and greedily kissing his lips again. Lu Binbin, with his head slightly lowered, seemed to be accommodating her, but also appeared somewhat startled by her roadside kiss. Soft lips, a particularly lively tongue, carrying her uniquely fragrant scent. Lu Binbin's heart raced wildly, forgetting the warnings he had given her, following his desires and wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her closer, until someone's demands became increasingly frantic. His hands that were on her shoulders moved to her neck and cradled her face, like sucking a drink through a straw. It was only then that Lu Binbin pushed her away, gasping for air. D33's face was flushed, her eyes sparkling with vitality and excitement, her lips still licking as if savoring the moment. Lu Binbin covered his mouth, looking at her, his gaze twinkling like scattered stars. You are my life. Don't be sad easily, okay? She effortlessly delivered sweet nothings. Lu Binbin, to me, you are more important than I am to myself. Lu Binbin, if anyone makes you sad, upset, or uncomfortable, tell me, and I'll take care of them for you. Lu Binbin, without you I would die. Don't drive me away. It is often said that in love, sweet talk is a boy's homework. But between them, it seemed to be the opposite. Meng Meng often crazily poured her affections out, and he just quietly accepted it. Over time, the playful smiles and the pretended indifference became his unique way of internal joy. Lu Binbin cleared his throat and reached out. D33 extended her hand, and his emotional value rose another point. But Lu Binbin's face was like a high cold prince from a musical, showing no signs of happiness. D33 gradually figured out his routine. Happiness was not necessarily visible, but unhappiness was definitely noticeable. After returning, D33 said good night to Lu Binbin early, went back to her room, and began using her search system to look up Earthling dating themes to better prepare for the task tomorrow. What do Earthlings need to do on a date? The first answer that popped up was, Earthlings all know this, why ask? Skip that. The second answer was more normal, honestly providing a response. Eat, drink, shop, and kiss at suitable places. Eating and drinking weren't an issue, but shopping was a bit tough. Lu Binbin had no money right now. And I had even less. Oh, the last one is doable. The third answer, any activities that allow two people to be alone can be tried, like watching a movie, dining, hiking, attending concerts, shopping, amusement parks, playing games, etc. Knock, knock, knock. While D33 was focused on taking notes, the door was knocked. What is up? Can I come in and talk? D33 helplessly retracted her search bar and went to open the door. Lu Binbin, dressed in pajamas with wet hair, stood at the door holding a pillow. Can I stay with you tonight? Don't misunderstand. I mean, I'll sleep on the floor. You sleep on the bed. Afraid D33 would refuse, he quickly added. D33 was puzzled. If we're not sleeping on the same bed, then why do you want to sleep together? For Earthlings, sleeping together is an important way to continue the lineage and increase the human population on the planet. Lu Binbin's proposal seemed a bit strange. Today, I fell into the water, and I'm scared, Lu Binbin explained. D33 still didn't immediately invite him in. If you don't refuse, I'll be very happy, Lu Binbin thought for a moment and said again. Cool mean. D33 readily stepped aside. As Lu Binbin passed her, the corner of his mouth lifted, looking handsome and appealing. What are you doing? Lu Binbin went to the bedside, took the blanket from the cabinet, laid it on the floor, and placed a pillow on it. Seeing D33 hadn't changed her clothes and hadn't prepared a shower, he asked, I'm preparing for tomorrow's date. Lu Binbin knelt on the floor like a well-behaved puppy. Oh, like that. Although he couldn't tell what she was preparing. Then I'm here. Doesn't that mean you can't prepare? Lu Binbin scanned around and asked again. D33 generously shrugged. No problem. I'll go to the bathroom to prepare. Lu Binbin's imagination was sparked by the keywords. In his mind, D33 would thoroughly clean her body, meticulously removing excess armpit hair, painting her nails, etc. As D33 approached the bathroom door, she sensed someone's inexplicable emotional fluctuation and turned her head. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly so happy? What am I doing? Lu Binbin immediately lay down. I'm not doing anything. D33 tilted her head in confusion. Once the door closed, Lu Binbin cautiously lifted his head to confirm she had gone in, then climbed back up. He couldn't forget the purpose of actively applying to enter the room because of a small accident. Lu Binbin carefully tiptoed to the bathroom door, quietly waiting for the sound of water from inside. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Still quiet. What on earth is Meng Meng doing? Lu Binbin patiently waited a little longer, but still didn't hear her start showering. He couldn't help but reach out to open the door. He promised that as long as he saw something he shouldn't see, he would close his eyes and retreat in half a second. Taking out the props he had prepared in advance and the lines he had thought of beforehand, he opened the door decisively. Meng Meng, I forgot to tell you. The shower gel in the bathroom is. Lu Binbin entered with the soap, only to see D33 standing there with her clothes covering her chest, screaming. Don't shout. I'm just here to bring you soap. No other meaning. Lu Binbin really did cover his eyes for half a second, turning his face away, but his body didn't retreat. Instead, he leaned in closer. No soap, no soap. I don't need soap to shower. Get out. How can you shower without soap? I'll put the soap on the sink. I said I don't want it. Get out. Don't get agitated, Lu Binbin was quick-witted. Seizing the opportunity while looking down at her calves, he executed his second experimental action. Oops. Pretending to slip, he accidentally pushed her forward. To prevent D33 from actually hitting her head and seeing stars, Lu Binbin, while tumbling, didn't care about closing his eyes or not, and directly reached out to support the back of D33's head, locking eyes closely with her. The world suddenly fell silent. The ceiling light emitted bright light, illuminating Lu Binbin's head and D33's face. Any small sound in the air would be infinitely amplified. They fell closely together, feeling each other's body heat. So close that their breaths brushed against each other's faces. D33's eyes were filled with fear and terror, meeting Lu Binbin's expectant gaze. They were performing a scene that was completely mismatched. D33's inner thoughts. Did you not notice that I temporarily took off my clothes? Did you not see that I quickly put away the search bar? Lu Binbin's inner thoughts. This is an extreme recreation of the first time you lost your memory. Do you remember anything? Did you recall something? The air remained quiet. No one spoke first, until D33 broke the silence. How long are you going to keep me under pressure? Staying still is just a waste of time. Lu Binbin. Her gaze showed no change. It seemed the second experiment had also failed. He got up, feeling extremely dejected. If hitting his head and putting him in danger couldn't make her lose her memory, then what were the key points of the previous two memory losses? Was it really just time? Could Meng Meng's memory only last for 30 days? Or should he have been harsher and really let her hit her head? Sorry, I'm going out. Lu Binbin called to him. Lu Binbin turned his head. Slap. Another clean and crisp slap. Lu Binbin received his second slap from D33 today. Next time, please don't casually invade someone else's private space. She didn't want her identity from Planet R to be exposed. All right, today was an incredibly long day for Lu Binbin and for D33 as well. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but she always felt something was off about Lu Binbin. During the day, he clearly could have avoided falling into the water under the bridge, but he did it on purpose. Now, he said he was delivering soap, but it seemed like he had ulterior motives. The two had settled down, one obediently lying on the bed, and the other lying on the floor beside the bed. The night quietly streamed in through the window, filling the unlit room with silvery gray moonlight. Lu Binbin felt a gaze coming from the upper left at a 45-degree angle. He closed his eyes tighter, pretending to be asleep. After that gaze disappeared, Lu Binbin quietly turned his head and opened his eyes to look. Chapter 12. I'm trying to master your handsomeness early the next morning. Lu Binbin woke up to find Meng Meng not in bed. Rubbing his eyes, he heard a clattering sound coming from outside. Are you making a heartwarming breakfast for our date today? With this thought, Lu Binbin pushed the door open. The sight before him left him completely dumbfounded. Meng Meng. What are you doing? She had set up 3 cameras and her own phone, busily moving around in front of each lens. In front of the first camera, she was lifting weights. In front of the second, she was doing high knees. In front of the third, she was simultaneously inflating 2 balloons. And in front of the fourth, she was drinking like it was water. Not only was she multitasking like she had 5 or 6 clones, but Lu Binbin also saw red envelopes raining down on her phone like snowflakes. D33 turned her head to glance at Lu Binbin and continued with enthusiasm. My boyfriend is up. Friends, my buddies, I don't have much time left. So those of you with money, please show your support. And those without money, just show your presence. I'm going on a date. Lu Binbin's forehead twitched, and he was left in shock, completely awake now. D33 was lively like a little sheep that seemed chaotic, but was actually very rhythmic. Collecting the props, and then placing the phone in front of Lu Binbin. Here, this is for you. Lu Binbin looked at the impressive number displayed, 5089. He stared at her in surprise. We're going out for a date today, and dates involve eating and drinking, shopping. This is the date expense. I hope today can. D33 pushed it toward him like a primary school student handing over her allowance to a police officer, saying, you take it. Lu Binbin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, feeling a bit angry. He was indeed short on money. The surgery fees for Lu Lily weighed heavily on his heart, but it shouldn't he come to the point where he had to worry about money for a date with her. Did I do something wrong? Seeing him not speaking and his emotional value not rising, D33 cautiously asked, how did you come up with this way to make money? Thinking back to her talents displayed in front of the camera, it was both eye-opening and terrifying. If she weren't able to effortlessly do things that others couldn't, this money wouldn't have come in so quickly and abundantly. D33 countered. Isn't this the most popular way to make money now? She had searched it on the internet. Combining what she could do, she tried it out early in the morning. To her surprise, it actually had some effect. However, this method could only be a stopgap. If she were to run it long-term, her identity as a non-Earthling would definitely be discovered. The loopholes at Xiaoda were still unresolved, and she couldn't afford to add more trouble for herself. Lu Binbin opened his mouth but still swallowed the words he was about to say, thinking that he wouldn't do this again next time. D33 nodded. Okay. It won't happen again. On a date, how can a girl worry about the expenses? D33 nodded again. Since this is your money, then you can spend it today. Lu Binbin handed the phone back to her, affectionately patting her head. D33 was taken aback, shaking her head. No, I said it's for you. Besides, I don't even know how to spend money. On our planet, you also need to spend money, but their money is their own energy output exchanged for tools and materials. It's not the same concept as spending money on earthlings. Silly. Spending money isn't that hard. Among all the skills, only spending money doesn't require teaching. It's something you're born with. Lu Binbin calmly repeated the same line he had said twice before when talking about money. Is that so? D33 unknowingly echoed the same line from before, wondering why it felt so difficult. Haven't you spent money before? Even if you're a researcher, there aren't many opportunities to spend money. But you still have to spend money. For studying, for living, researchers are human too. D33 began to avoid Lu Binbin's gaze, lowering her head and pursing her lips. It's almost time. Our date is about to start. Lu Binbin's long eyelashes slightly lowered, like a thin veil covering the depth in his eyes, and he held D33's hand. Not convenient to say? D33 considered his emotional value, pondering how to say it better. He suddenly smiled. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. Whenever you feel it's convenient, remember to tell me. Okay? Lu Binbin's voice was very gentle, and his sudden smile resembled the warmth that unintentionally touches a glacier. D33 felt her tense heart relax at his words, and she gazed at him for a long, long time. Didn't you say our date time is approaching? Hurry up and get ready. Lu Binbin reached out and scratched her nose, then went back to change his clothes. D33 stood there, touching her nose, hurriedly preparing herself. As she turned, the sensation of disjointed images reappeared. The morning sun shone down on the earth, and the restlessness of the night had only quieted for a few hours. The brief revival was about to re-enter the cycle of busyness. Lu Binbin and D33 walked hand in hand on the clean road, attracting the attention of passers-by. After receiving the gazes of over 20 people, D33 couldn't help but ask Lu Binbin, didn't I change into normal clothes like you said? Why are they still looking over? Before going out, D33's careful dressing almost made Lu Binbin spit out the water he just drank. She looked completely bewildered. She had done a lot of homework to dress this way. The Earthling internet said that when going on a first date with a guy, one must dress carefully, even designing the toes of their feet. So, she went all out. On our planet, everyone had to wear shiny silver armor for events, with their hair tied high and lips painted black. And since she didn't have materials that could meet the high-density requirements for armor, she used silver foil to fashion a dress with a template. Lu Binbin pushed her back to change clothes. After changing 3 times and Lu Binbin emphasizing that she should just dress like usual, she was finally brought out. They're not looking at you. They're looking at me. Lu Binbin squinted, feeling proud. You? Is there something wrong with what you're wearing? D33 looked her up and down, not finding anything wrong. It was still a black hoodie, black pants, and white sneakers. It's because I'm handsome, so I can't help but attract attention. D33 looked ahead. Oh, so that's it. Do you think I'm narcissistic? No. Do you think I'm not handsome? I'm trying to master your handsomeness. Good. The emotional value of the person concerned is rising. It seems her answer has satisfied him greatly. D33 originally wanted to give him a thumbs up insincerely. After all, if lying could help complete a life-saving task, why not? But last time she kissed him, he clearly expressed that he wanted her sincerity. So she pondered that if she really said he was handsome insincerely, the effect would probably backfire. It seems her concern was justified. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. Missing a meal makes one feel uneasy. Let us go. We should eat breakfast first. Having done ample homework, D33 would today lean more towards being a normal human and a considerate girlfriend in terms of thoughts, proposals, and actions. Meanwhile, Lu Binbin would implement specific processes after she proposed ideas. For example, if D33 said she wanted to eat breakfast, He would mention the restaurants they had visited before and order the dishes they often ate. Whenever there was a chance to remind her of the past, he would try to recreate it. For places they had never been and things they had never done, he would treat it as creating memories. Lu Binbin looked forward to D33 recalling the past because of taste or detail. And D33 strongly sensed Lu Binbin's intentional pauses in his scrutinizing gaze and the subtle expectation behind it. She didn't know what he was assessing or what he was hoping for. However, deep down inside her, something was restlessly beating. Whether it was when she enjoyed the sweet tofu pudding, when Lu Binbin took her to play the fishing machine, or when they entered the cinema and she couldn't see the pitch-black stairs, and Lu Binbin helped her. It was an unfamiliarity she had never experienced. It didn't seem so strange. For instance, although she had never sat in a cinema seat, she knew to look at the number on the seat before flipping it down, or although she had never seen a reserved movie, at a certain moment she would stand up angrily, only to see a dramatic scene the next second. And when they bought ice cream in the amusement park, before the other person could quote the price, she automatically took out a 10 yuan bill, which was just enough for 2 ice creams. Then, when she finally realized all this and looked at Lu Binbin, his gentle smile pulled her deeper into the fog. By the end of the day, D33 realized that she had been here with Lu Binbin before, eating and doing many of the same things they had done today. His hope was that she could remember their memories together. Although her memory wasn't satisfactory, D33 had done her homework while pretending to sleep, which led to a very smooth and successful date today, and Lu Binbin was in a very good mood. On the way back to the hospital to see Lu Lily, they took the bus. Sitting in the last row, D33 opened the window wide, letting the wind blow in and carry away the heat. Lu Binbin, how many times have we dated like today before? Lu Binbin paused, looking ahead. I haven't counted, but as long as I'm alive, any time we spend together counts as a date. D33 thought for a moment, pushed aside the hair sticking to her face from the wind. If I can't remember the past, can I promise you that I will learn to like you again? Her straightforward emotions and unique thought process always made her seem overly serious when she said anything or did anything. Being too serious could lead to a humorous quality. However, this time, her seriousness made his heart flutter. Lu Binbin gazed at her intently, slowly narrowing his eyes. Sure, but if you learn to like me again, would you still be willing to break up with me? D33 answered quickly. I would. Lu Binbin. The shaking bus, their emotionally rich gaze meeting. The theme was a flirtatious discussion about liking each other, and the beautiful atmosphere felt like a small green sprout ready to thrive. Suddenly, a crash. A bomb was thrown. Everything was gone. You really answer that. Lu Binbin, why are you unhappy again? D33 felt so wronged. She broke up with him. Let him take on Xiao Rant's work, fundamentally resolving his financial woes. Why was he unhappy again? Chapter 13. I'm not interested in your romantic history after a day of dating. D33 didn't spend much money. Once they arrived at the hospital, she proactively handed over the money she earned to pay for Lu Lily's medical expenses and asked the nurse to prepare a list of any remaining fees. The nurse smiled bitterly and asked D33, Are you married? D33 blinked. Married? The nurse's eyes seemed to see through too much. She had witnessed countless human emotions and situations in her role, acting as a window to the seasons of human life. To her, D33's actions appeared as a kindness that took on the burdens of her boyfriend's family. It was good, but she shouldn't sacrifice too much of herself. If she wasn't married yet, she needed to think more about herself. Lily was very cute, and even we unrelated people want to lend a helping hand. However, the medical expenses were indeed a heavy burden. Girl, do you understand? The nurse hinted gently, seeing the familiarity in D33's face. Unable to resist offering her a piece of advice, D33 nodded, somewhat understanding, and after thanking her said, It's okay. I can do it. As long as Lu Binbin is happy, I'm willing to do anything. She took the list and turned around, seeing Lu Binbin talking to the doctor. She felt that the emotional energy she had saved up today was gradually being consumed. She hurried over to the doctor and said, Doctor, we will gather the surgery fee as soon as possible. In the meantime, please take good care of Lily. The doctor nodded, and seeing D33 say this, he didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Lu Binbin wiped his face and leaned against the door, looking through the glass at Lu Lily happily playing with the small toy they brought back from the amusement park, his smile tinged with bitterness and an indescribable complexity. I knew Xiao ran from high school. I understood her temper. She didn't genuinely want to help me. I didn't know how long it had been when Lu Binbin mentioned Xiao ran. D33 couldn't see his face, but noticed his clear jawline, as if she were seeing a past she couldn't access. She just wanted to humiliate me, to undermine me, just like before in school, to prove that I was an unworthy existence and that she was right. D33 frowned slightly. Lu Binbin's words were too vague and ambiguous. She tried to find specific events from what he said, but couldn't. However, she gathered that there was no chance of Lu Binbin accepting Xiao Ran's help. Lu Binbin asked D33 to go home and cook, and to bring some food for Lu Lily. D33 didn't think much of it and went home. In the hallway of the apartment building, she ran into Jean Daffé. D33 became alert, clenched her fist, and automatically switched to a defensive mode. Seeing this, Jean Daffé dropped the cigarette from his mouth, stomped it out, and walked over with his hands raised, laughing. Hey girl, you're back? Don't be so tense. I mean no harm. Look, I'm all alone here, right? D33 swiftly raised her leg, the tip of her shoe pressing against his grinning face to signal him to stay back. I don't have any money for you right now, and neither does Lu Binbin. Oh, that's okay. There's still a week. I can wait a bit longer. It's just... Jean Daffé quickly leaned back a bit, taking a breath with his almost disfigured nose. I heard that the boy from the Lu family hasn't been doing too well lately, so I came to check. D33 glared at him. He had no choice but to smile again and shrug as he left. I'm going. Jean Daffé left with a chuckle, saying he was just checking in, but he was actually monitoring whether they would run away. On planet R, one can encounter such people too. D33 coldly watched him leave before quickly heading upstairs. She didn't expect that the visitor wasn't just Jean Daffé. There was also Xiao de Xiao Da was squatting by the stairs, struggling to curl his large body, sulking with his head against the wall, lifeless. Upon seeing D33, he said without blinking, "You're back." D33 opened the door, and he reached out. "Come on, give me a hand." D33 gently pulled him, and Xiao Da got up. He then seemed to regain his energy, his eyes widening. "Your strength is really huge. By the way, where's Lu Binbin? Didn't he come back with you?" D33 replied that he was at the hospital, and she came back to cook. Xiao Da immediately closed the door and got straight to the point. "Hey, are you really okay? When is he going to agree to Xiao Ran's help? Does he really think this is just a game? Let me tell you, even if I give you time, no one is giving Lu Lily time. Or do you not care at all that I told Lu Binbin you're a fraud? Do you think?" D33 suddenly turned around. Xiao Da was startled, stammering, "What?" D33 didn't intend to do anything. She just looked fierce when she wasn't smiling. Plus, Xiao Da had seen her turn the electronic lock on the door into a black hole, and now she easily lifted him, a hefty guy weighing nearly 150 pounds, making him think she might do something. D33 looked at him seriously and said, "Lu Binbin can't accept Xiao Ran's help. He said that Xiao Ran doesn't genuinely want to help him. They were classmates before and must have had some unpleasant history." She had thought that Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but she didn't expect that their relationship was more complicated than that. Something beyond just dating. "So, you and Xiao Ran never dated?" D33 asked after listening to Lu Binbin's fragmented explanation, like a student who didn't fully understand and was asking the teacher. Lu Binbin finally turned his profile into a full face. "No. Oh, do you wish I did? No. I'm not interested in your romantic history." "Wow," Xiao Da exclaimed after hearing D33's serious explanation, cursing, "Is this really Lu Binbin's exact words? Or did you make it up? Are you guys out of your minds? Come on, it's just about making money. What does sincerity matter? And even if there were awkward moments during your school days, so what? That was ages ago. Besides, everyone was young and immature back then. The girl has let go of the past. So why can't Lu Binbin, a grown man?" Xiao Da became angry, his words flying out and his volume rising. D33 wasn't prepared for such exaggerated human expressions. She understood that Xiao Da meant for Lu Binbin to let go of the past and prioritize taking on work. Before today, she had thought the same way. But if so much time had passed and Lu Binbin still couldn't let go. It indicated that the issue was serious and significant. Neither you nor I have experienced this pain. Why should we urge him to let it go? His jawline was so sorrowful, and when he spoke of the past, he gasped, his fists clenched, as if he were battling shadows of a bygone time. On planet R, there is no time, no past or present or future tenses. They do not die. This means that many things, once they happen, exist forever in time and space. And there is no such thing as letting go or being unable to let go. There, no one advises others on how to feel because the tangible feelings differ. The levels of hurt differ, and the time needed for healing varies. No one can make decisions for others. Xiao held his breath, unable to exhale or inhale, watching D33's expression of confusion, and he sighed in frustration. D33 went into the kitchen and opened the fridge, knowing someone was glaring at her from behind. But she was only expressing what she truly wanted to say. Why did she come to this strange earth? She had never forgotten for a moment. Before meeting Lu Binbin, goals, tasks, and results, these devoid of warmth dominated her life. After meeting him, she realized that a person's emotions can occupy such a large portion of life, that there can be so many factors, even contradictory ones, in doing something, that one person can lie to another without causing harm, and that one person's gaze can be so gentle, as if filled with countless secrets. These feelings are not bad at all. Not to mention anything else, at least when it comes to eating, she initially really resisted and had no concept of it. But now she understands its importance and is even willing to participate. Xiaoda sat down on a high stool near the kitchen. His overweight body made the stool squeak loudly. Meng Meng, we are not filming a TV drama. We are people who need to live. Did you run into Jean Dafe downstairs just now? I didn't chase him away. What did he say to you? Is he urging you to repay the money? Xiaoda analyzed for D33 in kind words, with a mix of softness and firmness, and it was obvious that Xiao Ran had an interest in Lu Binbin. So, if you really want to help Lu Binbin, why not take the initiative to find Xiao Ran? D33 had just finished cutting a small tomato. Go look for Xiao Ran? Yes, you clarify your relationship with Lu Binbin to Xiao Ran. Although I said you're Lu Binbin's assistant, the girl clearly doesn't believe it. But it would be different if you said it yourself. Also, we can change our approach. We don't have to wait for Lu Binbin's consent to bring him to the scene. You can trick him into coming, and we work together. By the time Lu Binbin arrives, can we still worry about him walking away on the spot? Xiao rolled his eyes and kept nudging D33 with his chin. Don't you think so? D33. Is this really okay? It feels like an immature business plan. Xiao rubbed his hands together. Right now, we can only try a dead horse as a live horse doctor. It's worth a gamble. Otherwise, we'll just watch him starve to death or get chopped into meat paste by Jean Dafe and his gang. He glanced at someone who was still hesitating. The debt collectors are heartless. D33 frowned. All right, let us give it a try. She couldn't just watch Lu Binbin get turned into meat paste. If Lu Binbin died, she wouldn't be able to live either. It wasn't that she was afraid she couldn't protect Lu Binbin, but the last time they found him at home, he was foolish enough to surrender without a fight. D33 couldn't take that risk. Xiaoda was so happy that his eyes sparkled. That's the spirit. Xiao Ran's commission is within reach. Chapter 14. She's a bad person. Lu Binbin felt that D33 was strange. The strangeness lay in her unusual silence. She didn't bother him to take on Xiao Ran's work, nor did she constantly ask him if he was happy. He sat in front of the computer, searching for points of sale for imported medicine, and caught D33 secretly glancing at him. I'm not playing games. Once I finish my search, I will proactively look for work, he thought, afraid that D33 might think he was giving up on himself. Can you still find work? D33 hesitantly asked from the corner. If I can't find work in the photography circle, I'll find something else. I have hands and feet. There's no place I can't make money. Lu Binbin closed his notebook, his expression cold, unable to say whether he was happy or unhappy. D33 squatted in the corner, hugging Lu Lily's small pillow, drawing circles. The calmness he displayed in adversity refracted in her eyes, reflecting the challenges of completing tasks. As Lu Binbin picked up his bag to go out, D33 suddenly stood up, becoming his little tail. He glanced at the snack bags in the trash can. Did someone come by yesterday? No, de 33 leave. Oh, Lu Binbin walked out the door. The door had been splashed with red paint at some unknown time. Lu Binbin looked at D33. Really no one came? D33 stared at the bright red on the door and wall, angry enough to want to smash Jean Dafei's head into his neck. When did he do this? She hadn't noticed at all. No way. Lu Binbin frowned and stepped downstairs. D33 took a deep look at the messy scene, confirmed that Lu Binbin had gone downstairs, raised her hand, and a ghostly blue light flashed across the wall, restoring it to its original state in a second. Even the cracks and dust on the wall existed before the red paint was splashed. If anyone asked, she would just say she didn't know. At the pharmacy, Lu Binbin confirmed the price of the imported medicine, turned around, and made a phone call. Hey, Brother Bin, yes, it's me, Lu Binbin. I want to... Hello? D33 silently cut off his signal. Lu Binbin called again, frowning as he continued to search through his contacts. Not once did he succeed. D33 sniffed, preparing to speak. Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin crossed the street first. Where are you going? Lu Binbin directly tore down a job listing in front of a fruit store and entered, indicating that he could start working immediately, hoping for daily payment. The store manager was a guy about Lu Binbin's age, and he frowned slightly at the request for daily payment. Lu Binbin confidently walked over to a lady picking fruits and said, "Beautiful lady, do you need help picking? How about some sweet and juicy peaches like you? The watermelon is buy one, get one free today." The short-haired lady looked up, blinked at Lu Binbin, her expression frozen in a flower-blossoming daze. Oh, okay, sure. There was no possibility of refusal. With lightning speed, Lu Binbin secured his first order, and it was a big one. D33 heard two female store clerks nearby covering their mouths, whispering in surprise, "Did I see that wrong? Is this the stingy old lady who only picks promotional fruits?" Yeah, you didn't see wrong. She bought the most expensive cantaloupe, watermelon, and imported yellow peaches. A total of over 500. Wow. The power of a handsome guy is indeed different. It seems our store manager isn't handsome enough. Puffed. Are you okay? You dare to say such things? Do you want to forfeit next month's salary? D33 watched as the store manager, who was initially going to refuse, happily walked over to Lu Binbin. It seems you've done this before, right? Lu Binbin slightly puffed out his chest, ready to accept the job. I still can't agree to your request for daily payment, nor can I give you this job. The smile instantly turned cold, and the atmosphere shifted back to normal. Lu Binbin thought he heard wrong. What? D33 retracted her fists and concealed the invisible blue light, glancing at the store manager without saying another word. Turning to leave, Lu Binbin's hope and confidence crumbled like an avalanche, burying D33 within. Seeing him like this made her feel strange. If it weren't for, she would never casually use her superpower. Her life was already at risk, and using her power meant more consumption. Plus, with Lu Binbin's emotions so unstable, she was essentially speeding up her own demise. At that moment, D33's phone rang at the right time. She recited a line from Chowda. "Oh, is that so? There's work? Okay, I'll go right over." Lu Binbin came back to his senses and looked at her. D33 shook her phone. "Let us go. Someone is looking for me to take a job." "Lushao?" Lu Binbin frowned. "Didn't I tell you to return your phone and money?" "Not Lushao." D33 pretended to be vague, quickly walking out of the fruit store. "I don't know who it is. They just said to do static camera work and offered me 10,000 a day." Chowda. Lu Binbin is warm-hearted and righteous. Hearing that a girl doesn't know who it is and is offered an unreasonable price, he will definitely worry about you and want to go with you to take a look. Don't know who it is? Then how would they know your contact information? 10,000 a day and static camera work, that's definitely impossible. Wait for me. I'll go with you to take a look. D33 successfully lured Lu Binbin to the place Xiao to send her. When they arrived at the seaside of the city, D33 and Lu Binbin saw no less than 30 people by the beach. To know the parkour route, just look at the setup of the GoPro. D33 noticed the colorful stone house nearby, where many machines were already set up and staff were busy adjusting light boards and confirming positions. On the other side, a group of people surrounded someone, seemingly the makeup team, as they busily applied makeup to a person's face with their fingers covered in products. This level of shooting was the prelude to a true blockbuster. Chowda stood in the middle of the busy scene, sipping watermelon juice, glancing left and right. When he spotted Lu Binbin being brought over, he happily trotted over in his flip-flops. Hey, you guys are here? Lu Binbin looked suspiciously at Chowda and then at D33. Meng Meng, didn't you say you didn't know who was looking for you? D33. When did you become Meng Meng's agent? Chowda. When did I become Meng Meng's agent? I didn't but your suggestion is good. I might consider it. Haha. Lu Binbin looked at D33, who couldn't meet his eyes, and realized what was going on. As he stepped back, the makeup team parted like flowers in the sky, revealing the core of the scene. Xiao Ran, dressed in a bikini with long hair flowing, wore a Chinese-style sheer skirt below her waist. Her long legs were splashed by the beach water, creating a top-notch atmosphere. From a distance, she looked like a mermaid emerging from the sea, walking towards the person in her sight. Binbin, her clear voice called out affectionately. Xiao Ran swept a hand through her wind-blown hair, smiling charmingly, exuding elegance and grace with every movement. Even D33 had to admit that this scene was quite pleasing to the eye. However, she sensed someone's emotional value plummeting, continuously sliding down, spiraling out of control. D33 looked over and caught sight of someone staring at her with an indescribable gaze. D33 coughed weakly a couple of times. It wasn't an act. It was real. Xiao Ran walked over, picked up the sunglasses wedged in the deep crevice of her chest, and placed them on her head, exuding the air of a big star. Binbin, I'm glad you could make it. Lu Binbin withdrew her glare at D33 and looked at Xiao Ran, retorting without hesitation, You misunderstood. I was tricked into coming here. I'm leaving now. No one here can keep up with my parkour. If you leave, all the arrangements, venue fees, and staff wages will be wasted. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, her sharp chin slightly lifted. Your fabricated identity has been exposed. Do you really want to add the stigma of being unprofessional to yourself? Are you sure you want to push yourself into a position from which you can't recover? Xiao Ran's every word felt like transparent steel nails, pinning Lu Binbin's feet to the ground as she turned to leave. D33 thought that this Xiao Ran had a leadership quality, knowing how to speak and how to hit the nail on the head. Her words were more effective than the combined onslaught from her, and Xiao to Lu Binbin was stuck, neither leaving nor staying, her face looking very unpleasant. Kialda, the best at diffusing tension, timely broke the explosive atmosphere, chewing on watermelon. Binbin, since you're here, why not stay? Don't be at odds with money. And even more so, don't be at odds with yourself. D33 grabbed Lu Binbin's sleeve, silently watching her intently. Lu Binbin, like the meat layer in a sandwich, couldn't break free from the sandwich's confinement, laughing in anger. So, I'm indispensable? What can I do then? 10,000 a day? No, I want 3 times the price. Time. Lu Binbin looked at her watch. I'll stay until 5 o'clock. I still have to go to the hospital. The moment it hits 5, I'm out of here. Lastly, the money comes to me first. Xiao Ran smirked and quickly transferred the money on her phone. Xiao Da's phone chimed. Lu Binbin reached out. Xiao Da hurriedly presented the device. Let's get started. Xiao Ran's face was full of victorious expression. D33 and Xiao Da stepped aside. Xiao Da was smug, making a loud noise as he sucked the already empty cup. See, I told you sometimes you have to use your brain instead of brute force. As long as you can achieve the result, the process doesn't matter at all. Hee hee hee. Xiao Ming, learn from me, okay? The silent D33 suddenly spoke. She's a bad person. What? Xiao Da was taken aback. D33 repeated, she's a bad person. Shouldn't you be saying she's a beauty? Kialda blinked, surprised by D33's definition of a bad person, squinting to see Xiao Ran and Lu Binbin going towards the stone house. Do you know why Xiao Ran is so popular? In the parkour circle, there are actually many young men and women who can do parkour. Every circle has plenty of young blood. In the end, those who stand at the top of the pyramid have their reasons. Xiao Ran is beautiful, has excellent parkour skills, and knows how to win fans' hearts. So she's not just pretty and capable, but also particularly skilled. Such a triple threat talent can earn a lot of money. Unlike our Bin, who only lacks emotional intelligence. Xiao sighed repeatedly. D33 wasn't concerned about why Xiao Ran could reach the top of this circle. She just listened to Xiao to finish and thought of a key point. Who dug up Lu Binbin's background? Did you find out? Chapter 15. His apprentice as Lu Binbin's agent. Xiao Da's carefully crafted identity had been tightly sealed for so long. Why did it suddenly get exposed at this moment? Coincidentally, it was when Xiao Ran asked him for work and Lu Binbin was refusing. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Speaking of this, Xiao Da's previously relaxed face immediately wrinkled. Well, I checked right away, but I couldn't find anyone. The first video account that broke the news has someone who is quite familiar with me. They told me that someone sent an anonymous letter with complete information, including Lu Binbin's high school student photo. It should have been done by someone close to Lu Binbin. D33 frowned. Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran were high school classmates. But since Lu Binbin doesn't appear on camera, who could deliberately dig up Lu Binbin's vulnerabilities? D33 cast a cold glance, giving the look that the intelligence of Earthlings is quite low. Clearly, what he said could only lead to suspecting Xiao Ran. Yet he still refused to say her name. But why would Xiao Ran do this? What benefit does she get from it? Is it just for... Oh! D33 and Xiao turned to look at Xiao Ran, who exclaimed as she leaned back. Lu Binbin, who was behind her holding the camera, timely dodged to the side, perfectly missing the key moment of a hero saving the beauty. Xiao Da, to pursue Lu Binbin? D33, a clumsy villain. On planet R, whether it's a man pursuing a woman or a woman pursuing a man, there are no childish tricks. They go straight into fight. When the fight, confess. Lose the fight, get confessed to. Whether there's mutual affection depends entirely on each other's willingness. No unnecessary words. Xiao Ran completely took Lu Binbin's shyness as a sign of bashfulness, and she wasn't angry at Lu Binbin's reluctance to cherish beauty. She got up and started again, not causing any trouble, obediently completing the filming progress. However, when jumping from the highest point of the stone house to the beach, Lu Binbin actually stumbled. He landed unsteadily, his elbow hitting the ground. Although he executed a self-protective role, he still broke the shot. Everyone was stunned. It was even more shocking than Lu Binbin's initial appearance. One must know that Lu Binbin's skills were well known in the industry, almost flawless. Even the most tricky follow-ups could be handled, let alone landing on a flat beach, which had no difficulty, yet he fell. D33 hurriedly ran over, half kneeling to ask Lu Binbin how he was. Lu Binbin maintained a stiff face and said he was fine. But D33 felt his emotional state was trembling like being placed on a seismic source, a kind of panic. What was he afraid of? She noticed his gaze, constantly looking at his right knee. D33 placed her palm on his knee, and Lu Binbin's whole body quietly trembled. At this moment, Xiao Ran walked over and asked, Lu Binbin, what happened? Did you fall? Lu Binbin quickly stood up with D33 support. No, I'm fine. Xiao Ran, can you continue? I can do it. D33 interrupted Lu Binbin's words, smiled at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, actually, besides being his assistant, I'm also his apprentice. I want to learn dynamic photography. I wonder if you could give me a chance to try out? She gently patted Lu Binbin's arm. She walked up to Xiao Ran and whispered something. Lu Binbin hasn't slept well these days taking care of his sister. Xiao Ran's condescending gaze flickered with a few lights. D33's smile was learned from Xiao Da, who encouraged her to learn it. The first thing she learned was that no matter who it was, even if they threatened her, she could immediately switch to that smile. Completely unaware of how greasy it was. All right, Binbin's apprentice. I suppose she won't be bad. Xiao Ran smiled without reaching her eyes, pulling her lips. D33 turned her head and smiled at Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin's body subconsciously tilted to the left, slowly lowering his gaze. When D33 took the GoPro from Lu Binbin's hand, he didn't secretly hold it back from her. As she passed him, she softly said, Don't worry, I can do it. She ignored his hesitant lips that seemed to want to speak, nor did she see the clumsy villain behind her grinning wickedly. The scene of jumping down from the stone house continued. Xiao Ran lowered her head to adjust her bikini. Right, your name is Meng Meng. Oh, Binbin didn't tell me. Xiao Ran shrugged nonchalantly. Sorry about that. Meng Meng, right? No need to be polite. Xiao Ran. Such green tea language directed at D33 was simply like playing the piano to a cow. And what D33 learned in the Earth language that needed to be replied with no need to be polite. You come help me fix my skirt. It's a bit crooked. D33 also didn't know that as a follow-up photographer, She wasn't responsible for Xiao Ran's costume and makeup. She followed the instruction and walked over to look down. How can you tell just by looking? How should I look? Of course, you have to squat down to see. Xiao Ran raised her eyebrows. Oh. D33 squatted down. A hint of malice flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. Try pulling it. Will it fall? D33 complied. And just as she grabbed the string of the shawl, Xiao Ran let out a sharp scream, fearfully covering her lower body and shouting, Meng Meng, what are you doing? D33 opened her eyes, her hand still in the position of holding the string, but she was pulled back by Xiao Ran as she saw the shawl dropping in front of her. She exaggeratedly leaned back, stepping onto the edge of danger. D33 quickly reacted, using her excellent waist strength to hook her slim waist, turning her back from the edge of danger in a waltz-like pose, firmly suppressing her restless pushing movements, bringing her face within a 0.5 millimeters distance. If you want to fracture your bones, I can push you down right now. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, daring not to make any moves. Clearly, she looked half a head shorter than her and was not some strong girl. Yet being held by her felt like being embraced by Captain America. Seeing her freeze, D33 released her and warmly reminded her while holding the GoPro. Then let's start filming. Time is running out. Xiao Ran. The jump from the stone house to the beach was finally successfully completed. And then came the highlight of this parkour segment. Jumping into the dynamic yacht on the beach, and then jumping back to the beach for a beautiful round trip. Water. Crystal clear water. No, to be precise, the ocean. D33 squinted her eyes, her calm expression disturbed by the shimmering vast ocean and the white waves splashing from the yacht, making her heart race. If she accidentally missed the yacht, she would fall into the sea. Although she wasn't some low-grade robot that would malfunction upon touching water, it was still best to avoid it as much as possible. If she lost connection with Planet R's signal, even if her life-saving mission succeeded, she wouldn't be able to return home. What? Scared? D33 came back to her senses and saw Xiao Ran looking at her like an eagle watching a rabbit, hunting her down. If you're scared, you don't have to go. Just give the GoPro back to your master. After all, this is a high difficulty level. Even I, or Lu Binbin, might not be able to guarantee a clean pass. D33 suppressed her reluctance and smiled slightly. It's fine, I can do it. Xiao Ran was very displeased with her overconfident attitude. Fine. If you fall into the sea, don't expect me to save you. D33 secretly took a deep breath, seeing Xiao Ran stretching and completing her preparations. She said, wait a moment, and immediately ran back to Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin saw her staring at him with bright eyes. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, she reached out and cupped his face, kissing him without warning. Xiaoda, who was nearby, was stunned and quickly separated them, exclaiming, Meng Meng, what are you doing? In broad daylight. Although he said in broad daylight, his eyes immediately turned anxiously to Xiao Ran. D33 closed her eyes, feeling Lu Binbin's emotional value rising, and nodded. Yeah, it's been fueled up. Xiao held his forehead. Oh my, I can't. D33 returned to stand behind Xiao Ran. We can start now. Xiao Ran. Invisible fireworks exploded in Xiao Ran's heart, crackling in every direction. If killing weren't a crime in this world, she could kill D33 10,000 times on the spot. After D33's strange encouragement, the final and most challenging operation began. Xiao Ran, as a web celebrity who relied on video clicks to succeed, knew that one must advance or retreat. Given the current audience's fickleness, the excitement points were increasingly high, and competition was fierce. Each video upload needed a highlight. Otherwise, it was all for nothing. This segment, with a beach on one side and dynamic yachts on the other, was a highlight Xiao Ran had prepared for over half a month. The yacht began to sail from east to west. Xiao Ran took a deep breath, waited for the right moment, and timed her run perfectly. The most stunning part was her 3 front flips in midair, looking like an ancient martial arts master without any special effects. D33 had to keep the GoPro at a steady level, following Xiao Ran's rhythm. D33 could see the sea beneath her, the waves teasing her with small sprays of mist. Looking backward, the yacht made a beautiful tail spin, stopping right in the middle of their landing spot. Xiao Ran was the first to jump onto the yacht. D33 seemed to see her rush to the steering wheel after jumping on. Just as she was about to land, The yacht moved. In the blink of an eye, D-33 landed at the back of the yacht. Being propelled by inertia, she couldn't stabilize herself. With a splash, D-33 fell into the sea. Surrounded by blue, it felt like a glass dome quickly enclosing her. Sunlight refracted down, making the blue water transparent. Schools of fish swam over, and she even saw pink corals waving at her like pets on planet R. D-33 looked at the bottom of the yacht, contemplating whether to pull it down with her bare hands, letting someone experience this kind of prank. But soon, a figure jumped into the water. Diving down with an elegant arc, D-33 focused her eyes and saw Lu Binbin's face clearly. He was swimming towards her. He had disguised himself at the shore. But in the water, his right leg's awkwardness couldn't be hidden. Fortunately, his arm strength was strong, and with the help of his other leg, he quickly swam over to her. Was he here to save her? But she had tricked him into coming today, along with Xiao Da. Shouldn't he be angry with her? Why would he jump in to save her? Earthlings are particularly petty, especially Lu Binbin. D-33 forgot they were in the water and opened her mouth to ask him, but bubbles escaped from her mouth, causing her to choke. Lu Binbin covered her mouth, slowly shook his head, and pulled her upwards. Suddenly, he squinted in pain, his body instinctively bending. His hand instinctively went to grab his right leg. D-33 quickly pulled him up. The people on the yacht saw the two fall into the water and hurriedly brought out rescue equipment. Seeing D-33 pulling him to the surface, they threw them something they could grab onto. Once they were back on the yacht, D-33 ignored herself and checked on Lu Binbin. Xiao Ran shouted Lu Binbin's name, leaned over him, and began CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, repeatedly compressing his chest and pinching his nose to blow air into him. This continued, but Lu Binbin remained motionless. Chapter 16. You can't beat me, D-33 widened her eyes. The others were in chaos, urging to call for help, hurry back to the shore, and looking for more experienced team members to come over. Meng, if Lu Binbin has any accidents, it's your fault. Xiao Ran disrupted the formation, anxiously pointing at D-33 and cursing with hostility. Compared to them, D-33 was as calm as a cold-blooded creature. At first, when she noticed that Lu Binbin had been pulled up without any reaction, her heart also stopped. But soon, she regained her true calmness hidden beneath her seemingly composed exterior, because she could sense that Lu Binbin's emotional value was still there. How could someone with an emotional value, still intact, possibly be dead? Everyone scrambled to lift Lu Binbin onto the beach and continue emergency measures. Xiao Da yelled the loudest, using his slippers as a phone, repeatedly saying he had already called 120 and he couldn't lose Lu Binbin, a friend, brother, and partner. Lu Binbin, you bastard, how could you leave me? D-33 pushed Xiao Ran aside and mimicked her by blowing air into Lu Binbin's mouth. This time, Lu Binbin responded. He coughed up a mouthful of water and opened his eyes. Xiao Ran was both angry and anxious, her face splashed with water. Stunned for a moment before hugging him tightly and crying out, "You scared me to death, Lu Binbin." However, Lu Binbin looked at D-33 with a face full of resentment and frantically gestured for her to pull Xiao Ran away. D-33 obediently pushed Xiao Ran aside for Lu Binbin and signaled Xiao to take him to the ambulance. Xiao Da, with his muscular build, easily lifted the 186-meter tall Lu Binbin onto his back. D-33 handed the GoPro to Xiao Ran, saying, "Check if the footage inside is still usable. If not, I can shoot it with you again. But this time, don't think about throwing me into the sea again. Otherwise, we won't finish shooting until tomorrow morning. I heard from Xiao Da that your time as an internet celebrity is precious." Xiao Ran. She bluntly revealed her methods without leaving any room for feelings. Always surrounded by admirers, Xiao Ran felt embarrassed, her face turning red and pale, and sneered awkwardly. What a joke. You clearly fell into the sea because you couldn't stand properly, and yet you blame it on me? Is that how your master taught you to navigate this circle? D-33 blinked. He is my master and also my boyfriend. Xiao Ran, what did you say? He taught me that someone's boyfriend or girlfriend is not something for others to covet. D-33 threw sand at her chest, saying, "You are not allowed to hug him anymore." Xiao Ran, caught off guard and accidentally swallowing sand, was in a mess, rubbing her eyes and spitting it out, pointing at the opposite side. But unfortunately, D33 had already gotten up and walked away. No one noticed that the search bar in midair also disappeared along with D33. How to deal with a scheming woman. Answer: reveal your identity and embarrass her in person. D33 followed suit, her combat power off the charts. On the shore road, Lu Binbin sent away the ambulance called by Xiao Da, sitting in Xiao Da's car with a towel covering his head, and when he saw D33 return, he asked, "How was it?" D33, "What do you mean, how was it?" Xiao ran, "Didn't she eat you alive?" Lu Binbin raised an eyebrow teasingly. Her combat power is too low, not worth worrying about. D33 recounted to Lu Binbin exactly what she had just said. Lu Binbin affectionately patted her head. "Good. You are teachable." However, when she thought you were dead just now, she was really scared. She genuinely likes you. During the time D33 sensed the emotional value, she also drew inferences. Not just that, I was almost scared to death by you. Chowda, sitting in the driver's seat, crossed his arms and made the whole car sway left and right. Lu Binbin, you have a ruthless heart. Do you hate me? And Xiao ran to this extent, making a joke out of this. Do you know the doctor said my heart has problems from eating too much and can't handle shocks? I put you at the top of my heart, thinking of making you the best dynamic photographer. You actually teamed up with Meng Meng to put on a show. You are too much. D33 was stunned, looking at Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin lazily rubbed the towel on his head, pretending not to hear Xiaoda's words. Whether she likes me or not, I don't care. What about you? Do you like me? D33 blinked. I want to hear you say you like me. Under the white towel, his damp hair had dried quite a bit, giving off a faint sea smell, and his starkly contrasting eyes, with red bloodshot veins from the seawater, were now fixed on her. If it weren't for his gentle tone and a hint of teasing smile, it felt like he wanted to devour her. Chowda, who was already upset, couldn't stand Lu Binbin's indifference and got out of the car. The car shook violently again. D33 gently reached out to rest her hand on Lu Binbin's arm. Afraid he would fall? I say, if I tell you I like you, will you be happy? Lu Binbin softly hummed, affirming with a sound from his nose. D33 didn't follow up, but asked, how happy? Very happy, very happy. More happy than when I kiss you? D33 pressed on. Lu Binbin paused, not answering immediately. D33 understood that being happy was one thing, but it didn't necessarily have a greater emotional value than a kiss. She looked at Lu Binbin's knees, your leg. She suddenly changed the subject. Lu Binbin hadn't reacted yet, and upon hearing his leg mentioned, he immediately covered it with his hand. My leg is fine. It seemed that this action could cover up all his pain and the secret of why his right leg was injured. D33 noticed him suddenly getting nervous and bit her lip. Don't do that next time. I don't want you to suffer any harm because of me. When Jean Dafei and the others barged in last time, Lu Binbin took their beating for her. D33 wanted to say, the human body is especially fragile and can easily break down. Her life-saving mission is on him. He can't break down. Lu Binbin, so you want me to watch you in danger and stand by? D33 blinked, about to nod, but he pulled her into his arms with one hand. Fool! Silly! He scolded her, gently patting the back of her head. Even if you tell me 1,000 times, I can't agree to your request. He hadn't changed out of his wet clothes, and D33 felt uncomfortable leaning against him, but the chaotic feelings soaked in seawater gradually calmed down in his embrace. With droplets hanging from her eyelashes, she tilted her head slightly down. I thought you were really angry with me. Angry? Yes, I'm very angry. I trusted you so much, yet you learned to deceive me. D33 felt very guilty. But, in the end, I'm the one who chose to stay. Just now, you fell into the sea for me again. What else could I do? Lu Binbin smiled helplessly. His right leg had been injured for over a year. It has been a cycle of good and bad. Initially, it only hurt on rainy days, but now it would suddenly hurt severely and prevent normal movement, let alone perform high-difficulty actions like parkour. But to prevent people in the circle from finding out, he wouldn't show any pain, using excuses like needing rest or having something to do. In short, he could not let others know that as a dynamic photographer, he had a hidden ailment in his leg. To keep it a secret, he hadn't even told Xiaoda. But just now he had hidden it so well. Yet she easily noticed something was off and took the GoPro to continue filming. The brief flash of tacit understanding in her eyes made it impossible for him to refuse her help, even while he was angry. He seems to have no way to deal with her. The first time he saw her, he was entangled and couldn't shake her off. The second time, when he found out she had amnesia, he was so flustered that he couldn't explain his identity. Even this time, with some familiarity, he still had no way to handle her. Lu Binbin. I like you. Lu Binbin was taken aback, but just a little bit. For someone like me, liking someone is a difficult thing. I don't even like my pet Ami that much. D33, to be honest. She has lived on planet R for over 100 years and has never liked anyone or been in a relationship. To put it in earthling terms, right? She has been single since birth. But I think I like you a little bit. If the concept of liking someone is feeling warmth when looking at you, like a 100-watt light bulb, like the joy of receiving an energy gift from a friend, like the happiness I feel when Ami tells me he stole energy bars from someone else to give to me, I think I like you. D33, while exploring her own feelings, stated the truth. On planet R, people handle emotions towards others very lightly. Liking, disliking, hating, obsession, etc. are not completely gone, but can be ignored. People care about very few things. And one's fondness for another often depends more on energy complementarity or the sharing of different types of energy. The feeling of liking is lacking in experience because it has never been gained. But saying I like you to Lu Binbin felt completely familiar, unlike saying it for the first time. When he unhesitatingly said she was his woman to protect. When he leaned on her shoulder, encircling her like a puppy seeking affection from its owner. When she kissed him forcefully and saw his surprised and shy expression. When she lied to Lu Lily, saying she would always be by his side. When he jumped into the sea without hesitation. She unconsciously felt her heart rhythm briefly deviate from the correct frequency. Another name for it is liking. I will try to like you more. D33 looked up, confessing seriously. Would our relationship be smoother this way? Lu Binbin listened happily, but always felt there was an ominous sign waiting in the next moment. Don't say the second half of the sentence, I will be angry. D33 blinked. Second half? There is no second half. Since he is willing to take on Xiao Rant's job, she wouldn't need to put in so much effort to break up with him. Naturally, there was no second half. Wasn't he it? Lu Binbin narrowed his eyes. That is more like it. Fat Xiao. He leaned out the car window, calling for Xiao, who was smoking outside, to come back and drive. We can go now. I still need to buy medicine for Lily. Lu Binbin had always called Xiao Fat Xiao, but during this time, the debt was pressing. Lily's condition wasn't good. His mood was low, and coupled with Xiao Rant's matter, he had been speaking roughly to Xiao. If he wanted to coax him, it required some effort, like calling him by his nickname. Fat Xiao. Xiao grumbled as he got back into the van, starting and stopping the engine, only to find out it was out of gas. Lu Binbin said, use my pay for today to fill up, I'll treat. Xiao drove to the gas station and filled up, giving Lu Binbin his full 30,000 pay according to the commission ratio of 20 to 80. Lu Binbin looked at the complete 24,000, slapped the front seat. Didn't Ti say I would treat for gas? Why use your money? I'm not afraid of losing my conscience. Xiao still spoke roughly. With me being so distant, others might think I'm too harsh. Lu Binbin smiled wryly. Aren't you distant with me too? You refund me all the money I spend on Lily. Lu Binbin tactfully chose not to speak. D33 looked at Lu Binbin and then at Xiao Da, asking, are you two arguing? Lu Binbin, no. Xiao Da, yes. D33 asked again, then, do you need to fight? Xiao Da. Lu Binbin, no need, he can't beat me. D33, since that Lu Binbin's mood was subtly bouncing at a quite good score level. This was not the kind of good mood one would have when arguing with someone. Human emotions are indeed a huge topic, a very complex system. D33 stared at the back of Xiao Da's head, silently telling himself, you need to work harder to learn. Chapter 17. Where did the memory go? Lu Binbin hadn't felt the thrill of spending money like water for a long time. In the pharmacy, he made an instant transfer, asking the pharmacist to get the medication he needed. Lu Binbin often came to buy medicine, and the pharmacist recognized him, affectionately calling him Little Lu. Little Lu, this money. Don't worry, it's legally obtained. No. I mean, you gave too much. It's enough to buy medicine twice. The pharmacist was a mother in her 30s, pregnant with her second child, and her smile was particularly gentle, radiating maternal love. Lu Binbin also smiled. It's okay, just keep it here for me. I'll come back for it next time. He was afraid that there might be unexpected expenses for the next medicine, so he felt secure leaving it at the pharmacy. At the moment he received the medicine, D33 saw him clutching the bag tightly, as if afraid it would grow legs and run away. He stepped out of the pharmacy and strode towards the van, only to find that Xiao was no longer in the car. D33 picked up the sticky note he had left on the steering wheel, which read, "I'm going to buy a ham rice roll, be back soon." Lu Binbin couldn't help but complain. This Xiao spends all his money on food. You spend all your money on Li Li's medical expenses. D33 blurted out. Lu Binbin tucked the medicine bag into his arms. It's fine, as long as Li Li is okay. I'm willing to do anything. His smile remained on his face, but his mood felt like a soaked sponge, gradually sinking. D33 changed the subject. Tell me about you and Xiao. Is he a good person or a bad person? How does he treat you? Last time, he had tried to get information about Xiao Ran from Xiao, but he seemed to know little about it. At first, he thought Xiao was a good person, but he secretly checked her background to threaten her and didn't tell Lu Binbin. He said he treated Lu Binbin well, but they had just argued, saying he treated Lu Binbin poorly while willing to spend money on Li Li's treatment. Speaking of Xiao, Lu Binbin squinted. I've known him for quite a long time, almost 10 years if I count carefully. When I first met him, he was even fatter than he is now, sitting at the back of the classroom, not talkative and only interested in eating. Everyone bullied him, but it wasn't physical abuse, it was verbal insults. One time, I couldn't stand it anymore and picked up a stool to smash one of their heads, which led to a 5-on-1 brawl, and he threw a punch for the first time to help me out. The result, Lu Binbin recalled this incident, shaking his head with a mix of laughter and tears. The result was that he was found out to be completely incapable of fighting, despite his size. They had hesitated to hit him before because of his height and weight, but once they discovered his weakness, they all ganged up on him. To protect him, I ended up making another person's nose bleed. D33 nodded. So your relationship was forged through fighting. What do Earthlings say? No pain, no gain? Lu Binbin nodded. Don't be fooled by how smooth-talking Xiao is now. He was very introverted at first and got really nervous talking to people. After graduating high school, he didn't continue studying and stayed at home due to health issues, unwilling to socialize. Later, with my encouragement, he took up skateboarding. I helped him film videos and post them online, and he slowly gained fame as Skateboard Little Fatty. However, his body couldn't handle the strain, and instead, he discovered my talent for filming and became my manager. That's how he developed his speaking skills. But he still stutters a bit when talking to people he's not familiar with. While they were talking, Chowder returned with a fragrant ham rice roll. What are you talking about? About your embarrassing moments from before. Chowder looked at the single portion of ham rice roll in Lu Binbin's hand. What? Didn't you bring any for us? Chowder huffed as he fastened his seatbelt. You guys wouldn't need it anyway. You hate ham. Ming Ming hates scallions and garlic. D33 blinked and leaned back in her seat, whispering, looks like we really know each other well. Even she knows I hate scallions and garlic. The food on our planet had no seasonings, and after coming to Earth, every dish seemed overly lively, which made her uncomfortable. Lu Binbin's cooking was a bit better, considering that Li Li was a patient. It was made relatively bland, while the food outside was overly flavorful. For example, on the day of the date. But she hadn't told Xiao. He probably already knew. Plus, when Lu Binbin wasn't around, Xiao could talk to himself at lightning speed. All of this overturned her assumption that it was her first time coming to Earth on a mission. So, where did the previous memories go? On the rooftop of the hospital, D33 stood in the night, gazing at the sky. She was alone on the deserted rooftop, motionless. Her slender figure looked somewhat eerie. If a patrolling security guard appeared at that moment, he might think she was someone who came to the rooftop to stargaze. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that D33's eyes were emitting a ghostly blue light. She was sending signals to our planet. She wanted to clarify what was going on. In midair, a blue barrier displayed the words "Signal Connection in Progress," and the sequence number at the end kept scrolling, searching for a docking channel. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, but there was still no successful connection. D33 felt a bit anxious. At this moment, she seemed to hear a faint noise, as if it was emanating from her own body. Oh no! Could it be that the seawater has corroded her physical abilities? D33 gritted her teeth and tried to send the signal again. This time, the connection was successful. The channel stabilized on a series of numbers. Z. Is this D33? Is this D33? Yes, headquarters, it's me. I'm Ditshijishchiche. Hearing the voice from her hometown, D33 felt a bit excited. Can you hear me? D33 you. Z. The voice from the management started to be drowned out by noise after just 2 seconds. Headquarters? Headquarters? D33 suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, and her vision flashed with many chaotic images, like autumn winds wildly blowing through disordered fallen leaves. Upon closer inspection, these images were not randomly appearing. At least, those images had appeared after she saved Lu Binbin from the lake that day. Her gaze fixed on a white-haired old man. Once could be a coincidence, but twice was not. As she tried to see the old man's face in the white light, everything suddenly vanished after the dazzling flash. Then D33's vision went black, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The blue light screen disappeared, and the light in her eyes faded. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lu Binbin looked at the sleeping Li Li and clasped his hands in prayer, hoping for the blessings of the Lu family's elders for his sister Li Li. Finally touching the pendant on his necklace. Hey, where did Meng Meng go? Chowda walked in and noticed that Meng Meng, who usually stuck to Lu Binbin like a little tail, was not in the room. Lu Binbin turned around and indeed didn't see D33, whispering, maybe she went to buy a drink. She would go buy a drink? Last time I taught her how to put coins into the vending machine, she almost smashed it. Chowda instinctively complained. Lu Binbin made a shushing gesture, signaling Chowda to go outside. The two searched the corridor but couldn't find D33. Lu Binbin couldn't help but look at Chowda. When did you become so in sync with Meng Meng? Tell me, what method did you use to persuade her to trick me together? Regarding today's events, he couldn't figure out how Chowda and Meng Meng could be united against him. Meng Meng's character was too straightforward. She could even be said to be inflexible, while Chowda had a good heart but liked to take shortcuts and play little tricks when doing things. Previously, they either argued or couldn't stand each other. If Meng Meng got annoyed, Chowda would end up with panda eyes after a disagreement. Oh, don't say it so harshly. What do you mean by deceive? Chowda noticed that Lu Binbin was trying to pursue him, sniffed, and changed the subject. If it weren't for today's work, would you have his 30,000 yuan? Do you have money to buy imported medicine for Lili? Right? Binbin, we're not children anymore. We don't have the right to be willful. What else do you have to say? Didn't you say you know people abroad and that the information could be flawless? When you were packaging me, you confidently guaranteed there would be no mistakes. Have you figured out who leaked my information yet? Lu Binbin furoit herbereis. This, have you not found out yet? Or do you already know who it is but don't want to investigate? You really misunderstood me. Although I can be selfish, sometimes I need to use tricks for survival. But how could I do something to harm you? If you really think that way about me, it makes me very sad. Fine, then don't change the subject. What exactly did you say to Meng Meng? Chowda pursed his lips into a straight line and said, before I answer your question, I want to ask you, did Meng Meng say anything to you? What do you mean? Lu Binbin looked puzzled and alert. Oh, it's nothing. Chowda's eyes darted around cunningly, blocking a nurse. So, miss, I want to ask, have you seen where Meng Meng from our ward went? She's the one who's fair-skinned and pretty, always staring at people with those big eyes. Chowda made an exaggerated fisheye expression. The nurse nodded. She seems to have gone to the rooftop. Rooftop? Lu Binbin frowned. What's she doing up there? Chowda eagerly moved over. It's too strange that Meng Meng has been gone for so long. Let's go take a look. Lu Binbin. When they ran up the stairs, they found the lock on the door to the top floor had been broken. Pushing the door open in the gusty night, a person lay motionless on the ground. Meng Meng? Meng Meng. Lu Binbin pushet Chowda aside aimed ruset towards Teotuzuch. The princess carried D33 and found her body was very cold, as if she had just been pulled up from the deep sea. Chapter 18. I really want to sleep with you. When D33 opened her eyes, she found that the light was still there. She closed her eyes again. A gentle and anxious voice came to her ears. Meng Meng, are you awake? How do you feel? D33 slowly opened her eyes again. This time the light was not as dazzling and sharp. Instead, it formed a gentle circle. Her pupils gradually constricted, and she could see more clearly that she was lying in Lu Lily's hospital room. Lu Binbin was at her bedside, looking at her with a worried expression. Chowda was also there. However, as soon as Chowda saw her wake up, he quickly turned around. When he returned, he brought the doctor with him. D33 was about to speak when her eyelids were pried open by the doctor in a white coat. Patient, can you hear me? What is this? How do you feel? D33 suddenly sat up, performing a simplified version of a fish jump, sitting straight up at a 90-degree angle. The doctor, who was about to use the stethoscope to listen to her heartbeat, was startled and stepped back. Doctor, Lu Binbin, Kialda. Doctor, you just said that if she wakes up, it should mean she's fine. Does this count as being fine? The doctor seemed to have encountered an unsolved medical mystery. Just a moment ago, he had checked D33, who was in a coma, and her body temperature had dropped to 33. 2 degrees, with heart rate and blood pressure at abnormally low levels. Yet her heartbeat was very rapid. He had urgently administered a strong heart stimulant and started in 4, instructing Lu Binbin to keep an eye on her vital signs and to call him immediately if anything seemed off. An emergency operating room was on standby. Yet D33 suddenly sat up as if nothing had happened. I'm fine, D33 said, pulling the 4 out from her hand and throwing off the blanket to get out of bed. Her speech, movements, and ability to act were all normal. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Seeing the 3 men staring at her, D33 spread her arms and slowly turned around to prove that she was fine. How could she possibly be in any trouble? Even if there was, it was beyond the capabilities of Earthlings to diagnose. The doctor was dumbfounded, unable to determine whether it was his medical skills that were lacking or if the structure of this patient's body was too strange. Doctor, I think my girlfriend should be fine. If she feels uncomfortable, I'll trouble you again. Lu Binbin quickly tried to ease the situation. Well, if you need anything else, just call me. The doctor awkwardly put the stethoscope in his pocket and left. Chowda looked at D33, who was completely unlike someone who had just been declared in danger by a doctor. Meng, what happened on the rooftop? How did you suddenly lose consciousness? You scared both me and Binbin. I don't know, D33 said truthfully. She really didn't know what had happened. A wave of intense pain surged from her heart, like a powerful electric shock, knocking her out. For the people of planet R, there were no diseases, and pain was rare. Losing consciousness was even less likely. To encounter such an unlikely event on Earth was something she truly could not explain. By the way, Binbin just asked me how I persuaded you to help me take him to Sharon's event. Chowda glanced at Lu Binbin and brought up the question he had intentionally avoided earlier. Originally, Lu Binbin wanted to know the truth, which was a hot potato. He thought it would be better to toss it back to Meng. If Meng confessed, it would be her own self-exposure, and he wouldn't have to be the bad guy. If Meng didn't confess, he would have even more reason to remain silent. D33 looked up in confusion, watching Lu Binbin and Chowda. She was puzzled. Hadn't Chowda said that this matter wouldn't be mentioned to Lu Binbin? Why was he suddenly hinting that she should speak up? Lu Binbin glanced at Chowda and said to D33, if it's inconvenient for you to say, you don't have to. Forget it. D33 looked at Lu Binbin. There's nothing inconvenient. It's just that Chowda said he investigated my information and found out that it was all fake. If I don't want him to tell you about this, I have to obediently cooperate and think of a way to help you accept Sharon's job. D33 pointed at Chowda, stating everything word for word. In this matter, she chose to follow her instincts and did not learn to lie like Earthlings, completely because Lu Binbin already knew about it. What she told Lu Binbin and the information Chowda found were not the same set. Besides what Chowda knew from Lu Binbin, who else could have said it? Chowda probably never expected that the leverage he had threatened her with was personally delivered by Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin looked at Chowda with sharp eyes, and Chowda sensed something was off, retorting, Lu Binbin, you found out? So you knew she was a fraud all along? Why did you keep her around for more than 2 months? His high volume woke Lu Lily. Chowda, feeling unsatisfied, closed his mouth and punched his own knee. Lu Lily rubbed her eyes. Are you guys arguing? No, we're discussing something. We were just talking a bit loudly and woke you up. Sorry, Lu Binbin comforted her indulgently. Sister Meng, why do you have a Band-Aid on your hand? Are you sick? Lu Lily, with keen observation, immediately noticed D33's unusual complexion and the bandage on her hand. No. D33 shook her head. I'm as strong as an ox. How could I be sick? But your temper is like an eel. D33 heard Xiao the mumble this behind her. Before she could turn around, Lu Binbin directly pulled Xiao Da's arm and let him out. In the hospital room, only D33 and Lu Lili remained. Sister Meng Meng, I heard it. Lu Lili confirmed that her brother and Xiao Da had walked far away. Her expression suddenly changed as she covered her mouth with her small hand and whispered, What? I heard your conversation. Lu Lili gestured for D33 to sit next to her and whispered, Sister Meng Meng, don't be afraid, my brother likes you and will definitely stand by your side. Lu Lili's warm breath and assured encouragement felt like a warm current flowing into D33's heart. Her ears tingled, and looking at Lu Lili's radiant smile, she hesitated and nodded. However, since Xiao Da could find out that the information Lu Binbin gave me was a lie, I think Lu Binbin will soon find out that what I told him is not the truth either. Researchers research institutes, and all that are even more full of loopholes than the lies created by Lu Binbin and Xiao Da. Even Earthlings couldn't deceive other Earthlings in this respect. People from planet R were even less capable of it. Lu Binbin's identity was the freshest example, wasn't it? Sister Meng Meng, my brother said that in life, there will be many unavoidable situations where we have to say many unavoidable things. But it's best to avoid this in the closest relationships, because caring for and being sincere to a person is very precious and should not be dealt with through lies. Lu Lili seemed to see D33's entanglement and fear, tilting her head seriously as she said, like a little adult comforting a real adult. She would probably never know that her small hand was gently resting on the shoulder of a super adult who had endured 180 years of life. Caring for and being sincere to a person is very precious and should not be dealt with through lies. Caring and sincerity. She vaguely understood Lu Lili's meaning, but she more agreed with the first half. In life, there will be many unavoidable situations where we have to say many unavoidable things. What would happen if I directly told Lu Binbin that she comes from planet R, is 108 years old, and is considered just an ordinary flower over there? Despite being described as beautiful, when I arrived, the management said that Earth people are quite narrow-minded and only believe in things within their own understanding. Anything beyond that is deemed as insanity. In simple terms, crazy. Although I don't remember things from before, D33 still believes that with her intelligence, she would never do anything so anti-intellectual. I must have tricked Lu Binbin many times before. Lu Lili blinked. In just 2 months, your brother's sincerity and concern for me is so overwhelming. Does your brother love me that much? Lu Lili, love really hinders Earth people's progress. Lu Lili, on their planet R, where there is no time flow, it's not that falling in love at first sight is not allowed. But there wouldn't be this kind of self-deception that one finds pleasure in even after being hurt. Once they realize the other has harmed them, they directly throw a punch and turn away. Otherwise, they would fight to the death. Lily, can you tell me about my past with your brother? This. Lu Lili's momentary confusion was replaced with surprise as she looked at D33. Meng Meng, did you remember something about your amnesia? Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Binbin returned, coincidentally hearing the word amnesia. He hurried over to pull D33 away, saying, Lily, don't say things carelessly. D33 looked at Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin forced a smile. Xiao Da said he would stay to help us take care of things. We all fell into the water today and are tired, so let us go back and rest early. We have to work tomorrow. D33, does Xiao Ran have work to do tomorrow? No, it's the fruit shop. Lu Binbin bid farewell to Lu Lili and pulled D33 out. The manager changed his mind and asked me to come back for a part-time job. D33. I forgot to mention, her short-lived superpower can only change the current state and cannot alter it permanently. Once the superpower disappears, things will return to how they were. It seems that someone left a deep impression on the manager and won't easily let go of this sales genius. Stepping out of the ward, D33 heard a faint sobbing sound. Turning toward the sound, she saw Xiao just squatting on the floor, cry like a baby 300 months old. His mouth hung down in grievance, and his already beaten face bore fresh marks. D33 looked at the back of Lu Binbin's head and thought, it seems that the statement about Xiao that not being able to beat him was true. He wasn't lying. Back home, D33 changed clothes and proactively entered Lu Binbin's room. Lu Binbin had just taken a shower and came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel around his lower body and had not yet gotten dressed. Seeing D33 barge in so directly startled him, and he used the towel to cover his chest. Do you need something? Are you coming over to sleep with me tonight? D33 asked. No. Last time was to try to find out the point of amnesia, and I've tried everything I could, so there's no need to try again. Then I'll come over to sleep here. D33 threw the pillow she was holding onto the bed, next to his pillow. Why? Lu Binbin blinked in confusion. Are you scared because you fell into the water? Caring for someone and being sincere is very precious. It shouldn't be dealt with through lies. No, I really want to sleep with you. D33 shook her head. Lu Binbin. He is not ready yet. I'm really a bit tired today. Ming Ming, can we do another day? Chapter 19. Why do you like me? Why postpone sleep? D33 frowned, not understanding what Lu Binbin meant by postponing. Don't people need to sleep every day? He said he was tired, so shouldn't he go to bed earlier? She walked over and directly pulled the shirtless Lu Binbin to lie down. No, Ming Ming, Before Lu Binbin could react with a flushed face, D33 hugged his waist and nestled her head against his face, closing her eyes. After that, she didn't move at all. He nervously stretched his neck, his 4 abdominal muscles tensed up. As a result, D33 didn't make any further moves. She really just fell asleep obediently? Wait, she moved again. Lu Binbin held his breath. D33 moved even closer, burying her face directly into his chest. Ouch! D33 was poked by the necklace and looked up. Oh, it's the necklace. Is it okay? Lu Binbin grabbed the necklace, trying to slide it aside, but D33 suddenly grabbed his wrist. D33's gaze suddenly became frightening, as if all the light in her eyes was absorbed by that little necklace. On the way back just now, the taxi driver encountered a child riding a bicycle, swerved the steering wheel, and braked a bit too abruptly. D33 accidentally placed her hand on Lu Binbin's chest, and those chaotic images flashed before her eyes again. When she wanted to confirm again, the driver cleared his throat and said, "We advocate civilized riding in our taxi. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, if you have passion, please restrain yourself a bit, okay? Save it for when you get home." Lu Binbin's face flushed. He grabbed D33's hand and whispered, "Don't mess around." D33 felt she had found a reason for her fainting. After waiting in her room for a long time without Lu Binbin coming over, she had to take the initiative to find him. The moment she had touched the necklace, the chaotic images flashed before her eyes once more. Saying ouch was just to cover up her inner fluctuations. She was sure there was something wrong with this necklace, even if she couldn't confirm that her fainting was related to this necklace. The chaotic images that kept flashing before her eyes must be because of it. What is wrong? Lu Binbin looked at her with a concerned expression and asked softly. This necklace? Lu Binbin replied, "Oh, this necklace is a relic left to me by my father. I've always worn it." What is wrong? Your father? D33 came to her senses, her eyes widening as she looked at Lu Binbin. Yes. Lu Binbin opened the pendant. It was a mini photo frame. He pressed the clasp to gently pop it open, and a melodious tune began to play. The texture of the photo was very old, clearly showing the traces of time. In the photo, D33 saw a pair of kind-looking parents and a handsome teenager, with the mother holding a baby in her arms. D33's gaze fell on the face of the middle-aged man, trying to find the shadow of the old man that appeared in the chaotic images. Somewhat similar, yet somewhat different. This is my dad, this is my mom, and the baby in her arms is Lu Lily. Lu Binbin introduced D33. This teenager is of course me, at 17. D33 was stunned. This is the last family photo of us, Lu Binbin said in a deep voice. D33 felt his pain. She looked at him, gently patting his left chest, where the heart is located. A person's heart is very fragile. Each thump resonates with breath and ever-changing emotions. After fainting, she felt the taste of fragility. So this is what it feels like to be out of control. Terrifying, helpless, and desperately wanting to save oneself. I don't have family. After a long pause, D33 spoke. She lacked the social connections that Earthlings have. She wanted to empathize with Lu Binbin's feeling of losing his family. But so far, what she could feel was the feeling of having. Lu Lily was an inscrutable 6-year-old child. Chowda was talkative and a bit shrewd, but a competent agent who thought about Lu Binbin's real situation. Even the clumsy Xiao Ran, though a bit foolishly cute, was bad. They either provided warmth, trouble, or laughter, something D33 had never had while on Planet R. She didn't expect her adaptation speed to be so fast. And perhaps the speed was not due to the Our Planet people's superior wisdom over Earthlings, but because flowers meet dew with a natural liking existing. Just imagine if all this was suddenly lost. I know. Lu Binbin spoke softly. D33 came back to her senses. You told me you don't have family. Lu Binbin rested his right hand on his head, looking at the light on the ceiling. You also said you don't have friends. Many things that seem ordinary to us are your first experiences. D33 stared at him. What else did I say? She had just been so confident in front of Lu Lily's hospital bed, thinking she wouldn't do anything against her intelligence, and now she was slapping her own face? You said a lot. Lu Binbin pulled D33 down to lie comfortably, but what I told you, you probably don't remember. I said, it's okay, my family is your family, my friends are your friends. D33 leaned against his embrace, resting her head on his surprisingly strong biceps, blinking her eyes, desperately trying to search her memory for traces of this saying. Lu Binbin, why do you like me? D33's fluffy hair brushed against Lu Binbin's arm, sending a tingling sensation. You're lying. To me, Earthlings are unworthy of me. To Earthlings, I'm also strange, and I've lost in terms of family. Could it really be just because of her beauty? If you like me for my beauty, then I want to tell you, back in my hometown, I really don't look that good. Lu Lily said, for those who care and are concerned, lies don't apply much. Besides not being able to tell him she was from Planet R, there was nothing else that was bad to say. Lu Binbin laughed at her. Then why do you think I like you? D33 shook her head. I don't know. I don't know either. Lu Binbin repeated her words. When I first found you, I never thought I would fall for you. But for some unknown reason, I still can't stop being moved by you, so I just have to keep liking you. D33 seemed to understand. Is it like a machine malfunctioning? Lu Binbin laughed heartily. Go to sleep, you little fool. He turned off the light and pulled up the blanket for D33. Just out of the shower. Lu Binbin smelled good from the shower gel, thoughtfully making space for her to sleep better, and quietly put on a bathrobe nearby. D33 remained motionless, contemplating Lu Binbin's words. Liking is a heartbeat, and a heartbeat is an uncontrollable instinct. He jumped into the sea to save her even with leg pain, made her laugh with his playful expression when she said, I like you, saw through Xiao Da's schemes and dealt with him, willing to share the most precious possessions of Earthlings with her. D33 realized that Lu Binbin had unknowingly become someone who influenced her heartbeat and emotions. Confirming that Lu Binbin had fallen asleep, she looked at his right leg, her eyes blue light refocusing as Lu Binbin's right leg loaded screen data for analysis. The data showed that his leg had no abnormalities and was healthy. However, the events this leg had experienced were documented by the management before she came to Earth. It was a tragic story, like the bloody scenes that could only be hidden in the inky night. A rainy night a year ago, Lu Binbin jumped off the tram, his face grave as he watched a car full of passengers being driven away. Among them were debt collectors he knew but did not want to face. The money he earned that day had to go towards paying for Lu Li's hospital fees, which he couldn't give to them, but it just happened to coincide with the time to pay interest, which was due weekly. Just when Lu Binbin thought he had successfully shaken off these people, he stepped into the alley where the bank's ATM was located and was surrounded by a group. He had left his umbrella on the tram and walked directly into the rain, getting soaked from head to toe, while those surrounding him were even more exaggerated, like artificial rain curtains. Their fierce eyes were fixed on Lu Binbin, and the rain could not mask the murderous aura emanating from them. The leader, Lu Dabiao, kicked him hard in the stomach, his crow-like wails piercing through the heavy rain. Run? Go ahead and run. I, Lu Dabiao, hate those who owe money and are still not honest. Boss, he has money in his bag. One of the younger thugs snatched the backpack off Lu Binbin's shoulder and opened it, discovering the 2,000 yuan that Lu Binbin intended to deposit in the bank. No, you can't have it. Lu Binbin clutching his stomach, scrambled to get up and snatch it back. Lu Dabiao kicked him again. You clearly have money and still want to give it up. I hate it even more. Brothers, hit him. Teach him a good lesson. Before he finished speaking, fists and feet from over a dozen people came at him, the sound of the rain drowning out their arrogance, and the dark atmosphere seemed to further ignite their excitement. Lu Binbin's right leg was brutally broken by one of the reckless thugs wielding a wooden plank with nails. The money was taken away, and an unconscious Lu Binbin lay in the rain all night until the cleaning lady who came to sweep the street the next day found him, screamed, and called the police and an ambulance. Lu Binbin spent over half a year in the hospital due to his right leg. Don't come over. Don't take my money. No, don't rob my money. D33 quickly retracted the blue light screen and looked at Lu Binbin warily. He was still asleep, eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, as if trapped in a nightmare he couldn't escape from. D33 thought for a moment and gently patted his arm, mimicking how he soothed Lu Li to sleep. Sleep, sleep. Dear baby, sleep, sleep. Lu Binbin stopped mumbling in his sleep. His tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, and his whole body seemed less tense. D33, compelled by some unseen force, reached towards a necklace on his chest. Just as she was about to touch it, Lu Binbin turned away to evade her. D33. Lu Binbin's eyes shifted from left to right in their sockets. He had fainted in the hospital, and she kept silent. Just now, she had taken the initiative to ask about his necklace, just like the previous 2 times. Compared to their past, aside from Xiao Rant's relationship with him, this was the first time she had curiously asked about it. In the darkness, Lu Binbin slowly grasped the necklace on his chest, pondering why Meng Meng was so interested in it. Chapter 20. Thank you, hospital. Jorda watched as Lu Lily fell asleep, holding the small toy she borrowed from a nurse. He got up and gently closed the door behind him. In the bright corridor, Jorda stood by the window and made a phone call. Hello, it's me. Dagu. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm here to serve you. Let's talk. Do you have a way to hack into the surveillance room of the first hospital? Oh, this is Child S Play. What's going on? I want you to help me check what happened on the rooftop of the hospital tonight, around 7:40, just before 8. Okay, I'll send the video to your phone. Jorda hung up, went to the vending machine to buy a can of iced coffee, and turned to head back. Before long, his phone rang. Jorda looked down and quickly opened it, searching for the footage of D33. As dawn broke, D33 woke up. She was awakened by the sound of Lu Binbin's phone on the nightstand. Lu Binbin was scheduled to work part-time at the fruit shop at 8:30, and the route from home to the shop allowed ample time to leave at 8. His phone received a message at 7. If a person on Earth lacks sleep, it can affect their physical functions and emotions for the entire day. D33 frowned, picked up the phone, and left the room. To avoid missing important news, D33 opened the message. It was from Jorda. A video? D33 clicked in, and her pupils suddenly dilated as she saw the surveillance footage of her collapsing on the hospital rooftop. The rooftop was dark with no light source, and the filming distance was quite far, so even when zoomed in, it only showed her blurry figure and profile. But the key point of this video was that the blue screen of her communication with her hometown was also captured by the camera. For humans, such high-tech footage showed the blue screen flashing just before she collapsed. If posted online, the blurry quality might serve as a protective cover for her. But Lu Binbin and Jorda, who ran up to the rooftop, would know it was her. How to explain this bizarre scene? Jorda sent another message, asking if Lu Binbin had seen it. D33 furrowed her brow. Jorda really was relentless, always bothering her. She thought for a moment, deleted the video and his message, and returned the phone to the nightstand untouched. At 8, Lu Binbin got up. When he came out, D33 had already prepared breakfast. Good morning. Morning. Lu Binbin looked at the lavish spread on the table, feeling as if it was lunch rather than breakfast. Isn't this a bit too extravagant for breakfast? Is it extravagant? D33 blinked. It's okay, there's barley and red rice porridge, 8 treasure porridge, almond tea, flaky pastries, water chestnut cake. Just as D33 was about to start listing off the dishes, Lu Binbin hurriedly interrupted. All right, that's enough. D33 skipped over the menu and said, you have to go to work today. Eat more, so you have more energy. These were all dishes she had prepared according to tutorials on her phone. But one called live fish porridge required earth fish and large scallops as the soup base, which were not in the fridge, so she temporarily gave up on that. The emotional energy of humans can be drawn from food, and considering that Lu Binbin had expended quite a bit of energy yesterday and had also experienced some internal stress, D33 naturally felt it was her duty to make something for him. All right, it's time to eat. Please sit. D33's unique body structure allowed her to withstand heat and high temperatures, and Lu Binbin widened his eyes as he watched her directly reach into the oven to take out the flaky pastries. Meanwhile, D33 was searching on her phone for Tsishi's 108 breakfast dishes. At the fruit shop, a full and satisfied Lu Binbin was welcomed by the store manager, who was eager to take in D33 as a non-paying employee. The store manager had already promoted the arrival of a new handsome employee on their public account. So as soon as the shop opened, customers flocked in. Lu Binbin was surrounded by aunties, young girls, and women. D33 sensed that Lu Binbin's emotional value was inversely proportional to the polite smile on his face. Come this way, look here. The fruit cutting is over here. And after choosing the fruit, come here to pay. It's useless to crowd around him. He isn't fruit. D33 stepped forward, quickly dispersing the crowd, glaring at those who were clearly not there to buy fruit. Some of them she recognized. They were familiar faces who had come the day before to ask Lu Binbin for his WeChat. D33's blunt interruption of their admiration for the handsome guy was quite inconsiderate, and she naturally received a lot of displeased glares. The staff stifled their laughter, and the store manager, seeing the lively atmosphere, was pleased but also timely found a way to ease the situation for the customers. All right, everyone, please come this way. Spend over $300 to get 50 off. And you can also apply for a card for free. D33 heard Lu Binbin take a deep breath, and beside her, staff members murmured, hee hee, what a non-paying employee. She is obviously here to supervise her boyfriend. Oh, of course, if I had such a handsome boyfriend, I would want to keep him in my pocket 24 hours a day, afraid someone else would take him away, right? Our salary is so low, and we still have to watch others show off their love. Sigh, what a hard life. Don't say that. Don't say that. Working souls accept their fate. D33, not understanding, turned to Lu Binbin and asked, did I cause you trouble? Lu Binbin shrugged nonchalantly. Not really, I don't mind your trouble. D33 felt his mood lift, and she felt a little sweet inside too. There were more female customers than male ones, and they gathered in waves before dispersing. Gradually, Lu Binbin found a way to redirect their infatuation towards the store manager, who was skillfully handing out empty promises, which was no different from pouring their wallets into his cash register. He became adept at it, so D33 didn't need to intervene. D33 happily helped out on the side, thinking that Lu Binbin still had a wave of emotional highs to reap when the store manager handed out commissions in the afternoon. With the flow of sales today, the commission should be substantial. D33 was still not very familiar with math, and while she was struggling to calculate the exact amount, she suddenly heard someone behind her talking about Lu Binbin. Hey, isn't that Lu Binbin? Am I seeing things? Let me take a look. Oh, it really is him. No way. He's working here as a waiter? Impossible. Didn't he say he was going abroad to study? The man and woman talking looked to be about the same age as Lu Binbin. The man wore oversized glasses with no lenses, his hair dyed a bright yellow, while the woman had delicate makeup with chestnut-colored hair parted in the middle, both looking like they walked out of a comic, their skin glowing white. Obviously people who had never done any manual labor and were accustomed to a life of luxury. They passed by the fruit shop, their eyes glued to Lu Binbin with obvious excitement. After confirming it was someone they recognized, they walked straight into the shop. D33 maneuvered around boxes of watermelons, approaching them from the other side. The girl tapped Lu Binbin on the shoulder. Lu Binbin. He turned around, and the boy exclaimed exaggeratedly, Lu Binbin, it's really you. We were just outside wondering if we had mistaken someone. How many years has it been since we graduated high school? I didn't expect you to be working here. Faced with the sudden appearance of two acquaintances, Lu Binbin's expression was not good. He almost looked away the moment he saw the boy. Compared to their enthusiasm, Lu Binbin seemed uninterested in engaging, wanting only to escape. The girl was still talking to herself. By the way, Binbin, have you been in touch with Shaoran? She's a web celebrity now, with so many fans. Last time I sent her gifts in a live stream, there were too many people and my account name got buried. TSK, otherwise we could chat for a bit. The boy also said, yeah, we're all classmates. Since we're in the same city, let's hang out together. We have a group from high school, but we've been trying to add you guys without success. We can't even get you to join the reunion. Lu Binbin, no matter what, you have to come to the reunion this year. They were tightly woven together, not giving Lu Binbin a chance to breathe. D33 sensed that Lu Binbin was feeling very down. His drooping hands clenched into fists. D33 furrowed his brows and quietly retreated to a corner to activate his superpower. The boy's action of grabbing Lu Binbin's hand to get him to take out his phone suddenly turned into a slap to the girl's face. The girl was stunned. The other people in the store were also confused, but they couldn't interfere in others' matters, so they just widened their eyes and watched the aftermath. The girl covered her face and asked the boy, who was also confused about what had happened, "Why did you hit me?" The boy raised his hand. At a loss. "I don't know. Are you crazy? You actually hit me?" The girl exploded, instantly transforming from a lady to a shrew, angrily grabbing the boy's neck and wanted to fight him. The boy was both awkward and shocked, desperately trying to run away. The girl chased after him and hit him. For a moment, they were all taken out of the fruit store. They came and went in a hurry. Lu Binbin turned to look at D33, who seemed unaware, calmly putting away his right hand and moving the watermelon inside. Only when he saw Lu Binbin's expression and clenched fist did he start to relax a little. Just now, it seemed he had been very frightened. D33 thought about these two people, who claimed to be Lu Binbin's high school classmates. Did that period of high school bring him bad experiences? Or were those two the ones who brought him bad experiences? This was not recorded in D33's database. Since those two appeared, Lu Binbin seemed a bit distracted and not as enthusiastic as before, his smile looking forced. The store manager just thought he was tired and allowed him to rest aside. Seeing this, D33 brought a cup of freshly squeezed watermelon juice over to him. "Are you tired?" Lu Binbin shook his head. "No." "Do you dislike them?" D33 asked again. Lu Binbin shook his head once more. D33 was puzzled by his silence. "Lily said you like me. You also know I lied to you. When Xiaoda exposed me, you didn't hesitate to beat him up for me. You like me so much. What is there that you can't tell me?" Lu Binbin was both surprised and amused by D33's logic. Probably no one would use this method and reasoning to extract information. Lu Binbin, tilting his head. "Meng Meng, do you think I'm good?" D33 silently scanned Lu Binbin from head to toe. "Very good. No bumps, no fractures. What else wrong? But if one day you hear everyone saying I'm bad, would you still think I'm good? Would you still believe me? What is this?" I didn't understand the specific meaning. D33 stepped forward and firmly grasped Lu Binbin's hand, saying decisively, "If I don't believe you, who else can I believe? You are the reason I came to this planet. You are my only mission. I naturally have to believe in you. Believing in you is equivalent to believing in myself." Lu Binbin looked down at D33's hand, a touching smile of relief appearing on his face. "Thank you, Meng Meng." He stood up and left a gentle kiss on her face. D33 blinked, as if she could smell a hint of watermelon flavor spreading in the air. Sweet and cool. Her heart fluttered. Chapter 21. Who exactly is this? Xiao Rant's latest video has been uploaded and once again topped the charts, going viral. Especially the last 5 seconds where she jumps onto the yacht and speeds away has been widely copied and imitated. Everyone is saying that Xiao Ran has concretized the concept of freedom in motion, showcasing the pursuit of freedom to new heights and new styles. A superstar in the parkour world, she truly deserves the title. The astonishing amount of data is enough to make even some current popular stars bow down in defeat. However, the most talked about is not this video itself, but the behind-the-scenes footage of its filming. Lu Binbin's silhouette appears, holding a GoPro and capturing the last action in one continuous shot before the final move. Super cool, double-person stunts. I admit Xiao Ran is amazing, but don't you all think the behind-the-scenes photographer who captured Xiao Ran so well is even more impressive? So it turns out that the amazing Xiao Ran has such a talented, handsome guy supporting her. Strongly suggest we find this photographer. He is so handsome just from his back view. I wonder how stunning he is from the front. I'm guessing they're a couple. I don't care. They must be a couple. D33 did not appear on camera, and no one knew that the difficult follow shot at the end was actually completed by her. Xiao Ran did this on purpose. Xiao pushed the tablet in front of Lu Binbin, smiling as he shared Xiao Ran's favoritism. Binbin, With Xiao Ran backing you up, don't worry. Those unfavorable rumors will definitely be a thing of the past. Lu Binbin raised his eyes coldly. Are those just rumors? Aren't they facts? Xiao clicked his tongue. Well, even if they're facts, they are limited to people within the circle. The people in this circle know you, but those outside don't. You haven't shown your face, just a silhouette, and the clueless netizens are already excited and infatuated. So to them, you are a brand new person, and can be packaged well. Plus, with Xiao Ran as your support, I doubt those people would dare to say anything else. Lu Binbin knew that Xiao Da's words must have some backing. How do you want to package it? Sure enough, before he finished speaking, Xiao Da stood up and made a difficult circle, sitting down next to him. I'm already working on it. Take a look. Xiao Da used many small influencer accounts, even some unknown new accounts, to comment under Xiao Ran's behind-the-scenes video. The comments were particularly well-crafted, progressing from a familiar feeling, like a classmate posting a group photo, to intentionally blurred photos of him at work, creating layers of authenticity. In no time, this activity of finding the silhouette swept across the internet, and everyone joined in the fun. Once the public opinion was sufficiently stirred, when the time was right for Lu Binbin to make his appearance, Xiao Ran would personally tag his account. For now, there is no need to create an account. Let us keep a low profile before the debut. Xiao Da rubbed his chubby palms together, his eyes shining with delight, as if he could already see the grand scene of Lu Binbin making a spectacular entrance. When the time comes, after Xiao Ran tags you, she will also announce that you are her exclusive photographer. You know, once you photograph Xiao Ran, it doesn't matter who you shoot next. Lu Binbin looked at him, feeling as if he was about to fly away, and interrupted. Does Xiao Ran's studio know about this? You discussed it with them, right? Xiao Da pressed his lips together, neither confirming nor denying. Lu Binbin slammed the thick cash given by the fruit store onto the coffee table. I've said it before, my collaboration with Xiao Ran is limited to that day. I can earn money for Li Li's treatment without relying on her. Xiao Da pressed his lips. No, when did you say that? Besides, since you've broken your principles to work with her, what is the difference between collaborating once or twice? Lu Binbin, since you've sold your pride, just keep selling. Seeing Lu Binbin stand up, not wanting to continue the conversation, Xiao Da urgently shouted his last, not-so-pleasant words. Lu Binbin stood still, turning his back to Xiao Da, as if sealed by his angry roar. Xiao Da anxiously rubbed his hands, trying to salvage the situation. What I mean is, yes. I mean exactly what I said. I don't care what happened between you and Xiao Ran. But I'm telling you, you can't miss this opportunity, because this is your only chance, and also my only chance. Not wanting to salvage it anymore, Xiao Da thought Lu Binbin's stubbornness showed a lack of consideration for his selfishness as an agent. Do you think that is why I can't find out who is blackening you? Who is revealing your true situation? Yes, it's Xiao Ran. I think you've guessed it too. Do you think I'm not angry? But what is the use of being angry? What can we do? All we can do is turn things around first. I don't want to go back to that dark life. Do you want to? You don't have the right anymore. If you don't work hard, the one who suffers will be your sister Li Li. Do you want to be such an irresponsible brother? Xiao Da's words were blunt and ruthless, hitting Lu Binbin's sore spot. In the past, Xiao Da was not so articulate. He was very overweight, introverted, and often bullied by classmates. When Lu Binbin rescued him from a group attack, he couldn't even express his grievances in a complete sentence. Before he could speak, he would cry. When you choose to stand against a group of people, you are essentially declaring war against the world. Lu Binbin and Xiao Da had gone through a long period of dark life together, relying on each other. Later, after graduating from high school, Xiao Da didn't go to college and stayed in a rented room playing skateboards, while Lu Binbin juggled college, took care of his sister, and pulled him out of his dark world of inferiority. During this time, Xiao Da discovered Lu Binbin's talent for photography, which could earn money. While Lu Binbin borrowed high-interest loans, and Xiao Da had to hide with him, suffering a lot for taking care of Li Li. They had endured the darkest times together. Xiao Da was as terrified as he was frustrated with Lu Binbin for not being able to make good use of his opportunities. D33 led Lu Li back and hurriedly pushed the door open. She felt that Lu Binbin's emotions were oscillating between collapse and anger, like a dangerous bomb about to explode. When Xiao Da saw her, he was momentarily stunned, instinctively grabbing the fruit bowl on the coffee table to shield himself. Why you? Why are you still here? Lu Binbin, didn't you see the video I sent you? She is. Lu Binbin turned his head. She is what? Chao suddenly found himself speechless, exaggerating his expressions desperately. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce any sound. Coupled with his dramatic gestures, he looked like a voiceless gorilla. Lu Lili was a bit scared and asked D33, Sister Meng Meng, what is wrong with him? D33 calmly lied, I don't know. Lu Binbin frowned and glanced at D33, then half knelt down, opening his arms to signal Lu Lili to come over. Lily, why are you back? I want to come back to take a shower and sleep at home for one night. The doctor agreed. Lu Lili went in her brother's embrace and turned to look at D33. D33 nodded, yes. Lu Lili didn't like staying in the hospital, and Lu Binbin knew that. He rubbed her nose playfully, saying affectionately, all right, but it can only be for tonight. You have to go back to the hospital tomorrow. Got it. Lu Lili wadienli nudda. Chao hoarsely tried to find his voice back, but he didn't dare approach D33. So he could only angrily brush up his presence from the side, vigilantly watching D33. Lu Binbin took Lu Lili's hand and first arranged for her to go back to her room. D33 never looked at the strange Jorda from beginning to end. After the two siblings entered the room, Jorda stared at this mysterious woman, almost certain that the sudden silence earlier was definitely her doing. Jorda pointed at himself and then at her. Ah, Wuwuwuwu. Did you do this to me? D33 looked at him, who was angry yet still keeping a safe distance, as if watching a little ant running around, raising an eyebrow. Shall we talk? Jorda. D33 suddenly showed him the blue screen he saw in the video. Jorda's expression instantly changed. It was like the look on D33's face when he finally connected to the signal back home, minus the surprise. His thick calf muscles trembled, and the fruit plate in his hand seemed so weak as a shield. When they reached downstairs, Jorda didn't know how he got there. He struggled to swallow. Watching D33 hear his voice as if stepping on a massage chair, every word teetering on the edge. W, what are you? Are you human or ghost? Ah, his voice was back. D33 turned around, mimicking the look Lu Binbin had when he was in a bad mood. She imitated it perfectly, and with her particularly large eyes. She looked especially frightening when her expression darkened. Jorda felt like his heart was going to burst out of his throat. Terrified, he fell to the ground. Wait, you, don't hurt me, please. Every inch of fat on Jorda's body magnified his fear of the unknown D33. After watching the video last night, he replayed it many times, had it checked by someone knowledgeable, and confirmed there was no scientific means to support it. He hadn't slept, pondering all night, and sent the video to Lu Binbin. But he didn't receive any reply. He thought Lu Binbin had chased D33 away. Now it seemed that Lu Binbin hadn't seen it all. The video was ruined in D33's hands. Jorda felt hopeless, thinking that D33 was going to kill him to silence him. Seeing that D33 didn't speak, he bit his lip. Even if you kill me, can you let me leave a message for Binbin? I don't want to just go like this. D33 still didn't say anything. Can you promise me not to hurt Binbin? Yes, a good person. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become like this. My parents have never treated me this well. They always thought I was useless and stupid. That day in the heavy rain, I thought I was going to die, but Binbin saved me. He pulled me out of that despair. He rambled on, and finally, D33 interrupted him. Why would I want to kill you? Jorda, kill. Kill an earthling? No, that's too low end. Even if earthlings aren't killed, their lifespan is only a few decades. D33 frowned, puzzled by the terror in Jorda's eyes. I just want to talk to you. Can you not tell Lu Binbin about that video? Jorda felt his scalp tingle, his hair standing up as if pricked with needles, timidly asking what? About the video? He was just as confused, with a head full of question marks. Meng Meng, who on earth are you? Chapter 22. Your brother has quite a few secrets. D33 hesitated for a moment and pulled him up from the ground. As you can see, I really am different from you, but I can't tell you the specifics of what you want to know. If you're willing to stop sending videos to Lu Binbin and not mention this matter again, I would really appreciate it. Otherwise, I can make you forget this memory in my own way, which is also possible. Chao, startled, quickly retracted his hand and checked for any changes. D33's choice felt like a threat to him. The The so-called my own way was probably something like how she had just silenced him without a trace. She was terrifying, truly a terrifying woman. Chowda mustered his courage to say, as the old saying goes, a paper can't wrap up fire. Ming Ming, do you really think that by doing this, Bin Bin won't find out your secret? D33 furrowed her brow and looked down. You're right, he will find out sooner or later. But before he knows, I think I will have finished what I need to do. Chowda, what does that mean? No, he had to stay calm. He couldn't confront her head-on. To protect himself and Lu Binbin, he needed to stabilize this woman first and figure out a strategy later. Okay, I understand. I will keep the secret. I won't send last night's video to Lu Binbin again, I promise you. Chowda exhaled after reconsidering. D33 was taken aback. She thought she would have to spend a lot of time persuading Chowda. From her standpoint, it was better to use her superpowers less and conserve her energy. Chowda's sudden compliance made her happy. Thank you, then it's settled. D33 stepped upstairs, passing by the still shaken Xiao. Chowda was in a daze. When he remembered something, he called out to D33. Hey you, don't worry, Lu Binbin is my boyfriend. How could I hurt him? D33 preemptively replied, believing she understood what Chowda was trying to remind her of. Chowda, boyfriend? How can someone who doesn't even know what a girlfriend is be called your boyfriend? D33 returned to the room, where Lu Binbin was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. What about Chowda? Did he leave? What happened to him just now? I don't know. D33 blinked, feeling something was odd. Speaking of which, those two people at the fruit store today were also strange. Lu Binbin casually said while flipping through a magazine. D33 continued. I don't know. Lu Binbin closed the book and looked up. Ming Ming, are you hiding something from me? His tone had a slight upward inflection, and while he asked this, his expression was firmly communicating that he knew she was hiding something. D33 could sense that Lu Binbin's emotional state was much more stable than when he was with Chowda, but emotional states alone couldn't reveal his true thoughts. Lu Lily's insistence on being sincere had always been in her heart, and she tried to speak the truth when with Lu Binbin. However, it seemed that the more she aimed for sincerity, the harder it became to achieve. Lost in thought, D33 stared at Lu Binbin, sinking into an endless silence. Just as Lu Binbin nodded and asked, Okay then, what about you? Are you hiding something from me? D33's gaze unconsciously fell to the necklace chain hidden beneath Lu Binbin's clothing. The two locked eyes. At that moment, Lu Lily came out of the room and softly called Lu Binbin. Brother, I'm hungry. Lu Binbin came back to his senses. Okay, how about pasta? Lu Lily nodded. D33 saw Lu Binbin walk towards her and then quickly pass by. It seemed her dilemma had passed, but similarly, she hadn't received the answer she wanted. Lu Lily was sensitive and particularly good at reading people's expressions. She quietly tugged at D33's clothing, urging her to join her on the balcony for a bit. The balcony offered a clear view of the garden below, and she could see that Chowda was no longer standing there. Lu Lily sat on the swing that Lu Binbin had made for her and gently swung her legs, asking D33, Sister Ming Ming, have you ever been on a plane? D33, no. In Planet R, there were no low-end things like airplanes. If people wanted to quickly get to a place, they would use flying vehicles. I really want to fly and see the sun in the clouds. My brother said that when you look down from high up, people become as small as ants, and tall buildings become as big as milk cartons. I really want to see that. It's just a pity. We've never lived on a very high floor. Lu Lily pouted and continued. My brother said that if you live too high up, what if my heart isn't feeling well and I can't get downstairs in time to call an ambulance? D33 could hear the disappointment in Lu Lily's tone. On Planet R, children of this age could do anything, free-spirited and unrestrained. But Lu Lily seemed like a machine missing components, unable to do anything. When she took Lu Lily home, she had to walk slowly. In life, besides sitting quietly, there was nothing else she could do. She felt that Lu Binbin's protection of her seemed excessive. You want to see high up, right? D33 asked. Lu Lily nodded with her head down, then suddenly said, But right now, I want my brother to have a birthday. Birthday? D33 searched through her database on Lu Binbin. In 3 days, it was his birthday. Sister Ming Ming, my brother has never had a birthday. Can you help him celebrate? Lu Lily got off the swing and once again tugged at D33's clothing. looking up at her earnestly. Why doesn't he celebrate his birthday? On planet R, they didn't celebrate birthdays because their lives were a continuous existence. It didn't matter if they celebrated or not. But Earthlings placed great importance on rituals. Lily shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. Ever since I can remember, my brother hasn't celebrated his birthday. He only celebrates mine. I want to celebrate his birthday, but he won't let me. D33 also felt confused. Your brother really has quite a few secrets. Earthlings are troublesome. That heart is clearly so fragile, yet it hides so many things. It always makes people guess and dig. Lily lowered her eyes in self-reproach. My brother has carried too much for me. D33 patted her little head and said, I understand. Lily cared about Lu Binbin far more than she cared about her pet Ami. A birthday? Would Lu Binbin be happy celebrating his birthday? She couldn't make Lu Binbin unhappy just to make Lily happy. That was the task objective. Based on her experiences on Earth, specifically referring to the Xiaoran incident, Lu Binbin's reluctance to celebrate his birthday should be because something unpleasant happened on that day. For instance, Xiaoran, he refused to cooperate because Xiaoran had done something to hurt him at school. As long as she figured out what significant event happened to Lu Binbin on his birthday, she could gauge whether this birthday could be celebrated. D33's first thought was of the two people who appeared at the fruit store. Could they be related to Lu Binbin not celebrating his birthday? She made an excuse to go out and snuck back to the fruit store. When she used her superpowers during the day, she had left a tracking device on them, so she could find them. Following the trail of her blue mark in the air, D33 arrived at the entrance of a luxurious community. The security guard was diligently standing guard. Homeowners with cards swiped to enter, while delivery personnel without cards could only leave items on the table at the entrance and weren't allowed to enter. D33 pondered how to get in. At this moment, a delivery guy in a blue outfit had his phone ring beside him. He stopped to answer. Is this 7123? Oh, right, I'm at the door. I see you. Saying this, he waved at someone at the entrance. A little girl, lingering inside the electronic door, was also waving. The delivery guy quickened his pace and handed over the items in his hands. A light bulb lit up in D33's mind. She took out her phone and stopped the delivery guy, asking him to teach her how to place an order. The delivery guy gave a strange look at the obviously young but old-fashioned D33 who didn't know how to use the ordering app, but still spent 2 minutes teaching her, adhering to the principle of customer first. After a while, D33, following the clues, stopped at a building and asked the security guard how many households were there in that building that had placed orders. Using this method, one of the two young people actually came out. D33 walked straight over and grabbed the girl's wrist. Hey, beautiful, can we chat for a bit? The girl, seeing that the one approaching her was another girl she didn't know, looked at D33 suspiciously. Who are you? Do I know you? D33 cut the small talk and directly hugged her, pulling her from one side of the table to the other. The girl's eyes widened. Huh. The security guard nearby was also taken aback. Such a display of strength was like something out of a movie. When the girl's feet returned to the ground, her eyes nearly popped out. You, want to chat? D33 repeated her request. The girl dared not refuse. Not wanting to walk too far, she followed D33 to a nearby bench and quietly said, Let us chat here. What do you want to talk about? Lu Binbin. D33 got straight to the point. I heard you guys are high school classmates? Are you close? Upon hearing the name Lu Binbin, the girl sized D33 up from head to toe, immediately understanding. Oh, I thought I'd seen you somewhere, but couldn't remember. Was it the fruit shop? You and Lu Binbin both work there? D33 nodded. Oh, you must be his girlfriend. The girl's eyes sparkled with gossip, her mouth curling into a smile. Her posture immediately straightening, her aura completely different from before. D33 nodded again. But you haven't answer my question. TCH. The girl rolled her eyes in annoyance. You got the wrong person. I've never been with Lu Binbin. Back in high school, he was notoriously weird. No matter how handsome he is, I would never get close to someone with psychological issues. D33 was taken aback. Weird? The girl, with her long hair parted in the middle, laughed softly as it swayed on her shoulders, leaning closer to D33 and whispering. He likes to peek at girls in the bathroom. Isn't that weird? D33's light gray pupils reflected the girl's sneaky smile, and she suddenly felt as if the girl's voice had split in two. Earthlings can be so hypocritical. At the fruit shop, she had greeted Lu Binbin with a bright smile, pretending to be familiar and like they hadn't seen each other in ages. But now she could say such degrading things about him with the same bright smile. Sigh, how could such a good-looking person have such a dark mind? Of course, it's normal for guys to have a bit of that kind of interest. It's just that, even rabbits know not to mess with grass near their burrow. He must have gone too far for the whole school to know, right? What a pity, truly, too. Chapter 23. You are a girl, not a hooligan. D33 grabbed her hair and pulled it down, ending her complaints. After the girl's sharp and brief scream, a series of curses followed. Are you crazy? Let go. Do you know how expensive my hair is? I just went to the top hair designer Tom Sabito. D33 was unfazed by her curses and was annoyed by her bad-mouthing Lu Binbin. Initially, she wanted to punch her directly and then kick her in the mouth. But remembering how her previous visit to the police station with Lu Binbin had affected his mood, she decided to teach this foul-mouthed woman a lesson in a gentler way. Expensive hair? Tom Sabito? Do you want to say that again? Slandering my boyfriend's reputation will bring down lightning in our hometown. D33 pushed her 2 meters away and stared at her. What is your name? I need to remember you well. The girl was scared but didn't want to lose face in front of D33, so she stubbornly said, I didn't say anything wrong. Go ask at Mud High School. Everyone knows. He transferred schools later. Lu Binbin didn't tell you because he felt embarrassed. He wanted to trick you. Oh, you wouldn't even know which school he went to in high school, would you? D33 swiftly moved forward and grabbed her neck. I asked for your name. Not for you to say all this. Cough, cough, let go of me, you. The girl truly felt D33's strength. If being suddenly picked up had shocked her. Now the choking sensation from her neck, along with psychological terror and physical pain, made her dare not act recklessly anymore. My name is Sue Fearon. Cough, cough. In the distance, a security guard noticed the commotion and justly raised his electric baton, shouting, Hey, what are you doing? D33 let go of Sue Fearon. Sue Fearon, don't speak ill of my boyfriend. Or be careful, you might see me at your bedside in the middle of the night. Sue Feidan. D33 turned around, digesting the information she just received. My high school transferred. So he later transferred to the school listed in the documents, Qingshan High School, and became classmates with Xiao Deshang. Sharon also attended Mud High School. She recalled Lu Binbin's words at Lu Lily's hospital door. She just wants to humiliate me, to prove that I am worthless, to prove that she is right. So was Lu Binbin, the peeping Tom, related to Xiao Ran and the others? What had Lu Binbin gone through? Lost in thought, D33 didn't notice Sue Fearon picking up a discarded broomstick from the nearby bushes, intending to hit her from behind. Meng Meng. D33 turned her head at the sound and saw Lu Binbin running over quickly. By the time she reacted, Lu Binbin had already grabbed her and pulled her into his arms, while at the same time, a stick struck hard against his back, also hitting her as she turned to look behind. D33 saw Lu Binbin's face tighten with a frown. He didn't make a sound. The force of the blow seemed to be absorbed by his strong body. She only felt his warmth tightly enclosing her. Sue Fearon, scared, dropped her makeshift weapon and retreated repeatedly. D33 looked over Lu Binbin's shoulder with a cold gaze towards Sue Fearon, a hint of blue light flashing in her eyes. Sue Fearon screamed and ran away as if she had seen a ghost. D33 helped Lu Binbin sit down on a nearby bench. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Come on, let me see. Earthlings are fragile. She couldn't be sure how much harm Sue Fearon's blow would cause Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin grabbed her restless hands, looking serious. D33 met his gaze, both saying in unison, How did you end up here? D33. Lu Binbin. I should be asking you, what are you doing here? Why are you looking for my classmates? Lu Binbin snatched back the initiative in the conversation. D33 replied honestly, I was worried about you. At the fruit store today, their appearance made you very uneasy, so I wanted to come ask. As she sensed Lu Binbin's emotional state declining, her voice also became softer. So what did you find out? D33 dropped keywords, Mud High School, transfer, peeping Tom. Hearing these, Lu Binbin's emotions surprisingly remained calm, with not a hint of fluctuation. D33 watched him carefully. It's not just on Earth that words can kill. The same is true on planet R. However, over there, they tend to act more than speak. If someone acts too despicably, they will also be isolated and face social death. Lu Binbin moved his injured right back slightly and casually said, "Do you believe I'm a pervert?" D33 shook her head. "Why not believe it? How long have you known me? How well do you understand me? Can you fully grasp a person's inner thoughts just from the information you have?" Lu Binbin turned his head. D33 couldn't answer. These questions were beyond her scope. The information provided by her superiors indeed did not cover the assessment of a person. Even after being by his side, she found many discrepancies. The blue light detector could assess his body, check his emotions, but it couldn't detect his thoughts, his sense of justice, or evil. Su Firen's assertive claims didn't seem like lies, if one were to say that during the time she stayed at his house. His behavior was also strange and inexplicable. "But I believe you need no reason. My life depends on you. I have to believe you. I can only believe you." D33 lowered her eyes, tried to adjust her logic. "If you were a pervert, I certainly wouldn't date you twice. Since I've dated you twice, and I'm with a pervert, what right do I have to point out your faults?" Lu Binbin was both amused and exasperated, raising an eyebrow at the girl who had lost her memory twice and was so mysterious, gently patting her forehead. "TSK, your words really can't be faulted at all. It sounds a bit like marrying a chicken follows a chicken, marrying a dog follows a dog." The next moment, D33 was unexpectedly grabbed by her ear. D33. Lu Binbin held his breath. "Come on, ask me. How did you know I was here?" Asked. D33. "How did you know I was here?" "The account linked to your delivery is my card. Based on the fact that you just ordered 108 deliveries, I spent 1,500 yuan. God knows Lu Binbin was accompanying Lu Lily to eat pasta when he saw the frequent text messages on his phone. He nearly knocked his head against the ground in shock. That's right, he was here to chase debts. D33 looked at the evidence on his phone, thinking, so that's it. She thought he had planted some untraceable monitor on her from Planet R and was following her. She grabbed his hand, looking innocent. "Then why are you pulling my ear?" "My ear isn't worth 1,500 yuan. Lu Binbin's smile turned into a sharp straight line. "So you know, of course, what's most valuable about me is below. Look." Lu Binbin grabbed D33's hand. "What are you doing?" "This is outside, in public. I just want you to look below. It must be worth more than 1,500 yuan. D33's expression was as sincere as it could be. She tried to return her fingers to the right position. "Who told you that your body could be measured in money?" Lu Binbin's face turned red as he sternly educated D33. "To me, you are a priceless treasure. Do you remember that?" "Well, not exactly priceless." D33 honestly continued to rebut. "This behavior is prohibited, especially in front of other men. Do you hear me?" D33 blinked, but no buts. Lu Binbin interrupted her, getting up gloomily. "As punishment, you'll have to cover the delivery fee. Starting tomorrow, you'll clean the house, and I'll deduct it at the market rate of a housekeeper to pay off your debt." D33 watched him stride forward, taking 3 steps at a time, while she continued to blink innocently. She just wanted to show him her 2 legs. What does that have to do with the outside world or a crowd? On Planet R, every part of their bodies is priced transparently, not for any other reason, but to facilitate buying and selling in case of a need for replacement. Cleaning the house, working off a debt. D33 quietly took out her phone and typed the question into the omnipotent search engine. Is there a faster repayment method than working off a debt? After all, if she separated from Lu Binbin, it would greatly affect the completion of her task. When Lu Binbin returned home, Lu Lily was already obediently eating a bowl of noodles, having put the dishes in the kitchen sink and sitting on the living room sofa watching TV. She saw her brother rush out like the wind and then hurry back. "Bro, did you go exercise? Why is your face so red?" Lu Lily's first reaction was that her brother had been in a fight, but seeing that he had no injuries on his face or body, she thought otherwise. "Oh, it's nothing. I was worried Lily might suddenly feel unwell. So I rushed back." Lu Binbin patted Lu Lily's head and made an excuse. "Where's Sister Ming Ming?" As Lu Lily asked, D33 returned. Lu Binbin picked up Lu Lily to take her back to her room to sleep, but D33 quickly pushed him away. "I'll do it." She then took Lu Lily back to her room with great enthusiasm. Lu Binbin didn't think much of it and went back to his room to change clothes and take a shower. Bang! D33 then quickly burst into his room and directly tackled him onto the bed just as he was about to change. Working off a debt is too slow. I'll use my body to pay off the debt. Lu Binbin. D33 pressed down on Lu Binbin's arms without giving him a chance to refuse and kissed him on the lips. It was clearly fragrant and soft, yet it pressed down with a very domineering force. Lu Binbin's head spun. Suddenly he couldn't muster any strength. Wait, where did she learn this shortcut to intimacy? This predatory language? Ming, wait a minute. You need to explain this to me, Don't. Stop. You're a girl, not a hooligan. Don't pull my pants. Meng. Chapter 24. I have the right and the duty to protect you. D33 is someone who will never give up until she achieves her goals. Lu Binbin said that she would deduct the delivery fees she spent based on the market price. And after calculating it on the computer, she thought, this world is too long. There must be faster ways to pay off debts and labor. So how could she not give it a try? There are slogans all over the earth. It is only right to pay back debts. She didn't want to waste time, so she decided to pay it back first. Lu Binbin couldn't push her away, and they rolled off the bed. When she heard Lu Binbin groan in pain, she stopped. What's wrong? D33 leaned in, noticing the purple-black bruise on Lu Binbin's back where Su Firen had hit him. D33 frowned. Su Firen really did go too far. She helped Lu Binbin sit back on the bed, her fingers gently probing his bruise. Does it hurt? Why didn't you say anything? That's nothing. How much strength can a girl have? It's fine, Lu Binbin said with a nonchalant smile, turning his face slightly. She can't really hurt me. D33 hesitated. If that stick had hit me instead, I would have been fine. Are you telling me to just watch you get ambushed? Lu Binbin paused. Meng, I know you are special. You have great abilities. You might be different from all of us. D33 didn't know what he was going to say and unconsciously held her breath. What is your mission? Is it to make me happy? Why is making me happy your mission? Then, once you complete your mission, are you going to leave me? Lu Binbin turned his back to her, tilting his face at a 45-degree angle, but not completely turning away. He gave her a safe distance, but D33 felt her heart racing. The question she tried to avoid came back around. Lu Binbin seemed to know a lot, or perhaps it was a kind of test. She wasn't sure how much of her past, which had been erased twice, she had exposed or revealed. She never expected that one day the gaps would appear in her own life, still tied to her past. D33 scratched her nose, feeling very confused, and heard him say again, I said, tell me when it's convenient for you. Now I'll add one more thing. I hope that time isn't too long, okay? His back bore many old scars. His well-defined muscles and golden ratio shoulder width looked like a beautiful canvas marred by inappropriate strokes of paint. I am your boyfriend. I have the right and the duty to protect you. I don't want you to bear too much alone, and I don't want you to suffer too much. His voice was gentle, as soft as the vast starry sky at night, like the strong sense of security he gave her when he held her tightly in his arms today for her protection. She was used to fighting alone, accustomed to the cold, unwelcoming void. Here, she felt the happiness of being protected. D33 lowered her gaze, her fingers slowly outputting healing powers, trying to glide over his back to relieve his pain. At the moment of contact, she pulled back again. D33 closed her eyes and kissed his back. Lu Binbin shivered slightly, instinctively straightening his back. Lu Binbin, don't be so good to me. We are not from the same world. Once I complete my mission, I will return to Planet R. I'm afraid your kindness will hinder my speed in getting home. Lu Binbin felt that his back didn't hurt as much as before. He slowly turned to look at her. For the first time, he saw her show an expression of unease. He cupped her face and teased, what's wrong? Afraid you can't get over your feelings for me? D33 looked up at him. Lu Binbin smiled wickedly, leaning in closer, and this time he took the initiative to kiss her. D33 watched his closed eyes, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly like piano keys being played. His hot lips carried a polite inquiry, and when he sensed her non-resistance, he passionately pressed forward. D33's eyes widened as she was slowly laid back on the bed. Lu Binbin even thoughtfully pulled the pillow over for her to lean against. She heard her breathing quickening bit by bit. Meng, don't fight against yourself. Listen to your heart. See what it's telling you. He suppressed his desire, tightly gripping D33's heartbeat, whispering seductive guidance as his hands wandered from her waist upward. She seemed to be able to smell his unique hormonal scent, a mix of sweet and pungent. His flawless, firm physique created beautiful curves with each breath. He leaned over her, gazing deeply into her eyes, each word and warm breath seeming to maliciously alter her bodily instincts. She felt completely disoriented. D33 parted her lips slightly, her tongue feeling tight, her gaze misty with anticipation as she involuntarily reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. The quiet atmosphere heightened to a sweaty warmth, their bodies drawing closer together. D33 wanted to experience the taste of love. Ding dong. D33's lips were just about to touch Lu Binbin's when someone rudely interrupted at that moment. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 9 o'clock at night. The ill-timed doorbell rang, jolting D33 awake. I'll go answer the door. She hurriedly dashed out of Lu Binbin's room, her face flushed and hot, hearing a small, crisp laugh from beside her. Lu Lily was peeking through the door, paying attention to their movements. D33. She had just told Lu Lily to wash up and go to bed early so she could repay her debt. Sister Meng Meng, get dressed, Lu Lily said, covering her eyes with her small hands, peeking through her fingers with a shy look to remind her. D33 cursed under her breath. Little kid, hurry back to your room and go to sleep. It's late. You have to go back to the hospital early tomorrow. Lu Lily stuck out her tongue and went back to her room. D33 pulled up the zipper on the back of her dress while heading to the door. The doorbell rang urgently and continuously, making D33 flustered. When the door opened, Xiao Ran saw D33's disheveled hair, slightly swollen red lips, her dress askew, revealing her collarbone, and the hickeys on her neck. This scene was enough to lead to misunderstandings. Xiao Ran angrily took off her sunglasses and the big hat on her head. When D33 saw that it was Xiao Ran, she froze for a moment, forgetting that her dress zipper wasn't fully zipped. What are you doing here? Speaking of being low-key, the big sun hat and large sunglasses covered her head and face. Speaking of not being low-key, she was wearing a tight red dress like a thorny rose in the night. Xiao Ran twisted her lips in a cold smile. I guess I'm not coming at the right time. Yes. D33 frowned and nodded. You interrupted me and Lu Binbin. Xiao Ran. In the room, Lu Binbin came out dressed, just as he was pulling his shirt down when he saw Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran pushed past D33 and went straight inside. Binbin, I need to talk to you. Lu Binbin furrowed his brows. You came to my house so late. Of course, you have something to say. What is it? Xiao Ran turned to look at D33. She is my girlfriend. There's nothing I need to hide from her. D33 lifted her proud chin. Xiao Ran reluctantly withdrew her gaze and reached out to grab Lu Binbin's arm. Binbin, I know you've never gotten over that matter over the years. Actually, I haven't either. I don't ask for anything else, just for you to give me a chance to sincerely apologize to you. Lu Binbin shook off her hand, about to say something when Xiao Ran suddenly said, I think Lily is probably asleep now, right? Let's not wake her up. What do you say? D33 felt Lu Binbin's emotions boiling beneath the surface. He said to her, give me a minute. Upon hearing his concession, D33 felt a lump in her throat as she watched him pull Xiao Ran into the room. Although his reaction was very reluctant, his movements were not gentle at all. But seeing Xiao Ran's proud red lips smile, she still felt very uncomfortable. That place was clearly where she and Lu Binbin had just been. With the door closed, D33 didn't have the ability to see through it, and listening in by the door felt embarrassing, but she really wanted to grasp the content of their conversation. Keeping up with the updates was crucial for understanding Lu Binbin's emotional stability. Soon, a giant gecko appeared outside Lu Binbin's window. D33 used her incredible arm strength to grab the edge of the window frame and look into Lu Binbin's room, where she could hear and see clearly. Binbin, I'm sorry, Xiao Ran said with a choked voice, eagerly hugging Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin frowned in disgust and pushed her hand away as if shocked. Enough. I don't want to bring up the past. Just tell me what you want today. Don't be like this. Are you trying to punish me on purpose? Xiao Ran, as if deaf, insisted on bringing up old matters at this time. I was angry with you back then, and in a moment of impulse, I let you be misunderstood as a pervert who filmed girls in the bathroom. But if you had comforted me then, things wouldn't have escalated to that point. All these years, I haven't dated anyone because the person I like has always been you. She looked up, her expression lonely yet unwilling, her eyes filled with longing. Lu Binbin regarded her with disdain, her gaze coldly shifting downwards. I never knew that the events of that year could be brushed over with just a few sentences. Seems like I was the petty one. Binbin. Xiao Ran's eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful. 1 minute was almost up. Lu Binbin looked away again, coldly reminding her. Xiao Ran lowered her head, an expression of self-inflicted helplessness and sadness on her face. I've found a leading cardiologist. He will come here next week. If he agrees to perform surgery on Li, then her chances of recovery will increase. Lu Binbin finally heard something interesting. Really? Xiao Ran raised her gaze and smiled slightly. As long as we prepare the surgical fees. Lu Binbin was taken aback. Be my exclusive photographer. Xiao Ran seized his arm at the right moment, speaking urgently. Just do it for Li, no matter how much you hate me or resent me. Just consider it an opportunity for me to make amends. Okay? Who hasn't made mistakes when they were teenagers? You can't sentence me to death for one mistake. Lu Binbin's brows furrowed tightly. Today, Su Firen and Lu Zi shared the news of you being spotted working at the fruit store in the class group. And everyone knows now. You're back, which has gone viral online. Will soon be linked to the short video where parkour genius photographer Lu Binbin is a fraud. You don't have much time left to hesitate. All right, I agree. Facing Xiao Ran's earnest persuasion, Lu Binbin gave a definite answer. Xiao Ran's eyes widened. Really? She happily hugged Lu Binbin. Thank you, Binbin. Thank you for not making it hard on yourself. This time, Lu Binbin didn't push her away. She just raised her hands. D33 pressed her face against the uneven exterior wall, feeling lost. She didn't get a positive response from Xiao Da's earnest persuasion. Her earnestness, combined with coaxing and deceit with Xiao Da, only earned her a reluctant opportunity to shoot. When Xiao Ran appeared in a red dress, he agreed. What did this represent? Hey, what are you doing? While D33 was drawing frustrated little circles, a sudden white light shone in her eyes. She instinctively dodged and looked toward the light source. It was the security guard of the community. They were staring at her suspiciously. A thief. D33. That shout was not insignificant. In the poorly soundproofed old community, many people turned on their lights and poked their heads out. For a moment, D33 became a turtle trapped in a jar. It was too late to go back. Chapter 25, almost scrapped on Earth. D33 jumped down like a hero from a martial arts novel, justifying herself to the people holding lamps and spraying water at her. I am not a thief. I didn't steal anything. The security guards and some concerned residents retreated, but quickly formed a circle again. If you're not a thief, why were you lurking by someone else's wall? You clearly have something to hide. Oh, a few days ago, the sausages hanging on my balcony went missing. I thought it was the dog that took them, but it turns out they were stolen. It was you, wasn't it? Even the shoes I left on the shoe cabinet by the door were stolen. Oh, what a sin. Security, why are you still talking to her? She looks decent, but doing such things? Hurry up and call the police to arrest her. Everyone was shouting at once, and the atmosphere became chaotic and noisy. D33 hated such clamor, glaring at their flapping mouths, wishing she could silence them all. She is not a thief. You misunderstood. She lives with me. We are both owners of room 203. Lu Binbin came to the window upon hearing the commotion, only to see Meng Meng surrounded by a group of people, shouting loudly while clinging to the window. The security guard looked up and, upon seeing Lu Binbin's face, did not seem inclined to apologize. Although Lu Binbin had lived in the community for 2 years and was considered an old resident, he was known for being a troublemaker, frequently attracting groups to the community to spray, paint, and vandalize. He was impossible to stop. Gradually, some bad rumors about this resident spread, and in their eyes, he was certainly not someone worth pleasing or putting effort into. He pouted, saying, "Regardless, your behavior is inappropriate. It will scare the residents of our community. We have already called the police. Please go explain to them." Lu Binbin wanted to go downstairs to find D33 when someone outside the crowd squeezed in with a camera, asking, "Where is the thief?" "Which one?" Everyone pointed at D33 at the same time. The reporter holding a phone and microphone only glanced at D33 for a second before turning to the camera and announcing, "Dear viewers, this is a live broadcast of breaking news. We have just arrived at the Qinya community and standing behind me is the beautiful thief caught by the residents. D33 felt an inexplicable hostility towards the camera and, while retreating warily, heard Xiao Ran's voice from the second floor. "You've got it wrong. She is not a thief." It's already been explained that it was a misunderstanding. The camera and reporter turned to look in the direction of the voice, where Xiao Ran was holding onto Lu Binbin's arm. D33's eyes lit up at the sight of them, exclaiming in disbelief, "Isn't that Xiao Ran? Quick, take a shot." The focus of attention immediately shifted from D33 to Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran. One unexpected gain. Because of the thief incident at the Qinya community, they unexpectedly discovered the most beautiful girl in the parkour world, Xiao Ran, secretly dating her boyfriend. D33 watched as Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran almost simultaneously turned to retreat back inside. Meanwhile, the reporter was still trying to hype the atmosphere, excitedly reporting this more newsworthy incident of the thief. For a moment, the homeowners who had just surrounded D33 to accuse her of theft exchanged glances, all curious about who Xiao Ran was, suspecting that a celebrity had come to their community. Some took out their phones to call the media again. The security guard, who had just looked down on Lu Binbin, also showed a change in expression. It was clear that their eavesdropping was causing a bigger commotion. So noisy. D33 frowned and waved her hand. A blue light enveloped them like a half-transparent sphere. They were unknowingly frozen in place. When D33 withdrew her hand, their expressions were all the same, confused, not knowing why they were there or what they were doing. They had no memory to follow. They exchanged glances, strangers to one another. "What are we doing? Right? Why are we gathered here? Shouldn't I be going home for dinner? Oh, let us go. Let us go. Is there news here? What happened? Nothing, I don't know." They dispersed. D33's legs went weak, and the ground seemed to tilt towards her at a 45-degree angle. However, the next second, someone timely caught her, just before she lost consciousness. She saw Lu Binbin's concerned face appear in her line of sight, calling her, "Meng Meng?" D33 smiled and closed her eyes. It wasn't that she lost consciousness. She was simply exhausted. This allowed one to temporarily forget and remember later, which is different from completely forgetting. And the output of ability varies when dealing with a few people versus a crowd. Therefore, D33 was physically drained. She felt Lu Binbin carry her back into the room, coldly telling Xiao Ran to leave. Xiao Ran wanted to say something, but Lu Binbin mercilessly insisted she go back first. Xiao Ran, feeling defeated, finally left. "I'm sorry, Lu Binbin spoke softly, but hesitated. D33 was taken aback, realizing he was apologizing to her. Sorry for what? Sorry that the 1 minute we agreed on turned into several minutes? Sorry that I was just called a thief by those people? D33 wanted to get up and tell him, "Sorry, I eavesdropped on your conversation with Xiao Ran." But she couldn't. Lu Binbin must have carried her into his room. The softness of the bed and the smell of the air in the room were the same as before. He didn't leave, but sat on the edge of the bed, tightly holding her hand, perhaps thinking she was frightened. A surge of strength returned to D33's body, and she began to recover little by little. However, the most powerful thing was Lu Binbin talking to himself about his high school life with Xiao Ran, thinking she couldn't hear. Xiao Ran was the school belle of Mud High School, very beautiful, and her grades were good. She always turned heads when walking around the school. Upperclassmen all knew her, and her locker was like a mini supermarket, filled with everything, with everyone eager to be her friend. I'm a boy too, and I have my own vanity. At first, I would sneak glances at her, feeling a bit proud that we were in the same class, or feel a little happy when I saw her on the bus home after class. But that was it. I never thought I would have any further development with her because I knew we were from two different worlds. She was a delicate princess living in a castle, while I had to work hard for my studies and worry about life. I understood that it was enough to admire her from afar, and there was no need for any extra thoughts. Later, one day at a convenience store, I accidentally overheard her speaking ill of her friends behind their backs and thought she was a spoiled and willful girl. After that, I didn't find her as pretty as I once did. Speaking of which, I never had much interaction with her. We were just classmates who barely exchanged a couple of sentences. Perhaps because I was too self-aware and didn't behave as warmly towards her as others did. She started to notice me. One day after school, She stopped me in the classroom to say she wanted to give me a hair tie. A girl giving a hair tie to a boy is like a boy giving a love letter to a girl. It means a confession. Without thinking, I refused. Her expression faded, and her smile slowly disappeared. She left without saying anything, and I thought that was the end of it. I didn't expect my rejection to plant the seed of revenge in Xiao Ran's heart, and my hobby of photography created a hidden danger, becoming her best assist. As that happened, and she went into the bathroom, saying she forgot to bring a sanitary pad with her, hoping I could help her buy one from the convenience store. She was afraid I wouldn't come back, so she wanted me to leave my camera as collateral. Without thinking much, I went to buy it for her. When I returned and handed the items over, the girls' bathroom, which was supposed to be empty on the weekend, suddenly had girls in it. And when I got back, Xiao Ran was surprisingly not in the bathroom. I picked up my camera that I had placed on the floor, and amidst the screams of the girls, I became an inexplicable pervert, recalling this painful memory. Even though D33 was too exhausted to prove that he heard anything with his eyes closed, Lu Binbin still felt heavy-hearted, like he was walking on a knife's edge, revisiting the embarrassment and shock of that moment. He had been set up by Xiao Ran. Although he managed to break through the encirclement of girls who wanted to take him to see the teacher, the incident quickly spread, and the teacher sought Lu Binbin to understand the truth. Lu Binbin insisted on his innocence, even foolishly wanting Xiao Ran to testify for him. At this point, Xiao Ran revealed her true colors, saying she could testify for him if he confessed to her in front of the whole school, and she would then reject him on the spot, which would make her testimony credible regarding what had actually happened that day and why he ended up in the girls' bathroom. Lu Binbin didn't want to compromise or admit defeat. During those days, righteous boys stood up for the wrong girls to teach him a lesson, while the girls who couldn't seek justice physically drowned him with their words. He was outstanding in appearance and grades, and the school teachers tried their best to protect him, but they also didn't want the school's reputation to be damaged. Several times, after everyone had left, a disheveled Lu Binbin saw Xiao Ran's feet come up to him, and she generously gave him chances again and again. In the end, Lu Binbin couldn't overcome his pride and chose to transfer schools. Am I being foolish? Looking back now, confessing to her and being rejected would just be letting her regain face, and it wouldn't have led to this unresolved case now. Lu Binbin smiled bitterly, but D33 knew that Lu Binbin didn't truly regret it. Even if given a choice now, he wouldn't bow his head to Xiao Ran. Seeing how he didn't compromise even with Xiao to under shared interests, his stubbornness showed that he was a principled person, just like her, with clear likes and dislikes. Wait. D33 felt his emotional value continuously dropping, and slowly her consciousness began to blur. Lu Binbin stopped thinking about such unhappy things. Hurry up and make me happy, or else I will lose hope of waking up. When she woke up, she found Lu Binbin asleep while holding her. In his dreams, his emotions weren't so sad, which gave her the strength to come back. Scared me to death. I thought I was going to be discarded on Earth, directly removed from my hometown's registry. D33 stared at Lu Binbin's face, feeling a sense of rebirth. Amen. God bless, her life shouldn't end. Just then, a sound came from the door, and Li's small head peeked in with a tense little face. Sister Meng Meng. I'll make you breakfast right away. Reflexively, D33 sat up and looked at the clock. Usually, she would have already made breakfast by this time. No. Sister Meng Meng, my brother's on the news. Li's pale face looked very bad, but it didn't seem to be due to illness. Chapter 26. Enemies on a narrow road. D33 thinks of the Earth as a big dye vat. Originally, she was exceptionally intelligent, but within a few days of coming here, she has become utterly foolish. Although she erased those people's memories yesterday, she forgot to handle the live broadcast news that was aired. She completely forgot. On the television, the images of Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran appearing at the second-floor window are being magnified and magnified. The hazy night, the ambiguous angle of the streetlights, combined with Xiao Ran's carefully dressed red dress and her hand resting on Lu Binbin's arm, all of this elevates the storytelling of the scene to its peak. The news headline boldly labels Lu Binbin as Xiao Ran's mysterious boyfriend. Lu Lily hands her phone to D33, and the short video is going viral. Even some particularly professional netizens have used 3D technology to analyze the shadow of Lu Binbin in the news and compare it with the widely searched silhouette of Xiao Ran. proving they found the real person. In simple terms, Lu Binbin has become famous. From being a behind-the-scenes fraud that everyone criticized to becoming the man that Xiao Ran favors. Lu Lily muted the TV, but D33 could still hear some buzzing noises. Buzzing. Sister Ming, what's going on? How did my brother become Xiao Ran's boyfriend overnight? Lu Lily was shocked and speechless. D33 was equally shocked and speechless. From the perspective of the mission, Lu Binbin becoming involved with Xiao Ran means his emotions will definitely be affected negatively. From her perspective, Lu Binbin has become the boyfriend of that scheming woman. Isn't that just stealing her boyfriend? Xiao Ran is the thief. D33 felt that the little bit of goodwill she had for Lu Binbin after she shouted for herself last night had vanished. Seeing that D33 wasn't speaking, Lu Lily walked over and said, Sister Ming, don't be sad. I'll go into the room right now and help you teach my brother a lesson. D33 came to her senses and pulled her back. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Today, I'm not in the mood to cook. It's better to let Lu Binbin sleep a bit longer. It will help him recover his strength. D33 grabbed her phone and took Lu Lily's hand. Just about to go out when a chubby hand grasped the doorframe. Where are you going? Chowder rushed in, sweating profusely, wearing an especially low-key black t-shirt. As if a tiger was chasing him from behind. He could only breathe easy once the door was closed. He gasped heavily, his face flushed. Sweat rolling down his cheeks like beans. You can't go out. There's a bunch of reporters waiting to block your door downstairs. Don't you watch the news? He pointed at D33, especially at her. Not a single hair of yours could be exposed. If someone sees you leaving Lu Binbin's house holding his sister's hand, you'll become the third party ruining his relationship with Xiao Ran. It's not that they didn't watch the news. One was a child who hadn't thought through the implications, and the other was from planet R and didn't understand these earthly tricks. Before D33 could say anything, Lu Lily angrily charged out, pushing the blabbering Xiaoda, but ended up tumbling on her backside. Who has the third party? Sister Ming is my brother's girlfriend, not that Xiao Ran. D33's heart tightened, quickly helping Lu Lily up. The doctor said she needed to maintain a calm mood and not get too excited. Chowda saw D33 glaring at him and immediately shrank back, biting his lip. Lily, be careful with your heart. Don't get angry. Come, take a deep breath. After yelling at Chowda, Lu Lily's breathing became a bit rapid. Her brows tightly knit, adjusting her emotions at D33's prompt. Lu Binbin came out of the room, seeing everyone standing at the door and Lu Lily struggling to breathe. He immediately approached with a sleepy expression. Chowda, with good intentions, came over to remind them not to walk into the reporter's jaws. And with the good mood from Xiao Ran's successful plan last night, he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. So after Lu Lily's expression softened a bit, he cleared his throat and tried to adjust his wording. Well, it's like this Binbin's relationship with Xiao Ran. Everyone knows about it since last night. This morning my work email was flooded with requests for collaboration with Binbin. Xiao Ran said this happened suddenly. And you probably didn't react in time and need some time to process it. What I mean is Binbin is so man, right? It's not good to rely on others. We can use this momentum to regain those lost projects and temporarily separate from Xiao Ran. Not completely cut off, just managing short videos online, creating an illusion of a dreamy interaction with Xiao Ran, giving netizens some space to ship the CP. Organizing these words took more effort than running upstairs to avoid reporters. After finishing, he cautiously observed Lu Binbin and D33's expressions, sweating profusely. D33 looked at Lu Binbin, even more cautiously, as she sensed his emotional state was on the edge of many tests. However, Lu Binbin didn't explode. Instead, he said calmly, "You're right. I'll listen to you." D33 was taken aback for a moment. Chowda was also stunned. Lu Lily, who was in Lu Binbin's arms, was also surprised. Brother. Lu Lily reached out to push Lu Binbin, who then looked at Chowda and said, "But today, Lily has to go back to the hospital. We still have to go out this door." Seeing Lu Binbin suddenly so compliant and giving him face, Chowda quickly patted his chest and said, "No problem. I'll arrange it." Soon, about half an hour later, Chowda used his extremely professional attitude to guide those pesky media friends, clearing a quiet path for Lu Binbin and Lu Lily to leave. D33 was left at home, standing behind the window, watching Lu Binbin and Lu Lily's figures. Lu Binbin and Meng Meng have become a couple. So what does that make her? Lu Binbin is very unhappy. She's also unhappy. Turning around, she saw the calendar marked with the days Lu Binbin would work at the fruit store and wondered if she should report this to the store manager. Because during the training when entering the store, the manager had said that if he couldn't come to work, he needed to take leave. The fruit store. D33 found the manager and told him that Lu Binbin couldn't come to work today. The manager laughed and waved his hand. It's fine. I saw it. He is publicly dating the parkour internet celebrity Xiao Ran, right? Oh, can you let Xiao Ran come to my fruit store for a visit? That would definitely. Bang. D33 slammed her fist on the overly dreamy manager's desk, her fist punching through the surface. The manager. Lu Binbin is my boyfriend. D33 threw down this sentence and turned to leave amidst everyone's stunned expressions. The manager looked at the hole in his desk with a pained expression, his eyes bulging out. This my table. Really insane. Manager. She said she is Lu Binbin's girlfriend. Is it true? A little girl nearby, who heard D33 claiming her rights, immediately turned off the faucet, set down the fruit, and squeezed over to the manager to ask. Looking at how Lu Binbin treated her, they really looked like a couple, not like her unrequited love. Could it be that Lu Binbin is a scumbag? Two-timing? How would I know? The manager's heart, already aching, became instantly furious upon hearing the chattering voices nearby. Didn't you just tell Xiao Hong and Zile a few days ago that you were Lu Binbin's girlfriend? Give up. Don't say you can't compare to Xiao Ran. You can't even compare to the finger of this fierce woman. Hurry up and get to work. Oh, D33 left the fruit shop, still feeling a bit uneasy, especially when she thought of the store manager's expression when mentioning Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran. Her fist felt like hitting his face instead of the table. But was it really okay for her to say that? To say that Lu Binbin was her boyfriend? Xiao rushed to her house in the morning, warning her not to go out, saying that Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran's relationship was already set in stone. Did she end up causing more trouble for Lu Binbin? D33's mind was like a malfunctioning machine, jumping back and forth. Lost in thought, she bumped into two people head-on. Hey, are you blind while walking? Aye. Before the other party could finish their arrogant remarks, they immediately turned and left upon seeing D33. What a coincidence. The person was none other than Su Firen, who had hit Lu Binbin with a stick yesterday. The boy next to Su Firen was also none other than Jean Day, who had mocked Lu Binbin with her in the fruit shop. Jean Day didn't know D33, but after seeing Su Firen sob uncontrollably after bringing back takeout yesterday, he immediately understood that D33 was the culprit who made his girlfriend feel so wronged. Oh, so you were the one who made my girlfriend cry, Jean Day exclaimed, finally finding the right target, rolling up his sleeves and pointing at D33, ready to seek justice for Su Firen. Just as his finger was about to poke D33's face, she grabbed it and twisted it the other way, eliciting a scream from Jean Day that was no less dramatic than a girl's. Mihan. D33 loosened her grip slightly, and Jean Day stumbled back several meters as Su Firen supported him. D33 would actively seek to eliminate someone who had no fighting power. She looked at Su Firen and said, "Let us talk." Su Firen felt desperate. Talk again? Didn't we already talk last time? What else is there to talk about? D33 stared at her. Are you very busy? Su Firen trembled and curled her fingers. No, not busy. Well then, let us talk. D33 grabbed her arm and directly left Jean Day behind. This time, she wanted to talk to Su Firen about Xiao Ran. When it came to Xiao Ran, Su Firen had more to say than about Lu Binbin. After all, Lu Binbin had transferred schools, but Xiao Ran had graduated, got into a good university in the South, and maintained her reputation as a campus beauty and academic achiever. Even after many years since graduation, she still had her legendary status at Mute High School, having been fortunate to be in the same class as Xiao Ran. Su Firen spoke of her with both admiration and jealousy. Xiao Ran really. How should I put it? She is flawless. I've never seen someone so perfect. Academics, sports, singing, dancing, she excels in everything, and her personality is great too. That is not all. She is incredibly kind. So kind that it often makes us feel like there is a camera following her, like she filming a movie, you know? Like once after school it rained, and we saw an old lady struggling to push her cart. Without saying a word, she ran over to help, pushing it all the way to the flat area in the city center. She was soaked, and it was late, and the next day, classmates talked about it at school. The teacher went to verify it with her, and she vehemently denied it. She's never had a falling out with anyone and has never bullied anyone. Very just and fair. She has high intelligence and emotional intelligence. But I've mostly just heard others talk about her, and what I've seen is from a distance. After all, there are too many people who want to be friends with Xiao Ran, and I can't compete. If you want to know more about her, you should go find XIM Meow Meow. She's the closest to Xiao Ran. Plus, Xiao Ran is a web celebrity now, and she also works in the studio. Su Firen shared everything she knew and didn't know with D33. Seeing D33 listening intently, she couldn't help but ask, so, why are you inquiring about Xiao Ran? If you want to compete with her for Lu Binbin, I advise against it. D33 turned her head. Why? Are you afraid I can't beat her? She had seen Xiao Ran, and in terms of combat power, Xiao Ran's green tea qualities were even more terrifying. No. Su Firen's expression turned dark, almost dragging on the ground. In terms of combat power, no one can take first place from you, don't worry. But in other aspects, you're not even comparable to her pinky finger. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. D33 continued to ask, in other aspects, were those? Su Firen gritted her teeth and answered, all aspects of being a woman. D33 didn't pursue the specifics of all aspects of being a woman. Seeing Su Firen struggling, she felt that they could wrap up the conversation here. The Xiao Ran mentioned by Lu Binbin and the Xiao Ran described by Su Firen were completely different people. In her planet, encountering the same person with different combat power ratings can only be due to two situations. 1. The other party thinks you are too low level and doesn't bother to fight you with their real strength. 2. The other party considers you to be on par with them and is willing to engage in a proper fight. Thus, two different outcomes are naturally produced. Therefore, in Earth terms, Su Firen should be the former, while Lu Binbin should be the latter. Well, can I leave now? You want to come looking for me again, right? Su Firen asked D33 with a forced smile for her freedom. Of course. I absolutely want to bump into you again. Wait. D33 came to her senses and looked up. Do you live on the top floor? Su Firen was taken aback. I do. I want to borrow your top floor for a bit. Is that okay? D33 had observed that their apartment's top floor had a pointed roof and a huge terrace. She remembered that when ordering takeout for Su Firen, she had the doorplate number for the top floor. Su Firen, Chapter 27. I'm also yours. D33 always remembered Lu Lily saying she wanted to see the view from a high place. Originally, human paragliding was relatively close to what D33 envisioned as experiencing the heights. However, Lu Lily's condition couldn't handle such stimulating activities. So after thinking it over, D33 decided to take advantage of Su Firen's geographical location. But Lu Lily ignored D33. She was very unhappy about Xiao Ran and Lu Binbin's relationship being made public. I am your brother's girlfriend, your brother said it himself. D33 nudged Lu Lily's small arm. Please don't be angry, okay? Lu Lily suddenly sat up, seriously pointing her small finger at the TV, glaring at D33. Then you tell them that you are my brother's girlfriend, not Xiao Ran. D33 shook her head. I can't do that. Why? Lu Lily was extremely disappointed, angrily hitting the blanket in frustration. Because it would be unfair to your brother. D33 explained seriously, I can't do anything detrimental to your brother. I really don't understand you adults. Lu Lily fell back, staring blankly and sadly at the ceiling, always liking to lie, always turning the right things into wrong ones, and the wrong things into right ones. My brother is like this, and you are like this. You both are clearly unhappy. D33 was slightly taken aback. In Lu Lily's eyes, she had already become an ordinary earthling. What are you laughing at? Lu Lily looked at D33 with confusion, noticing her suddenly rising smile. Oh, I just think you are quite cute. You care so much for us. D33 tightened her lips, holding her hand. Don't worry. I absolutely won't let Xiao Ran get close to Lu Binbin. I'm already doing my homework. Lu Lily blinked. Really? Seeing Lu Lily's mood finally improve a bit, D33 asked, so will you promise to go see the prepared gifts with me? Lu Lily nodded, just as Lu Binbin walked in. The two of them tacitly returned to their respective places. When Lu Binbin saw D33, he was taken aback for a moment. D33, to avoid being photographed, wore a hat and protective goggles, disguising herself from head to toe. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? D33 raised her hand in a vow. Don't worry, I didn't attract anyone's attention, and I will finish the housework before you come back. She remembered that the deal to repay with her body hadn't been fulfilled, so she could only clean as repayment. Lu Binbin was already used to D33 not listening to his arrangements. He sighed and hung the 4 bag he was holding on the hook by Lu Lily's bed. The doctor said these 2 bags need to be infused into Lily. I have to go to work now. Since you're here, can you help watch over her? D33 asked. Is it work related to Xiao Ran? Lu Binbin glanced at her and then at Lu Lily, shaking his head. No, it's another job. Xiao has said to temporarily take on other work. D33 nodded, and Lu Lily urged, Meng Jie, go see my brother off. Lu Lily's expression was very obvious, not subtle at all. D33 stood up, sending the coughing Lu Binbin out. Once the door closed, the two of them walked one after the other into the escape passage. Almost simultaneously, Lu Binbin and D33 heard each other say, I'm sorry. Lu Binbin smiled wryly. What are you sorry for? D33 honestly confessed. If it weren't for me eavesdropping, you and Xiao Ran wouldn't have been photographed, and you wouldn't be unhappy. Lu Binbin's large hand gently patted her slightly lowered head. Silly, even without you, Xiao Ran would find another opportunity. I know her too well. When a woman in a red dress appears, he should realize it would definitely not be something simple. Even if Meng's incident hadn't happened, she could achieve her goals through her arrangements. You know her too well? When did you get to know her? Didn't you say you weren't very familiar with her? D33 frowned, feeling a flaw in Lu Binbin's words. Remembering what Su Firan said about her being inferior to Xiao Ran in matters concerning women, she felt inexplicably anxious. What, are you jealous? Lu Binbin assessed her expression and asked with a smile. No, I'm not. Lu Binbin's gaze fell lightly. I'm just unhappy. D33 unwittingly hit the nail on the head, not knowing if it was because Earth had contaminated her aura, but on planet R, the least valuable and least important emotions began to overflow within her, occupying an increasingly large proportion. It wasn't just because she had to complete the task of stabilizing Lu Binbin's emotions. Her own feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness unknowingly overlapped with the task. For example, right now, she felt Lu Binbin's uplifted mood, and at this moment, she just wanted to selfishly express her own unhappiness without caring about the task. Seeing you hugging Xiao Ran makes me feel weird and uncomfortable. Seeing you both in the news, with Xiao Ran becoming your girlfriend, makes me very unhappy. Lu Lily told me to clarify with everyone that I am your girlfriend, and I really want to, but Xiao has said that would be detrimental to you, and I know I can't do that. But just because I know I can't do that, I feel even more upset. Before she could finish, Lu Binbin embraced her. Silly, that's what jealousy is, he said. D33's face was wrapped tightly in a face kini, but she could still feel Lu Binbin's warmth. He leaned close to her ear and said, feeling very sorry. I'm sorry you had to suffer, really. The heavy door temporarily surrounded the place where they stood and the stairs on either side, creating a quiet space, undisturbed by anyone. But D33 was still very alert, watching the top and bottom of the stairs, fearing someone might come. No, you can't hug me. What if someone sees? She pushed him away, but he still held her tightly, regardless. I need to quickly get Lily's heart surgery done. I don't have time to think about anything else. Meng, to me, is just a hope for Lu Lily's medical expenses. Nothing else will happen. Meng, remember, I am yours. Lu Binbin lovingly patted D33's head. His embrace was warm. His words were even warmer. She had never been cared for so much by anyone regarding her feelings. D33 blinked, looking at the green emergency exit sign, flashing repeatedly, thinking, is this what love feels like? There's the sweetness of being genuinely cared for, and the sourness during times of grievance. Sweet and sour. D33 slowly wrapped her arms around Lu Binbin's waist, responding in kind. I am also yours. Lu Binbin's joyful emotions soared like wings, flying high and far. Just as D33 was waiting for her energy to boost as well, a sudden sharp pain struck her chest. as if something was trying to come out. This feeling was strange, inexplicably reminiscent of the day she suddenly fainted on the hospital rooftop, uncontrollable. Lu Binbin said something else, but D33 only felt a buzzing in her ears, unable to hear clearly. But she tried hard to pretend nothing had happened, smiling at Lu Binbin as he smiled at her. Then he pointed to the door. "I'll go out first." At the moment, the door closed. Unable to hold on any longer, she pressed her hand against her chest, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. It felt as if something was roasting inside her chest, or perhaps something was expanding infinitely within her chest. D33's eyes widened, trying to grasp where this pain was coming from, but the white wall in front of her began to blur. The more she tried to see clearly, the less clear it became. Just when she thought she was about to faint again, the door opened once more. Suddenly startled, D33 forced herself to turn around and steady herself against the wall, watching a couple grumble that the elevator was too slow as they went down the stairs. With a last bit of strength, she squeezed through the large door that was about to close. It felt like she had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. "Miss, are you okay? You're shaking?" Even after making it through, D33's body was still uncontrollably trembling, catching the attention of a passing nurse. "I'm fine." D33 shook her head while taking off her bikini and glasses, feeling hot. "Well, if you're not feeling well, remember to go to the nurse's station." The nurse left, half convinced. When D33 returned to the ward, she tidied herself up before appearing in front of Lu Lily, who had already connected her bag and was eagerly waiting to see the gift D33 had promised her after the infusion. "Sister Mingming, why are you all sweaty? Are you too excited like me?" Yeah. "Sister Mingming, what kind of gift did you prepare for me? Is it a doll, clothes, or a toy?" D33 was distracted. While she was tidying up in the restroom earlier, she received an unexpected call from her leader from Planet R. The leader didn't speak directly to her, but inquired about her task progress and indicated that she didn't have much time left on Earth. D33 realized that the leader's call might be related to her sudden heartache. Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? Was her sudden heartache just a coincidence? If so, what was the reason behind it? She wasn't from Earth. Any discomfort in her body had a clear cause. "Sister Mingming, why aren't you talking? Tell me, I'm really—" "Don't touch me." D33 suddenly snapped, shaking off Lu Lily's hand, startling her. D33 came to her senses and saw Lu Lily's surprised expression. Her thoughts momentarily scattered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." She became clumsy and absent-minded. She didn't even know what was wrong with her, why she had become so sensitive. Lu Lily understandingly shook her head, still with a hurt expression but trying to comfort D33. "It's okay, sister. Are you tired? You can lie down on my bed and rest for a bit. Okay?" D33 didn't refuse and lay down beside Lu Lily along the edge of the bed. The large tree outside the window reflected a green light in the sunlight, and a sparrow tilted its head in the dappled shadows before spreading its wings to fly high. There were still several hours until the best time to take Lu Lily to the rooftop. She could see the veins of every leaf clearly, but couldn't see the path between herself and Lu Binbin. Unknowingly, drowsiness overtook her. D33 fell asleep. In her dream, she returned to her hometown, Planet R. She arrived at her home and saw Ami. Ami, with her 3 ears wobbling, scampered towards her with a slightly reproachful tone. "Why are you back so late? I thought you wouldn't come back." D33 noticed the cupboard storing pet food was wide open, and the supplies were running low. "If I didn't come back, would you have dismantled my home?" D33 said, looking at Ami's round belly with annoyance. Ami's tail stood up in dissatisfaction, unhappy with D33's implication that she only knew how to eat and be lazy. "Lead her around the house. I cleaned the house from top to bottom for you." "Did you see the windows in the room?" "A few days ago, someone broke the glass during a fight, and I fixed it." "Oh, and this starry ceiling you said I chewed up? Remember you traded 10 energy balls for it? You hit me for a week because of that, right? I went to West City to help you buy a new one to replace it. Doesn't it look exactly the same?" Ami babbled on, following behind as she showed D33 the ins and outs of the house. It still looked just like it did before she left, and even seemed more homey thanks to Ami's efforts. But D33 felt that something was off, something wasn't right. What was different? What was wrong? The scene before D33 suddenly changed, and she saw the inside of Lu Binbin's house, but there was no Lu Binbin. D33 opened her eyes. Chapter 28. The gift, the gentle sunlight, just now transformed into the setting sun as night began to fall. She struggled to sit up and murmured, "How long have I slept?" "For a very long time. I slept from morning until afternoon. Dream, Sister Ming, if you don't get up soon, I'm going to splash water on you." Next to her, Lu Lily rested her chin on her hand, looking at her resentfully. The 4 bag beside her had long since deflated, and even the adhesive bandage on the back of her hand had been torn off due to lack of circulation. D33. She actually slept for so long and didn't feel a thing. This is where the patients lie, not where you lie. The nurse entered with medication and saw D33 crowding Lu Lily into the corner, showing no signs of getting down. She reminded them, "The little one said you're tired, but if you're awake now, you shouldn't just stay there, right?" D33 quickly got off the bed, nodded an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The nurse smiled. "It's nothing. I heard you're going out." But the little one's brother didn't say the patient was going out. Before D33 could respond, Lu Lily knelt on the bed, straightened her back, and declared, "I want to go out. I have my personal freedom. I've obediently had my 4, and I will also obediently take my medicine later. With my sister accompanying me, there won't be any problems. If there are any problems, I will take them all on myself." Is she mature? Yet, she is adorably childish. Is she childish? She even knows the term personal freedom. The nurse, being diligent, still required D33 to call the guardian, needing to personally confirm that Lu Binbin agreed to let her go. Lu Lily looked at D33 with worry. D33 nodded affirmatively at her, using her eyes to tell her not to be afraid. This call couldn't really be made to Lu Binbin. D33 secretly used her superpower, making this non-existent call a reality in the nurse's memory, successfully bringing Lu Lily out of the hospital. Though Lu Lily was sensible when entering the hospital, not crying or making a fuss, she was far happier now that she was going out. Lu Lily held D33's hand, feeling the evening breeze as night approached, watching the bustling crowd on the street and the large swathes of orange sunset in the sky, as if seeing it for the first time. "Aren't you happy even before seeing the gift I prepared?" "Yes." Lu Lily nodded obediently because for me, living one more day is a gift from heaven, a gift of time. D33 was taken aback. "Dream, Sister Ming, do you know how much time there is in a day? A day has 24 hours. D33 replied. "No." Lu Lily shook her head with a smile. "A day only counts when I'm awake. I calculated, it's probably less than 10 hours. D33 was once again stunned, compared to her often astonishing remarks. The words of earthlings also often astonished her, especially Lu Lily. 10 hours is really too short, so I cherish my time particularly. Lu Lily didn't notice D33's pensive expression and pointed to a street vendor selling egg pancakes, saying, "Sister, I'm hungry. I want to eat that." D33 bought one for her and took her to Su Firen's house. She sat down on the eaves with Lu Lily in her arms. "Is this high enough?" D33 asked Lu Lily. Looking down from the terrace, it was indeed high enough. But after thinking for a moment, D33 decided to carefully climb up the eaves with Lu Lily in her arms. The short 2 steps of the roof could be crossed in one stride by D33 alone. However, holding Lu Lily, she had to be more cautious, also taking care of Lu Lily's fearful emotions. Feeling Lu Lily excitedly and nervously clutching her neck, she comforted her, "Don't worry, we won't fall. If we really do, I'll let you lie on me, okay?" Lu Lily closed her eyes, trembling as she nodded, "Mm." D33 positioned her carefully and covered her eyes with her hand. "Are you ready?" "Mm." Lu Lily's voice trembled, but this time she nodded vigorously. "Then open your eyes." Lu Lily bit her lip, took a deep breath, and tentatively opened one eye, then the other. But all she saw was D33's palm. Once she blinked her eyes and was fully prepared, D33 moved her hand away. The distant orange clouds seamlessly reflected in Lu Lily's clear eyes, the touchable blue sky, the panoramic view of the neighborhood, and the people walking in the streets filled her vision. D33 saw the fear on Lu Lily's face dissipate, gradually revealing an indescribable joy and excitement. She looked like a little baby who suddenly received a piece of candy, happily licking it, reluctant to finish it all, repeatedly examining it as if it were a treasure. D33 asked her, "How is it? Is the sun in the clouds beautiful? Are people bigger or smaller than ants? Do the tall buildings look like the milk cartons you mentioned? It's beautiful, really too beautiful. The clouds look like orange cotton candy. I want to take a bite. People look so small, but still bigger than ants. There are many milk cartons just as tall and narrow as the one I drink. And I saw the moon. Sister, that bright one, the crescent-shaped one, is it the moon? The moon is actually with the sun. I saw it. I saw the moon and the sun together." D33 grabbed one of her arms, steadying her so she wouldn't fall due to excitement. "This is the gift I gave you. Do you like it?" Lou Lily greedily looked at the extraordinary feeling of the whole world beneath her feet, and finally turned to D33, hugging her neck tightly. "Thank you, Dream Sister Mang." D33 was almost knocked off balance by this little one, feeling her fluffy head rubbing against her neck, her heart blooming like a whole garden, feeling tingly all over. Ami wouldn't rub against her like this, and Ami wouldn't be fluffy. Even when she occasionally jumped in her arms when she was in a good mood, she was still cold. "You're welcome." Lou Lily boldly leaned closer to D33's ear and said, "Dream Sister Ming, this is a secret between the two of us." Her melodious and lively voice was hard to refuse. D33 was no exception, being taught by Lou Lily to hook pinkies and promise not to lie for 100 years. She sat on the roof with Lou Lily for a while. When Sue Fearon came out with coffee and said someone reported to the property management that there were people sitting on the roof, asking them to come down quickly. So she took Lou Lily back to the terrace. Sue Fearon looked at D33 with a mix of resistance and fear. Upon seeing how cute Lou Lily was and how she resembled Lou Binbin, she struck up a conversation with Lou Lily. "Little friend, what is your name? You're really cute." Saying this, she reached out to pinch Lou Lily's face, but Lou Lily dodged and politely bowed. "I'm Lou Lily. Thank you, sister, for lending me your home." "Lou Lily? What is your relationship with Lou Binbin?" Initially annoyed by Lou Lily's evasion, Sue Fearon's displeasure was quickly replaced by surprise upon hearing her name, and she hurriedly asked, "Lou Binbin is my brother." Lou Lily naturally had no good feelings for the beautiful yet changeable Sue Fearon, retreating back to D33's side as she spoke. D33 took Lou Lily's hand, ready to say goodbye to Sue Fearon. However, Sue Fearon, unusually enthusiastic, urged D33 and Lou Lily not to rush to leave. "Don't rush to go. I baked a lot of cookies and cakes, and I have plenty of drinks here. It's also wonderful to enjoy the scenery on the terrace. Lily must be hungry, right? Come, sit down and have some." Sue Fearon focused on Lou Lily. Initially, she didn't quite understand what D33 wanted to borrow her house for. But seeing how much D33 cared for Lou Lily, she realized that Lou Lily could be the soft spot for this unpredictable woman. Moreover, how could she let them come for nothing? The milk-white rectangular dining table was really filled with a lot of exquisite and delicious desserts. The cat poop coffee she had just placed down was still wafting with a fragrant aroma. D33 didn't mind and looked at Lou Lily. After all, Lou Lily was just a child, and her gaze fell on these desserts that she usually had no chance to encounter, leaving her in a daze and unable to move her feet. Sue Fearon smiled apologetically as she pulled out chairs for them to sit down and introduced to Lou Lily. "This is hazelnut chocolate millefeuille, which I made myself. You can give it a try. Oh, and this is strawberry cake, super sweet and delicious. You can also try it. And this is chocolate towel roll. Do you like it?" D33 watched Sue Fearon take care of Lou Lily and remembered that tomorrow was Lou Binbin's birthday. What should she give Lou Binbin? Today, she brought Lou Lily to the eaves to enjoy the scenery, because she had mentioned it before. So what was Lou Binbin's wish? Besides getting Lou Lily to have surgery as soon as possible, what else could she do for him? This was Sue Fearon's first time meeting Lou Lily, knowing that bringing these treats could make a child happy. As for the older friend Lou Binbin, what could make him happy? The happiness of adults was much harder to come by than that of children. That. Sue Fearon turned to call D33 to eat something too. Not just sit there, but when she opened her mouth, she realized she didn't know D33's name. "We've seen each other several times. You know my name, but I still don't know yours." Her name is Meng Meng. A warm scene interrupted by a fourth voice. D33 turned to look. and the figure stepping from the house onto the terrace was as familiar as her voice. It was Binbin's assistant, dressed in a pure white dress. She was the complete opposite of the red dress that had come to her door that night. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, without excessive makeup, and she wore a pair of white sneakers, resembling a college student who hadn't graduated yet. She affectionately called Lu Binbin, while D33 was labeled as the assistant. Su Firen stood up and warmly greeted her. Xiao Ran? Oh, how come you're here? It's been such a long time. After exchanging polite greetings with Su Firen, Xiao Ran eagerly walked towards D33. She glanced meaningfully at D33 and pulled a chair to sit beside Lu Lily. Upon seeing her, Lu Lily jumped off the chair D33's side without any hesitation. Sister Meng Meng, let us go. Hello, Lily, I'm your brother's girlfriend. My name is Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran bent down, lowering herself to wave at Lu Lily. We've met before, but you were too young, so you might have forgotten. Lu Lily tilted her head, snorted, and shook her head. I haven't heard my brother mention you. The little one's words instantly made the atmosphere quite awkward. Xiao Ran's smile flickered, maintaining her bent posture, unsure how to conclude the moment. Chapter 29, I'm dating him now. For you, too. Su Firen was a clever person. After reluctantly agreeing to D33 and Lu Lily borrowing her house, she attempted to send a private message to Xiao Ran's influencer account. Not receiving any reply left her uncertain whether Xiao Ran would see it or respond. Xiao Ran's appearance immediately made her realize that this strange woman had an unusual relationship with Lu Binbin. With both main characters present, the show was about to start, and she needed to step back and take notes. Cough, my Napoleon cake is almost ready. I need to go downstairs to check on it. You guys chat first. D33 was puzzled about why Xiao Ran had come. Xiao Ran took her bag off her shoulder and placed it on the table, replying straightforwardly, I'm here to have a good chat with you, while Binbin is not around. D33 watched her lean back in the chair, tilting her face with an accusatory expression. Worried that she might scare Lu Lily, she sent Lu Lily downstairs to find Su Firen to play. Lily, be good. Remember to save me a piece of the Napoleon cake when it's ready. I love eating it. Lu Lily frowned, reluctant, but still nodded obediently and went inside. D33 took the unfinished cake from Lu Lily and continued eating. So what do you want to talk about? Leaving Lu Binbin. I don't want to see you living together. Xiao Ran turned her head, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. Whether I live there or not is up to Lu Binbin. The house is rented by him. It has nothing to do with you, and you have no right to intervene. Xiao Ran slightly curled her lips and poured herself a cup of coffee. I'm now Lu Binbin's girlfriend. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Do I have no right? Su Firen's cake was indeed very good, very sweet and fragrant, melting softly in her mouth, but it never quite reached her heart. D33 pursed her lips and put down her fork. Do you like Lu Binbin? D33's question surprised Xiao Ran, who felt it was a stupid question. Of course, I like him. If I didn't like him, why would I give him a chance? Why would I help him? D33. Do you really like him? Do you like him now, or have you liked him since high school? Xiao Ran. D33. If you really like him, why do you scheme against him? Hurt him? If this is what you call liking, I can't accept it. Xiao Ran scrutinized D33, whose mouth was smeared with cream and wore a serious expression, and laughed angrily. What exactly do you want to say? Are you trying to compete with me over who loves him more? Are you showing off to me? D33 blinked in confusion. Xiao Ran splashed her coffee on D33's face. The coffee had cooled down when she arrived, so splashing it on her face didn't cause any real damage. D33 wiped her face and grabbed a tissue. This cup of coffee should have been splashed on Xiao Ran instead. Thinking about the harm she had caused Lu Binbin over the years, which still haunted him as a nightmare at night, she wanted to teach Xiao Ran a lesson. But considering her own time on this planet was limited and that she had come specifically for Lu Binbin, she told herself that if Xiao Ran could treat Lu Binbin well, it might be worth reconsidering. After all, liking someone for so many years, whether on Earth or a planet, was a rare quality that might offset her other flaws. Miss Meng, you can eat messily, but you can't speak carelessly. Scheme against him? Hurt him? Do you have evidence? Or did Binbin tell you something? I, Xiao Ran, have never ordered anyone around in my life, nor do I like being ordered around. Xiao Ran maintained a calm smile, gently placing the empty coffee cup on the table, then paused before continuing. Who isn't T-Bin young and reckless? How can mistakes made in childhood be treated as true intentions? Even minors who commit murder still deserve a chance to start over. Over the years, the only person I've cared about is Bin Bin. My feelings for him, no one can deny or erase. D33 pondered that the latter part of Xiao Ran's words seemed to imply something, and at that moment Xiao Ran turned to ask again, "Let me ask you one more time, are you really unwilling to move out of Bin Bin's home? Give me a little more time. I'm living there for you too, because I've decided to help you two get together in another way. You really are an interesting person. Fine, I've given you a chance, but it's a pity you don't cherish it. Since you are unwilling to move out voluntarily, I will use my own methods to make you do so. Don't blame me for not giving you face then." With that, Xiao Ran grabbed her bag and stood up. D33 reached out. "Hey, wait a minute." She stood up and reached out to press down on Xiao Ran's shoulder, but as one moved back and the other moved forward, there was a tearing sound, and Xiao Ran's dress was violently ripped open from the neckline, exposing her bra straps. D33 hadn't reacted yet when Xiao Ran screamed and turned around, angrily pushing her. "Meng Meng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Let go of me." Compared to her panic, D33 remained very calm. When Xiao Ran demanded to be let go, D33 did just that. However, when Xiao Ran pushed her, D33 quickly grabbed her wrist, so when she let go, not only did she release the collar of her dress, but also Xiao Ran's hand. Xiao Ran leaned back and let out another scream. At that moment, someone appeared behind her. She fell into this person's warm embrace and turned her head, instantly feeling aggrieved like a weeping willow. "Bin Bin, I." D33 and Lu Binbin locked eyes. She saw the anger in Lu Binbin's eyes. In that instant, D33's first reaction was not to wonder why Lu Binbin was angry because of Xiao Ran's tears, but to recognize that gaze. It was so familiar to the point where the position Lu Binbin stood in, the angle of the terrace wall beside him, the clothes he wore, the way he held Xiao Ran. It was all so familiar enough that she doubted whether this scene had happened before. D33's mind felt like a spinning machine, mixing up time and thoughts. "Meng Meng, what are you doing?" Xiao Ran took off her clothes and draped them over Xiao Ran, questioning the slightly dazed D33. D33, with coffee stains on her collar and damp hair, remained silent. "I'm asking you, what are you doing?" Lu Binbin shouted at her. D33 looked up. Lu Binbin had never spoken to her at this volume before. Xiao Ran continued to sob pitifully, leaning closer to Lu Binbin. "It was my fault for saying too much. I deserved it." "No, what you said was not excessive at all. Your demands are perfectly normal. It's just that I can't agree to you right now." D33 took the initiative to speak for Xiao Ran, acting unpredictably, causing Xiao Ran to feel a bit out of place. Xiao Ran. "Demands? What demands?" Lu Binbin frowned and asked D33. At this time, Xiao Ran, with her head down, subtly hinted to D33 to tread carefully, while D33 maintained that this was a private conversation between them and wisely kept her mouth shut. "Go on. What demands?" Lu Binbin was urging D33 when he happened to see Lu Lily coming upstairs with a Napoleon cake. Hearing Lu Binbin yelling for D33, she angrily ran over to them, helping D33 turn around to retort. "Why are you yelling at Sister Meng Meng? I hate you. Sister Meng Meng, let's go." Lu Lily didn't want D33 to stay there any longer, so she took her hand and comforted her like a little adult. "Sister Meng Meng, your clothes are soaked. I'll take you to buy some clothes, and I'll also buy you the Napoleon cake you like. Let's go, I have money." She threw the plate with her angry little hand onto the table, causing the Napoleon cake on top to tilt to one side. D33 stood still and said to Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran, "I really want you both to have a good start and a good development." Xiao Ran, "The things you just said to me can be said again to Lu Binbin. Although where we come from does not advocate the foolish way of perseverance. Isn't it celebrated here as the power of sincerity? If you truly like Lu Binbin, he will definitely be moved by you. Keep it up." Xiao Ran was bewildered. Lu Binbin blinked, suppressing the strange impulse to smile. Lu Lily looked up, as if watching an animated show that fascinated her. D33 pointed to the lavish desserts and drinks on the table beside them, Perfect, you can sit down and have a good chat with these desserts and drinks. By the way, this coffee is really good. Don't waste it by splashing it on your face. Lily and I want tea disturb you. We'll take our leave first. After saying this, she leisurely pulled Lu Lily away, leaving Xiao Ran in a state of confusion. Lu Binbin released Xiao Ran and walked to the side to pull out a chair. Hearing Xiao Ran clench her fists and say, "Your assistant is really interesting." Lu Binbin calmly poured himself a cup of the coffee D33 mentioned was good. "I think so too." Xiao Ran turned her gaze, assessing Lu Binbin, whose expression was now completely different from before, as if he had only stood by her side due to her own delusion. It was no surprise that such a smart person could see through her act. What she wanted was simply his attitude, and his earlier attitude was exactly what she wanted. "What? Are you not satisfied with my reaction just now?" Sensing Xiao Ran's gaze, Lu Binbin turned his head and took a sip of coffee. "No, very satisfied." Xiao Ran adjusted the coat he had draped over her shoulders and sat down beside him. "Then it seems we have reached a consensus. To the outside world, we're just a couple." She cut a small piece of bread for Lu Binbin. "I think this will be a good start." Lu Binbin did not touch the bread and continued to drink his coffee. "What did you ask, Meng Meng?" "I don't want to tell you. But now that I think about it, it's fine to tell you." Xiao Ran raised her eyebrows. "I hope she can move out. It will be good for both of us. In this place where the camera is everywhere, we both have attention. And it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any slip-ups. It would be bad if it scared Lily. What do you think?" Lu Binbin looked down. "You're right. I will arrange it as soon as possible." Xiao Ran's enchanting eyes sparkled like stars scattered across the sky, as she looked at Lu Binbin in surprise. "If you had listened like this earlier, how nice it would have been. We wouldn't have had such misunderstandings." Lu Binbin raised his gaze. Xiao Ran's smile naturally shifted to a gentle guilt as she reached out to hold Lu Binbin's hand that was holding the coffee cup. "Binbin, I promise you, I will treat you well from now on. I was impulsive in high school and left you with a bad shadow. I apologize to you. Sincerely apologize. Waiting for you all these years shows my sincerity towards you, right? I don't ask for anything else. Just for you to give me a chance to really look at me. Is that okay?" Lu Binbin stared at her hand, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he gently patted her hand in response. Someone who destroys what they cannot have. Talking about sincerity? How ridiculous. Chapter 30, she misses Lu Binbin's embrace so much D33 took Lu Lily back to the hospital. Along the way, Lu Lily kept asking her why she had to be so polite to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran clearly splashed her with water and should be apologizing. Hasn't she ever been to kindergarten? Didn't the kindergarten teachers teach her these principles? Her brother actually helped her. Lu Lily was very frustrated. Her little face almost twisted up to the sky. D33 didn't know how to explain to Lu Lily that Lu Binbin's anger towards her just now was an act. Since he appeared, his emotional state hadn't fluctuated at all. There was no talk of being happy or unhappy. And even when she was earnestly trying to create a conversation opportunity for him and Xiao Ran, her mood had slightly lifted. "I need to get Lily's heart surgery done as soon as possible. I don't have time to think about anything else." Meng Meng, to me, is just the hope for Lu Lily's medical expenses. Nothing else will happen. Meng Meng, remember, I am yours. Does Xiao Ran really mean nothing to him? Human emotions are inherently complex. Is lying instinctual? Could it be that Lu Binbin himself doesn't even know that what he's saying isn't sincere? D33 thought about the way he had held Xiao Ran's shoulder, feeling uncomfortable as if she were leaking rain. What's wrong with her? Clearly, she had desperately wanted him not to dislike Xiao Ran to complete her task back then, and now, Lu Binbin was no longer as resistant to Xiao Ran as before. Everything seemed to be going in the direction she hoped for. Why did she feel disappointed instead? "Sister Meng Meng, are you jealous?" Suddenly, Lu Lily turned a corner, blocking D33's path. "Huh? Your face clearly says I am jealous." Lu Lily poked her little face, spreading those 4 words evenly. Even a little kid could see it. "I am not." D33 turned her face away. She wouldn't have such a low-level human emotion. "Oh, is that so? Then let my brother celebrate his birthday with that vicious woman tomorrow. You can stay with me in the hospital and be bored." Lu Lily walked ahead again. "Anyway, you decided to give my brother to her." D33. At 8:30 in the evening, 4 hours later, Lu Binbin returned. Lu Lily was asleep in bed, and D33 was cleaning up the lunchbox she had finished eating. Lu Binbin helped her clean up. Today, Lily ate more than usual. He suddenly appeared behind her, startling D33. Lu Lily said she wants to turn her grief into strength. Lu Binbin glanced at D33, who had no expression. And you? D33 stacked the dishes and walked out. What about me? Are you angry? Today, I protected Xiao Ran and spoke for her. Lu Binbin paused, adding his mistake, I even yelled at you. Today, her reaction was beyond his expectations. Like a perfectly rehearsed performance between the two of them. Her performance was impeccable. Xiao Ran's twisted expression, which couldn't be deciphered, was still quite satisfying. However, good cooperation doesn't mean that someone hasn't taken it to heart. You weren't angry, so why should I be angry? D33 replied honestly. You must have your reasons for doing so, and everything I said was sincere. If Xiao Ran can genuinely like you, given her sincerity after waiting for you for so many years, you two could have a serious conversation about the bad things she has done to you. Lu Binbin took the lunchbox from her, looking at her intently. You still say you aren't angry? You're so angry that you're talking nonsense. D33. She was physically fine now, her vision normal, although she felt inexplicably weak today, wasn't to the point of talking nonsense. D33 closely followed Lu Binbin to the washroom. In the circular sink, Lu Binbin rolled up his sleeves and stood at the innermost faucet, turning on the water to wash the dishes. The water was fierce, creating a torrent that drenched the lunchbox, making it impossible for D33 to get close. His clothes in front were soaked, but he didn't care at all, continuing to scrub the lunchbox from left to right, soon covering it and his hands with foam. D33 moved from his left to his right, asking Lu Binbin, why do you think I'm talking nonsense? I'm very clear-headed now. I'm not talking nonsense. Do you really hate Xiao Ran? Not necessarily. And even if you really hate her, it's because of the past when she framed you for being a pervert who secretly filmed girls, right? So many years have passed. Why not try to let it go? Isn't it said that men should be tolerant and magnanimous? Why are you being so petty? In our hometown, even if someone kills someone, it's just a matter of mismatched fighting abilities. It doesn't escalate to vendettas. Maybe you need to think of things on a smaller scale. What do you think? Do you think what I'm saying makes sense? You talked to Xiao Ran for almost 4 hours. Didn't you feel pretty good when you came back? Is this the result of you hating her? Lu Binbin, if you are considering my feelings, there's really no need because as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Really? Lu Binbin turned off the faucet with a snap. The water droplets from the faucet fell one by one, echoing in the suddenly empty washroom. I didn't talk to Xiao Ran for 4 hours. I paused my work to rush back to the hospital to see you and Lily, only to find you weren't there, so I went looking for you. Sufiran called me and said you were at her house. After talking to Xiao Ran for a while, I went back to continue my paused work and just returned now. I rushed back, thinking of a lot of ways to comfort you. I even wanted to praise you for cooperating well with me today. But I didn't expect you to think this way. You say those are sincere words? You even think I don't actually hate Xiao Ran and that I'm just trying to fool you. Lu Binbin looked at the yellow tiles, a smile on his face. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. He reinterpreted D33's words and finally said, so you really hope that I could develop well with Xiao Ran, right? D33 blinked, wanted to say yes, but hesitated for half a second with a lump in her throat. You must have been hiding the fact that you wanted to break up with me since you said you wanted to date me back then, right? D33 bit her lip. Just right. I'll find a place for you to move out. This was also what Xiao Ran asked you today, and you didn't refuse, right? D33 hurriedly said, no, I can't move out now. Why can't you move out now? Lu Binbin pressed his eyebrows, waiting for D33 to change her statement. Because I haven't completed the task yet. D33 blurted out the truth in her anxiety. The task of making me happy? D33 nodded vigorously. Your happiness is my lifeline. Okay, then I'll tell you now. As long as you move out, I'll be very happy. Lu Binbin said this directly, filled with disappointment and anger. He grabbed the wet lunchbox, turned around, walked a few steps, then stopped. Also, next time, don't take Lily to high places for dangerous activities. I will be even happier. D33 watched Lu Binbin's back as he turned the corner and disappeared at the open door of the washroom. She didn't expect that her moment of anxiety would lead to an argument with Lu Binbin, pushing her further away from him. D33 felt very sad. It wasn't so much about possibly losing her life, but rather the sadness of having had an argument with Lu Binbin. After leaving the hospital, she walked alone on the street, feeling frustrated. There were many people on the street, and after nightfall, it was a different kind of bustling and noisy atmosphere. Passers-by on the street, some in small groups holding milk tea, discussing where to go next. Some are playing with their phones, walking like a group of robots. Others are arguing loudly in the street. Regardless of which type, they're not alone. D33 watched them. An unprecedented feeling of loneliness trapped her like a cage. She missed Lu Binbin's embrace so much. The kind of hug that made her feel incredibly safe, the true feeling of being alive. Could it be that she really is a defective product? So incapable of even fulfilling the task of self-preservation? The person who should make him happy ended up making him angry. But D33 couldn't figure out where she went wrong. As she walked, she almost bumped into a street sign. Looking up, she saw the words on the sign, Qinyan Road. Xiaoda's home is nearby. The last time Xiaoda appeared in front of her and Lu Binbin after scaring her half to death was because of the news about Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran. After fulfilling his duties as an agent, he didn't even spare a glance or a word. It seems he was truly scared and didn't dare to complain. D33 recalled how frightened he was when he thought she was going to kill him, yet he still cared about Lu Binbin. He must know Lu Binbin's preferences, and at least tomorrow is Lu Binbin's birthday. She has to get it right. Moreover, since she had a fight with Lu Binbin this time, Xiaoda might blurt something out in a moment of impulse. With that in mind, D33 relied on her memory to find Xiaoda. She had heard from Lu Binbin that Xiaoda lived in a garage in a community, with the door always half open. Xiaoda loved playing on the computer and connecting various cool LED keyboards, so colorful lights would shine out from the half-open door. However, when D33 found it, she didn't see the distinctive colors. Because Xiaoda wasn't there, the roller shutter door was tightly closed. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. In fact, it had started raining 10 minutes ago, but it was coming down heavier now. D33 stood at the door for a while, confirming that the house number was correct, and prepared to open the door with her bare hands to get in and avoid the rain. Oh, isn't this the little girl who hid from Lu Binbin? A teasing voice came from behind D33, accompanied by an unpleasant crow-like laugh that made her scalp tingle. D33 turned around and saw Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao, two brothers. They stood close behind her, with two pairs of eyes staring at her without restraint, openly and maliciously. Like vultures eyeing their prey, not hiding their excitement at all. What a coincidence. What is up? Are you here to find Xiaoda too? D33 heard them say and couldn't help but frown. What do you want with Xiaoda? Jin Dafei toyed with a bunch of keys in his hand, not directly answering D33's question, chuckling, "Beauty, why stand here chatting when you could go inside and talk?" As he spoke, he grinned and deliberately bumped into D33's shoulder, squatting down to easily open Xiao Da's roller shutter door, as if he had done it many times before. With a whoosh, the door opened, and Lu Dabiao pushed D33 inside. "Get in. Why are you standing there like a fool?" Sure enough, even though there was no one in Xiao Da's garage, the colorful lights of the keyboard flashed 360 degrees, illuminating the dim environment in an eerie way. The light shone on their faces, vividly projecting their ill intentions and bad thoughts. Chapter 31. The Disappearance of Power TSK. That guy is not here. Bro, do you think Fat Joe is hiding from us on purpose? It's possible, but he can hide from a monk, but not from the temple. If he has the skills, he should never come back. Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao stood with their hands on their hips, confirming that Xiaoda was not in the room, and chatted back and forth. D33 kept her distance and asked, "Did Xiaoda owe you money?" Their attention returned to D33, and they exchanged knowing chuckles. "It's coming soon, right?" Jin Dafei raised an eyebrow, his narrow eyes radiating a lewd glint. "Your man thinks he can carry that debt himself. He has only paid 2 installments and is already running out of steam. At this rate, he'll have to borrow money from us to pay it back. Why don't you pay off a bit for your man? That way it'll be quicker and more efficient." Lu Dabiao raised his hand, intending to hook D33's chin. D33 slapped away Lu Dabiao's filthy hand, frowning and glaring at the two persistent guys. "What you're doing is illegal. Lu Binbin said that your interest rates are higher than others, and the way you compound interest is particularly harsh and unreasonable, constantly squeezing others without letting them pay back the principal. Also, just now you directly used a key to open someone else's door. If Chowda didn't give you permission for that key, you are also committing the crime of trespassing. Without resorting to violence, one must argue with reason. The last time she saw Jean Dafei downstairs at home, she didn't mention it to Lu Binbin, but afterwards they didn't come back. D33 had wondered to Lu Binbin why they suddenly became so sensible, but unexpectedly, Lu Binbin expressed indignation about their terror. They exploited others' urgent need for money, like vampires, once they sink their teeth in for the first bite. They won't let go until they've drained everything. D33 had learned about the legal knowledge regarding high-interest loans. However, when Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao heard her reasoned argument, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter, their grotesque and sinister expressions magnified by the psychedelic lights like living hellish demons. Bro, she said we're breaking the law. This girl said we're breaking the law. Oh, I'm so scared. Yeah, I'm scared too. What if we get caught? The police are coming. Wuwuwuwu, wahaha. D33 frowned. They were really noisy. Their voices and laughter were truly unpleasant. D33 wanted to use her superpower to silence them. But suddenly, halfway through her thought, her eyes turned cold. Her power had disappeared. She couldn't activate her superpower, not even a little bit. Jean Dafei didn't notice the sudden fear in D33's eyes and patted Lu Dabiao's shoulder. Second brother, tell her what we do. Yes, big brother. Lu Dabiao took a step forward, leaned down in front of D33, and said with a bad grin, Pretty girl, listen closely. We're the bad guys who break the law. You should have realized that the first time you saw us. You're so navi. I almost don't want to take you away. Before he finished speaking, his large hand heavily slapped D33's shoulder. That day, at Lu Binbin's house. Because Lu Binbin and the others couldn't appreciate D33's terror. In their eyes, D33 was just a pretty girl with a bit of bravery. Most importantly, D33 was Lu Binbin's nervous woman. They were usually too busy collecting money and fighting to watch videos, so they were a bit behind on information. D33 hated this kind of self-righteous human who actively provoked her. She grabbed Lu Dabiao's little finger and tried to twist it to show them a lesson. But with her superpower dissipating, her strength seemed to diminish significantly. Lu Dabiao cried out in pain, and Jean Dafei immediately came to help. D33 didn't even have time to react a second time before she was completely controlled by the two big men, like a fragile little rabbit. Let go of me. Let go of me. D33 struggled fiercely, and Lu Dabiao cursed, raising his palm and forcefully striking the back of her neck. Damn, this girl's temper is quite fierce. D33's vision went black, and she fainted. When she woke up again, she found herself in a warehouse, much larger than Xiaoda's garage, and much brighter too. The psychedelic colors of the keyboard light strips were gone, replaced by a flickering incandescent bulb that had a poor connection. She was tied to a chair, tightly bound. Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao were playing cards with their men while smoking. D33 tried to break free, but her efforts were meaningless, only producing a little noise. Jean Dafei turned his head and glanced at the cards in his hand, mumbling, You're awake. Lu Dabiao also glanced over. Bro, do you think Xiaoda will send us the delayed payments for her? You're stupid. Xiaoda won T, and their S also Lu Binbin. What is the matter? We want T lose anything. Jean Dafei spat, almost dropping the ash from his half-burnt cigarette onto his hand holding the cards. Right. Lu Dabiao chuckled. Besides, this girl came to us on her own, saving us the trouble of finding her. This means that this money is destined to be ours, brother. Lu Dabiao happily chuckled again. D33's face darkened, her mood reaching an extreme low. This was a humiliation for her. She, a person from planet R, had actually fallen to being bullied by two Earth thugs. It was truly shameful to the point of being sent into outer space. Indeed, D33 didn't feel fear, but rather humiliation. After the humiliation came the urgent anxiety. D33 didn't want Xiaoda or Lu Binbin to come and be bullied by this group of thugs. Was it because she almost fainted in the escape passage today? Was her body so weak that she couldn't even use a little bit of her superpower? Where is this place? Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao and their men were all here, outnumbered and seemingly having the upper hand. D33 tried to use the last bit of her meager will to open the information screen. Fortunately, the information screen could be opened. She then turned her gaze to Lu Dabiao and said, "I'm thirsty. I want to drink water." Lu Dabiao waved dismissively. "Go away. You think I'm your mom? Here to serve you. Oomph. I'm a hostage. If I die of thirst, you won't get any money." D33 coldly replied. Jean Dafei hit Lu Dabiao on the head with a playing card, urging, "Go. Get her some water." Lu Dabiao grumbled in dissatisfaction, mimicking his brother, hitting a nearby little brother with a card. "Go. Didn't you hear? Get her some water. I'm talking to you. I'm telling you to do something. Are you looking down on me, your big brother?" Jean Dafei, seeing Lu Dabiao trying to push the task onto someone else, angrily delivered 3 consecutive slaps to Lu Dabiao's head. These two were both equally irritable, twisted, and moody. D33 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jean Dafei inadvertently helped her a bit. If any of the little brothers had come over to feed her water, her plan might not have succeeded. Lu Dabiao repeatedly begged for mercy, took a bottle of mineral water from the side, and walked towards D33. "Drink. I'm here to serve you water." Lu Dabiao snorted coldly, opening the bottle cap. D33 deliberately pretended not to catch it, blocking some with her jaw, and water flowed continuously from her chin, soaking her clothes. Lu Dabiao, initially impatient, gradually noticed the wet temptation on D33's chest, his eyes fixated. D33 could visibly see his bad intentions multiplying in his eyes like bacteria, and she softly pleaded in line with his thoughts, "Big brother, let me go. I'll listen to you, okay?" As she spoke, she awkwardly swayed her upper body within the limited space where the ropes were tight. Lu Dabiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious? I want to have some fun, are you in? This won't do here. You have to take me to a place where it's just the two of us." D33 smiled and added, "Outside, okay?" Lu Dabiao looked at her smile, as if he could see right through her. "Stop acting. Do you think I'm a fool? I want to—" He reached to untie D33's ropes. D33 held her breath, watching Lu Dabiao's rough movements touch her body. Although it was very uncomfortable, she still held back her anger and remained silent. Her earlier search was to get this idiot to untie her ropes. D33 wanted to try again. She didn't believe in evil. As the ropes loosened, Lu Dabiao pulled them off her. Jean Dafei shouted, "Biaozi, what are you doing?" Just as he finished speaking, D33 raised her hand and threw an uppercut at Lu Dabiao's chin from below. Lu Dabiao spat out a mouthful of saliva. D33's force made everyone on Jean Dafei's side stand on guard, and the cards no longer mattered as they flew everywhere. They wanted to give D33, who was combining skill and brute force, a taste of her own medicine. Before they reached the battlefield, Lu Dabiao felt the greatest humiliation, unwilling to back down. He lowered his head and swung his fist at D33's face. D33 took a stance, agilely dodging and sweeping Lu Dabiao's legs. Everything was going smoothly until this point. Very fluid. D33 thought she could handle it and restore her face in our planet. D33's strength still didn't come back. She hooked Lu Dabiao's leg. The action was correct, but the power wasn't there. She hooked at nothing. Lu Dabiao's leg softened a bit, but there was no impact. Jean Dafei and the others had no chance to act. There was a slight awkwardness among the crowd. Jean Dafei was very annoyed by D33's halfway actions, grabbing her collar and poking her high nose. "I warn you, if you don't behave, I'll make you feel what it's like to wish you were dead." D33 was pushed to the ground, and Jean Dafei ordered 2 of his underlings to throw her into a small room nearby. D33 could only listen to Jean Dafei scolding Lu Dabiao with his empty words. Having been thrown from the spacious abandoned warehouse hall into a cramped little room, completely losing the chance to escape, it seemed she was weaker than when she was in the chowder garage. D33 hugged her knees and sat down on the cold floor to conserve her strength. She thought the problem lay with Lu Binbin. It should be because her quarrel with him had made his mood worse and worse. Is this losing both the husband and the soldiers? Injuring Lu Binbin also hurt herself. She glanced at the small window in the upper right corner. The small window was covered in thick dust, making it impossible to see the sky outside, but she could see it was already deep into the night. D33 shifted to the side, leaning against the wall, wondering what Lu Binbin was doing at that moment, whether he would come find her, and when he would know she had been kidnapped by Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao. She both hoped Lu Binbin would come and hoped he wouldn't. Meanwhile, Chowder returned to the garage after finishing his work and saw the note left by Jin Dafei. He used his instant photo to take a picture of D33 being carried away after fainting. Jin Dafei's low level of education showed in his crooked handwriting on the warning note, like every little clown grinning maliciously at him. If you don't obediently send the money, be careful, she might lose her life. They actually took Meng Meng? How could this happen? Isn't Meng Meng very capable? How could she possibly deal with those two guys, Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao? Chowder frowned at the undeniable instant photo, which still held the warmth of being freshly taken. He engaged in a fierce internal struggle, finally crumpling the photo into a ball and throwing it into the trash can, pretending he hadn't seen it, that it hadn't happened, that nothing was wrong. Chapter 32. Clueless now, Lu Binbin was developing well with Xiaoran. Lu Binbin had finally climbed out of the pit, and D33 must not meddle and cause her to fall back in. Moreover, that strange woman, D33, whose origins were unclear, was best off disappearing from Lu Binbin's side. Chowder took a deep breath and told himself, perhaps this is fate, the best arrangement to remove a tumor from his heart. Zizizizi, the phone rang. It was Lu Binbin. Chowder frowned, cleared his throat, and smiled slightly as he answered. Hello, Binbin. Help me find a place to live. On the other end, Lu Binbin's voice was low and seemed emotionally drained. Meng Meng had just had an incident, and he called, thinking it was about finding someone. Hearing it wasn't about Meng Meng, Xiao Da's heart quietly settled back. Looking for a place? Are you moving? Not for me. It's to find a place for Meng Meng to stay. Xiao Da straightened up, fully focused. Oh, I see. Xiao. Lu Binbin sounded like he had been crying, his voice a bit lazy and hoarse. He rarely called him by his full name. She has lost her memory twice and seems to really have forgotten how much she loves me. Xiao Da didn't speak, his fingers unconsciously tracing the raised areas on the table, his peripheral vision not daring to glance at the trash bin beside him. After waiting for a moment without hearing Lu Binbin say anything more, Xiao Da finally said, Okay, I'll take care of this. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. By the way, I'll transfer today's payment to you shortly. Wait. Lu Binbin stupid Xiao Da, who was eager to hang up. What's wrong? Xiao Da's mind was at its limit. He feigned ease while suppressing strong unease inside. Lu Binbin paused for a second and asked, What happened to your voice that day? That day? My voice was fine that day, really. I was joking with Meng Meng. Ha ha. Silence fell on the other end of the line. As Xiao Da continued laughing, he felt he may have misspoken. Sure enough, he heard Lu Binbin's voice, like a cold knife piercing through the phone. I don't think I mentioned which day. Xiao Da, are you hiding something from me? Xiao Da. Or is it you and Meng Meng who are hiding something from me? Xiao Da. Light from the small window shone in, making D33 squint, and she woke up. After a night, it was still very quiet. It seemed Lu Binbin hadn't come looking for her, or perhaps he still didn't know she had been taken away by Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao. She wasn't really hungry, but clearly felt her body weakening, like a stone in the sea that couldn't find the bottom, continuously sinking. Today was Lu Binbin's birthday, and yet she was still locked up here. D33 tried to stand up, leaning on the ground for support. She staggered to balance her body when she heard the door creak as someone pushed it open from the outside. It was an unknown lackey. He had a pair of counterfeit Jin Dafei's squinty eyes. After locking on a D33, he dropped the lunchbox he was holding on the ground. Time to eat. D33 called out to him, I need to go to the bathroom. The lackey's eyes were too small to show any expression. He just coldly repeated what she said. Go to the bathroom? Right here. So many requests. Saying that, he turned and closed the door. D33 looked at the lunchbox on the ground, and scenes from the escape movies she had watched at home flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside. D33 quickly walked over, pressed her ear against the iron door to listen. It sounded like many people were getting up and moving outside. along with the scraping sound of hard objects dragging on the ground. Soon, D33 heard a long, clear creaking sound as the big door opened. Was it Lu Binbin coming? Her heart tightened. She began to knock on the door and shout, "Lu Binbin? Is that you, Lu Binbin?" Meanwhile, outside the room, where D33 couldn't see, someone had indeed found the place. However, it was not Lu Binbin, but Xiao Da. The door was pushed open from both sides by Jean Dafei's lackey, and Xiao Da's figure, stout and short, was cast as a shadow on the ground by the outside light. A group of social outcasts who had been playing cards all night looked like walking corpses. Especially Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao, who had bloodshot eyes from lack of sleep and were particularly afraid of sunlight. As soon as the door opened, they all raised their hands to shield their eyes, starting by looking at the shadow. Xiao Da timidly stepped inside, every part of him displaying the feeling of a fat sheep about to enter a wolf's den. The door quickly closed behind him. Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao finally dropped their hands and looked at Xiao Da, who had finally shown up, teasing him with their sticky voices. "Finally willing to come? I thought you were going to play dead completely." Lu Dabiao spread his empty hands towards him. "So where's the money? Don't tell me you only brought yourself." Xiao Da mustered his courage to look at their faces one by one, muttering, "Debts have a master. It is indeed right to repay debts. However, Lu Binbin has paid you quite a bit of money, and I have also helped repay a lot. You guys 1T even reduced the principal. It's all counted as interest. At this rate, we'll never pay it off in our lifetime. You can't do this." Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao squinted their eyes in unison, confused by Xiao Da's daring words. "So you didn't come to repay the money? You came to say this nonsense?" Lu Dabiao scratched his forehead, digging in his ears to confirm whether he was crazy or if he had misheard. Seeing Lu Dabiao walk over, swaying his hips in displeasure, Xiao Da nervously swallowed, shifting his weight back on his heels, but still forced himself not to actually retreat. His gaze subconsciously drifted to the right. Lu Dabiao's hand slapped heavily on his shoulder, and Xiao Da forced a smile. "Brother Biao, please let us talk properly. I know you do this, but don't just target Lu Binbin alone, right?" Lu Dabiao snorted. "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Where's the money?" "No, I brought some, but not much." As Xiao Da spoke, he suddenly pushed Lu Dabiao away, and the apologetic expression on his face flickered away as he held up his phone, showing the dial screen for 11 like it was a weapon. "I just said, you can't keep squeezing us like this. It's illegal. We either reach an agreement to charge according to normal lending practices, or I'll report you." Lu Dabiao was stunned by Xiao Da's sudden boldness. Previously, when he found Xiao Da, he was a big soft persimmon, too scared to act tough. Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall today? "Hey, with my bad temper, come on, go ahead and report." Xiao Da ran, and Lu Dabiao chased after him. The door had already closed, and Xiao Da could only run the warehouse, while Lu Dabiao and his lackeys could easily surround him without breaking a sweat. In fact, Xiao Da's running felt more like a performance, utterly useless. All this while, Jean Dafei, who had been watching coldly, sensed something was off and immediately ran towards the nearby confinement room. He hurriedly tried to unlock it, only to find the key was not on him. He turned around and shouted at the flustered lackeys, "Stop fighting! Come here and unlock it quickly." Upon hearing his brother suddenly turn and rush over, Lu Dabiao was puzzled. Hearing Jean Dafei say this, he finally understood what was going on. As they all rushed over to help find the key to unlock the door, when they pushed it open, the person inside was already gone. "Xiao Da, you little..." Lu Dabiao turned to find Xiao Da to settle the score. At that moment, the warehouse door was pulled open wide, and while they were busy, Xiao Da slipped away like a cicada shedding its shell. Inside the warehouse, the boss's earth-shattering howls echoed. At that time, on the road outside the abandoned warehouse, Xiao Da was driving with sweat pouring down his forehead, while Lu Binbin was sitting in the back seat holding D33. As a group of people chased him out from inside, Lu Binbin urged Xiao Da to drive faster. I know it won't start. It won't start. Damn it. Okay, it started. Just like in an action movie where they almost have to redo a scene at the critical moment, Xiao Da finally stepped on the gas and left behind those who were filled with rage. The loud bang of Lu Dabiao hitting the car window nearly made her heart skip a beat. This was the first time in my life. Don't think I'm fat. I'm actually quite timid. Lu Binbin, you know that. I almost died in that godforsaken factory. Do you know that, Lu Binbin? What if they weren't that stupid? What if I couldn't escape? What if you couldn't? Xiao was gripping the steering wheel out of control, his emotions surging like a flood that he couldn't contain. He had clearly decided not to tell Lu Binbin that Meng Meng had been captured. But unexpectedly, Lu Binbin pried it out of him, insisting on finding Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao. What could he do? He could only see it through to the end, help them all the way. Lu Binbin wanted him to act as bait to attract the attention of Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao, while she would take the opportunity to rescue Meng Meng. He didn't know what Lu Binbin meant by taking the opportunity specifically. He only knew that she was determined and told him, "Don't worry, if I can't successfully rescue Meng Meng, I will definitely get you out." What more could he say? He could only risk everything for his brother, just like he once saved himself from peril. Lu Binbin, holding the weak D-33, glared at him and said, "Can you be quiet for a bit? Xiao Da." Here, 1,000 words of Xiao Da's inner response are omitted. 3 seconds later, he couldn't hold back and blurted out, "She doesn't need us to save her at all. She's not a normal person. She's a monster. You don't know anything." Lu Binbin's gaze flickered as she looked into the rearview mirror. "What did you say?" Back home, D-33 was placed on the bed, looking like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale, her expression peaceful but still unconscious. Lu Binbin sat quietly beside her, constantly recalling the video footage Xiao had shown her. Finally, she understood the reason why D-33 fainted on the hospital rooftop. She also finally understood the various strange behaviors she exhibited while being with him. But there were still more questions left unanswered. Is she really a monster? If she is as powerful as Xiao said, able to showcase superpowers with her bare hands in a video, then why was she trapped in a room in the abandoned factory by Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao, unable to save herself? The 2 episodes of amnesia she experienced, could they be related to her special identity? When it came to her hometown, when it came to her mission, the fragments of her wanting to say something but stopping seemed to connect. But why was she still lying there in a coma? Lu Binbin couldn't help but feel lost. He had been in a relationship with her 3 times, and yet he still knew nothing about her. D-33's hand was cold, just like when he found her on the hospital rooftop, her heartbeat almost non-existent. Lu Binbin took out a blanket to cover her, but it seemed ineffective. He felt anxious and racked his brains, suddenly recalling the mission she mentioned. She said it was a mission to make him happy. If he made her happy, could it wake her up? Lu Binbin wasn't sure, but he had to try every method possible now. So, a few minutes later, D-33 was lying on the bed in the room, while Lu Binbin took out a camera and started taking pictures of her. Chapter 33. She got jealous. He started to like photography in the 9th grade. He believed the greatest charm of photography lay in its ability to fight against time. Human memory is limited and can even produce erroneous impressions. But a camera doesn't make mistakes and certainly doesn't lie. The beauty captured through photography seems to exist in an eternity beyond time. Since meeting D-33, she had become the most beautiful presence in his eyes. However, she seemed to dislike being photographed and always try to hide away. After a while, Lu Binbin went into the darkroom to wash photos. He still preferred the retro method of developing photos in this vintage-style darkroom. It was particularly quiet, as if all the troubles of the world were kept outside, allowing one to focus solely on the beauty in front of him. The process of developing photos brought him peace and joy. Unfortunately, nowadays people use smartphones or high-definition lenses to capture moments. Even instant cameras have become niche, making such retro methods feel increasingly distant from life. He rarely had a chance to enjoy such tranquility. As his mood gradually improved without his awareness, D-33, who was lying in the room, also began to warm up. When her physical state reached a point where she could open her eyes, she found herself back in a familiar place, Lu Binbin's room. She felt a bit heavy. D-33 noticed that she was covered with 10 blankets. Gathering her strength, she kicked the blankets off and sat up. Her memories returned along with her physical strength. She had been locked in the room, leaning against the floor, feeling her eyelids gradually closing when she suddenly saw a shadow appear at the small window. She strained to focus and was astonished to see Lu Binbin's face. D-33 thought she was hallucinating, and just as she was about to look away, the small window was opened, and the person outside tried to squeeze through the narrow space but found it impossible. To her surprise, it really was Lu Binbin. D33 propped her head up and wanted to speak, but Lu Binbin made a shushing gesture to her. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside, and taking advantage of the moment, Lu Binbin smashed the window and squeezed in. The sharp edges of the broken glass tore his clothes and cut his body, but he didn't take care as he jumped down from the 4 or 5 meter high window. D33 watched as Lu Binbin strode toward her like a superhero and pulled her into his arms, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Lu Binbin's warm chest pressed against her face, feeling so comforting. At the same time, a familiar yet sharp image sliced through her mind like a knife. Splitting it in two, again, that old man with white hair. This time, she suddenly saw the face of the woman with him, and in just one glance, she saw herself. Whether it was from shock or her physical limits being reached, she lost consciousness and fainted. Lu Binbin actually saved her all by himself? D33 rubbed her aching head, feeling lightheaded and surreal. The clock on the wall pointed to 2 in the afternoon, and after a moment of blankness, she remembered that today was Lu Binbin's birthday. She hadn't celebrated his birthday yet. D33 walked out of the room, wanted to find Lu Binbin. She didn't see him in the living room and thought he wasn't home. When she checked her phone to call him, she realized it was missing. It must have been lost by Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao. This was actually good. She could prepare for Lu Binbin's birthday and celebrate when he returned. Being unexpectedly kidnapped had wasted precious preparation time, and it seemed too late to prepare anything special, nor did she know how to give him a huge surprise. Having already wasted so much time, D33 dared not waste anymore. She took all the eggs and milk from the fridge to make a small cake. There was no cream at home, so D33 used fruit as a substitute. Just as the small cake was almost done, Lu Binbin came out of his room. They unexpectedly locked eyes. When she truly saw him, all the memories of what happened before she was taken by Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao suddenly lined up in her mind. They had argued because of Xiao Ran. He had said it would make him happy if she moved out. D33 was the first to react, quickly holding up the cake and saying to him, "Happy birthday, Lu Binbin." Lu Binbin paused for a moment, then joyfully walked toward her, saying, "You finally woke up." D33 nodded, seeing a different glimmer in his eyes. She wasn't sure if anything unusual or unexplainable had happened after she fainted, and she bit her lip, saying, "I'm sorry for making you worry. It's good to know. You scare me to death." Lu Binbin gently reproached her, then paused and said, "Yesterday I'm sorry." D33 knew he was referring to the incident with her. "I made you unhappy. I should be the one apologizing." She felt she should apologize to herself too. If she hadn't messed things up, his mood wouldn't have plummeted like that, and she wouldn't have almost ended up in the hands of those two idiots. "No, it's my fault. I should have yelled at you like that. No, it's my fault. I saw you were unhappy and still continued to say those things to provoke you. No, it's my fault. I'm a boy, so it must be my fault. No, it's my fault. I'm your girlfriend, so it must be my fault. I'm at fault. I'm wrong. I'm at fault. I'm wrong." In the end, it was Lu Binbin who compromised, pulling the stubborn D33 back, saying, "All right, let us stop this. You just woke up. Don't exert yourself so much." D33 blinked. Lu Binbin squinted slightly and asked, "Why did you go looking for Xiao so late?" D33 lowered her gaze. "Today is your birthday, and I wanted to surprise you, but I didn't know what you liked. I thought Xiao has spent the most time with you and is your good friend, so he should know. That's why I went to find him. I didn't expect. Happy birthday, Lu Binbin. This is a cake I made by hand. Hope you like it." "Oh, right, the candles." She turned to find candles, but Lu Binbin held her arm, took the cake, and pulled her into his embrace with the other arm, saying, "I like it." D33 felt reluctant to lean against his chest, but when her chin rested on his shoulder, she noticed that the necklace he had given her was missing. "As long as it's from you, I like it. Actually, I don't need any gifts. To me, your safety and being by my side is the best birthday gift." He hugged her, soothingly patting her back, then took a bite of the freshly baked cake right in front of her. D33 could feel his mood improving. He truly liked the simple, even unadorned cake she made. But why didn't he ask her about fainting? He had become unusually quiet. Compared to before, he was different. "By the way, where's your necklace?" D33 asked. "Oh, I found it cumbersome. So I put away, Lu Binbin casually replied, pulling her over to sit on the sofa. D33 noticed he still hadn't asked anything, so she took the initiative to break the silence again, asking, so, do I still need to move out? Yes. I've already found a place for you. After we finish the cake, I'll help you move, Lu Binbin replied nonchalantly as he cut the cake with a knife. D33 felt an endless sense of disappointment. For the first time, her mood didn't rise with his. Instead, it exhibited a trend of an inverse parabolic function. Just now, when Lu Binbin had taken the initiative to apologize, D33 thought that the previous day's conflict had been resolved, but it seemed it was just her wishful thinking. Did this mean a breakup? It was said that men on Earth wouldn't explicitly mention breakups. They would only let women pick up on the implications and withdraw. D33 felt very uncomfortable, but she didn't dare to show her discomfort, let alone let Lu Binbin feel uncomfortable. After the kidnapping incident, she really didn't want to put herself in danger anymore. As long as Lu Binbin was well, she would be well. As long as Lu Binbin was happy, she could do anything. So, a few minutes later, she followed Lu Binbin like a little wife, ready to engage with him in a long-distance reality. However, Lu Binbin just walked straight to the door across the street and, as if performing a magic trick, took out a key and inserted it. Click! As the door opened, Lu Binbin stepped aside to invite D33 in. Here, you'll live here from now on. D33. The same layout, but the decoration was much better than Lu Binbin's place. Even the sofa in the living room radiated a new sheen. D33 glanced at the dreamlike distance of only 2 meters. She was quite satisfied with the distance and the living conditions, as she wouldn't have to squeeze into the bathroom with Lu Lily and Lu Binbin anymore. However, where to get the extra money to rent another room? Lu Binbin looked directly into her eyes, candidly stating, the money is from Xiaoran. Since she made the suggestion, of course, it's her money. D33. Did she hear wrong? It seemed he called her Xiaoran, not Xiaoran, and now there was no discomfort at all about using Xiaoran's money. It was supernatural. She suddenly felt a pang in her heart, regretting apologizing to someone. What she said yesterday about him not hating Xiaoran as much as he thought seemed to be true. D33 stepped inside, took a brief glance, then turned to Lu Binbin and said, okay, thank you. Please thank your Xiaoran for me. Lu Binbin was slightly taken aback, nodded, and patted her suitcase. Then you rest well. If you need anything, just call me. Oh, by the way, I'll start working tomorrow. You're still very weak, so take good care of yourself at home. If there is anything you need from Lily, just let me know. You. D33 hadn't had a chance to speak when Lu Binbin smiled gently and closed the door for her. Are you going to work for Xiaoran? Xiao said you were supposed to cool down for a while. D33 stared at the swaying bell pendant on the door, feeling someone's mood continuously rising. Her superpower was gradually coming back. She frowned, and the glass vase on the coffee table behind her fell to the ground and shattered. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lu Binbin stood in the hallway, listening to the sound of something breaking inside, his mood soaring higher. She's jealous. Since he made up his mind not to let D33 complete her task, he and T missed a single hint of Meng Ming's unhappiness whenever he mentioned Xiaoran. This time, Meng Ming almost encountered danger, and by misfortune, he learned that Meng Ming's task was related to her life. Reflecting on everything before, including the last time she fainted on the hospital rooftop, he had argued with her both before and after. Especially yesterday, he felt so distressed that he could barely breathe. Although he didn't know the deeper reasons, if he could control his emotional changes and ensure she wouldn't be affected while she kept failing her task, he thought she wouldn't leave him. And to keep himself moderately unhappy, he had to stay a bit closer to Xiaoran. Now it seemed, the decision was good and achieved 2 goals with 1 move. Satisfied, Lu Binbin returned to his room, finally feeling a sense of ease in taking charge and singing his own tune. Chapter 34, I will support you. For several days, Lu Binbin left early and returned late, as if he were on steroids, utterly tireless. D33 prepared dinner and heated it 2 or 3 times before waiting for him to come back. After he finished showering and eating, he began to handle the follow-up work, editing, compiling, sending out his work, chatting on WeChat, and even making phone calls. His regular phone chat partner was Xiaoran. Although she had moved to a place just next door, it seemed that there had been a qualitative change in their lives. Instead of being a nominal girlfriend, she felt more like a real nanny. Cooking, washing dishes, asking if he wanted drinks or fruit. She couldn't talk to Lu Binbin anymore. He shared everything with Xiao Ran. D33 watched Lu Binbin's back, hearing his conversations with Xiao Ran becoming increasingly trivial. Sometimes, they would spend over 10 minutes just discussing when and where to try a new milk tea. She deliberately made some noise, walking back and forth next to him. But Lu Binbin remained oblivious. This was a blatant emotional transfer happening right in front of her. The human desire to share is love, and this is easy to understand. On planet R, people are also willing to share their abilities. D33 felt lost, with the pressure weighing down on her like several mountains, making it hard to breathe. Lu Binbin's good mood clashed with her tasks, leaving D33 feeling at a loss. Someone's mood remained high, and her body had long since recovered. Spending the whole day aimlessly at home only led to overthinking. She wanted to ask Chowda if he could arrange some work for her. However, strangely, Chowda was missing. Not only could she not reach him, but there was also a note on the garage door where he lived, saying he was temporarily unavailable and to reconnect later. This made D33 doubt again about the day she was kidnapped. Did something happen after she lost consciousness that she didn't know about? It rained that day, and D33 took a nap in her room, only to be awakened by a loud thunder. Rubbing her eyes and sitting up, she noticed the rain outside had intensified. Someone rang the doorbell. D33 opened the door to find Lu Binbin standing there, handing her a brand new phone. Your phone was lost, so I bought you a new one. D33 stared at it. No, why not? Is it the style you don't like, or... I'm already living in the house Xiao Ran provided. How can I use the phone she gave me? I'm not that shameless, and I don't need it. D33 turned her face away proudly, not seeing Lu Binbin's smirk that he couldn't help but hide. This is the reward I saved up for my work these past few days. It has nothing to do with Xiao Ran. If you don't want it then. Lu Binbin pretended to take it back, but D33 snatched it away. What do you mean, what? Since it's bought for me. Is there any other choice? Lu Binbin tilted his head to look at her lowered face. Meng Meng, don't you think there's a strong smell of jealousy in the air lately? Even Grandma Zhang downstairs asked me if we've been eating dumplings often. D33 took a few seconds to realize what Lu Binbin was saying. She took out the phone and found that he had already put the SIM card in and set it up. She dialed his number in front of him. Lu Binbin answered. Lu Binbin, don't you think you've been acting strange lately? What is strange? Strangely fond of Xiao Ran. What you said that day was right. Perhaps I've been dwelling in the past for too long, thinking I really hated Xiao Ran. But after spending these days with her, I found out she's actually quite cute. D33 could sense his mood and confirmed he was telling the truth. How ironic. After all her hard work, hearing him praise Xiao Ran in person made her feel no joy at all. D33 slowly turned around, facing away from him, and took a deep breath to ask the question in her heart. So, are you going to date her? After asking, she held her breath, waiting for his answer. Lu Binbin looked at her frail back and her slightly trembling shoulders from the tension. He couldn't help but reach out to pat her shoulder, but ultimately held back. Lu Binbin turned away, adjusting to a relaxed tone. I don't know yet. I want to take it slow. You know me. I like to take my time. She had no idea, and he didn't like to take his time. D33 turned off the phone and said, I'm going to work now. Thank you for the phone. It's pouring outside. Where are you going to work? Lu Binbin frowned, worried, and grabbed her. The job Chowda introduced. How could Chowda introduce a job to you? He asked not. Not what? D33 looked at his slip of the tongue expression, pressing for more. ISNT he. Very annoyed with you? Lu Binbin awkwardly brushed this off and quickly added, What I mean is you don't need to work. You're my girlfriend. I will support you. I said I would help you earn money. Besides, if you date Xiao Ran later, I'll have to pay back the money I spent on you too. D33 forced a smile, pushing him out and shouting that she needed to change clothes. After closing the door, D33 bit her lips secretly, trying to suppress the dampness in her eyes. What was she sad about? Everything was developing as it should. Now, she just needed to wait for the leader to send a message, and once connected, she could prepare to head home. The people and things here felt like a fleeting dream. In her hometown, where time stretched endlessly, day after day, there would eventually come a day when old memories would be covered. It surely would. When D33 left, She saw Lu Binbin still waiting at the door through the peephole. She turned back to her room and jumped down from the window. Thanks to someone. She was full of energy, no matter if it was raining or thundering outside. Even if flames fell from the sky, she could calmly walk through the fire. Lu Binbin stopped working part-time at the fruit store, but the manager still needed new staff. She thought this job suited her. Carrying 10 boxes of watermelons or 20 boxes of durians was no problem, so she stayed. She could manage 3 people's work by herself. Everyone called her the strong girl. Another important reason for continuing to work here was that Xiao Ran and Su Firen both knew this place. If anything happened, they could conveniently come to find her. Last time, she borrowed the eaves of Su Firen's house, with Su Firen's personality. How could she not record the drama of Xiao Ran's appearance? It was strange that Su Firen had recorded the video, but hadn't released it. However, she hadn't had the chance to ask Su Firen about it yet. D33 entered the fruit store, and the enthusiastic manager rushed over upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Oh, Meng Meng, you're completely soaked. Didn't you bring an umbrella?" Die 33 replied, Come on, quickly change out of those wet clothes in the workroom. Be careful not to catch a cold." The manager urged her to go inside. D33 noticed there weren't many people in the store today. She was the only staff member present, so she asked where the others were. The manager sighed. The weather is bad today. They might all be stuck in traffic. D33 didn't think much of it and entered the workroom. The fruit store's workroom wasn't large, and there were no windows. The overhead incandescent lights weren't very bright and flickered due to poor connections. So generally, everyone was used to not turning them on. Today, with the thunder rumbling outside and the rain pouring down like the sky was crying, the workroom became increasingly dark. D33 took off her where the edge of the light moved, revealing a miniature camera, specifically a smartphone camera. D33's expression darkened in the pitch-black workspace, more ominous than the clouds outside. She stopped undressing and stood there, seemingly doing nothing, but her mind was in motion. Instantly, D33 heard the sound of that faint light shattering. The store manager outside, holding the phone, was startled. Upon hearing the noise, he covered the phone and looked, his eyes widening in disbelief at his newly purchased phone. The camera had inexplicably broken. Flashbacks of strange occurrences he'd experienced before rushed through his mind, along with odd snippets mentioned by the staff. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he held his breath and peered into the hole. D33 was at the opening, their eyes locking just inches apart, causing him to sit down abruptly in shock. D33 kicked the door open, her gaze cold and resigned as she approached him step by step. "Do you like peeping at others changing clothes? And no. Do you enjoy secretly taking photos? And no. Thinking of her strength and the fact that she seemed soft and cute but was actually stern, the manager felt as if his hypocritical mask had been torn off in front of him. He scrambled backward, gritting his teeth and trying to run. D33 furrowed her brows, her gaze pulling him back by his back, and he instantly found himself unable to rise. His outstretched limbs frozen midair as if caught in a jam. The manager stared wide-eyed in horror, turning his head, even more terrified. She was still standing in place, not touching him at all. What was this bizarre, scientifically unexplainable situation? "Why you? Please let me go. This is my first time. It was an impulse. Please don't hurt me, okay? You can call the police, please? I was wrong. I was really wrong." The manager, terrified, cried out, nearly wetting his pants, and desperately begged D33 to call the police. D33 raised her left hand and gently waved it down to bring the roller shutter door down by more than half. Inside the fruit shop, the windows on both sides let in a little light, turning the whole place into a secretive space. At that moment, she regained the dignity of an our-planet inhabitant, full of energy and at the peak of her superpower. Call the police? She opened the information search bar and typed in keywords like pervert, secretly filming, punishment, etc. Detention for no more than 15 days. D33 shook her head in disappointment, looking at the trembling manager and said, "That's too light. Let's not bother the police." The manager cried, his voice hoarse, "Sister, please don't scare me. How can you do this? Can you let me go first? I just acted on impulse. I don't deserve to die." D33 frowned. using her powers to pull his phone into her palm and browse through his album. There was one file that was password protected. However, this didn't stump her. She forcefully breached it, sending the thousands of secretly taken photos from the album into the search bar in midair, allowing the manager, who claimed it was his first mistake, to take a good look. You've made 2 mistakes. D33 squatted down, looking at the manager, who could only emit low, whimpering sounds. First, you covet women's bodies. Second, you lied. The biggest mistakes one can make in life are moral and ethical failures, and you've committed both. Tell me, can I still let you leave hidden dangers in the world? The manager's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Are you going to kill me? D33 smirked. No, no, no. Help! Help! The manager screamed frantically, straining his neck to call for help. The rain fell even more violently, drowning out his insignificant cries for help. Soon, he could no longer scream. Meanwhile, for streets away from the fruit shop, Lu Binbin was cornered in an alley by Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao, who were mercilessly raining punches and kicks on him. His expression mirrored that of the manager. Filled with despair, his gaze could not pierce through the torrential rain, nor could it penetrate their onslaught, and it certainly couldn't break through the dark memories of the past. Chapter 35, I will sincerely bless the modern-day Zorro has emerged. And it is reported that the manager of the fruit store's branch 23 has been hypocritically earning the trust of his employees while secretly indulging in a habit of secretly filming. Countless photos of young employees changing clothes, regardless of gender, were found on his phone, with his criminal behavior spanning 2 to 3 years. If it weren't for the mysterious modern-day Zorro seeking justice, exposing his ugly face and revealing his criminal acts, the victims would still be unaware of how many there were and how long they would be kept in the dark. The television host solemnly reported this latest breaking news. In the news footage, the manager was stripped of his clothes and tied to a utility pole at the entrance of his own fruit store, with a sign around his neck detailing his criminal confessions and evidence. When discovered in the morning, he had a claw stuffed in his mouth and could not say a word. Later, the police arrived to rescue him. Yes, D33 killed him and socially buried him. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. To resolve a person, she must use the latest and most relevant methods of the earth. Humanity is truly terrifying with so many faces. When she first met him, D33 really didn't think that such an always smiling face concealed such an ugly heart. The fruit store could no longer operate. It seemed she had to look for other avenues. However, D33 didn't expect that unexpectedly solving the issue of a hypocritical manager would instead make her famous. It wasn't that everyone recognized her as Zorro, but rather that her usual work of moving things had been captured by her colleagues on video. With the new manager taking office, in order to wash away the store's negative influence and shift public attention, the beautiful D33, seemingly weak but actually strong, quickly attracted everyone's heated attention and discussion. When D33 was scrolling through videos of Xiao Ran and accounts of Lu Binbin, she unexpectedly found herself trending, and then she received a call from Su Firen. Hello. Meng Meng, it's Su Firen. Do you remember me? Her voice was particularly affectionate, chatting with a smile as if they had a good relationship. D33 disliked this hypocritical connection and directly asked, what do you want? Su Firen awkwardly cleared her throat. You've become famous. You're now a little celebrity. Have you thought about becoming an internet influencer like Xiao Ran? Without waiting for D33 to respond, Su Firen continued. Now is an era where fame can yield money. Others want to be influencers but can't. You should seize this opportunity. By the way, isn't Lu Lily in poor health? If you can become an influencer, I believe you could share some of Lu Binbin's worries, so you wouldn't have to rely entirely on Xiao Ran, right? What exactly do you want to say? I want to say, I have a video here that could help elevate your fame even further. Do you think I should help you out? Su Firen finally took the initiative to reach out and continued the previous odd conversation. What video? The video you recorded when I borrowed your rooftop that day. Yes, you're really smart. Su Firen sent the video over. After D33 watched it, she asked her, what do you want? Meng Meng, you're really straightforward. I don't want much. If you can give me the price Xiao Ran can offer, then I won't post it. Su Firen got straight to the point. She wanted money. This was also the reason she had kept silent about such valuable content at the time. It turned out she was waiting for the best opportunity to exploit it. D33 didn't understand. What price can Xiao Ran afford? Be more specific. On the other end of the phone, Su Firen chuckled and hung up. D33 listened to the busy tone and realized this person was quite cunning. She probably couldn't give a specific number either, making her go negotiate with Xiao Ran. D33 contemplated whether to tell Lu Binbin about this matter. Considering their current relationship, it would definitely save her some money compared to asking directly. She pushed open the door and knocked on Lu Binbin's door. Lu Binbin didn't open the door. She called Lu Binbin, but he didn't answer either. Is he at work? Even if he was at work, he should have seen the morning news. He would have come and knocked on her door or called to check on her. Yesterday, he was still worried about her going out in the rain, right? D33 tried to get closer to his thoughts. She was somewhat frustrated that men's minds were so hard to read. What are you doing at the door? In her daze, D33 heard a cold and familiar voice. She turned around. It was Xiao Ran. The rain from yesterday had only stopped this morning, and the sky was still overcast. She exaggeratedly wore sunglasses, dressed in a light blue dress, and her feet were in transparent jelly shoes. D33 didn't want to talk much with her and turned back to her room. Xiao Ran took off her sunglasses and placed them on her head. You live across the street? D33's hand fell on the doorknob. Didn't you say I should move out? As you can see, I have moved out. Xiao Ran opened her mouth, seemingly taken aback by D33's retort. Yes. She heard Lu Binbin say that Assistant Meng had moved out. She was delighted, thinking that the progress between her and Lu Binbin had finally broken the ice. But she hadn't heard him say this woman moved to the opposite side. Xiao Ran felt played, seeing D33 about to enter. Xiao Ran called out to her. Hey, where did Binbin go? Why isn't he answering his phone? Hearing this, D33's eyes widened. You can't reach Lu Binbin either? She thought Lu Binbin was with Xiao Ran. Or at least, Xiao Ran would know Lu Binbin's whereabouts. Things didn't seem right. Xiao Ran, D33 opened the door and slammed it shut. Xiao Ran. D33 exited through the window, with both Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran blocking the door. D33 had grown accustomed to leaving this way. It had rained all night outside, and everywhere was still dripping with the remnants of yesterday's downpour. As it looked like it was about to rain again, hardly anyone was on the road. D33 used her mind to connect with the city's cameras, searching for Lu Binbin's shadow, eventually discovering him barely conscious in an alley. She rushed over and, while a sanitation worker was rummaging through a toppled trash can, pushed her aside and pulled Lu Binbin out from the corner. The sanitation worker, feeling gloomy about the messy garbage on the ground and being roughly pushed aside, was about to shout when she was stunned for a second, had no choice but to stop, and watched helplessly as the door closed. It was just a door, but D33 felt as if she and Lu Binbin were divided at the ends of the galaxy. She had come to this Earth, to his side, to extend her own life. There was no reason for her to still be alive while he was in trouble. D33 originally didn't know how to write about fear, but when she opened her hands, stained with Lu Binbin's blood, she couldn't help but tremble all over. At that moment, someone pushed an injured patient into the hospital lobby, and the woman's cries caught D33's attention. She was also blocked outside, watching helplessly as her injured relative was taken into the operating room. The woman suddenly knelt down, clasped her hands together, and kept bowing towards the door. Oh heavens, please bless my husband to turn danger into safety, to be safe and sound. My 3 children cannot be without their father. I cannot live without him. I won't argue with my husband anymore. I won't mention divorce. Please don't take him away. Sob, sob, sob. D33 mimicked the woman, kneeling down with her hands clasped, looking at Lu Binbin inside. Oh heavens, please bless Lu Binbin to turn danger into safety, to be safe and sound. I won't argue with him anymore. I won't leave him even a step. If he wants to date Xiao Ran, I will sincerely bless him. Please, oh heavens. In that moment, she didn't care whether it seemed foolish or whether it would actually have an effect. She just wanted to try anything that might help Lu Binbin even a little. D33 once again felt that strange pain rise from her chest, in the area of her heart, as if something was about to break free from its cocoon, or perhaps it was the burning sensation of being scorched by a volcano. A mix of hot and cold. She suddenly remembered the first time she experienced this pain. D33, your life program has malfunctioned. The system shows that your superpower value has entered a high-risk, unstable indicator. You need to return quickly. You need to return quickly. Everything in front of her became blurry. D33 widened her eyes, trying to see the sign on the door clearly. But all she could see was a blur of green light. At that moment, the door opened. D33 stood up, and the doctor took off his mask and said to her, "Don't worry, there is no danger to life. It's just some external injuries from being hit. And the prolonged exposure to rain has caused body temperature loss. We have already treated his wounds. He should be fine with some rest." D33 vaguely saw Lu Binbin being pushed out and immediately went to check for his breath. The doctor's words were not as reassuring as her own inspection. She felt the shallow warmth against his face, and her suffocating heart finally relaxed. She grabbed the hand of a nearby nurse and whispered, "I'm sorry, I can't see clearly. Could you help me find my way?" The nurse asked with concern, "What is wrong with your eyes?" D33 shook her head. "I'm fine. I forgot to wear my glasses." Her pupils couldn't focus, and she had to force herself to stay calm while holding onto the nurse's hand and pulling Lu Binbin's stretcher as they went to the ward. When her eyes couldn't see clearly, her ears seemed to become less sensitive as well. D33 sat beside Lu Binbin, anxiously gripping his hand, took out her phone, and handed it to the nurse, asking her for one last favor. "Could you please help me make a call to his girlfriend?" The nurse noticed that D33's eyes were definitely not right and found her somewhat familiar. Remembering that she said she didn't wear glasses and guessing she was severely nearsighted, she didn't think much of it. "What is her name?" "Xiao Ran." The nurse was momentarily taken aback, looked back at D33, recognized her as the main character from the trending news, and then looked at Lu Binbin, unable to help but exclaim, "Oh, you are that strong girl from the fruit store. He is the parkour internet celebrity Xiao Ran's boyfriend, right?" Chapter 36 Memory. When Xiao Ran arrived, Lu Binbin was already awake. She rushed into the hospital room and, at first glance at the hospital bed, saw Lu Binbin's handsome face marred by an abrupt bruise and scratches, the neck brace around her neck, and her emaciated appearance that looked as if it had been disassembled and reassembled overnight. She was both shocked and angry. "Who did this to you? Who dared to hurt you?" D33 vaguely saw Xiao Ran striding over and then was forcefully pushed aside. She was sitting in a wheelchair, and with a push from Xiao Ran, she nearly collided with the wall, almost giving it a solid kiss with her forehead. Turning back, Xiao Ran had already taken her place, tightly holding Lu Binbin's hand. "Binbin, don't scare me. How are you? Oh my gosh, your face. It can't be disfigured, right?" Xiao Ran was a bit flustered, unable to decide whether to worry or to be angry first. The doubts and insecurity she had about Lu Binbin vanished, leaving only a sense of guilt and heartache. She choked back tears, and her first reaction was to call the police. Lu Binbin pressed down on her phone. "No need. I'm fine. I don't want to escalate things." Xiao Ran frowned. "Isn't this already a big deal? You've been hurt like this. We can't let them get away with it." Seeing this, D33 leaned against the wall, wanting to agree with Xiao Ran. Even without looking at the surveillance footage, she could guess who was behind this attack. Lu Binbin had no enemies except for those who were owed money, and they had just kidnapped her. If they didn't call the police, they would definitely become more arrogant. Those who do wrong must pay the price. That is the order the world should have. I said there's no need. Lu Binbin suddenly became angry, pounding the bed with her fist. Being too agitated made her sit up, seemingly pulling at her injury, and she inhaled sharply. "Fine, you can do whatever you want. Just don't get angry, and be careful with your wounds." Xiao Ran quickly stuffed her phone back into her bag, no longer insisting on her own idea. She pulled over a chair and sat down gently, saying, "Binbin, I'll stay here to take care of you. Don't worry about Lily. I've already sent a friend to the hospital to take care of her. Don't worry, I didn't tell her you were in trouble. I know you're afraid she'll worry about you." Her thoughtfulness left no room for criticism. Lu Binbin nodded slightly, saying nothing. "Meng Meng, thank you for taking care of me until now. You don't need to stay here anymore. You can go back and rest." Xiao Ran turned to D33 and said. D33 was taken aback, instinctively looking at Lu Binbin. Seeing that Lu Binbin had no intention of keeping her, she nodded. Then, "I'll go back and organize some of Lu Binbin's clothes." D33's vision was slightly better than before, but it still felt like it was covered by a filter, somewhat unclear. She glanced at the floor and walked out against the wall. As she exited the hospital room, the bright lights in the corridor made her vision slightly clearer. D33 closed her eyes and heard a gentle voice nearby. "Are you going out? Do you need me to help you?" She opened her eyes and turned to the side. The first thing that caught her eye was the white nurse's uniform. The nurse she had just asked for help? "Okay, thank you." The nurse helped D33 all the way to the hospital entrance and called a taxi for her. After getting in, D33 gave the address and watched the scenery rush past the window, slowly tracing her fingers in front of her, staring at her hands until they became clear again. The first pain was the heart flutter for Lu Binbin. The second pain was the worry for Lu Binbin. This time, the blurriness was worse than before, and the duration felt like a severe warning. It warned her that she shouldn't develop feelings for things outside her mission. Lu Binbin was just her task target for extending her life, not her real object of affection. She shouldn't get it wrong. Shouldn't confuse the two, and shouldn't engage in anything beyond her tasks. As someone who had transcended hundreds of years of civilization from planet R to Earth, D33 could make almost accurate judgments about physical issues through data and the surrounding environment. However, this time, she felt helpless. Right now, it seemed that being happy had become more important than just being alive. When D33 arrived at the community, she used memory erasing methods to pay the driver. After all, she hadn't brought a wallet. All she could use was the ability values generated from Lu Binbin's good emotional state. Upon entering Lu Binbin's home, D33 realized that she could take the opportunity to look for the necklace that Lu Binbin had hidden away. That necklace always seemed to trigger strange images for her. After D33's unexpected incident and safe return, Lu Binbin had taken off. She rummaged through drawers and searched almost every possible place, but still found no trace of the necklace. Just when she was about to give up, she remembered one last place she hadn't checked: Lu Lily's medicine cabinet. Lu Lily had been staying in the hospital for the past few days, and the medicine cabinet had been turned upside down. This subtle detail would surely be overlooked by others, but D33 was very sensitive to every corner of this home, having accurately stored it in her memory before moving out. When she opened the medicine cabinet, she indeed found a necklace that Lu Binbin had carefully hidden away. D33 slowly reached out to pick up the necklace. The moment it was in her palm, fragmented images and the fleeting memory of that white-haired old man crashed into her pupils like a snowstorm. D33 closed her eyes, trying hard to let her thoughts coexist peacefully with these memories, and attempted to enter these images, as if opening up another world. D33 realized that these recurring people and images were not random, but rather hidden memories contained within the necklace. These memories were related to her, because in the most recent image she had seen unexpectedly, the face of the woman beside the white-haired old man was herself. When all the images no longer flashed for a few seconds, but instead connected into a vivid sequence, distant time transformed into a yellowed flow, and the white-haired old man's face bore some resemblance to Lu Binbin, though she could confirm it was not him. D33 saw herself linking arms with a white-haired old man, walking down the streets of Earth over 30 years ago, a time when there weren't so many towering buildings or countless four-wheeled vehicles. Everyone rode bicycles. And the thick hair had little design, as if it were a history textbook learned before coming to Earth, and she was truly animated in that history textbook. She and the white-haired old man were intimate, like a pair of lovers. She heard the white-haired old man call her Meng Meng, and she called him Alang. They watched sunsets together, had meals together, and sat closely in a 3-story old house, chatting. Time had clearly edited all of this into a book without any false elements. D33 was incredulously watching these scenes, flipping through them repeatedly, trying to find the possibility of piecing them together. Because she simply couldn't remember ever being there or having so many life details with this white-haired old man. It should feel strange, yet there was an inexplicable damned familiarity. This situation was just like how she couldn't remember the 2 previous relationships she had with Lu Binbin. What on earth was going on? A terrifying thought emerged in D33's mind. Was she not from planet R? Was it possible that she was actually an Earthling? No, that wasn't possible. Compared to these inexplicable images, the bits and pieces of life on planet R, including Ami, were much clearer in D33's memory. These could not be false. However, the collision of two realities brought confusion. What was the truth? In her daze, a noise came from the door, and she quickly opened her eyes, putting the necklace back into the medicine cabinet to return it to its original place. Who? D33 got up to check the door, but saw no one, only a cat quickly escaping up the stairs. She came back, continuing to tidy up Lu Binbin's clothes and dragging her suitcase out the door. Once she was completely far away, Chowda dared to slowly let go of his hand that was covering his mouth and stepped down from the corner upstairs. A few years ago, when he graduated from high school, at the end of summer vacation, it was still particularly hot. Xiao Da's physique was increasingly unable to withstand the heat compared to others, so he invited Lu Binbin to the swimming pool for a bath. Lu Binbin laughed at him, saying that others went to swimming pools to swim, and it was better to take a bath at home. But he couldn't convince him, so they finally went. Xiao didn't notify him in advance and booked the swimming pool for half a day, just the two of them. This way, he could soak to his heart's content, while Lu Binbin could swim freely. Xiao noticed that Lu Binbin didn't take off the necklace around his neck, even while swimming. Was it that important? Could he not be separated from it for a moment? Lu Binbin said, "Yes, I can't be separated from it for a moment. It was a memento left to me by my grandfather on his deathbed, and I must wear it. I can't lose it." Xiao looked at it a little more. The chain was somewhat long, and the pendant was a frame-style cross, probably hiding a photo or something inside. The older generation liked this kind of necklace. In any case, the style was quite retro, making it memorable at first glance. After that, no matter what kind of necklace Lu Binbin received from any girl, he never replaced this one, even carefully keeping the birthday gift his sister Lu Lily bought for him, never separating from it. Now, Lu Binbin actually took off this necklace. Not only took it off, but also placed it in such a strange place as the medicine cabinet. Chowda couldn't help but suspect that Meng Meng might have done something to Lu Binbin. The last time he mentioned that D33 was a monster and showed Lu Binbin the video, he was so anxious that he ran away overnight. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the inner struggle and worry, seeing Meng Meng unexpectedly go viral, with a video of the strong girl moving fruit exploding online. So he came back to check. But to his surprise, he accidentally saw D33 holding Lu Binbin's necklace in his palm, with a strange expression. The feeling of knowing that danger is nearby, but being unable to find a way to deal with it was truly unbearable. After thinking it over, Xiao called Lu Binbin. "Binbin, where are you?" "I'm at the hospital." "You? What? You went to the hospital? Is Lily's heart condition acting up again?" "No, I just got a little injury, and I'm at the hospital. Don't make a fuss." Lu Binbin was interrupted and felt annoyed, sensing that Xiao on the other end was about to rush to Lily's place and mess things up. "You got hurt? How did you get hurt?" The explanation was ineffective, and Xiao became increasingly anxious, his voice rising higher than before. "Is it related to you taking off the necklace?" "I just saw Meng Meng kneeling on the ground with your necklace, acting mysteriously. Did she cast a spell on you?" "Lu Binbin, do you think I should go find some Taoist priests for Maoshan?" The latter part of his words, Lu Binbin couldn't hear anymore. When Xiao mentioned D33 holding his necklace, D33 happened to be dragging a suitcase back, and Xiao went to meet her. Their eyes met. Lu Binbin looked at her, and his expression gradually became serious. "Meng Meng, do you have something to tell me?" Chapter 37. The human mind is too difficult to guess. D33 was momentarily stunned and subconsciously replied, "No." Lu Binbin's pupils constricted, and he slowly lowered his gaze. Xiao looked at D33 and then at Lu Binbin, a hint of wary displeasure flashing in her eyes, but she still placed the suitcase in the corner and said, "If you have something to say, I'll step out for a bit. I can go get a cup of coffee." "No need." Lu Binbin rejected Xiao's feigned generosity, thinking that since she said there was nothing, then there was nothing. "I'm a bit tired and want to sleep." Xiao helped him adjust the blanket and turned to D33 with a proud look, making a gesture as if to invite her to leave. D33 sensed that Lu Binbin's mood had instantly soured after hearing her response. Did he suddenly realize that she had secretly looked for the necklace? D33 looked at Lu Binbin's back and quietly exited the ward, with Xiao following her out. "Take this money." She handed D33 a bank card. "I think the money inside should be enough to pay off the high-interest loans Lu Binbin borrowed. From now on, I will take full responsibility for his living expenses and Lu Lily's medical fees. Please pass this on and tell those people not to bother Binbin anymore. Otherwise, I want to be polite. D33 didn't take the card immediately, but asked, does Lu Binbin know? Does it matter if he knows? Xiao Ran frowned and retorted with a sigh. I don't think he needs to know. Boys tend to be a bit more prideful. The point is, we all want him to be well, don't we? You wouldn't want his life, which has finally started to improve, to be dragged down again, would you? D33 repeated her words and reached out to take the bank card. We all want him to be well. That's right. Xiao Ran crossed her arms and slightly curled her lips. I heard Binbin say you were looking for a job outside and got into some trouble. You really don't have to work so hard. In a few days, when Binbin is discharged, my filming work will continue. You're one of the few who can keep up with me and Binbin. I think Binbin needs you as an assistant. So just stay put for these few days. And when I start working again, come back to be Binbin's assistant. She kept mentioning Lu Binbin. The affectionate tone was truly grating. Thinking of her notoriety as the strong girl, which stemmed from the incident at the part-time fruit shop, the news had been playing for several days. She thought Lu Binbin was unaware of this incident, but it turned out he knew and hadn't asked her a thing. D33's eyes grew cold. Miss Xiao, didn't you say you didn't like me being Lu Binbin's assistant? Xiao Ran smiled. I originally didn't like it, but Binbin really considers you his assistant now. What is there for me not to like? D33 raised her gaze. If that's the case, then Ms. Zhao's offer for this video should be quite high. She took out her phone and showed Xiao Ran the video Su Firen had sent her. Since her identity was now Lu Binbin's assistant, the purchase of this video should rightfully be on Xiao Ran, Lu Binbin's girlfriend. Xiao Ran stared at the content of the video, her smile gradually stiffening. This is from Su Firen. He wanted me to make an offer. I want to hear Ms. Zhao's quote first. In the end, Xiao Ran handed the phone back to her, smiling again. Is it Su Firen who wants me to make an offer, or is it you who wants me to make an offer? D33 frowned in confusion. Meng Meng, don't think that just because you're a bit popular now, you can stand on equal footing with me. It's easy to enter the influencer circle, but it's even easier to fade away. Xiao Ran patted D33's shoulder, chuckling with raised eyebrows. You think you can use this video to pin me down? Dream on. Xiao Ran, am not someone who can be frightened easily. If you want to post it, go ahead. Influencers never have too many views. As she spoke, she turned and tossed her hair back, strands hitting D33's face, carrying an indescribable fragrance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ran offered Su Firen a price of 0. So, should she just add $1 to that? D33 pondered over Xiao Ran's words and dialed Su Firen's number. Su Firen was somewhat surprised that D33 had taken the initiative to call her, and she was even more surprised by what D33 said. So, Xiao Ran's offer for you is 0. Can I offer $1 to buy it from you? Just don't post this video online. Su Feidan. Countless firecrackers exploded in Su Firen's mind. She laughed in anger. Meng Meng, are you kidding me? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Do you really think I'm a big fool? D33 furrowed her brows. Why are you angry? Adding money to the original price is a price increase behavior on Earth. I didn't make a logical error. Su Firen remained silent for 2 seconds before abruptly hanging up the phone. D33 listened to the busy signal, standing at the hospital entrance, unsure of where to go. From Xiao Ran's words, it seemed she didn't mind the video being uploaded. In fact, it might be more beneficial for her. From Su Firen's words, it seemed she was determined to upload the video. D33 felt that she still needed to talk to Su Firen and ask for a satisfactory amount. After all, when she searched for her strong girl video, she found all sorts of comments from netizens, such as, is it real or staged? Those stacked boxes can't all be empty, right? Is this woman someone I've seen before? Oh, people nowadays want to be famous so badly, they do anything. Let her be invited to a variety show for a strong girl live stream. She could even set a Guinness World Record. A simple video could lead to all sorts of stories and possibilities, showcasing their rich imaginations. If the video of her talking with Xiao Ran and Lu Binbin was posted online, combined with the news of Xiao Ran and Lu Binbin being accidentally photographed earlier, who knows how many more foolish comments would emerge. Lu Binbin would definitely be unhappy about it. Lost in thought, D33 saw 2 children holding their mother's hands. Walking up the steps, she thought of Lu Lily. She hadn't been able to visit her these past few days, and with Lu Binbin injured, she couldn't see her either. Not being able to see familiar faces must be strange for her. D33 decided to visit Lu Lily first before looking for Su Firen. At the first hospital, D33 saw a woman in her 40s coming out of Lu Lily's ward, presumably the caregiver Xiao Ran mentioned. She opened the door and found another person accompanying Lu Lily. This person was none other than Xiao De, who had vanished and was nowhere to be found. When Xiao De turned to see her, he was making silly faces to amuse Lu Lily, but his distorted face suddenly froze, awkwardly maintaining his position. D33 had no idea that his averted gaze concealed a deeper guilt. Lu Lily saw D33 and genuinely sat up from the bed, excited. "Sister Meng Meng, why haven't I seen you these past few days? And I haven't seen my brother." D33 withdrew her gaze from Xiao De, pursed her lips into a smile. We've both been quite busy these past few days. Have you been listening to the doctors and nurses?" Lu Lily nodded, unable to contain her excitement. "Of course. I heard I'm going to have surgery soon. Sister Meng Meng, my brother has been especially busy these days to earn money for my surgery, right?" Thinking of Xiao Ran's words, D33 forced a smile and nodded. "Yes. Sister Meng Meng, don't let my brother tire himself out too much. Also, remember to remind him to eat well. When he gets busy, he forgets to eat." Lu Lily clutched her little rabbit plush toy, sounding like a little adult giving D33 advice. She had been unable to release her energy like other children since she was little, so she understood the importance of health more than her peers. If she knew Lu Binbin was injured and lying in a hospital like her, she would be very sad. D33 listened quietly, occasionally responding to Lu Lily with a smile. She came here to make Lu Lily feel at ease. As long as Lu Lily felt reassured saying those words, she just needed to listen. The aunt who went out to fetch water returned, and, seeing an extra person in the ward, frowned and said, "Sorry, Lily needs to rest. There can't be so many people in the ward, please leave." Lu Lily seemed to dislike this aunt, and immediately retorted, "Then why can't you leave? They can take care of me too." At this moment, Xiao De quickly stood up, smiling as he pushed D33 out while saying to Lu Lily, "Hey Lily, you really can't chase the aunt away. Meng Meng and I came to see you while we had a break, and we have to get busy again soon." Upon hearing this, Lu Lily immediately looked upset. D33 noticed Xiao Da's hint. Actually, he didn't need to do this since she hadn't planned to stay long anyway. So he smoothly added, "Yes, I'm sorry, Lily. When you grow up, you'll understand why we're so busy." Although Lu Lily wasn't happy, she didn't throw a tantrum. She just asked D33 for a hug, quietly inquiring if she was okay regarding the fruit store incident, then said, "Strong girl, keep it up. Look, even the kids have seen the news and know to ask." But someone didn't mention it all. If he really didn't care about her, then why did he block the door when it rained and he heard she was going to work? But if he really cared about her, why didn't he ask if she was okay after seeing the news? Human feelings are really hard to guess. D33 walked out of the ward, and Xiao Da's hand remained on her shoulder. D33 turned around, and Xiao Da was taken aback, quickly retracting his hand at lightning speed. "Ahem, where have you been?" D33 asked him. "Huh?" Xiao Da's eyes darted around, trying to play dumb. "I haven't seen you since the day I came out from Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao's warehouse. Did you need something from me?" Xiao Da took out a handkerchief from his pants pocket to wipe his sweat. Did she find out about his inconsistency? No way. Lu Binbin said he would pretend to know nothing. Of course there is something. D33 frowned. That day, Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao took her away from his house. He must have found a lost phone and sought Lu Binbin to rescue her. What a coincidence. "I have something to discuss with you too." Xiao Da, fearing she might say something terrible, clapped first to steer the topic back to himself. "Then let me go first. Meng Meng, how about I be your agent?" Chapter 38, Equivalent Exchange. What? This topic turned too abruptly, and D33 was a bit taken aback. "Look, now you have attention, and you even have the nickname Strong Girl given to you by others. You should make good use of it. You know you're good-looking, and you have a great camera presence. That brief live stream you did before was dug up by someone. It just so happened to shut up those netizens who doubted whether you were staging it. Of course, I know your strength. I know you have a talent in this area. You are definitely not very skilled in this, and you have no idea how to operate it, right? As the saying goes, Each profession has its own expertise. As long as you agree to let me be your agent, we can split the commission 50 to 50. I guarantee it. You have the chance to be even more popular than Xiao Ran. Xiao Da rambled on with a stream of words, temporarily hiding his fear and nervousness. His eyes filled with inviting anticipation, lighting up D33. D33 looked at his eager face and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid Xiao Ran will be angry?" His allegiance to Xiao Ran was almost obvious, as if he had their names engraved on his forehead. Xiao Da blinked and awkwardly waved his hand. "Oh, how could that be? I'm not Xiao Ran's agent. I can sign whoever I want, right? Besides, Xiao Ran is already with Lu Binbin now, and her mood is as good as a Buddha every day. If you become popular, she won't be able to cling to Lu Binbin, and she will be even happier." The words of the heart were left unspoken, and Xiao Da, under D33's gaze, cowardly closed his mouth. "Take this money. I think the money inside is enough to pay off the high-interest loans Lu Binbin borrowed. In the future, I will be fully responsible for his living expenses and Lu Lily's medical fees. Meng Meng, don't think that just because you're a bit popular now, you can stand on equal footing with me. It's easy to enter the internet celebrity circle, but it's even easier to fade away. If she can become popular, the money she earns can be as much as Xiao Ran's. And she won't have to rely on her charity anymore. She can pay Lu Binbin the same amount, right? Okay, you can be my agent." D33 agreed to Xiao Da's proposal, but before that, you have to solve this matter for me first. She showed him Su Firen's video, and if he wants to be her agent, he might be able to help her solve this issue easily. Xiao Da raised his eyebrows, understood the situation, made an okay gesture, and confidently said it was on him. D33 inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Solving such complex human disputes was indeed not her strong suit. She let Xiao Da resolve this issue and then come back to find her. Leaving the hospital, D33 went to the alley where Lu Binbin was injured. Although Lu Binbin had clearly stated that he would not pursue Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao anymore, she still wanted them to pay the price they deserved. At least not let them harm others again. More importantly, the fear in Lu Binbin's eyes when he suddenly said to Xiao Ran that it was unnecessary, which was hard to explain, was something D33 had never seen before. Upon arriving at the alley, the garbage bin that had fallen over was put back in place, and the scattered trash was cleaned up. The water stains on the ground were almost carried away by the wind, leaving faint traces. D33 noticed there were 2 surveillance cameras at both ends of the alley. When she left the hospital, Lu Binbin was in a bad mood, and D33 didn't dare to use her superpowers. So she went into a nearby convenience store and asked to see the store's surveillance footage. The young clerk at the convenience store was taken aback when he saw D33. "You are that strong girl?" As D33 was considering whether to admit it, the clerk excitedly took out his phone and asked if they could take a photo together. "Wow, you look even better than on TV. Miss, do you have a boyfriend?" "Miss, our drinks are buy one, get one free. Do you want?" D33 grabbed his phone, forced his head onto her shoulder, and took a photo. "Is this okay? Can I see the surveillance footage now?" Clerk: Yes, you can. Your strength is indeed very great." He wisely kept his mouth shut. D33 opened the computer and asked him to pull up the surveillance from the night before, seeing the figures of Jin Dafei and Lu Dabiao. However, strangely, there were only the 2 of them, not the large group she had imagined. If that was the case, how could there be so many traces of people attacking Lu Binbin? D33 continued to watch, and after a while, she saw a group of people come out of the alley, at least 7 or 8 of them, both men and women. They were shoulder to shoulder, looking intoxicated, stumbling and unable to walk steadily. The clerk, watching the footage from the side, glanced at it and said, "A group of drunkards in formal clothes, sigh. They are really hopeless." D33 frowned. "Drunkards in formal clothes?" "Yeah, it refers to those who have proper jobs, but when they drink, they're even more fierce than those who hang out in bars." The clerk shrugged. D33 pointed at them on the screen and asked the clerk to pause. "Can you zoom in on their faces?" "Of course." D33 recorded each of their faces into her memory search bar, and in the enlarged footage, their smiles revealed arrogance and complacency after indulgence. They came out of the alley, and time-wise, it was impossible that they hadn't seen Lu Binbin, unless they saw him and didn't report it. or unless they were the culprits who had caused Lu Binbin to be injured like that. "Miss, are you okay?" The clerk noticed D33's expression was becoming quite scary. D33 came back to her senses, bypassed the work desk, and walked outside. "Thank you, handsome." The clerk was stunned. Handsome? D33 took a taxi to Mude Middle School to look at the graduation photos of Lu Binbin's class. Middle school teachers are not as trendy as convenience store clerks. They recognized D33 as an internet celebrity at a glance. D33 simply used her identity as an internet celebrity to say she wanted to interview classmates who studied with her back then. The head of the academic affairs office was a balding man in his 50s. Seeing D33 had video evidence, and that she was indeed someone who could enter the second dimension, and hearing that she wanted to reminisce about classmates, he was immediately moved and put on his reading glasses to dig out the previous class records. D33 felt that being an internet celebrity was quite good. It was easier to use than superpowers and had no side effects. "Here, I found it." The class record was a bit dusty and placed in front of D33. D33 immediately noticed that the suspects she saw in the convenience store surveillance matched those in the class record. She finally understood why Lu Binbin's eyes were filled with concealed terror when he mentioned reporting and punishing them. The nightmares of youth always emerge from time to time, still powerful and fierce. D33 took a photo of the pictures and thanked the teacher before leaving. She did not go home, but returned to Lu Binbin's hospital. Through the ward window, D33 saw Xiao Ran feeding fruit to Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin's mood had improved quite a bit. From a task perspective, she really shouldn't interrupt their good scene, and as someone who was about to leave, she should also feel very gratified to see their good progress as long as Xiao Ran truly liked Lu Binbin. However, through investigating who hurt Lu Binbin that night, D33 wanted to find out about the necklace and her connection with that old man with white hair. So she still had to ask Lu Binbin. But thinking of the angry and disappointed expression he had when she left the ward, D33 quietly withdrew her hand from the doorknob. Since when did her sole mission begin to diverge from what she had to do, splitting into two lines and competing with each other? Lost in thought, the door was open from the inside. "Meng Meng, since you're here, why don't you come in?" Xiao Ran's smile was not welcoming, but her tone was exceptionally gentle. D33 bypassed Xiao Ran and looked at Lu Binbin on the hospital bed. The moment Lu Binbin looked at her, he immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere. D33 recalled the questions he had asked and mustered her courage to say, "Yes, I have something to tell you." Lu Binbin then turned his gaze back. Xiao Ran gritted her teeth and whispered her dissatisfaction. "What you said, really. I have something to say to you later." D33's businesslike demeanor interrupted Xiao Ran's complaint. In front of Lu Binbin, Xiao Ran naturally had to put on a dignified and generous appearance. After giving D33 a cold glare, she turned and smiled at Lu Binbin. "Then I'll go out and buy a cup of coffee." D33 watched her close the door and leave, then walked to the foot of Lu Binbin's bed, hesitating before speaking. "Why aren't you wearing the necklace around your neck? Didn't you say it was a relic left by your father?" "That's my business. It has nothing to do with you." D33 pursed her lips. Lu Binbin frowned slightly. "Is that what you wanted to tell me?" "I want to know the story of your necklace. Clearly it was a relic left by your father. Why did I see a stranger in it? And why was I standing next to that stranger in such an intimate manner?" D33's eyes were filled with eager urgency. Lu Binbin, however, gazed at her quietly, as if sharing the same confusion. "Why do you want to know the story of the necklace?" D33 blinked. "If I can't tell you the reason, will you be unwilling to share the story of the necklace with me?" Lu Binbin lowered her eyes and sighed. "Is the story of the necklace very important to you?" "Yes." "Then let's make an equivalent exchange. Whenever you make me happy enough, I'll tell you the story of the necklace." Lu Binbin raised her head, her expression proud. D33 hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. "Okay, I understand." She thought for a moment and asked, "So, is Xiao Ran now your girlfriend?" A hint of pained amusement flashed in Lu Binbin's eyes, and she replied nonchalantly, "Yes." "Isn't that what you wanted the most before?" D33 slowly nodded, forcing a smile. "Then there's nothing else. You should rest well." Lu Binbin watched her leave, the ease on her face dissipating like fallen leaves in the wind. She didn't regret lying to D33. Someone with such low emotional intelligence needed a push to understand their own feelings. It was proven that deliberately getting close to Xiao Ran indeed made her jealous. He was just very worried about that necklace. D33 secretly went to look for that necklace and even asked about it. Could it be that this necklace was related to her amnesia, or could it help her complete her task and return to her world sooner? Every time she encountered that necklace, it felt strange, and, just in case, he had hidden it away. For the first time, Lu Binbin felt she had found a reason for her girlfriend's oddities, but didn't dare to confirm it further. Nothing was more important than D33 being able to stay by his side. Nothing was more important than the person he cared about being by his side forever. Suddenly, Lu Binbin recalled that she had said she also had something to say to Xiao Ran. With a thought, he leaned on his painful right leg and got out of bed. At the same time, D33, who had exited the ward, saw Xiao Ran waiting at the end of the corridor. She walked over and showed Xiao Ran the photo she had found. We were all wrong. The ones attacking Lu Binbin are not those lone sharks led by Jean Dafei, but the people in this photo. They were once your high school classmates. They bullied Lu Binbin in school, and now they're using the same tactics to hurt him again. Chapter 39. Facing head-on, Xiao Ran stared at the few faces circled by her in the photo, showing no reaction at all. So what? D33 was taken aback. Aren't you going to avenge Lu Binbin? She was so indignant in front of Lu Binbin, insisting on calling the police. Binbin said to let it go. Xiao Ran crossed her arms, saying, I have to listen to Binbin. D33 was momentarily speechless, but, at the very least, even if you don't want to call the police, should warn them or do something. She couldn't articulate many ways, but she knew there were many avenues besides calling the police. In short, Xiao Ran's indifference was quite strange and abnormal. Without Lu Binbin there, Xiao Ran had no desire to pretend to like D33, impatiently saying, Is this what you wanted to tell me? D33 furrowed her brows. Her shoulder brushed aside by Xiao Ran. Are you going to listen to Lu Binbin, or are you afraid to meet them? Xiao Ran paused, her gaze revealing a hint of ferocity. D33 slowly turned around, looking at Xiao Ran's back. When you witnessed Lu Binbin being besieged back at school, you left without doing anything, right? Xiao Ran turned her face. Who told you that? D33 pressed her brows. The people in the photo told me. Some of them saw you. Xiao Ran clenched her fist, falling silent. In fact, it was the teacher who helped find the album who told D33. When he mentioned Xiao Ran, he asked about her current situation, and, upon learning that Xiong Ran was also mixed up in the second dimension, he expressed that he believed her life would surely be brilliant and colorful, but he hoped she wouldn't go down the wrong path. On that rainy day, he was late grading papers and saw Xiao Ran coldly watching the beating incident in the cleaning area from the shadows. He didn't expose her, partly understanding that even if Xiao Ran wanted to do something at that moment, a girl wouldn't be able to help much, and partly making the mistake of being overly protective of a good student. Xiao Ran was the school's star. She couldn't be ruined over minor incidents. D33 said, I'm telling you this because now you are Lu Binbin's girlfriend, and it's most appropriate for you to step forward. But if you're unwilling to meet the past mistakes for Lu Binbin, I can understand. However, I want you to promise me that from now on, you cannot harm Lu Binbin. Otherwise, what will happen otherwise? Xiao Ran turned her head, glaring at the threatening D33, poking her chest one by one with her finger. You are just Binbin's assistant. What right do you have to give me orders? I'm telling you, my relationship with Binbin doesn't need anyone else to meddle. I'm telling you. Xiao Ran cornered D33 to the edge of the stairs. With no way to retreat, D33 gently twisted Xiao Ran's impolite fingers, causing her to wince in pain, losing all momentum. I haven't finished speaking. Don't interrupt me. Interrupting others is very impolite. D33 looked down at her as she bent over in pain, her long legs curving. If you agree to me, I will help speed up your progress with Lu Binbin. If you don't agree, I won't allow you to be near Lu Binbin. Think about it. Will you agree or not? Xiao Ran. The next day, D33 woke up to find the video she submitted to Qiao had gone viral on major charts. Some entertainment news programs also reported on the competition between the parkour influencer and her new influencer boyfriend. Qiao had sat down on D33's new sofa, now sagging in the shape of a crescent, happily looking at D33 while pulling a banana out of its peel. D33 placed the remote control on the table. Is this the result of your handling? Chowda nodded confidently. Yes, rather than letting Su Fearing use this to blackmail. It's better to break her story first. Who knows if giving her money once will lead to more extortion. I don't like this risky operation. Anyway, I've handled everything afterwards. Your identity is just Lu Binbin's assistant, plus the confidant of Lu Lily, a family-like existence. The CP identity of Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran has remained unchanged. He changed the channel with the remote, and a news station with quick updates read Xiao Da's press release, the headline boldly stating, "Influencers have many scandals. Two beautiful assistants stir suspicion." D33 didn't quite understand the convoluted details inside, but according to Chowda, the truth didn't matter, even if it was clarified. Many would still speculate about their love triangle, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that her fame had genuinely taken off. She could formally enter the influencer world and even a bigger stage. So what should I do next? D33 asked Chowda while watching herself repeatedly on the screen, wearing a fruit shop uniform and carrying fruits. Today was the day Xiao Ran resumed filming. A good time, and we should seize the moment. Chowda took out his phone and dialed a number, urging D33 to change clothes and go out with him. Minutes later, D33 sat in the nanny car arranged by Chowda, following two makeup artists to a large building. Xiao Ran was also there. She saw Xiao Ran pushing Lu Binbin, who was in a wheelchair, followed by dozens of staff, coincidentally encountering D33 in the lobby on the first floor. The two groups met head-on in a grand manner. As they entered, Lu Binbin was chatting and laughing with Xiao Ran, his right leg in a cast, with slight bruises on his face, but he looked in good spirits. His hair neatly styled. Others would think today's theme was the handsome patient. D33 glanced at Lu Binbin's leg a couple more times before retracting her gaze. However, Xiao Ran was openly sizing her up, her eyes icy as December snow. Seeing D33 surrounded by Chowda and the team, Xiao Ran understood that D33 was going to confront her to the end. Naturally, rivals' meeting would be particularly intense. They both turned to each other, their gazes intertwining, building up an atmosphere that was just short of a clash between old and new beauties. D33 took the initiative to greet. Boyfriend personally sending his girlfriend to shoot? How sweet. Xiao Ran raised her chin slightly. I heard you were officially starting an account for business. Congratulations. If you think about it, you are now Binbin's junior. I was just saying yesterday that I wanted to offer you a job, and today you found a golden opportunity. Don't blame me for being meddlesome. D33 tilted her head slightly. How could that be? I haven't quit my job as Lu Binbin's assistant. As long as you need me, I will still come to assist with the filming. Xiao Ran smiled. How could that be good? Wouldn't that be a waste of talent? A waste of talent? D33 pondered the term, her gaze slowly falling on her impressive 88D chest. Thankfully, it wasn't particularly large. Xiao Ran's face darkened. The people behind her couldn't help but laugh in unison. D33 looked innocently at the suddenly laughing crowd, then at Lu Binbin, who seemed to struggle to maintain his aloof demeanor, tightly pursing his lips. Did she say something funny? D33 couldn't help but turn a look at Chowda. Chowda quickly averted his gaze, awkwardly pulling D33 back to ease the tension. Ming Ming, it's time to rein in your cold jokes, haha. D33 said sincerely. Seeing them all laughing, fearing her words would be treated as a joke, she insisted. I'm serious. As long as it allows you to spend a little more time together, I will do my best. Xiao Ran lowered her gaze, looking at Lu Binbin in the wheelchair. His expression was subtly moved. She forced a smile, perfunctorily saying to D33, then thank you in advance. Binbin, it's about time. Let us go. Lu Binbin came back to his senses, giving a light hum. Xiao Ran withdrew her disgusted gaze from D33 and pushed Lu Binbin towards the elevator. D33 sensed that Lu Binbin's mood had improved. Did she say something wrong? Why was it so difficult to make Lu Binbin happy now? Xiao Ran promised her that she wouldn't hurt Lu Binbin again, and she shared all the information she had gathered about Lu Binbin's lifestyle and preferences during these days with Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran should have done well. Lu Binbin seemed in a good mood when he entered, but because she didn't know what she had said, she fell into the depths of despair. D33 could accept Xiao Ran squeezing her out to become Lu Binbin's girlfriend, but she couldn't accept that she and Lu Binbin were drifting further apart. Chowda saw D33 dejectedly hanging her head and couldn't help but comment, "We haven't even officially started shooting yet, and you look like a wilted eggplant. Is this okay? If you can't hold on, then don't pretend to be strong and say those insincere words. But hey, don't give up too quickly. There are plenty of men in this world. It's not just Lu Binbin who deserves your affection. Once you reach Xiao Ran's level, your perspective and the people you meet will be different, and by then, you might end up causing trouble for others. I mean, if you like someone else, go for it. Why hang yourself on just one tree, right?" D33 turned her head, and Xiao was a bit startled, retracting his neck. I'm your agent now, and there are some things I have to say, and you have to listen." When he insisted on signing her, aside from seeing a business opportunity, the more important reason was that he wanted to protect himself. Seeing that D33 didn't respond, Chowda urged her to hurry up and take the elevator upstairs before it was too late. When they hurried to the elevator, Xiao Ran and the others inside timely closed the door, deliberately leaving D33 outside. Chowda smiled apologetically and patted D33's shoulder, comforting her. "It's okay. It's okay. We'll move on to the next project." The last crack of the closed door, Xiao Ran and Xiao Da's gazes briefly connected. Bar. 15 hours ago, Xiao Ran ordered a glass of whiskey. Her little finger, which D33 had twisted and swollen, was trembling slightly as she held the glass, her red lips quivering. After a while, Chowda sat down next to her. Chowda asked the waiter for a glass of water. "Not drinking?" "No. We agents need to stay alert at all times." Xiao Ran scoffed and narrowed her eyes, taking a sip of half the glass. "What exactly is Meng Meng's background?" "Her behavior is rough, her speech is strange, and her thoughts are even harder to grasp. If you say she has the usual jealousy of a woman, she sincerely tells me Lu Binbin's likes and dislikes without holding back. If you say she has no scheming, she knows to dig into her past from high school and uses previous incidents to threaten me to treat Lu Binbin well. A freakish girl with strange powers? Humph. This Meng Meng is like a freak without identity or background, annoying me and forcefully existing between me and Lu Binbin. I really can't stand it." Chowda glanced sideways at Xiao Ran and took a sip of water, saying softly, "Miss Xiao, I think you misunderstand our relationship. Even if we are not enemies, we are not friends either. Why should I help you?" Xiao Ran dismissed him. "If you really think that way, you wouldn't have come to meet me today." Chowda replied, "You exposed the carefully crafted background I built for Binbin, putting me in a difficult position. I haven't even counted this debt with you, and I already feel sorry for Binbin." Chapter 40 come back. Immediately, Xiao Ran glanced at him. "Haven't I done anything good for you? Haven't I given Binbin a chance?" "Yes, I forgave you in order to pursue Binbin. Even though this move is quite detrimental to me, I can still understand it. As for Meng Meng, she is just a lonely person, hasn't studied much, and lacks culture. She is not worth your special targeting. It's easy to say. She has been by Lu Binbin's side, taking his heart away. Now she has become the strong girl, clearly trying to go against me. How can I allow her to continue developing?" Xiao Ran's crazed appearance distorted and fermented under the influence of alcohol, her originally beautiful features revealing an ugly side. Chowda remained silent. Xiao Ran stared at him, realizing, "I understand now. You like her, you want to support her, right?" She gulped down the rest, raised a finger and shook it in circles in front of Xiao Da's fleshy face. "Don't worry, I won't cut off your source of income. You can support her well. The higher you climb, the harder you fall." Chowda also finished the water in his hand. Xiao Ran said, "Don't make yourself sound so noble, Chowda. Back then, you pushed Lu Binbin to the front to protect yourself, and you forced yourself to forget as if it never happened." Chowda's expression suddenly changed. The 14th floor. The elevator doors opened one after another. A black curtain was drawn between D33 and Xiao Ran's photography studio. The lights, electronics, and various equipment were shared. This had the advantage that photographers could even shoot each other, or when two people took photos together, they could help each other out. D33 had a naturally photogenic face, even though she wasn't as skilled in front of the camera as Xiao Ran. Her face could shine brilliantly in the frame, even without a smile. Initially, The photographer hoped D33 would show a warm and sweet smile. D33 struggled to understand what a warm and sweet smile was. So later Xiao communicated with the photographer to maintain her initial unintentional charm that made her popular. This made the shooting go smoothly. D33 introduced herself with personality according to the lines Xiao provided, and effortlessly lifted both male staff members onto her shoulders, causing everyone on set to gasp in amazement, exclaiming that Xiao had found a treasure. It turned out that the strong girl was indeed a strong girl, leaving Xiao grinning from ear to ear. Once the nickname of the strong girl became a true description, the implications became significant. Compliments were not only liked by Earthlings, those from our planet also enjoyed them. It was a form of affirmation, and being affirmed naturally made one happy. While D33 was increasingly successful, the other side, separated by a curtain, was not going well. D33 heard the photographer's dissatisfied voice from Xiaoran's side. Girls shoot T-hole boys so tightly. Can the boys' gaze be a bit stronger? This look is too bland. No, the actions are wrong. The frame doesn't look good. Let's take a break. D33 leaned over to the curtain. Xiaoran pushed her hair back, and Lu Binbin sat on a high stool, his injured right leg resting on the ground due to the angle. His furrowed brow could crush 5 flies. Although the photographer spoke quite politely, the anxious expressions of him and the other staff revealed a tense atmosphere. D33 sensed that Lu Binbin was in a bad mood. She felt a tightness in her heart and said sharply, "Do you need my help?" Lu Binbin looked at her. "Okay, help Xiaoran get in position." Xiaoran walked to the side to drink water, and upon hearing this, she forgot to swallow the water in her mouth and instinctively opened her mouth, choking. D33 did not understand what get in position meant when Lu Binbin pulled her over and wrapped his arm around her waist. At that moment, the photographer joyfully raised his camera and looked at the lens. Yes, that's the idea. Lu Binbin reached through D33's hair, his gaze more radiant than the light, gently depicting her delicate makeup at that moment, completely different from the way he looked at Xiaoran earlier. The surroundings and the background faded into nothingness. It was just the two of them. His handsome, upright features had weathered the storms of time, and the melancholy and experience beneath his brows were like the wind swirling around flowers, adding to his charm. It seemed that once locked in by his gaze, there was no escape. His warm and strong hand wrapped around her waist, and she bent down to pick up not only his gentle gaze, but also his warm breath. Their distance drew infinitely closer. Their heartbeats seemed to quicken. How long had it been since this happened? Since the argument in the hospital over Xiaoran, experiencing the kidnapping by Jean Dafei and others. D33 felt that it had been a long time since she had quietly spent time like this with Lu Binbin. Suddenly, D33 became alert. Before her heart ached, she averted her gaze and proactively wrapped her arms around Lu Binbin's neck, looking at the photographer. The photographer, as if he had found a treasure, kept saying, Yes, just like that, this feeling is great, keep it up. D33 continuously changed poses, doing face-holding shots, ear-to-ear shots, even playfully tugging at Lu Binbin's ear. She came from her planet, and her learning ability was top-notch. Just now, Xiao had shown her how others posed for couple photos on his phone, and she immediately absorbed the essence of it. The free-spirited her didn't resemble a newcomer on her first day at work at all, with Lu Binbin's undeniable passionate gaze. And hearing the photographer's crazy shutter sounds, Xiaoran stood outside the light, struggling to maintain a forced smile while gripping her water bottle tightly. As long as D33 didn't look into Lu Binbin's eyes, she felt the pain that was about to surface had lost its head and run away. The photographer was grinning widely, indicating that it felt great. In the end, D33 released Lu Binbin and turned to Xiaoran seriously, asking, "Did you learn?" Xiaoran. She walked to the side, asking Xiaoran to take another shot. This time, it seemed to go very smoothly. The photographer only made a few minor adjustments and didn't express any negative opinions. Lu Binbin's mood also improved significantly. D33 stood to the side, feeling relieved yet somewhat uneasy. "You made Xiaoran so angry. Meng, impressive," Xiao said from behind while sucking on a lollipop, lowering his voice. I never realized you had such talent in this area. D33 turned her head. What do you want to say? I mean, you did very well. From now on, you and Xiao Ran will be in competition. In this circle, it's not about seniority or age. We don't need to give way to her. Kialda Shuklet. But be careful. We're not trying to interfere with their relationship. I'm very seriously trying to match them up, didn't you see? D33 corrected him in a muffled voice, disliking Xiao Da's deliberate reminder. Xiao Da rolled his eyes, zipping his lips. D33 crossed her arms, watching Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran, the center of everyone's attention. They looked so perfect together, as if stars were destined to appear in the night sky. Her earlier moment with Lu Binbin was just a substitute. The theme was Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran, not her and Lu Binbin. D33 sensed Lu Binbin's emotions rising. She recalled what Lu Binbin had said, disregarding the presence of others, and when Xiao Ran was bowing to the staff and photographer to thank them. She rushed over to quietly ask Lu Binbin, "Can you tell me about the necklace now?" Lu Binbin paused, glanced at Xiao Ran, and also quietly shook his head. Not yet. D33 caught a glimpse of Xiao Ran's gaze directed towards her and silently turned to leave the stage. Asking Xiao if they could go. Xiao had just opened a bag of chips and mumbled, "Yeah, you go change clothes in a lounge first. I'll be there soon." D33 didn't notice Lu Binbin's gaze following her as she turned away. Lounge. D33 sat in front of the makeup table. In the mirror, her makeup and the tight dress she had never worn before were reflected. Are these things I have to wear later? D33 frowned, pointing at the dress that was digging into her skin. The makeup artist smiled and replied, "It looks so good. Don't you like it, miss?" "Not really." D33 answered honestly. She hated putting on makeup and wearing clothes that made it difficult to move her legs. The person in the mirror was beautiful, but she did not feel like herself. When a makeup artist brought out a dress that was even more cute and doll-like than the one she was wearing, D33 resisted. "Aren't we supposed to change back into my own clothes?" Miss, we still have to rush to a live interview," the makeup artist said, her eyes wide in surprise at D33's complete lack of awareness. D33 told her to put it down and that she would change later. Seeing D33 in a bad mood, the makeup artist tactfully left. D33 sat in the chair, looking at her original comfortable t-shirt and pants, then at the dress she was wearing, feeling for a moment like she didn't know what she was doing. Is this how all humans live, doing things they don't like to make money? She suddenly thought of Lu Binbin, who was worried about earning money for Lu Lily's surgery, and Xiao Ran, who resisted causing harm to him, but had a compromise for Lu Lily. At that moment, a blue light about a meter long appeared in the air. D33 instinctively sat up straight. The blue light suddenly grew taller and bigger. The silver mask of the leadership appeared prominently in the center of the screen. D33 got up and locked the door. On the subtitles, the leader questioned, "Why has your life value become increasingly unstable?" D33 replied, mentally, "I have a question for the leader too. Am I from Earth?" This was a question she had originally intended to ask Lu Binbin, but Lu Binbin was not ready to tell her yet. She had to take the risk and ask the leadership, whom she had never doubted on planet R and regarded with immense reverence. The leader did not answer immediately, but was stunned for a second. D33 saw the subtitles displaying her diagnosis: suspected exposure to an unknown virus on Earth affecting the thought system, causing confusion. After review, decision made. Return immediately. Return immediately. D33 anxiously said, "No, I haven't. If you do not comply with the order, you will be forcibly recalled." Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Meng Meng, are you ready?" It was Chowda. At that moment, the blue light screen urgently closed, turning back into a line, then quickly disappeared. D33 held her breath and went to open the door. Chowda looked down at the door lock. "Huh? You locked the door?" "Don't worry, there's staff here. As long as there's a busy sign on the door, no one will come in without permission." "Hey, why haven't you changed yet? We need to move to the next location." D33 said, "I'm feeling a bit unwell all of a sudden." Chowda was stunned, repeating D33's words. "You feel suddenly unwell? Please help me cancel the interview program later." D33 picked up her original clothes. Seeing this, Chowda's expression changed. "Meng Meng, do you think I will accept this excuse?" Chapter 41. Haven't I amnesia twice? D33 watched as Xiao Da's expression darkened in front of her, then suddenly burst into laughter. Could it be that even monsters can feel unwell? Monster. Xiao Da's fierce yet timid demeanor was indeed contradictory and quite amusing. He gripped his phone tightly, his eyes wide as he glared at D33, occasionally glancing toward the door as if calculating his escape speed and distance. Did I say something wrong? You're not from Earth. I don't know where you're from. Even if you told me, I wouldn't know what that place is like. You have superpowers. You're incredibly strong. You look like us with a similar body and face, but you're definitely not one of us. Maybe you can even transform into something. Then what are you if not a monster? After considering D33's commercial value, the first thing that troubled Xiao Da was how to control D33. He knew it couldn't be through superpowers, but fortunately, D33 wasn't a completely ignorant monster who wouldn't listen. So he tried to explore this aspect and establish a logic that would make her obey him. In simple terms, it was about mental control. Of course, he had no confidence in which words might provoke her. For Lu Binbin's sake and his own, he was in the same precarious position. Yes, I am a monster. D33 wasn't angry but frowned, chewing on Xiao Da's words, lost in thought. She was an alien intruder. She didn't belong to Earth, and from an Earthling's perspective, she was indeed a monster. If she saw Earthlings on planet R, she would think the same. If Lu Binbin knew, he would think the same too. I don't know how you all do things over there, but you promised me you'd let me be your agent, you promised you'd listen to my arrangements, and now you're suddenly backing out. This is being contradictory. Xiao Da held his breath and continued. Contradictory people are the most annoying, and those who backtrack on their words with lies are even more despicable. When I worked with Binbin, he never did this. Using Lu Binbin to pressure her should be effective. Xiao Da nervously looked at D33. If D33 insisted on not going, he would have no choice. But the agreed program arrangements would suddenly fall through, and other arrangements would surely hear about it, which would be very detrimental to D33's future. D33 looked at Xiao Da. We'll go. Xiao Da let out a sigh of relief, his tone softening significantly. Then hurry up and change your clothes. I didn't mean to say that. I just don't like it when you lie. D33 lowered her gaze. Wait. Humans are really contradictory. They often lie but claim they dislike it when others do. She actually hadn't lied. The sudden interruption in communication left her feeling empty inside, as if a cold wind had blown into her drafty chest. Why didn't the leader respond? Instead, they issued a final ultimatum. Were they angry? Was it because she asked a nonsensical question, or because she asked a question she shouldn't have? D33 was unclear and uncertain. Xiao Da turned his head. What? In an instant, D33 had changed her clothes at lightning speed. Ahem. What? D33, tell me about my past. Haven't I had amnesia twice? Xiao Da. In Xiao Rant's lounge, when Lu Binbin returned. She was about to go out and froze for a moment when she saw him leaning on a cane, then forced a smile. Binbin, where have you been? I was just about to look for you. Just wandering around. Lu Binbin walked past her expressionlessly. Your leg is injured. I know my leg is injured. No need for you to remind me. Lu Binbin interrupted her as he took a seat in the wheelchair. Xiao Ran turned her back, frowning in displeasure. Since I'm a patient, I should go back and rest early. If you don't have anything else for me to cooperate with, I'll leave first. Lu Binbin pushed his wheelchair toward the exit. At this moment, there were no outsiders in the lounge. Lu Binbin's attitude toward Xiao Ran was completely different when there were no onlookers. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and turned around, kneeling to block Lu Binbin, reapplying a smile. Binbin, I'm sorry. I know it was hard for you today. It was my whim. I shouldn't have made you help me shoot the couple video. Lu Binbin looked at the wall in silence. I promise I won't post this video online right away. I will respect Xiao Da's arrangements for you. I said, once we work separately and won't ride on each other's popularity. When your leg is better, you can be my behind-the-scenes photographer. Considering you will definitely be busy then, that's why It's really not because Meng Meng came here to shoot today that I deliberately wanted to show my possession in front of her, right? Lu Binbin glanced at her pitiful little rabbit appearance. Back in school, he had been deceived by her grace and gentleness, but after suffering a fatal blow from her, he could no longer find any reason to approach her, no matter how beautiful her face became. Even if she insisted she was wrong, even if the whole world added a beautiful filter to her, he felt nauseated every time he got close to her. If it weren't for her being of use to him, he wouldn't. I really didn't know she was coming here to shoot today. Xiao Ran defended herself pitifully. I've been shooting here the whole time. You can ask my team. She was only here for the first day. How could I have bumped into her? Clearly, she came to bump into me on purpose. Bin, why do you always think so badly of me? Even if I really wanted to show that you are mine, what is wrong with that? I've waited for you for so many years, and now that you've finally agreed to date me, I can't wait to introduce you to the whole world. Lu Binbin looked at her superb acting skills as she held his hand to her face. Binbin, you can understand me, right? He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Understand. He then withdrew his hand. I'm tired. I want to go back and rest. I'll see you off. No need, Lu Binbin said, pushing his wheelchair to the door, reaching for the handle. Unexpectedly, outside the door stood D33, who was just about to knock, along with Xiaoda. We have another schedule to catch, so we'll leave first. I came specifically to say hello. D33 looked at Lu Binbin, checking if he had anything to say. She added, I'm still your assistant. I haven't forgotten that. Xiao Ran smiled, kneeling down to hold Lu Binbin's arm. Binbin, look, Meng Meng has a schedule to catch. Why don't we go home first? Lu Binbin frowned at Xiaoda. Xiaoda, why haven't I seen you arrange my schedule so tightly? Is this what you call being fickle? Xiaoda was taken aback and waved his hands in a cold sweat. How could that be? Once your leg is better. Just wait and see how I won't tire you out. Lu Binbin withdrew his gaze, looking past D33. Finish up and hurry home. His voice was cold and indifferent, like a polite remark thrown out casually. But at least it was a caring remark. And there's a pile of household chores waiting for you. D33's expectations diminished significantly. Got it. She watched Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran's backs, her breath starting to hurt. She couldn't tell him her true identity, nor could she tell him about leaving. Lu Lily's words were heartfelt, but she couldn't do the same. D33 wanted the recording time of the program to pass more quickly, but this time, D33 encountered an even stranger situation. Lu Binbin's emotional state remained normal, yet she couldn't use her superpowers. She didn't know if it was because the leadership had issued a final ultimatum, but she felt her physical energy gradually depleting. Just like that day in the warehouse with Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao, feeling uncontrollably weak. In her weakened state, it seemed as if a force was pulling her feet away from her body and the ground. D33 struggled to maintain her focus. Watching the host's red lips move as they asked her various questions, some relevant and some not. Jorda stood in the shadows behind the light source, gesturing at her frantically. She had no idea how the interview was being recorded, only knowing that after the director called cut, the host looked at D33 with an awkward smile and said, You can definitely be added to my list of difficult guests. Jorda quickly came over to explain, This is Meng Meng's first time on an interview show, so please be understanding. She's usually shy and can barely say a word. She's spoken a lot today, really. D33 gritted her teeth and got up from her chair, moving to a spot outside the backdrop. Using her last bit of willpower to seal the dynamic of the scene and actively sending a message to the leadership about the return time. It was 12:12 at night. Only then could she say a proper goodbye to Lu Binbin. At the very least, she wanted to properly say goodbye to him. There was no response from the leadership. D33 only felt her feet reconnecting with the ground, and the pale color of her lips began to regain its hue. The seal quietly retracted, and no one noticed anything unusual, not realizing that time had stopped for more than 10 seconds. D33 sat in the nanny car arranged by Jorda, went to buy cake and a lot of food, and, on the way home, she pressed against the car window in silence, while Jorda busily typed messages on WeChat, coordinating the day's work results and uploading videos, not paying attention to D33, who seemed unusually quiet. Jorda didn't hide the fact that D33 had experienced amnesia twice before, but he didn't go into too many details. After all, he wasn't Lu Binbin, and from his observer's perspective, he only revealed two important pieces of information to D33. First, the interval between her 2 episodes of amnesia was 1 month. Second, Lu Binbin also didn't know why she had lost her memory or the reason for its restart. But it was certain that each time her memory was lost, it happened while she was with him. The increasing amount of information made D33 start to doubt herself. However, there was no time for her to figure it out now. As they were nearing home, Jorda cheerfully showed her his phone. Her newly opened account had garnered many shares and likes for the self-introduction video filmed today, and her follower count was visibly climbing from 0. Look, your popularity is quite impressive. Did you see? In just a little while, you already have hundreds of thousands of followers. This is what strike while the iron is hot means. I'm telling you, we need to upload videos regularly every day, no slacking off. Of course, the current direction isn't clear yet. We need to try singing, dancing, showing off your strength, and see what everyone likes more. We'll explore and find a main focus to keep pushing and outputting. When can we make money? D33 interrupted, asking. Chapter 42 seems to have never appeared. Chowda was momentarily stunned and laughed. Wow, I didn't expect you to be more anxious than I am. To cash out, it should take at least 1 to 2 months, right? Given your current momentum, it will be soon. D33 leaned her head back against the car window and stopped talking. Even if it was fast, it was still slow. She wanted to help Lu Binbin earn the medical expenses, but in these few limited hours, it was impossible. The car drove from dusk to the bright lights of the city. D33 really hoped this car would drive on forever, never reaching an end. She could keep rewinding in the hope of seeing Lu Binbin in the next second. After all, the hope of the next second was much better than the disappointment of the next second. Chow dropped her off at the entrance of the community. Apologetically holding an iPad in one hand and a phone in the other, I can't go up with you, I have to go back to work. D33 was more than happy about that. She quickly walked into the community alone, carrying her things. As she walked, she turned a corner and saw a familiar figure standing downstairs in the building, especially with his right foot in a white cast. Lu Binbin turned around, frowning as he checked the watch on his wrist. Why is it so late? D33 was taken aback, stopped in her tracks, then hurried over with her 2 large bags. Were you waiting for me? Before Lu Binbin could answer, she rushed at him with the weight of a dozen kilograms, causing him to tilt backward unsteadily. Whoa! In a split second, D33 let go of her bags and quickly reached out to catch him, bending her knees to stop their fall. Lu Binbin, who was 186 meters tall, was half embraced by D33, suspended 1.5 meters off the ground in a comical scene of a hero being saved by beauty. Lu Binbin, are you okay? He awkwardly straightened up with the strength of his waist, feeling a slight twinge in his lower back. I was waiting for you to come back and do chores. D33 looked at his slightly flushed cheeks, not wanting to argue whether he was waiting for her or her chores, just feeling immensely happy looking at him. I bought a lot of food. I'm going to cook for you now. She wore a particularly tight dress and stepped up 3 steps in one go. Lu Binbin felt that D33's smile was a bit strange. This is chocolate cake. I know you don't like sweet things, so I bought dark chocolate, low sugar with a bit of bitterness. The last cake I made for you didn't look good, so this is a make-up gift. By the way, I bought your favorite shrimp. You like oil-braised shrimp, right? I also bought ribs, braised ribs, and blanched greens. How about that? You shouldn't stand. Your leg injury isn't healed yet. The doctor said you need to sit more. D33 tied on an apron, taking things out of the bags while signaling Lu Binbin not to lean against the kitchen door. Don't think that these little favors will make me tell you about the necklace. Lu Binbin crossed his arms, deliberately bringing this up to cut off her thoughts. D33 paused for a moment, holding the scallions, and smiled back. It's fine. It's not important anymore. Lu Binbin. Not important? How can it not be important? He stared at D33 in confusion. Did something happen? D33 widened her eyes, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. No. You're getting better at lying. Lu Binbin's forehead darkened. What? Lu Binbin turned his head away, muttering nothing. Generally, a full banquet takes an hour to prepare, but D33 only took less than 20 minutes. 15 large dishes nearly filled a 1.2-meter-long table. Lu Binbin looked at the feast richer than New Year's, then looked at D33's smile brighter than the sun, and put down the chopsticks he had picked up. Come on, what's the matter? Her task was to make him happy, and he had been in a good mood these past few days. Even if something was bothering him, seeing her get jealous of Xiao Ran's closeness made him happy again. So now, Meng Meng's actions were less about pleasing him and more about a sorrowful, unsettling farewell. D33 looked at Lu Binbin's serious gaze and gave up struggling with a bitter smile. It seemed she hadn't practiced enough during her time on Earth, as he easily saw through her forced smile. Lu Binbin, I'm leaving. Where to? Lu Binbin's heart sank. Back to where I should go. Back home, D33 pretended to be relaxed, burying all her emotions deep inside. She served him food, saying, "During my time here, I caused you a lot of trouble. Thank you for taking care of me. Thank you for letting me be your girlfriend, and for teaching me that seemingly childish retreating feelings are actually very warm. Your love for Lily showed me what family affection is. Your hard work taught me what spiritual support is. I've learned so much during my time by your side, and experienced many things I had never felt before. Lu Binbin, thank you. Have you said enough?" Lu Binbin frowned. What he wanted to hear wasn't this. He didn't want to hear her gratitude, let alone these grandiose words. To him, if Ming Ming really wanted to leave, why not tell him the most important things he wanted to know from the start? Who she was, where she came from, and why she came to Earth. Since she was leaving, didn't he, as her boyfriend who had dated her 3 times, deserve to know the truth? Lu Binbin stood up, took the medicine box off the shelf, and opened it in front of D33, pulling out the necklace. You say all this just to find out about the necklace, right? Fine, I'll tell you. This necklace was left to me by my father. My father said that the owner of this necklace was my grandfather. When he was young, my grandfather had a profound love affair, and this necklace was given to him by that woman. When they were most in love, that woman fell seriously ill and disappeared without a word. My grandfather was heartbroken and intended to never remarry. But then my grandmother appeared and promised my grandfather that she wouldn't force him to forget that woman. She was willing to wait with him. And that wait lasted a lifetime. My grandfather left this necklace to my father, and my father passed it on to me. It carries my grandfather's obsession. He wanted to wait for that woman to return. Although everyone knows it's impossible, my father couldn't go against my grandfather's last wishes, and I can't go against my father's. He stared intently at the bewildered D33. I've noticed that every time you encounter this necklace, your expression changes, almost as if it's bewitched. I don't know what this necklace means to you, but I was worried you would leave because of it, so I put it away. But now, you still want to leave because of this necklace. With a conflicted expression, Lu Binbin looked sadly at the necklace in his hand, not at her. D33's voice was very soft, as light as a few feathers falling from the sky. This necklace has me inside it. Lu Binbin slowly looked over, his eyes filled with surprise. D33 looked at the necklace hanging from Lu Binbin's finger, wishing she could enter that necklace. Is the person your grandfather was obsessed with named Qimeng? Why would I be in your grandfather's necklace? The candle flames on the cake crackled softly, melting the wax and making a faint sizzling sound, which seemed exceptionally loud in their silence, as if it were about to dissolve the shell tightly, enclosing the truth. D33 told Lu Binbin the scenes she saw in the necklace. After a long pause, Lu Binbin sorted through his chaotic thoughts and came up with an impossible conclusion. Are you saying, you knew my grandfather? You are my grandfather's lover. But Lu Binbin couldn't bring himself to say those 2 words. He couldn't accept that the so-called cliches of time traveling and immortality from romantic stories would actually appear in his life. It didn't make sense. How could it? D33 also couldn't accept it. Initially, she found it hard to accept the amnesia that Lu Binbin and Xiao had talked about, and now, after losing her memory twice, she discovered that she was related to Earth, and now she was connected to it, even earlier. She couldn't help but recall the hesitation of the leadership for that 1 second and the immediate recall order. D33 got up and walked over to Lu Binbin, reaching out to touch the necklace. The overwhelming memories struck her heart once more, and the pain hit again. Lu Binbin threw the necklace to the ground, helping D33 sit down. At this point, do you still want to keep your secret? The necklace fell to the ground. The lid opened, and a melodious music began to play. In just a moment, D33 felt cold sweat bead on her forehead from the pain, and she gripped Lu Binbin's wrist tightly, saying in pain, I come from planet R, a planet that is hundreds of years ahead of Earth's civilization. My mission on Earth is indeed to make you happy, because only when you are happy can my life value stabilize. And my name won't be put on the elimination list. Neither Lu Binbin nor D33 noticed that the clock on the wall began to spin faster from the moment D33 decided to reveal her secret. Midnight 12:12 was approaching. Yu. After hearing D33's self-introduction, Lu Binbin's thoughts spun like he was in a flying vehicle. Planet R, immortal superhumans. a civilization hundreds of years ahead of Earth. The two previous amnesias of Meng Meng, the repeated lines, the oddities, including this one about her. He had even considered that she came from a place he didn't know, which made her so unique and natural. But hearing it directly from her mouth felt completely different. The shock left him at a loss for words. However, Lu Binbin quickly set aside his shock and knelt in front of D33, supporting her shoulders. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Is there anything I can do to help? D33's body was rapidly cooling down, just like that day on the hospital rooftop when he held her. A great fear loomed over Lu Binbin, afraid that something uncontrollable might happen in the next moment, afraid that D33 would disappear right before his eyes. D33 couldn't describe the feeling in her body at that moment. There seemed to be countless tiny hands pulling at her skin, trying to pull her out of this time and space. Everything she saw in front of her swayed like something floating on the water, and the sounds in her ears were also fluctuating. Lu Binbin's concern echoed in her ears, repeatedly assuring her that he wanted to help. D33 looked at his anxious gaze and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of me? Don't you think I'm a monster?" She thought that after he learned who she was, like Chowda, his first reaction would be fear or anger, accusing her of being a monster. "Idiot! You are my girlfriend. Why would I be afraid of you?" "Girlfriend?" D33 widened her eyes and weakly asked, "Am I still your girlfriend?" Lu Binbin furrowed his brows. "Let's not talk about this for now. Once you feel better, I'll tell you a story called The Legend of the White Snake, and you'll see that you're not that strange after all." He comforted her, tightly gripping her cold arm. "Come on, let me carry you to bed." The moment D33 was lifted, she couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Ah! Lu Binbin's heart was torn open with that sound. "Meng Meng, don't scare me. You won't be in trouble." Meng Meng? Meng Meng. Lu Binbin wasn't sure if he was seeing correctly, but it seemed like a white mist was rising from the back of Meng Meng's head, and her whole body began to feel lighter. He hurriedly carried D33 into the room, covering her with a blanket like before. The blanket in the room wasn't enough, so he went to the neighboring room to get more. "Meng Meng, wait for me. I'll grab a blanket. I'll be quick. I'll be quick." When Lu Binbin returned with the blanket, D33 was gone from the bed. It was as if she had never been there. Lu Binbin rushed over and threw aside the thick 3 layers of blankets, frantically touching the spot where D33 had just lain. The cold temperature lingering, there was proof that D33 had been there. Meng Meng? Meng Meng. Lu Binbin searched every corner of the room and then ran to the opposite house where D33 rented, opening every door. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. The smiling face that had been sticking to him like a little shadow suddenly vanished. As he rushed downstairs, Lu Binbin felt helpless in the night, shouting Meng Meng's name in his heart, unable to believe that this person had completely disappeared from his world. He never agreed to her leaving. How could she leave? Chapter 43, she remembered everything Planet R, close station management. A man wearing a white helmet sat in front of a screen, watching Lu Binbin, who was lost in thought while holding a necklace and chair. He said to another man in a black jumpsuit beside him, "The life extension mission for D33 can be terminated, right?" Who would have thought that the necklace in Lu Binbin's hand could impersonate our signal source, causing errors in our main body transmission? The man in the black jumpsuit slightly moved his face towards the left screen. The screen displayed the life stability values of everyone on Planet R. A red flashing signal appeared next to the number D33, indicating that her heart fragment was rapidly melting, which was the first abnormal situation since arriving on Planet R. Seeing that the man in the black jumpsuit had not yet made up his mind, the man in the white helmet urged, "Don't hesitate. One less is one less. Our heart fragment secret is crucial. No, just send her to the right place." The man in the black jumpsuit spoke, stopping the white helmet from pressing the button to end D33's life. Since the heart fragment rarely malfunctioned, it also provided us with data analysis, and we could use her to improve our management system. The man in the white helmet was persuaded and pressed the transport key instead. D33, lying in the transport chamber, had her physical memory data fully reset after lying there for 30 days since the day of her 3rd memory loss. In a fraction of a second, the transport chamber was black and white, and D33 was transported out. In the galaxy of the universe, everything is as tiny as dust. Whether it's Planet R or Earth, They are merely insignificant existences in between. The elimination list of planet are continued, and human life on Earth also went on. Only the parties involved in the story could amplify the changes and emotions infinitely. When D33 opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a room she had never seen before, but felt incredibly familiar. D33 sat up and looked around. The sky was bright. The air index was 50, and the air quality was excellent. It was a pleasant and livable day on Earth. The task was clear. The life value was unstable due to an inexplicable signal source interference on Earth, and the life extension mission must be completed to avoid being written into the elimination list of Planet R. The specific implementation plan was to keep the signal source in a good mood to reduce the interference until it disappeared. You're awake. As D33 was reviewing her intentions, a voice came from the doorway. Lu Binbin entered, holding a toothbrush and wearing pajamas. Upon seeing her sitting up, he coldly greeted her. Seeing the mission target, D33 was about to nod, but for some reason, when she met his gaze, her head suddenly ached. It felt as if something was trying to emerge, and just as she was about to glimpse it, she only saw a smile overlapping with the face in front of her. Get out here if you're awake. Stop daydreaming. Lu Binbin coldly withdrew his gaze and walked outside. D33 gently patted her throbbing temple and got out of bed. She followed Lu Binbin, who was brushing his teeth, to the bathroom door. Although she felt it was very convenient to be so close to her mission target, D33 couldn't remember the backstory of how she ended up here with Lu Binbin. Stop. Lu Binbin wiped his mouth with a towel, interrupting D33. I don't care who you are, what your name is, or where you come from. Just know that I took you in for free last night, which is already beyond the obligations between strangers. Now, hurry up and get out of my house. Then why did you take me in? D33 felt somewhat displeased by Lu Binbin's indifferent tone, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Studying D33's expression, Lu Binbin added a hint of wariness to his indifference. You didn't forget that you were lying at my door last night, did you? Or are you trying to take advantage of me? Take advantage of him? Did that mean coveting something of his? D33 scanned Lu Binbin from top to bottom. His appearance, figure, and temperament were all quite good. However, his attitude was lacking. Look at this house I rented. I have a sister who needs heart surgery. Other than myself, I have nothing of value. If you're trying to take advantage of me, sorry, but I'm not interested in you. Lu Binbin impatiently exposed D33's possible intentions and walked past her to change clothes by the sofa. I'm going to work. Are you still not leaving? D33 looked down at herself again. Her leader had said she was a mediocre existence on Planet R, but anyone from Planet R was outstanding on Earth. So, Lu Binbin had no reason to look down on her. She stepped forward and firmly tugged at Lu Binbin's arm, which had just put on a sleeve. No, I can't leave. I must stay. For the life extension mission, I can't leave him. Lu Binbin squinted. Her inexplicably firm expression only seemed amusing to him. He snorted coldly, and the deep-set eyes beneath his thick black brows exuded a dangerous aura. Suddenly, D33 felt her head being seized by his large hand, bringing her face dangerously close to his. D33's heart skipped a beat as she felt his warm breath on her face and heard him say, "Woman, I find you adorably foolish. Do you know that what you just said is a form of seduction?" His face reflected in her pupils. Even the hostility in his eyes was clear. The last 4 words of his questioning, along with his hand around her waist, stirred every cell in her body. D33 watched his approaching lips and couldn't help but swallow hard. Faced with a human man, she was so nervous that her fists clenched, forgetting her superpowers and even her breathing. How strange. It was clearly the first time she had seen him. It felt so familiar. And this sense of familiarity told her that his current appearance was also so unfamiliar. Just as Lu Binbin was about to kiss D33, he released her. If you're scared to death, then don't recklessly put yourself in danger. Get lost. D33 was stunned, feeling liberated at the moment when his breath surrounded her to the point of suffocation. Lu Binbin finished putting on his clothes, grabbed his bag, and walked towards the entrance. As she turned her head, a group of people suddenly surged in from outside, pushing Lu Binbin in. Before Lu Binbin could speak, he was punched in the face by a man wearing a gold watch. D33's eyes widened, feeling as if the punch had landed on her own face. buzzing in her ears. "Brother Dafei, why are you here?" Lu Binbin was not angry. He staggered back a few steps, rubbed his punched cheek with the back of his hand, and forced a smile to greet him. He wasn't without temper. He just kept it all in. D33 noticed that the hostility she had seen in his eyes earlier was still present, but temporarily hidden when facing these two chaotic-looking individuals. One walked with his hands on his hips, swaggering, while the other was a big guy with a sausage-like mouth whose belt was barely holding up his belly. They exuded arrogance, and behind them, a dozen young men in black t-shirts squeezed into Lu Binbin's not-so-large home. "Why am I here? If I don't come, are you planning to run away?" "Huh. Lu Binbin, you've delayed my interest for several days already." The man called Brother Dafei by Lu Binbin shook his wrist with the gold watch, poking Lu Binbin's chest with his finger, and even spat on the floor. "Kabing Lu Binbin's shoulderbake. So where are you running off to? Do you want me to take you?" Lu Binbin was very nervous about his bag, pulling it behind him, and huffed. "How could I? I'm going to work. Working is how I earn money to pay you back, right?" The fat guy next to Brother Dafei smartly yanked Lu Binbin's bag strap, deliberately not giving him a chance to hide it. "Give it to me. Give it back." D33 saw the fat guy roughly take the bag, and Lu Binbin quickly reached out to grab it. In the struggle, she caught sight of the camera lens. In the end, the fat guy snatched it away and handed it to Brother Dafei with a fawning expression. "Brother, this kid's stuff seems to be worth something. Let us use it to cover our interest." Dafei raised his eyebrows, wanted to take a look inside. "No way." Lu Binbin shot out again and snatched the bag back. His action successfully angered both of them. Brother Dafei kicked Lu Binbin hard in the chest. A group of people surged forward to teach him a lesson. D33 widened her eyes as she saw Lu Binbin being beaten by the group. Her first reaction was to rush in to help, but her legs, driven by some instinct, were held back by a familiar thought, so familiar that it felt like she had been through it before. The chaotic scene was intense and frightening. Lu Binbin was kicked onto the coffee table and pinned down. The table toppled over, glass shattered everywhere, and a fruit plate fell, reflecting the glint of a dagger amidst the chaos of fists. D33 saw the fat guy pick up the dagger and was no longer hesitant. She stepped forward to intervene. However, she was spotted by the fat guy first, who grabbed her by the throat with his long arm. D33 wasn't afraid at all, but was startled by his roar. "Lu Binbin, don't move, or I'll kill her." The thunderous shout froze everyone in place. In a bid for self-preservation, Lu Binbin, under the fat guy's restraint, managed to turn the tables, shifting from being attacked to a defensive and offensive stance. When she heard the fat guy's threat, Lu Binbin's fist paused a quarter of a second before striking a younger brother's face. She turned her head, locking eyes with D33. D33's heart warmed, and suddenly many images flashed in her mind. In the next second, Lu Binbin's fist decisively knocked the younger brother to the ground, without caring about D33's life being threatened by the knife at her throat. "She has nothing to do with me. Whether she lives or dies, don't notify me." Lu Binbin's words were cold, just like when she urged her to leave the house that morning. D33 glanced at the fat guy holding her, who looked a bit dazed, clearly not expecting Lu Binbin to say such indifferent words to a girl in the same room. She directly grabbed his hand and twisted it behind his back, locking it against his own neck. The sharp blade grazed her throat, and a slight sting of pain came after a moment of realization. D33 reached out to touch, seeing a bright red stain in her palm, and the images flashing before her eyes fell like snowflakes. She remembered everything. Lu Binbin. D33 stared blankly at Lu Binbin, who was also momentarily stunned. She and T left him. Hadn't T been called back home? How could this be? She looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 8:10 in the morning of a new day. Looking at the other bystanders, D33 suddenly recalled the scene where Jean Dafei and Lu Dabiao had come to pick a fight before. They had even knocked her out and locked her in a warehouse. Old grudges and new hatred surged, and just then, Lu Dabiao's immobile arm met with a crisp cracking sound once again. "Ah, brother, save me. My hand." Chapter 44. From Love to Hate. Lu Binbin, not having time to be surprised, forcefully pushed aside Jean Dafei's underling and said to Jean Dafei in a deep voice, "Brother Dafei, I will definitely pay back the interest I owe you as soon as possible. The soundproofing in this house isn't very good, and my landlord lives downstairs. If they hear any commotion and call the police, we'll all be in trouble. Besides, if you and your brothers keep causing this ruckus, my work for today will go down the drain, and I won't be able to pay you back then. So, do you want to cooperate with me to settle the debt, or do you want everyone to be in trouble? Jean Daffé watched as his seemingly invincible brother was pinned down by a frail woman and saw how capable Lu Binbin was. He realized that continuing to persist would yield no benefits, so he had no choice but to relent and wave his hand for his brothers to retreat. Lu Binbin signaled for D33 to let the person go. D33 gently pushed, and Lu Dabiao fell over several people like a discarded piece of ham. Lu Dabiao, as if seeing a monster, got up from the ground and quickly fled without daring to look back at D33. A group of people rushed in and then rushed out again. D33 jumped off the sofa and joyfully ran to Lu Binbin, hugging him tightly. Lu Binbin, thank God I'm back. She couldn't describe her happiness at that moment. When she felt so cold that her heartbeat seemed to stop, she wanted to reach out and grab Lu Binbin. But she could do nothing but watch as Lu Binbin's figure disappeared into her blurred vision while going to get a blanket. She thought she would leave like this and never see him again. To regain what was lost felt so joyful that she wanted to cry. D33 hugged Lu Binbin and wouldn't let go, enjoying the warmth of his body, but she didn't see the confusion and the desire to push her away on his face. Let go, let go. Lu Binbin pulled her hands away, his palm resting on her forehead. Did you drink too much and go crazy? What nonsense are you talking? D33. Lu Binbin, I'm not going to waste time with you. I need to go out. Lu Binbin grabbed the bag he had protected in his arms to check that the camera inside was fine, ignoring his injuries and the blood on his face, and headed for the door. He took a few steps back to pull the dazed D33 out, all the way to the downstairs. Quickly go. I don't want my girlfriend to misunderstand. Lu Binbin gave her the final ultimatum. D33 recalled the sincere look he had when he last spoke to her and blurted out, Didn't you say I was your girlfriend? Lu Binbin's eyes tightened, his brow furrowing. I only met you last night and spoke to you this morning. I don't even know your name. What girlfriend? D33. Last night? Lu Binbin looked at the watch on his wrist and took large strides toward the entrance of the community without looking back. He doesn't know her name? They only met last night? How does it seem like this time? It's Lu Binbin who has amnesia. Lu Binbin looked at his gentle gaze and slightly teasing tone. All the protective bravado he had was gone. D33 stood at the door, thinking about Lu Binbin's unfamiliar gaze and his strange words, realizing that a lot must have happened between losing consciousness and waking up. Who should she ask for verification? She thought of Lu Lily. D33 ran to the first hospital, heading for Lu Lily's ward. Sitting at the head of the bed, accompanying Lu Lily, was none other than Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran gently held a strawberry cake, and Lu Lily, with hands clasped in joy, leaned in to give Xiao Ran a big kiss. Sister Xiao Ran, you're the best. You're even better than my brother. Xiao Ran fondly patted Lu Lily's head and said gently, Then you must keep a secret, okay? You can't tell your brother that I bought you a strawberry cake. They pinkies swear? Okay. Lu Lily chirped, linking pinkies with Xiao Ran. This was in stark contrast to the picture in D33's memory, where Lu Lily hated Xiao Ran. She stood there in a daze at the door, peering through the small window, causing Lu Lily to notice her too. When D33 met Lu Lily's gaze, her eyes lit up with anticipation. But Lu Lily only looked at her with confusion before patting Xiao Ran's hand. Xiao Ran turned her head. They both looked at her with unfamiliar eyes. D33 couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Xiao Ran opened the door and scrutinized D33. Who are you? D33 lowered her eyes and turned away, not saying a word. Lu Binbin, Lu Lily, and Xiao Ran did not recognize her. Lu Binbin hated her, and Lu Lily and Xiao Ran had become so close. This time D33 did not have amnesia, but had come to a world that was completely different from her memories. As she passed the nurse's station, D33 suddenly stopped. The flickering red light in her peripheral vision made her slowly turn her head. The time on the digital board read September 9th, 2022. It was the time she had previously arrived on Earth. Time had reset. The time she spent with Lu Binbin was gone. So this is why Lu Binbin and Lu Lily don't recognize her? D33 couldn't accept this. She went to the hospital rooftop, the place where she had once summoned the leadership and summoned them again. This time, the blue signal screen appeared quickly. The white helmet appeared. D33 asked what was going on. Leadership, did you recall me before? Why doesn't Lu Binbin recognize me anymore? Did you erase their memories? What happened in between? If Lu Binbin hates me like this now, how can I complete my life extension mission? The leadership replied, D33, you are becoming more and more like a human. D33 looked at the slowly appearing reply. Do you still want to complete the mission? Of course. D33 clenched her fist and answered decisively. To gain the hate value from Lu Binbin, you still have the chance to return to planet R. Hate. Beep. The blue signal screen closed. Value. D33 murmured to herself. I have to make Lu Binbin hate me? From love to hate. Why has it gone to extremes? Why make her be hated by the person she likes? D33's mind felt like a malfunctioning machine, unable to turn, unable to think. Everything here was so familiar. Yet the familiar people had become so strange. As D33 walked, she unknowingly arrived at Xiao Da's place. The half-open roll-up door reflected colorful sci-fi lights, and the sound of typing filled the air. D33 bent down and squeezed through the roll-up door. Xiao Da, with a chubby figure, occupied the entire chair, wearing headphones, staring seriously at the computer screen, occasionally barking orders like rush, relocate, under the tower, words that D33 couldn't understand. D33 called out Xiao Da. Only then did Xiao Da notice someone had entered. Hello. He glanced at D33 and quickly looked away, but then turned back. Who are you? D33 pointed at herself, holding onto the last shred of hope, and asked, I'm Ming Ming. You don't recognize me anymore? Xiao Da squinted as if seriously searching for the memories behind D33's question. Ming Ming. Oh dear, did you die? Under the tower. Under the tower. I said quickly relocate to under the tower. Are you all brainless? He was quickly drawn back to the game on the computer, cursing in frustration. D33. However, after losing the game, Xiao Da reluctantly took off his headphones and poured a glass of water for D33. Miss Ming, right? Are you here to discuss some business cooperation with me? Clearly, he, like Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran, did not recognize her anymore. But for him, whether he recognized her or not was unimportant. What mattered was that the visitor was likely here to get Lu Binbin to take on a job. D33 looked at Xiao Da's smiling face and, with great enthusiasm, said, Yes, I have a business I want to discuss with Lu Binbin, but I'm not sure if he can handle it. Don't worry. No matter the project, I can confidently say that if Binbin can't take it, no one else can. Xiao Da patted his chest and promised vigorously. D33 offered a generous price, left the address, and asked him to inform Lu Binbin to show up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Xiao Da saw D33 out through the roll-up door, saying, Take care, Miss Ming. Other than not remembering, Xiao Da hadn't changed much in personality. The address D33 provided was the ruins where she and Lu Binbin had gone for the first time. She hoped that being there would help Lu Binbin recall something. Even if he couldn't remember, they could start to reshape memories anew. With nowhere else to go, D33 wandered around and ended up back at the hospital. She thought about chatting with Lu Lily after Xiao Ran left, hoping to get closer and perhaps stay the night in her ward. However, upon returning to the hospital, D33 saw Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran together. The two of them, along with Lu Lily, looked like a warm family of three. In the morning, Lu Binbin, who had complained about her volunteering to be his girlfriend, was now gently holding Xiao Ran, radiating tenderness. Xiao Ran leaned happily against him, looking at Lu Binbin as if he were her entire world. She had finally fulfilled her wish of becoming Lu Binbin's girlfriend and received his affectionate gaze. Lu Lily was very fond of Xiao Ran, cuddling up to her and asking for hugs. D33 turned to leave, but bumped into a nurse bringing medication. D33 quickly helped steady the medicine tray in the nurse's hands, but still made a loud noise. Lu Binbin opened the door. When he saw D33, his expression darkened, mixed with incredulous surprise. How did you find this place? D33 replied, I. Xiao Ran walked over at the sound. Binbin, who is it? When she saw D33, she was also taken aback. This young lady. Didn't she come by a few hours ago? Seeing Lu Binbin trying to explain and feeling a bit uneasy, D33 formally greeted Xiao Ran. Hello, Miss Xiao. I'm Ming Ming. I got drunk last night, and Mr. Liu kindly took me home to stay for a night. I came specifically to thank him. She was speaking the truth, and also helped explain for Liu Binbin. Regardless of whether it clarified things for Liu Binbin, it left a good impression on him. If it didn't clarify, at least it contributed to the annoyance level that the higher-ups wanted. Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she looked at Liu Binbin. Liu Binbin smiled apologetically and nodded. What can I say? She fell asleep at my door, and no matter how much I called, she wouldn't wake up. I couldn't just leave her there. So I let her into sleep for a bit while I took the couch in the living room. Xiao Ran didn't say anything, but looked at D33 with a gentle smile. My boyfriend is just like this, warm-hearted and helpful. You don't need to take it to heart. She had always disliked herself, only showing a smile in front of Liu Binbin, and even then, it was a forced one without real joy in her eyes. Now, her smile was brighter, and D33 found herself momentarily stunned. You've thanked him, you can go now. Liu Binbin urged D33. Chapter 45. Can we date, Binbin? Xiao Ran awkwardly tapped Liu Binbin's arm, feeling embarrassed by his rudeness. D33 had so much to say, but at that moment, she could only choke on her words, unable to utter a single syllable. She lowered her gaze in frustration and turned to leave. After exiting the hospital, D33 was unsure where to go. The world felt vast, yet there was no place for her to belong. As dusk approached, D33 pondered her options and decided to head towards the abandoned building. After all, she had to meet Liu Binbin there at 8 the next morning. It wouldn't hurt to go early. D33 forgot that the area was suburban and the path there was isolated and dangerous. Like a walking doll, she ventured alone out of the city. As the surroundings grew sparse with people and trees towered overhead, she quickly became a target for the bad guys. Walking based on her memory, D33 sensed someone following her. She turned around to see two men walking behind her, heads down, staring at their phones. D33 stopped, and they continued forward. Soon, several motorcycles revved up behind her, their engines roaring. This time, instead of stopping, D33 quickened her pace. As she approached the abandoned building, the two men who had been behind her suddenly turned back from the front, while the motorcycles closed in rapidly, surrounding her in a tight circle. The foul-smelling exhaust, the low growl of the engines, and the two delinquents on each motorcycle darting back and forth formed a chaotic scene in D33's eyes, filled only with their colorful hair and indistinct evil grins. The previously unremarkable men pretending to use their phones dropped their act and leered at D33, unabashedly scrutinizing her. They seemed to be planning a collective crime. D33, aware of their intentions, urged them to leave quickly, otherwise they would regret it. Instead of fearing her warning, they laughed heartily at her boldness. Their laughter was truly unpleasant. D33 saw the balding man on her left approach her, his triangular eyes gleaming with cunning. Little sister, let me show you what paradise on earth is. D33 swiftly grabbed his hand that reached towards her cheek and pinned it behind his back. Seeing the frail D33 dare to resist, the group paused in surprise, dismounting their motorcycles and moving towards her. The outcome was predictable. With little effort, D33 had the men, like chicks, all bowing down at her feet, each emitting cries of pain. The empty road was littered with the fallen delinquents. D33 stood among them like a lighthouse. She squatted down, pulled a phone from one man's pocket, and dialed 110. She could have made them suffer severely, but she needed to document their crimes to truly subdue them. Soon, the police arrived in a patrol car. As the complainant and the one who caused this commotion, D33 was understandably taken to the police station for questioning. D33 couldn't provide her identity or personal information. When the officer asked, a look of confusion crossed his face. You must have family or friends you can contact, right? D33 blinked and wrote down a name and a number on the paper. 10 minutes later, Liu Binbin rushed through the door. D33 sat on a bench in the waiting area, turning to meet his gaze. The expression in Liu Binbin's eyes was hard to describe. Part disdain, part unspoken confusion, and a hint of wary bewilderment. It was as if her presence in his life was a mistake he wished to erase with an eraser. Faced with such a look, a wave of guilt washed over D33. I'm sorry. What What good is saying sorry now? Do you think just saying sorry means you can order me around? Lu Binbin interrupted coldly. D33 couldn't find the words to respond. He turned away and quickly put on a polite social smile to negotiate with the police. D33 had no idea what he discussed with the probing officer, but eventually, after writing down his name and drawing circles at his temple, the officer looked at her with pity, allowing Lu Binbin to take her out of the station. When D33 dealt with the delinquents, it was just before dusk turned to night. After such a long ordeal, the outside world had grown dark, the night pressing down on them. Lu Binbin walked ahead angrily while D33 followed behind. She recalled a similar incident when they had fallen into the river under a bridge and were mistakenly taken to the police station for him allegedly harassing her. Later, after Xiao Ran showed up, they argued, and she had taken the initiative to kiss him. Those beautiful memories made her easily distracted. D33 bumped into Lu Binbin's, suddenly halted back and stumbled back. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Binbin glared at D33, furrowing his brows. If she were an ordinary girl, the danger she had just faced would have been a nightmare capable of ruining her life. He and T expressed any concern for her since he first appeared, never asking if she was hurt. His aggressive demeanor felt like a thorn piercing D33's heart, making her very uncomfortable. "I'm someone who knows you. I'm someone you want to hate." D33 tightened her grip on Lu Binbin's collar, meeting his disdainful and cold eyes. "So what?" She leaned in closer, catching him off guard. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Binbin's eyes, and he cursed under his breath, pushing her hand away. But D33 tightened her grip further. Since he was so openly resistant to her, why not press on? As her patience wore thin, D33 felt she could let go. She narrowed her eyes, gazing at the stranger who desperately wanted to distance himself from her, and cupped his face. "Are you so afraid of getting entangled with me? Because you lack the confidence to hate me? You." Lu Binbin was surprised he couldn't break free from her grip. Her strength was formidable. "Lu Binbin, can we date?" D33 smiled, imitating Xiao Ran and the bad girl she had seen on TV to seduce the male lead. She lowered her voice, slowed her speech, and let her warm breath touch his face. Under the cover of night, her red lips brushed against his ear, lightly grazing his earlobe, causing him to shiver and stiffen, as if truly stirred by her. "I have my eye on you." Lu Binbin's breathing became noticeably erratic. D33 took a step back, boldly meeting his gaze. "I told you, I have a girlfriend. I love her very much." Lu Binbin, unable to escape her strong grip on his collar, coldly scoffed at D33. "Are you trying to be a third party?" D33, unaffected by emotional moral constraints, smiled mischievously. "Doesn't that make it easier for you to hate me?" Lu Binbin grabbed D33's hands, forcefully pulling them down. The collar wrinkled, mirroring the turmoil in Lu Binbin's heart. "I have no such preference." He stated each word clearly, firmly resisting D33's temptation. "I wonder if Xiao Ran has that preference. If she knew someone had their eye on your boyfriend or was trying to pursue him, do you think she'd let it go or fight me for you?" D33 called out to Lu Binbin, who was striding away nonchalantly. Lu Binbin turned back, his gaze horrifyingly red, as if he had stepped on an electric board. "You dare to harass my girlfriend. I will never let you go." "All right, I couldn't ask for more." D33 stared at his finger pointing at her, slowly raising her gaze, resembling a bad woman, determined to achieve her goal. Although Lu Binbin didn't understand why she was so fixated on him, a voice in his heart told him, this woman definitely means what she says. D33 gently kissed his threatening, rude finger and waved goodbye with a smile. Lu Binbin stood alone for a long time, coming back to his senses. Half an hour later, D33 appeared on the second floor of the ruins building, found a relatively clean spot, and lay down with her clothes on. She looked at the full moon in the sky, feeling sentimental. She didn't want Lu Binbin to hate her, but she had to make him hate her. And it seemed like Lu Binbin was left with nothing but hate for her. On the other side, Lu Binbin returned home to find Xiao Ran sitting on the sofa, holding the sleeping Lu Lily. When Xiao Ran saw him come back, her already poor expression became even more sullen. "Back already?" Lu Binbin asked. "Why did you bring Lily back from the hospital?" "Lily is doing well now. I asked the doctor, and she can rest at home. She said she wanted to eat my egg pancake, and I promise to make it for her. While speaking, Xiao Ran carried Lu Lily back to her room and laid her on the bed, then continued, "As for you, this is the first time you came back this late and didn't answer my calls." Lu Binbin lowered his head to change his shoes. "I went to help a friend." "What friend? What kind of help?" Xiao Ran became aggressive, digging deeper. Lu Binbin put down his phone and keys, walked over to try to embrace Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran. "What's wrong?" Xiao Ran pushed him away, quickly grabbed his phone, and pressed the call log to call back. Lu Binbin wanted to take back his phone, but Xiao Ran fiercely scolded him. "Get away." Afraid of waking Lu Lily, Lu Binbin glanced at the room and didn't stop Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran dialed, and it was the police station that answered. She subtly asked if there were any follow-up cases to track, and they mentioned Meng Meng's name, indicating that there was no need at the moment, and they would notify them if necessary. After hanging up, Xiao Ran looked at Lu Binbin. "Come on, what is your relationship with her? I noticed her strange gaze at you when we were at the hospital." Lu Binbin helplessly replied, "Many girls look at me that way. You should have known that since the first day we started dating." "What do you want me to explain now?" Xiao Ran nodded. "Yes, I know you're popular. I've always known, but you didn't treat her like any other girl, did you? You went to the police station to save her tonight, didn't you?" Lu Binbin couldn't explain why he went to the police station. Was it the police's urging and invisible pressure, or was it his subconscious wanting to go? Suddenly, images flashed in his mind of Meng Meng at the police station, pulling at his collar and looking at him, saying, "Say something. Do you have feelings for her? Have you fallen for her?" Lu Binbin's silence made Xiao Ran anxious. She angrily pushed and hit him, trying to bring him back from the path of confusion. Lu Binbin frowned, covering her mouth. The first thing he said was, "Can you be a bit quieter?" Xiao Ran glared at him in frustration, grabbed his hand, and bit down hard. A sharp pain surged through his palm, and Lu Binbin frowned, gritting his teeth without a sound. Blood-red marks appeared from her bite, ending their conversation. Lu Binbin fell into another kind of silence due to her distrust. "Since you don't trust me so much, then I have nothing more to say. You can go back. I'm tired and don't want to argue with you." Xiao Ran's eyes turned red. She grabbed her bag, bumped into his shoulder, and ran toward the door. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, clearly intentional. In the room, Lu Lily's cries could be heard. Lu Binbin hurriedly went into the room to comfort his sister, sitting at her bedside, beginning to reflect on his relationship with Xiao Ran. He and Xiao Ran were high school classmates. At that time, she was the school beauty, and he was an ordinary student with no particular highlights, except for being somewhat good-looking. Because of his hobby in photography, they gradually got together, and it had been 5 or 6 years since then. He loved her, and she loved him. It was undeniable that they were happy together. When Lily fell ill, he had to work to earn money, and whenever she had time, Xiao Ran would help take care of Lily, who also liked her very much. However, Xiao Ran's willfulness had never changed. Once ignited, it was particularly explosive. Her possessiveness was strong, not allowing him to keep any female contacts, not even staff members. Bringing Meng Meng into their home and still sleeping, then running to the police station to bail her out. It was like adding fuel to the fire on Xiao Ran's tipping point. Lu Binbin felt guilty for his poor handling of the situation, and he was also angry with Xiao Ran for her distrust and her careless outburst after getting angry. At that moment, his phone outside seemed to be vibrating continuously. After comforting Lily, Lu Binbin came out and saw 3 missed calls from Xiaoda. He went to the balcony to call back. The other end answered immediately. "You little rascal, why didn't you answer the phone?" "What is up? What is up?" "Of course it's good news. I've got you a new job. I can charge 3 times the price for her," and she readily agreed, looking like a little rich woman. "Tomorrow morning at 8. Abandoned building in the east of the city. Don't be late." Lu Binbin frowned slightly. "Little rich woman? What's her name? What is her name?" "Oh, I didn't ask. I only know her last name is Meng." "No way, what a coincidence." Chapter 46 is taught to me by someone who understands. The next day, at 8 in the morning, D33 was groggily awakened by the roaring sound of a motorcycle. She got up and looked in the direction of the sound, seeing Lu Binbin arriving on his ride. D33 could still remember how it felt to sit behind him before. The exhilaration of the wind rushing past, and the sense of being protected while tightly hugging his waist. At that time, she didn't have these feelings because she was just a person from planet R, lacking in senses and with a heart of steel. Lu Binbin took off his helmet and looked around, searching for the employer who had invited him here. Upon seeing D33 sitting on the second floor, swinging her legs and waving at him, he frowned and turned to leave. Hey! D33 jumped down directly from the second floor in a hurry. The weight of her body landed on the stacked scrap metal barrels with a thunderous crash. D33 cried out in pain. It hurts so painful. Lu Binbin had to stop and turn back. D33 smiled, lowering her right leg that she had raised high in her palm, and nimbly hopped over to him. You care about me, you can't deny it. Her thick-skinned smile was like an undeniable bright light shining into his eyes, with her words implying that from the moment he picked her up, he was destined to be entangled with her. Lu Binbin thought of the argument she had with Xiao Ran last night, and how she had indirectly wasted his time by asking him to come here, through Xiao Da. He frowned in annoyance. You're thinking too much. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a citizen. If you fall and hurt yourself, I'll help call an ambulance and the police. D33 put her hand behind her back and said, Since you say that, I'll take your word for it. She cheerfully handed him a bag of items. Here, this is for you. After you eat, we can start working. Lu Binbin didn't want to take it. D33 directly stuffed the items into his arms. I specifically went to buy this for you. You always take care of Li's breakfast in the morning and just casually eat a few bites yourself. As a human, it's important to have 3 meals on time. How do you know I'm taking care of Li's meals? Lu Binbin furrowed his brow, interrupting her familiarity with him. How do you know I just eat a few bites casually? D33, however, noticed the bandaged right hand of Lu Binbin and was shocked. You're injured? How'd you get hurt? You were fine when you went back last night. She held his hand with concern, and the worry in her eyes made Lu Binbin extremely uneasy. He pulled his hand back and threw the forcibly given food to the ground, saying, Don't think you know me so well. I really regret bringing you back to my place that night. If I had known you would bring me so much trouble. This bag of food was something she had run 3 kilometers to the convenience store to buy. When she was surrounded by that group of delinquents, she realized she couldn't use her superpowers, so she had to struggle with punches and kicks to ensure her safety. Lu Binbin's gaze was so cold, just like when she was about to say goodbye that night, the time with him so cold. He clearly hated her so much, and at that moment, he was very angry. But she stood in front of him, feeling none of his emotions. It was as if an invisible wall was blocking between them. She could no longer feel his emotional value. Why was this happening? Realizing he was about to leave again, D33 took out a thick red envelope from her pocket. Is it a trouble or a fortune? How would you know? Isn't it a bit hasty to make a judgment so early? Lu Binbin's gaze was fixed on the red envelope in her hand, still not moving. D33 opened the envelope and pulled out the money in front of him. This money was not obtained through any bad means, but was part of a compensation for helping bad people. She claimed she had an urgent need for it. The slightly balding man immediately went to get money and handed it over with both hands. Lu Binbin confirmed she was not joking and that she really had a reward to pay him. So he took the bag off his body and asked her what content she wanted to shoot, and he would adjust the lens. Parkour. Run from here all the way up, layer by layer. Then jump across the gap of less than 2 meters on the rooftop and come back around. D33 pointed to the action route she had used to help Lu Xiao complete the shoot and repeated it verbatim to Lu Binbin. After listening, Lu Binbin frowned slightly and looked at her. Are you sure you could do it? What? Afraid I'll fall? D33 seized the opportunity to tease him, getting close to his face with a grin. If he wouldn't change his attitude towards her no matter what, why not cherish the chance to be close to him? Perhaps his memory loss and the reopening of time were all giving her an opportunity to let her and him start over nicely. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to myself for you. D33 patted her chest confidently and winked. But Lu Binbin still felt she was joking. Xiao Ran was the top princess of the parkour world, and she hadn't seen anyone replicate her success after being famous for so long. In the parkour world, it was difficult for girls to stand out, let alone surpass. Lu Binbin carried a lot of lenses in his bag to meet different shooting needs. D33 reached for a lens wrapped in black cloth. Let us use this one, this aspherical lens, anti-shake, and ultra-low dispersion. It can maintain a maximum aperture of f4, and the motion pictures will be clearer and more beautiful. Lu Binbin was stunned. You know about shooting? I don't know. It's someone who understands who taught me. D33 looked at Lu Binbin, her gaze gentle and unwavering. Lu Binbin averted his gaze and stood up. We can start shooting now. At that moment, a car drove up to the entrance of the abandoned building. A dark green Jeep stopped dramatically, even doing a tail slide. The dust it splashed up was particularly dramatic, like a special reveal shot in a movie. Who would come to such an abandoned building to join the fun? D33 was very displeased with the unexpected guest that interrupted her opportunity to be alone with Lu Binbin. Looking closely, it was actually a familiar face, Lu Xiao and his team. She originally thought she had invited Lu Binbin here intentionally to restore past memories, but unexpectedly, others seemed to come intentionally to add fuel to the fire and beautify the situation. Oh my, I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Xiao, who got out of the car, wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses, squinted slightly upon seeing D33 and Lu Binbin with a camera, seemingly finding a common resonance regarding good shooting scenes. The girl named Xiao Bai, who had previously mistaken D33 for Lu Binbin's girlfriend, walked over with a pile of shooting equipment and nodded at D33 and Lu Binbin. Excuse me, what are you filming? After learning they were also there to shoot parkour, Xiao Bai looked back at Lu Xiao with some embarrassment and smiled. What a coincidence, we're also shooting parkour. Sorry, our schedule is a bit tight. Could we trouble you to let us shoot first? Really sorry, we can provide extra compensation. D33 glanced at Lu Xiao, whom she had previously seriously called useless, and firmly replied, no. Xiao Bai was unsurprised by the refusal, awkwardly pursing her lips. D33 continued, I'll shoot first, that's the real-time saver. Otherwise, if you shoot, it won't be finished quickly and will delay our time instead. Hearing D33's audacity, Lu Xiao walked over, holding the frame of his sunglasses in his mouth. I've never seen someone so confident. Did you just enter the circle? I haven't seen you before. D33 didn't want to waste words with him, but instead looked at Lu Binbin. Then let us get started. Lu Binbin nodded. D33 was heading back to the abandoned building, and the neglected Lu Xiao's expression turned red and black, flashing a liver color as he gritted his teeth. Putting his sunglasses back on his face, giving off a vibe that kept both strangers and acquaintances at bay. The young lady and the other two assistants quietly stepped back a bit, maintaining a safe distance, afraid of being caught in the crossfire, while simultaneously glancing over at D33. Although Lu Xiao had a bad temper, he was still somewhat well known in the parkour circle, especially skilled in dangerous parkour across staggered building floors, which was also a significant draw from many fans. Parkour princess Xiao Ran was considered a miracle in the circle. She was beautiful and skilled, and many girls wanted to imitate her, but gave up because Xiao Ran was too extreme and too good. Could someone really be so brazen? Especially a little girl who was relatively unknown. D33 stood on the first floor, looking up at the floor 3 heads taller than herself, the very spot she had just jumped down from. Lu Binbin stood half a person's distance behind her, counting down 3, 2, 1, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, D33 raised her hand and lightly leaped, easily hooking onto the floorboard, as simple as a rabbit nibbling on grass. Starting from this seemingly simple first step, her subsequent movements flowed like water, achieving perfection in Lu Binbin's lens, whether it was a 360-degree darting forward roll, long jumps between staggered levels, or knee slides. All the high-difficulty moves were effortlessly completed by D33's small and seemingly powerless body. Along the way, Lu Binbin marveled at her technical proficiency, occasionally falling a bit behind the rhythm, being slightly distanced by D33, but quickly catching up to maintain the close following requirement. Her cute face showed no signs of tension. Her expression managed perfectly, relaxed yet controlled, as if she were playing on a slide at home. Finally, she rolled into a knee hug from the 6th floor, using a tiny bit of exposed rebar on the 3rd floor for leverage, and landed on the 1st floor. Lu Binbin's footsteps followed closely behind her. The dust kicked up by their feet quickly floated up, reluctant to settle down, leaving a subtle mark on their foot tops before quietly sticking to the ground. D33 tidied her long hair and, seeing Lu Xiao and the others in a daze, gently blew at her bangs. They had originally wanted to watch the excitement. Even if D33 made a mistake and had to redo a move, they could seize the opportunity to say she was nothing special, questioning who was wasting whose time. However, D33 didn't give him the chance and completed everything in one go. The key was that for several moves, even Lu Xiao Wu and Ti have been confident of succeeding in one attempt, yet D33 made it look as easy as drinking water. She was even better than Xiao Ran. How could someone like her remain nameless? Chapter 47. Two indifferent D33 naturally didn't notice that they had gone from just watching the excitement to being completely captivated by her parkour skills. Instead, she turned around and handed the money to Lu Binbin, saying, "You did very well. This is the agreed payment with your agent, Xiao Da." Lu Binbin accepted it. "Thank you. If you really want to thank me, how about treating me to dinner?" D33 leaned her head back to his gaze. Lu Binbin didn't respond. "Your parkour is so impressive. Why don't you try starting your own account?" D33 tilted her head and smiled. "If I really start an account and become popular, wouldn't that be taking food out of your girlfriend's mouth?" Her words seemed to be for his benefit. Lu Binbin frowned slightly. Everyone should do their own thing. If everyone thinks like you, then there would be no healthy competition. That made some sense. Then you could be my exclusive photographer, and I'll start an account. How about that? D33 seized the opportunity to push further. Lu Binbin gave her a look that said, "Do what you want," and was about to leave. "Beautiful lady, if he doesn't treat you to dinner, I'll do it." Lu Xiao walked over with a smile, bypassing Lu Binbin to approach D33. "If you want an exclusive photographer, I can share one with you. Everything is negotiable." Lu Binbin's expression darkened. "You were really cool just now. I didn't expect you to be so hidden. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Xiao. And you are?" "I'm Mink Mink." "Meng Meng? That's a really nice name. Is it?" "Thank you. I quite like my name too. After watching your shoot, I think I should change the content of my shoot later. Can you teach me how to do that knee slide?" Lu Binbin was walking when he suddenly stopped. Behind him came the cheerful sounds of D33 chatting with Lu Xiao, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. Wasn't he in a hurry? Why was he still chatting here? This Lu Xiao had a nice name, but his way of dealing with people was not so attractive. He changed girlfriends as frequently as he changed the color of his hair, never cared about the difficulty of parkour moves, but loved to play with the gimmicks in the background. Everyone in the team was afraid of him, but the only reason they followed him was because he was generous with money. The only female rookie in the team was there because she wasn't good-looking and had the patience to tolerate his unpredictable temper. Seeing his blatant enthusiasm for D33, even a pig could tell what he was thinking. But what did that have to do with him? Lu Binbin snapped back to reality and quickened his pace. As he reached the door, he glanced back just in time to see Lu Xiao kissing someone's hand. Bailisi Bar. D33 entered such a lively and noisy place for the first time, feeling particularly curious. "Is this a place to eat?" D33 asked Lu Xiao. "Who brought her here?" Lu Xiao smiled and put his arm around her shoulder. "Of course, this is more than just a place to eat." From the outside, it didn't look special, just an old arched wooden door with a string of English letters, and the two doormen welcoming them were particularly young and handsome. When the door opened, a rush of cold air and a thumping music beat vibrated the body and heart, passing through the crowded, dimly lit corridor. The crowd was made up of pairs of young men and women embracing and kissing, and it was dark because the lights were all focused on the dance floor, making the entrance look especially black. Lu Xiao gentlemanly guided her inside, and the wildness of the dance floor opened D33's eyes. She could only see writhing young bodies, raised hands, and wildly shaking heads. The air was filled with a mix of indulgence and the scent of various alcohols. Although she didn't know what they were doing, D33 could feel that each of them was very happy in a loud and ostentatious way. Lu Binbin had never brought her here before. This was a place she had only seen on TV. D33's pupils reflected the lights of the disco ball and Lu Xiao's warm smile. "I've booked a private room. Miss Meng, follow me." D33 had no doubts and followed him to the left. Lu Xiao's hand moved from her shoulder to her waist, and when someone nearly bumped into D33, he pulled her back, and the hand shift seemed very natural. Suddenly, just as they were about to enter the narrowing passage to the private room, a hand grabbed Lu Xiao from behind, pulling D33's hand to the side. D33 turned her head and saw Lu Binbin's face. She half fell into Lu Binbin's arms. Looking up at his sharply defined jawline under the dim light and those cold, in different eyes that shone brighter than diamonds. How did he suddenly appear? And why did he pull her into his embrace? Lu Xiao was unhappy about Lu Binbin's appearance and even more displeased with him openly taking his prey. Lu Binbin. What are you doing? Lu Binbin frowned. I should be asking you that. What are you trying to do? Lu Xiao reached out, trying to pull D33 back. What I do has nothing to do with you. Do I need to report to you? Lu Binbin blocked Lu Xiao and D33 with his body, grabbing his wrist and pushing him away. What you do is none of my business. But if you harass my employer, I can't just stand by. Lu Xiao laughed in anger. Harass? Which of your eyes saw me harassing anyone? She has autonomy and freedom. If she wants to chat with whoever, does it require you to step in and point fingers? As he spoke, he smiled at D33 behind Lu Binbin. D33 stared at Lu Binbin, who suddenly intervened in her affairs, and echoed, Yeah, I was just about to go eat with Lu Xiao. Why did you suddenly pop up? Lu Binbin's brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face as he slowly turned to look at the ungrateful D33. D33 proudly tilted her head, provocatively lifting his chin. Are you jealous? She believed that if he cared about her, he would get angrier. D33 thought that in the next second, Lu Binbin would surely glare at her hatefully and then turn to leave. Unexpectedly, he wrapped his arm around her waist and shot her a resentful look. Yeah, seeing you with another man makes me uncomfortable. So what? D33 was momentarily thrown off balance, blinking her eyes and forgetting how to respond. Lu Xiao snickered even louder, his eyes filled with a cold, fierce indifference, pointing at Lu Binbin and D33. You're something. He didn't linger and turned to leave. Lu Binbin immediately let go of her. D33 saw that he had returned to his signature indifference. I said that to make Lu Xiao back off, you don't need to take it to heart. Really? D33 moved closer, looking up at his face that switched expressions in a second. But why do I feel like what you said just now was sincere? He must have rushed over from home. His hair was still wet, and his clothes carried the strong, pleasant scent of shower gel. When he hugged her just now, water droplets from his forehead fell onto her eyelashes. It was as if she had a subtle connection with this man who claimed to have nothing to do with her. Lu Binbin furrowed his brows and looked down at her. Lu Xiao is not a good person. He is notoriously a playboy in our circle. If you don't want to be taken advantage of, it's best not to risk yourself. You said it has nothing to do with you. So why does my risk matter to you? D33 pressed on, refusing to back down. D33 blinked her big eyes, completely unconcerned about provoking him. Her carefree demeanor, clearly written with I can drive you crazy without any consequences. He coldly shook his head, ready to leave. Hey! D33 held on to Lu Binbin's arm and said, Now that we're here, stay and have lunch with me. Lu Xiao said he brought me here for lunch. Lu Binbin stared at her serious face, trying to find any hint of her deliberately teasing him. But in the end, he was defeated by her innocent expression. It seemed like she really didn't know what it meant to have lunch here. The private room reserved by Lu Xiao was used by Lu Binbin and D33. Once the door was closed, the well-soundproofed room locked out all the noise from outside. Lu Binbin asked the waiter to bring 2 bowls of seafood rice and some fruit, and D33 happily began to eat, exclaiming, Wow, this food is pretty good. I thought it wouldn't compare to what I make. Lu Binbin stared at her. D33 explained, The food I make is really delicious. Although I didn't have experience cooking before, I followed the instructions, and you said, She wanted to mention his critique of her cooking, but the words got stuck in her throat, and she shook her head while biting her spoon, saying, It's nothing. What do you mean? This time it was Lu Binbin who pressed on. D33 shook her head. You make it sound like we used to know each other. D33 avoided his gaze, focusing on her food. She was unwilling to speak. Instead, her many hesitations and the way she looked at him as if he were someone else made it feel even more real. Lu Binbin had to admit that this woman was impressive. Despite his clear-minded determination to keep his distance, he still found himself either forced or willingly involved in her affairs. D33 was eating with great delight, and sometimes, like a child, she would suck her fingers. Lu Binbin watched her eat from aside. Noticing he wasn't eating, D33 asked, Why aren't you eating? I'm not eating. You go ahead, Lu Binbin replied, crossing his arms and leaning back against the sofa. I don't eat with people I'm not familiar with. D33 nodded thoughtfully and soon scooped a spoonful and held it up to his mouth, saying, Try it. I said. He started to protest, but ended up saying When you're eating, I'm not eating, so it doesn't count as you having lunch with me. D33 reasoned. Lu Binbin was speechless. I'm not hungry. But just as he said that, his stomach let out a loud growl. Gulyulu. D33 laughed. Eat. No matter how much you dislike me, don't take it out on your own stomach. To survive, people on planet will have energy struggles every few decades. So why not eat if there's food? Lu Binbin insisted, but his jaw wasn't clenched that tightly. She held a spoon in her left hand, while her right hand gently pressed on his shoulder, her voice soft and her actions even gentler, making his dislike for her seem so casual. It was hard to tell if it was indifference or a sense of relief. The aroma of the rice wafted over as her body leaned in, and just as Lu Binbin took in that thoughtful spoonful of fried rice, the door to the private room was open from the outside. Xiao Ran's cold, piercing gaze instantly locked onto them. Chapter 48 time stopped. Lu Binbin instinctively pushed open D33, who weakly fell onto the side booth. This scene looked just like a cheating scandal. Even if Lu Binbin hadn't done anything, D33's plate of fried rice became the ironclad evidence. Xiao Ran's precise arrival surely had something to do with Lu Xiao's help. Lu Binbin frowned, regretting that she shouldn't have had lunch with Miss Meng Meng. What are you doing? Xiao Ran's gaze was sharp as she stepped in. The door closed behind her, turning the space of over 30 square meters into a crisis zone. I'm asking you, what are you doing? Xiao Ran threw her phone onto the coffee table, landing it right in D33's plate of fried rice. The screen displayed the photo of Lu Binbin wrapping her arm around Xiao Ran's waist, deliberately sending Lu Xiao away. D33 wanted to speak, but Lu Binbin once again wrapped her arm around D33's waist. What you see is exactly what it is. You've already made up your mind about this. Haven't you? D33 silently shoved the spoon that had just fed her in her mouth to suppress her shock. She thought Lu Binbin would soothe Xiao Ran and urgently explain that it was all a misunderstanding, that it wasn't what she thought. Unexpectedly, Lu Binbin had just become like this. Lu Binbin, are you really just giving up on everything between us after so many years? Xiao Ran sneered, her expression more terrifying than when she was angry just moments ago. Lu Binbin looked up. You were the one who gave up first, not me. If you had any trust in our relationship after all these years. Lu Binbin, don't you find yourself ridiculous? You did something that made me misunderstand, and now you want me to trust you more? How did you become such a jerk? Or have I been blind all these years, not realizing how much a jerk you are? The two of them exchanged sharp words, each sentence piercing through the air, and the atmosphere was about to reach a climax, unable to subside. Seeing Xiao Ran call her a jerk, Lu Binbin couldn't hold back any longer. Xiao Ran, you can still regret it now. What did you say? Xiao Ran's voice was hoarse, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. Lu Binbin regretted his impulsive words a bit, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief swelling within him. He stared solemnly at the glass coffee table, repeating his previous words. I said, Xiao Ran, you can still regret it now. What do you mean? Are you breaking up with me now? Xiao Ran frowned, pointing at the silent D33, who had caused all this chaos. You're breaking up with me for her, right? It has nothing to do with anyone else. It's our own problem. Lu Binbin stood up. It's your distrust in me, and it's my failure to meet your expectations. Xiao Ran's pride and self-esteem were shattered by Lu Binbin's words. She couldn't accept him speaking to her like that, let alone giving up on her in front of D33, abandoning their long-standing relationship. Slap. Xiao Ran slapped Lu Binbin across the face. D33 jumped up from the booth and instinctively slapped Xiao Ran back. This was not intentional. It was a protective instinct to guard Lu Binbin. No one could hurt Lu Binbin, not even Xiao Ran, whom he liked now. Lu Binbin pulled D33 over and said in a low voice, What are you doing? She hit you, I hit her back. D33 blinked, explaining her actions. Lu Binbin. He felt defeated by this girl. He asked her what she was doing, not genuinely curious about her actions. Xiao Ran covered her face, her whole body twisted as if she had lost all rationality, like a devil transforming in the dim light. Without saying a word, she grabbed the phone from the plate and turned to run out of the booth. The moment the door swung open, the loud music rushed in. As the door shook closed, silence returned. Lu Binbin's heart felt like it was being crushed under a heavy slab. an unbearable discomfort. He knew Xiao Ran's temper well. Her sudden departure meant she left filled with hatred and a desire for revenge. Logically, he should chase after her. My fried rice. D33 crouched down sadly, staring at her ruined fried rice, with a square space in the middle where the phone had smashed. Lu Binbin felt the air in the booth was stifling. He couldn't stay any longer. He took 200 yuan bills from his wallet and placed them on the table, walking out. D33 chased after him. Navigating through the crowded flow of people and the colorful dance floor, several men whistled at her. She fixed her gaze on Lu Binbin's back, following him out of the noisy bar. Eventually, he noticed her behind him. "What are you following me for?" Lu Binbin suddenly turned around fiercely. D33 froze. I have nowhere to go." "Lu Binbin, how can you have nowhere to go? Just go home." "I don't have a home." "Then stay in a hotel." You have money. You just got paid for the shoot. Don't tell me you don't have money for a hotel." Lu Binbin interrupted her. D33 bit her lip. Watching him turn and take a few steps forward, unable to hold back, she shouted, "You've already broken up with Xiao Ran. What's the harm in letting me stay for a bit?" Lu Binbin stopped, and the look he turned to her made D33 take 2 steps back involuntarily. In a shop nearby, unnoticed by either of them, the clock on the wall had stopped at that moment. 13:03. Not leaving. Lu Binbin hailed a taxi and drove away. D33 stood there dazed, once again unsure of where to go. When Lu Binbin got home, he saw Lu Lily. "Lily? Why are you still at home?" Didn't I take you to the hospital?" Lu Lily, holding a bottle of medicine, had fallen asleep. Upon hearing her brother's voice, she rubbed her eyes. "Huh? No. Brother, did you forget about me? I've been waiting for you to take me back to the hospital. Originally, Sister Xiao Ran said she would take me, but you said you would." Lu Binbin frowned, feeling like she had just said this half an hour ago. He raised his wrist to check his watch. "Impossible, I clearly just said. What's going on? Is it still 13:03? Because Lu Lily was sick and needed to take her medicine on time. He had developed the habit of checking the time no matter what he was doing. The moral nagging in his heart made him decide to go out to the bar, where Lu Xiao might appear after quickly dropping Lu Lily back to the hospital. Earlier, when he hailed a taxi outside the bar, he had looked at the time, and it was 13:03. It would take at least 20 minutes to get home from the bar. Even if it wasn't 20 minutes, there was no way not a single minute had passed. Lu Binbin instinctively looked at the clock on the wall, and then went to his room to check his notebook for the time. Either the clocks had coincidentally broken, or time had truly stopped at 13:03. How is this possible? Lu Lily, unsure of what was wrong with her brother, walked over and tugged at Lu Binbin's shirt, looking at him in a daze. "Brother, what's wrong? Are you okay?" "No, nothing." Lu Binbin picked her up. "I'll take you to the hospital." Lu Lily obediently nodded. Lu Binbin held her and took a taxi to the hospital, checking his watch every 30 seconds on average, constantly asking the driver what time it was. This made the driver think that Lu Lily was seriously ill and needed to speed to the hospital, running several red lights along the way. Lu Binbin said with great guilt that it was actually unnecessary, and the driver uncle generously waved his hand, saying, "Young man, go ahead, I'm fine." Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Lu Binbin entered the familiar hospital floor, and as he passed the nurse's station, he saw the red clock showing the time, causing his scalp to go cold. 13:03. Time had really come to a standstill. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Lu Lily felt Lu Binbin instinctively hugging himself tightly, his face looking strange, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Lu Binbin came back to his senses. "It's nothing today, brother. Is a bit tired." He sent Lu Lily back to the ward and rushed back to the nurse's station, grabbing a nurse and asking, "Haven't you noticed something wrong with the time?" The nurse, busy as ever, was taken aback by this sudden question. "Huh? What? What's wrong?" "The time has been stuck at 13:03, haven't you noticed?" Lu Binbin felt like a fire was burning in his chest, eagerly wanting an answer from the nurse. "What are you talking about? 13:03 is just 13:03, you." The nurse still didn't understand what Lu Binbin meant by stuck. In her view, the time was just right at that moment. Would it be wrong? At that moment, when she was extremely busy, Lu Binbin suddenly asking such a question felt like a joke. Luckily, he was handsome and well-known as a family member of a patient here. Otherwise, she would have already hit him. "Mr. Lu, I appreciate your concern for our busy nurses and want to lighten our mood. However, I'm really busy right now, so thank you, and please take care." The nurse took a deep breath, suppressing her mild anger, signaling that he could leave. But Lu Binbin kept staring at the time display board behind her, trying to see if the minute hand would jump from 3 to 4. Half an hour later, D33 saw Lu Binbin rushing back. She was sitting in a convenience store next to a bar, eating instant noodles that the store clerk had prepared for her, thinking about where to stay tonight. In this world, money is the circulating currency. Without money, one can't move an inch. She didn't know when she could return to planet R, and she couldn't just rely on the few delinquent youths to compensate her and eat up her savings, so she was considering how to make money. She had seen a job advertisement posted at the convenience store entrance, and when she casually asked, the store clerk's first step was to ask her for her ID. ID. She didn't have that. She was almost on the elimination list on planet R. Earning money through regular work channels wasn't easy. D33 thought about her previous persona as a strong girl and considered trying that again, which reminded her of the days working with Lu Binbin at the fruit shop. While her thoughts were wandering, D33 saw Lu Binbin coming back. She happily tapped on the glass, catching Lu Binbin's attention. When Lu Binbin saw her, he quickly ran over to the convenience store. It was the first time D33 saw the amnesiac Lu Binbin rushing towards her with such urgency. She happily tidied her clothes and hair as she stepped down from the high stool. "Lu Binbin, you knew I would come back to find you." His gaze was unusually cold, as if he were looking at a monster. "Did you do this? Did you make time stop?" Chapter 49, She Won't Be Back. Thanks to Lu Binbin's reminder, D33 also noticed that something was off at the time. Indeed, since she entered the store, the clock on the wall seemed to have stopped. It was as strange as when she discovered Lu Binbin had lost his memory, and time had seemingly reverted to the day she first arrived on Earth. "Are you a monster?" After asking this, Lu Binbin felt ridiculous, but it was indeed after her appearance that his life began to spiral out of control. Just now, she shouted at him to break up, and his dislike for her reached an extreme point. It seemed that from that moment on, time stopped. The convenience store's resting area was separated from the cashier by several shelves, leaving only D33 and Lu Binbin. It wasn't a good place for a conversation. However, D33 couldn't care less about whether someone might overhear her seemingly insane remarks. Her overwhelming anxiety and confusion were uncontrollable. She thought of how she had mysteriously appeared at his doorstep, inexplicably claimed to know him, and tried every possible way to get close to him. All of this, even the absurd question she just asked, felt like a setup. D33 slurped her delicious instant noodles, not responding immediately. She didn't know how to define what he called monster. If he feared her or hated her, then she was a monster. If he was not afraid of her confession like before his memory loss, and instead feared her leaving, then she was not a monster. "Why did you fixate on me? Did I offend you? Or do you want something from me?" Suddenly, D33 felt something was wrong in her chest. It felt like a hand had brutally reached through her chest and was violently grabbing her heart, causing it to slam around. It was just as intense as the pain she felt right before she passed out that day. She couldn't eat the noodles anymore. She clutched her chest and unexpectedly fell from her chair to the ground. D33's eyes widened, not understanding if she was about to faint again. She saw Lu Binbin looking at her in confusion, standing nearby, alert and unmoving. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you acting? This isn't funny." Lu Binbin couldn't believe she was genuinely uncomfortable, falling down so suddenly. He maintained a guarded, bewildered expression as he looked at her. D33 was in so much pain she couldn't utter a word, tightly gripping Lu Binbin's pant leg. Suddenly, another image of Lu Binbin in pain flashed before her eyes. The fleeting sense of reality made her release her grip on his pants. Noticing she had no intention of getting up and that his expression had changed, Lu Binbin squatted down to help her. At this moment, a staff member rushed over, startled by the sight of the beautiful girl in pain on the ground. D33 pushed away the late-arriving help from Lu Binbin and looked at him in shock amidst the staff member's panic. Lu Binbin didn't understand why she was looking at him like that. D33 also didn't understand why. Her painful heart seemed to overlap with another pain, creating another rhythm of breathing. She wasn't sure. She held her breath to listen, wondering if it was just her illusion. There was someone who was genuinely experiencing the same feeling as her. Was it the fleeting Lu Binbin she had just seen? If Lu Binbin was still connected to her feelings, then who was this Lu Binbin in front of her? She had always thought that Lu Binbin had lost his memory and that time had returned to the starting point, which was why he was so resistant to her and hated himself. Could it be that all of this was her mistaken assumption? You're shivering. Lu Binbin touched D33 and felt her body was cold. He took off his jacket and wrapped it tightly around her. The staff member had gone to call for an ambulance. D33 still wanted to push him away, but Lu Binbin used his strength to counter her resistance, coldly saying, "Do you think I want to hold you? I just can't stand by and watch you die. Don't overthink it." D33 was held in his arms, pressed against his chest, hearing the rhythm of his breathing. It wasn't the overlapping breath she felt before. He wasn't the person she was looking for. "Here they come. The paramedics are here." The staff member led the paramedics over, pushing the shelves aside to widen the passage. The paramedics lifted D33 onto a stretcher, and she looked at the clock on the wall. Time finally moved again, changing to 13:04. After such a long time, only a minute had passed. This was clearly unreasonable. At the moment D33 was carried out of the convenience store, the blinding sunlight made everything in front of her fall into a white light. She seemed to hear a familiar melody ringing in her ears. Her heart still ached to the point of trembling, but because there was another person sharing this pain with her, it felt like she could distance herself from fainting. Meanwhile, in another space, the fleeting Lu Binbin, just moments ago, was now half kneeling on the filming set, clutching his painful chest, drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily. Chowda came over to ask him what was wrong. He tightened his expression and replied, "It's nothing. I didn't eat breakfast, just a bit of low blood sugar." Then, take a 10-minute break. Chowda turned to communicate with Xiao Ran and the others. Lu Binbin hunched over and sat on a nearby chair to rest. His heart had always been healthy, but since Meng Meng disappeared, it would occasionally hurt. This unprecedented extreme pain felt like it could take his life at any moment. Lu Binbin felt that this must be related to Meng Meng. During this time, he had been frantically searching for her, but he couldn't find her. Originally, he thought she had returned to planet R, but he always felt deep down that she was still on Earth, even that he was very close to her, because he could dream of her, feeling her heartbeat and breathing. If all of this was just an illusion caused by his longing for her, then during that severe pain, he had genuinely felt the double frequency of a heartbeat and someone else's breathing. Who else could cause such a strange feeling besides D33? She was clearly still here. But why didn't she want to appear before him? Why didn't she want to meet? Was it that she didn't want to, or that she couldn't? D33 was his grandfather's lover. At this point, even now, he still couldn't accept. He even asked himself if he and his grandfather shared a similar appearance, which made D33 naturally feel fond of him. Was she Chi Meng or Meng Meng? Was he unwilling or overly concerned? These questions plagued him repeatedly, causing him great pain. Xiao Ran had already prepared the surgical experts and the surgical fees, asking him to publicly announce their engagement news together, which would be immediately in place. He was still making his final struggle. When he thought of her, he would open his grandfather's necklace, listening to the long, dreamy music inside. Ever since D33 disappeared, the sky had never completely cleared up. It was always piled with clouds, low and gray, as if it might rain at any moment. Along with that, his injured right leg also ached faintly, not feeling quite right. There was one more thing. Time had sped up. Whether he was working or looking for D33, when he wasn't working, it felt like he left in the morning and suddenly it was afternoon. The afternoon seemed to transition from just starting work to dusk in no time. Minutes and seconds flowed by as if wound up, passing incredibly quickly. In the evening, when he went to the hospital to see Lu Lily would tease him for not shaving. But he had clearly shaved just that morning before leaving. "Binbin, are you okay?" Xiao Ran's hand gently touched his forehead as she sat down on his thigh. Lu Binbin came to his senses, wanting to dodge and push her away. Xiao Ran didn't give him the chance and leaned in affectionately, pressing down. "Why have you been feeling unwell lately?" Lu Binbin remained silent. "The doctor said your body is fine now." "Well, is it inconvenient without an assistant?" "I have 2 assistants and can send one to you. Recently, I've also been looking for an assistant for you, and I can find one by tomorrow." "No, I don't need it, but Xiaoda has already agreed to help you." Lu Binbin frowned in displeasure. Since you've all decided, why pretend to ask for my opinion? Because we want to give you face, Xiao Ran said, wrapping her arms around his neck and smiling lightly. We're now a couple, and I need to maintain your image. You also need to listen to me. This way, we can present a harmonious front, with the husband singing and the wife following. Do you understand? She cast a gentle warning glance at the staff member walking back and forth. Lu Binbin looked at Xiao Ran as if she were a clown. If I become lame and disfigured and can no longer give you a sense of superiority, will you still like me? Xiao Ran was taken aback and awkwardly laughed. Why say such scary things? Why are you cursing yourself? In my eyes, no matter what. You're handsome, okay? Lu Binbin pushed her away. Let me be alone for a while. Thank you. Xiao Ran stood awkwardly, her hands shifting to hug her own arms. One of the assistants, Xiao An, came over and handed her a drink. Sister Ran, have some orange juice. Xiao Ran glared fiercely at the oblivious Xiao and in frustration. Xiao An lowered her head in fear. Lu Binbin watched the clouds in the sky slow down from their earlier rapid pace, the distant twilight also remaining far away, not coming closer. The suffocation in his chest eased. He didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. After work, Xiao Ran suggested everyone go eat hot pot, and she would treat. Lu Binbin refused. I need to go to the hospital. Xiao Ran said, after we finish eating, let's go to the hospital to see Li know. Lu Binbin didn't finish his sentence before Xiao silently twisted his back and interrupted. Didn't Tiwi say this isn't allowed? Well, people are made of iron, and meals are made of steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel anxious. No matter how big the deal is, you have to eat. Xiao Ran, you all go ahead. I'll check with Binbin to see if there's anything else to clean up. Xiao Ran took a deep look at Lu Binbin, giving Xiao to face, and left first. Xiao smiled apologetically at the others leaving and jumped up to give Lu Binbin 3 punches. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Lu Binbin took 2 steps back. Xiao Ran has given you a way out multiple times. Why are you acting like a spoiled rich kid? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you. Meng Meng mysteriously disappeared, causing me to lose an astronomical figure you can't even imagine. I can only publicly declare she is temporarily sick and has gone abroad, with no set return date. Although I'm desperately taking orders for you, it's only because everyone is rushing to you because of your popularity with Xiao Ran. Are you still trying to make things difficult for me? Do you think you have the leverage to act up, or that I, Xiao, will keep cleaning up after you over and over again? The filming location they chose this time was under the overpass where Lu Binbin had a misunderstanding with D33 before. Xiao Da's angry accusations echoed slightly against the nearby reeds. Lu Binbin showed a desolate smile. When did you only care about making money? And when did you only act on emotions? Xiao Da suppressed his heavy breathing, his calmness in stark contrast to his earlier outburst. The calm questioning pierced deeper than the earlier rant. From the first moment I saw that Meng Meng, I knew she was a disaster. Xiao Da stared at him, deciding to finally say the words he had long held back. It was you who repeatedly assured me that she wouldn't affect your work, so I didn't say anything. I don't have many friends. You're my only friend. You pull me out of my insecurity as a chubby person and help me become an agent who can do things through my own efforts. You gave my life hope, so I also hope you can be happy. So when she looks so strange, I still didn't say anything. But I never expected she is a monster. She is not a monster. She is just someone from planet R. I don't care where she is from. She is not one of us humans. To us, she is a monster. She will never be with you. You will eventually part ways. This is reality. This is what you must face. This is your fate. Xiao Da waved his hand, interrupting Lu Binbin's words, then quietly murmured, I just didn't expect she would back out right when I was about to become her agent. In any case, you know very well that you, Lu Binbin, can't have too many extravagant hopes. Do you remember you said your biggest wish was for your sister's surgery to be successful and for her to live healthily and happily? The monster is gone. It can't hurt you anymore. Are you going to hurt yourself instead? Xiao Da frowned. Binbin, when did you become so greedy? Am I greedy? Lu Binbin lowered his eyes and smiled bitterly. One at her back is my greed. As he laughed, his eyes became moist and tears fell. Xiao Da couldn't bear to see him in such a vacant state, feeling hollowed out. Give up. She won't come back. Chapter 50. Active surrender. The music stopped, and D33's eyes slowly opened. She lay on a hospital bed, the air filled with the scent of the medicine she hated the most. There was no one beside her. In the upper right corner, there was a bottle of medicine, and as she gently moved her hand, the transparent infusion tube shook. D33 frowned and abruptly pulled out the tube, sitting up. At that moment, there was a noise at the door. Someone entered. D33 frowned and looked over. The person who came in was not Lu Binbin, but Xiaoda. He seemed surprised to find the patient already awake as he stood there with a fruit basket. "You're awake," Xiaoda said with a light smile, greeting D33. D33 instinctively glanced behind him. Xiaoda was particularly good at reading people's expressions. "I'm the only one here." I lied and said Lu Lily was looking for him. He went back first. D33 looked at him, realizing he had something to say. Xiaoda placed the fruit basket on the long cabinet and pulled over a chair, asking D33 if she felt any better. D33 nodded. "If you feel better, let's get the discharge procedures done as soon as possible. If you have no place to stay, I can help you find a place. If you don't have a job, I can help you find one too. In short, I can help with many things. So don't cling to Lu Binbin anymore. He has a girlfriend, and they've been together for many years. They're quarreling because of you," Xiaoda stated directly. "I know." D33 lowered her gaze. She knew he had a girlfriend. He had told her that when she first saw him after his amnesia. "You know?" Xiaoda pursed his lips, repeating D33's words, his broad shoulders shaking slightly from his chuckle. "So what you mean is, you're deliberately ruining Lu Binbin's relationship with Xiao Ran?" D33 replied, "No, that's not what I mean." Xiaoda squinted, still wearing a basic polite smile. "Then what do you mean? I need Lu Binbin to hate me, even though I don't want to do this internally." D33 explained. Her words didn't make sense to Xiaoda, but he still tried to understand. I think you Haven T successfully made Lu Binbin hate you, right? He argued with Xiao Ran because of you. I've been friends with him for so long and have never seen him argue with Xiao Ran so fiercely. You are not simple. When she came to him for work, he thought she was just an ordinary client, not realizing she had intentions of getting close to Lu Binbin. Yet even so, she wasn't the first. Lu Binbin's outstanding appearance, his parkour skills, and photography talent made him naturally popular with girls. Even though Xiao Ran and he were publicly known as a couple, that didn't diminish Lu Binbin's allure. Some bold girls pursued him relentlessly. However, no one had ever truly shaken Lu Binbin or caused a rift between him and Xiao Ran. Yet, she managed to do it. D33 blinked and looked at the white blanket covering her. "I want to see him again." "Kia dava stunt." "Who are you talking about not seeing?" I said, "I want to see Lu Binbin again." D33 looked into his eyes, guaranteeing her sincerity. "Kiaoda, what is going on?" He didn't understand. How could someone like her give up so easily? He had prepared a lot of arguments to reason with D33 to analyze the pros and cons and make her retreat. But before he could even start, she had already surrendered? "Are you sure? If you don't believe me, let us make a pinky promise." D33 extended her pinky. When Lu Lily didn't believe her, she would ask for a pinky promise, saying it would assure credibility. Pinky. His mind filled with question marks. "As long as you're sure, that's fine." D33 nodded. She was indeed sure. She was certain that this Lu Binbin was not the one she knew, although she didn't understand what was happening. Xiaoda helped her with the discharge procedures and left her a business card. D33 took the elevator to the deserted rooftop, wanting to contact the leadership to clarify her doubts. However, she hadn't used her superpower since awakening. The last time she tried, it didn't work. She wondered if she could still summon the planet this time. D33 looked at the place where the information screen used to appear, mentally reciting the incantation for her superpower, hoping to generate a signal. After several attempts, just as she was about to give up, a blue screen finally appeared. "Leader I. D33, your dislike value has not improved. You cannot return to the planet." The leader's mechanical and emotionless voice interrupted D33, delivering her final ultimatum. D33 was stunned. "You really are an inferior citizen on our planet, needing to be placed on the elimination list. Your efforts have proven this. Do you have anything else to say?" D33 lowered her gaze. "I want to know why the Lu Binbin next to me now is fake, and why I have memories of Lu Binbin's grandfather. Why do I even have a name on Earth called Chiman? What is going on? The leadership fell silent. D33 sensed something was off about this silence and angrily said, "You have answers for me, don't you? I was previously told I had amnesia twice, and that my heartache for Lu Binbin caused my pain. This time, my body failed, and I was supposed to be summoned back to the R planet. Even if I'm to be placed on the elimination list, it should be on the R planet. Yet I wake up to find I'm still on Earth. And now, it's Lu Binbin who has lost his memory. The Lu Binbin next to you now is your true mission target," the leadership said astonishingly, causing D33 to hold her breath. "The signal source emitted from Earth led us to send you to the signal source location. Later, we discovered there were actually two signal sources. Your original one is fake. This one is the real one. As for the truth and falsehood, it should relate to the memory confusion you mentioned." D33 widened her eyes, desperately trying to digest the information given by the leader. "D33, we are now summoning you back to the R planet." As soon as the words fell, a miniature spaceship large enough for her to sit in appeared beside D33. D33 looked at the spaceship, and after hearing the leader's explanation, she hesitated for only 3 seconds before retracting the electronic screen, causing the spaceship to disappear. She knew what this meant. It meant she had become a traitor to the R planet, disobeying orders and not returning in time, which was a grave taboo among the R planet people. In other words, she would no longer appear on the elimination list, but rather on the wanted list. When taken back, she wouldn't be treated gently like a machine, but would instead be thrown into a shredder, watching herself be destroyed in this world. Yet just now, many images flashed through her mind, intermixed with the leader's explanation. What is real and what is fake? She relied on her feelings to discern that this Lu Binbin was fake. Yet the leader told her that the gentle Lu Binbin who treated her well and brought her warmth was the fake one. Regarding the necklace with herself and Lu Binbin's grandfather, the leader merely glossed over it with the term memory confusion. To put it another way, if the previous Lu Binbin was wrong for some reason and needed to be retransmitted, then why wasn't the memory deleted before being sent to this so-called real Lu Binbin? The leader had not provided any explanation. So many doubts, so much unknown, so much unease. D33 didn't want to go back and accept the death sentence like this. She needed to figure everything out. She needed to know whether she was from the R planet or Earth. D33 furrowed her brows, feeling the strong wind on the rooftop, and resolutely walked step by step towards the railing. At a CAF not far from the hospital, Xiao invited Lu Binbin, and Xiao ran to sit down. The last time they quarreled and broke up at KTV, it became a hot topic in the circle, fueled by Lu Xiao's instigation. For the sake of their relationship and cooperation, Xiao had to play the peacemaker. A few minutes ago, he used the excuse of discussing a new single with Lu Binbin and ordered 2 cups of coffee, planning to stand up and pull Xiao Ran, who was about to leave when she showed up. Xiao had to finally manage to get the two of them to sit face to face. The atmosphere between them was colder than the 3 cups of iced American coffee they ordered. Xiao helplessly broke the silence. "Can you both stop being so childish?" Upon hearing him call them childish, both Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran glared at Xiao. He wasn't afraid at all and continued, "It's true. And you still won't admit it?" "Xiao Ran, think about it. Besides being beautiful and excellent at parkour, do you have any other merits?" "Yes. The glamorous online world has elevated you to goddess status. And you are also the goddess in school, living in this sweet spot, naturally. You feel like you have no flaws. But Lu Binbin is the one who has been living with you, experiencing your messy side and all your shortcomings firsthand. Why has he tolerated you for so long? Because of love. Do you think loving someone for so many years is easy? You knew from the start that he was popular with girls, didn't you? If he wasn't popular, he wouldn't satisfy your vanity about boyfriends. Why? Why did you become so sensitive, so anxious, and so distrustful when Meng Meng, who is nothing special, appeared? Why not give Lu Binbin a chance to explain?" Xiao Ran frowned and was about to speak when Xiao immediately turned to Lu Binbin. "And you, Lu Binbin, making your girlfriend feel insecure is your fault. No conditions attached. You know very well the charm that attracts others. If you know, why not correct it and be cautious? What kind of girl is Xiao Ran? What kind of storms has she not seen? When so many girls were chasing you before, when did she ever cause a scene? It shows that you were wrong this time. You must have done something to make her misunderstand. Men, being easily swayed is our inherent flaw. But you can't be like that. You have Xiao Ran. Is Xiao Ran not pretty enough or good enough? Although she can be a bit willful and spoiled at times, she has been with you since school, giving you her best youth. As a man, you need to take responsibility. No matter what, you should apologize first. Hearing this, Xiao Ran shut her mouth and turned her face away. Lu Binbin opened his mouth to speak, but Xiao Da signaled him not to say anything unnecessary, just to apologize to Xiao Ran. Lu Binbin had a serious expression. Xiao Da anxiously stepped on his foot. Lu Binbin gasped. Okay. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from outside. Chapter 51. Am I famous now? A sudden scream caused everyone to turn their heads. However, for a moment, no one noticed anything unusual outside the CF. It was still the usual hustle and bustle, with people walking back and forth on the sidewalk. In a little while, the scream rang out again, followed by many people echoing. Someone is jumping off a building. Someone is jumping off a building. Customers near the floor-to-ceiling windows seemed to spot the target, covering their mouths and looking up, excitedly saying, "Oh my, is that it? Is that little dot a person? Oh my God, is he really going to jump? Where is that? Which building is that? Hurry and call the police. Quick, call the police. I know. That's the first hospital." Because of Lu Lily, Lu Binbin was particularly sensitive to hearing about the hospital. When he realized where the disturbance was coming from, everyone grew restless. Lu Binbin interrupted the conversation and was the first to rush to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking up as others pointed. Originally, the hospital was not visible from 2 streets away, but the building was particularly tall, so parts of it could still be seen from different angles. A person standing on top indeed looked like a small dot, and the color of their clothing could only be glimpsed slightly. It was hard to tell whether the person was male or female. Amidst the panic, another wave of screams erupted. This person is jumping. A timid girl turned her head and was shielded by a nearby man, while some boys instinctively closed their eyes. But thinking that even if it were a bloody scene, they wouldn't be able to see it from their position, they opened their eyes again. Xiao Ran and Xiao Da also came over, noticing the situation. Xiao Ran was an internet celebrity, but did not like the attention-seeking nature of such a death. He couldn't help but frown and curse under his breath. Damn it. However, Lu Binbin turned and rushed out. Xiao Da smiled apologetically, saying this Lu Binbin, just loves to watch the commotion, He laughed while quickly moving his bulky body to follow Lu Binbin out of the CAF. This clueless guy was really hopeless. Interrupted in his apology, Lu Binbin desperately crossed the road, rushing toward the hospital. For some reason, when he saw that small dot leap down, his heart tightened. Where's she? An hour ago. On his way back to the hospital, he received a call from Xiao Da, saying Meng Meng had already been discharged from the ward and there was no need to look for her anymore. He still went, only to find Meng Meng's bed empty, and the nurse was already tidying up. The nurse also confirmed that Meng Meng had long since been discharged. Did she leave any message? No. Lu Binbin did not expect the person who had been relentlessly pursuing him to leave so quietly. This was completely unlike her style. He couldn't help but think of the sudden strange look Meng Meng gave him before being sent to the hospital. He couldn't understand what had happened between them. What he understood even less was that something he had longed for turned out to leave him feeling lost once it actually occurred. The most concerning presence for Xiao Ran, the trouble he hated the most, intruded so quickly and disappeared just as fast. Lu Binbin feared this sense of loss even more, and he was even more afraid that his heart seemed to have been truly branded by someone. Lu Binbin, don't tell me you really liked that Meng Meng. Xiao Da asked half jokingly, half seriously when he saw Lu Binbin's distracted expression. He did not answer. He didn't even answer himself. Lu Binbin ran wildly, only hearing his own heartbeat pounding vigorously, as if it wanted to leap out of his body. He could not hear the dangerous honks of cars or the sounds of people cursing after bumping into pedestrians. He just wanted to confirm as soon as possible that the person was not her. Perhaps, from a moment he had closed the door and then re-emerged to bring her, who was lying at his doorstep, back inside. His heart had already been bewitched by her. Hatred and indifference were merely methods of denial. The place where D-33 jumped happened to be a clear view from a distance and a blind spot up close. The people below the building did not notice anything unusual, nor would anyone be bored enough to look up. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to see the person standing on the rooftop. Lu Binbin and the others who rushed from afar saw D33 perfectly intact getting up from the ground. The nearby people surrounded her, looking at her with puzzled expressions, as if asking, "Where did you jump from?" When a nearby and distant people gathered together, their mutual astonishment communicated. Only then did everyone realize that D33 had jumped from the rooftop of the hospital, 23 floors high, and had landed without a scratch. Police cars and ambulances arrived one after another, anxiously inquiring about the jumper's condition. No one could explain how to describe this situation. Meanwhile, D33 simply looked around, observing the crowd of phones and cameras, and walked over to the breathless Xiao Da, asking, "Am I famous now?" Xiao Da exclaimed, "Huh? Naturally." No one believed in anything beyond science. Xiao Da also couldn't understand what was going on. However, D33's question made his quick-witted nerves react swiftly, and with his silver tongue, he included her within his artist range, fabricating a story that D33 had performed a high-altitude art show. From a distance, people only saw D33 falling. Those nearby heard the loud crash behind them and slowly turn around. The two groups created a well-timed spatial difference. No one could clearly explain whether D33 had any safety measures in place. This ambiguity, combined with Xiao Da's narrative, seemed to make it somewhat more reasonable. After all, when it came to internet celebrities doing outrageous things for attention and clicks, everyone was naturally unfazed. Thus, D33's jump, under everyone's gaze, concluded smoothly. She had indeed become as famous as she had anticipated. Although she no longer had superpowers, her unique physical abilities were still intact. Jumping down from 23 floors was as effortless as landing from flying in our planet's air. Even if her estimation was wrong and she died from the fall, it wouldn't be a loss. She had always been a person on the verge of death. Before her body malfunctioned and before encountering the real Lu Binbin, she had just made Xiao Da her manager and was managing the persona of a super strong girl. Now she was merely resuming her old business, re-establishing connections. "Miss Ming, how about I become your manager?" In the car, Xiao Da's familiar lines rang out again. "Look, you have gained attention now. You should make good use of it. You see, you are good-looking and have exceptional athletic talent and courage. Although I don't know how you managed to jump from such a high building, don't worry. I know. This kind of thing is like a magician. The skill must not be revealed. I will respect you greatly. We can design a plan for your next steps. I discovered that you have a great sense of the camera. Have you ever done live streaming? Or have you thought about going in that direction? You know the internet celebrity Xiao Ran, right? She is Lu Binbin's girlfriend, the one you've seen. She's the #1 female internet celebrity in parkour. I think you can compete with her. No, I'm confident you can surpass her. You create content, I handle marketing. I believe we can match very well. As the saying goes, each has their own specialty. As long as you agree to let me be your manager, we can split the profits 50-50. I guarantee you have the opportunity to be even more famous than Xiao Ran." D33 looked ahead and directly replied, "Okay, but I have one condition." "You say?" Xiao Da looked at D33 as if she were a treasure. Now she asked him to pick the moon from the sky. He would agree without hesitation. "I don't want to see him." D33 pointed at Lu Binbin, who was staring at her with a lot to say. The car fell silent. Xiao Da's gaze awkwardly bounced back and forth between the rearview mirror and the front. Lu Binbin's expression gradually darkened. D33 coldly asked, "What's wrong? Can't do it? Don't you also wish for me not to see him?" Xiao Da quickly replied, "Of course, not seeing him is fine. You only need to see me. Why do you have to make such a request?" Lu Binbin angrily asked, looking at her, who hadn't even glanced at him since he appeared. She had never listened when he told her not to show up in front of him. Why, when Xiao Da told her not to see him, did she obediently agree? The initiative was clearly in his hands, wasn't it? D33 turned her face toward the car window, presenting the back of her head to him. Xiao Da coughed forcefully, glaring at the rear-view mirror. Lu Binbin. He also turned his face to the other side. In Lu Binbin's eyes, D33 was sulking and being willful. Only D33 knew that she had no need to engage with this Lu Binbin anymore. To her, this Lu Binbin, who disliked her, was meaningless and she no longer needed to earn back his disdain value from her planet. She had jumped off the rooftop, and she promised Xiao to thrive towards the red person with only one purpose, to let the real Lu Binbin see her. On Earth, this was the best and fastest way to find someone. D33 believed that Lu Binbin must also be looking for her. When two people lose contact, letting the other see oneself first is not a bad method. The scenery outside the car window rushed backward, and the people on the road blurred into a backdrop. D33 had a clear view of their faces, silently chanting Lu Binbin's name in her heart. Lu Binbin, where are you? I want to return to your side, even if it's the last moment of my life. Phil Hotel, the largest and most luxurious hotel in the city. Staying here for just one night costs a 4-digit sum. Xiao Ran chose this place for the engagement ceremony, themed with black balloons and red roses, leaning towards a dark, special style. She hoped that during the live broadcast, this uniqueness would become a memorable talking point for everyone. Lu Binbin, holding Lu Lily, who was trying on a custom-made wedding dress, came to the hotel to check the arrangements. The hotel manager warmly approached him, saying, "Mr. Lu, the rose-scented candles your fiancé especially requested have arrived. Would you like to help your fiancé test the scent?" When Lu Binbin heard the word fiancé, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Chapter 52, This Meng Meng is not that Meng Meng. No need. Let her try when she comes. At this moment, Lu Lily's stomach growled, and she stuck her tongue out at Lu Binbin. "Sorry, brother. I'm hungry." Lu Binbin affectionately and helplessly patted her head, asking the supervisor for and some snacks and candy for kids. Sitting on a small sofa eating strawberry cake, Lu Lily asked Lu Binbin, "Brother, are you really going to get engaged to Xiao Ran?" Lu Binbin smiled wryly. "Lu Lily, do you know what engagement means?" Lu Lily nodded seriously. "Of course I know. Engagement is to confirm marriage. A fiancé is a woman who will become a wife soon." That's quite an accurate explanation, word for word. You don't like Xiao Ran. Brother, how can you marry someone you don't like? Lu Binbin patted Lu Lily's head. When Lily grows up, she must marry someone she likes. Lu Lily blinked, half understanding. Lu Binbin chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Ran is not bad. She is beautiful, takes good care of your brother, and importantly, she can make a lot of money. You know, our family needs a lot of money. But brother, you like Sister Meng Meng. Lu Lily slammed her fork down. The sweet strawberry cake no longer tasted sweet, but bitter in her mouth. Sister Meng Meng didn't know where she had gone, and her brother's attention had been taken away, leaving him in a daze all day, like a doll being manipulated. And since confirming his engagement to Xiao Ran, she hadn't seen a smile on his face. Brother doesn't laugh anymore, and he often stares blankly at the gloomy sky. The current brother is not the brother she used to know. In the past, when it rained, her brother would hold her and hide under the bridge, singing to her to sleep. "If you get engaged to Xiao Ran to treat my illness, then I—" Lu Lily. Lu Binbin suddenly scolded Lu Lily fiercely, not allowing her to say those unpleasant words. Lu Lily was startled, her small hands tightly gripping her clothes, trying to hold back her tears. Lu Binbin rarely got angry with her, and seeing her frightened, he realized he had overreacted. He sighed, picked up the fork Lu Lily had thrown away, and offered her a strawberry, saying, "Lily, you are the only family I have in this world. Nothing is more important than you. Brother hasn't given up on you, and you must not give up on yourself, understand?" Lu Lily blinked her big eyes, staring at the strawberry he held to her mouth. "But for me, nothing is more important than brother." Lu Binbin knew what Lu Lily wanted to say. She wanted to say, nothing is more important than his happiness. He once thought that with his efforts, he could support his sister's illness and this family. But after really trying hard, he realized it wasn't as simple as he thought. Life has a powerful force that can twist and distort a person's heart and soul. He also couldn't escape the high probability of being smoothed out. When the doctor gave him the last time for surgery, he realized he didn't just lose Meng Meng after seeing her disappear from his room, but lost her after nodding in agreement to the engagement with Xiao Ran. In this life, he had no right to say no. As long as Lu Lily could live, grow up safely and happily, that was the best and greatest gift from heaven to him, Lu Binbin. He had nothing to complain about, and he couldn't complain. "Meng Meng, what are you doing? Didn't eat enough in the morning? Can't even push a cart. I'm sorry, supervisor, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was just that the guest left too hastily. I didn't see. You dare to make excuses, right? Have you forgotten what the first rule of the hotel is? Meng Meng? When Lu Binbin heard this name, his drifting thoughts suddenly snapped back. He stood up, his knee bumping against the small table, causing the desserts on it to wobble and some candy to spill out. He heard the sound and pushed the door out. He saw his warm and kind female supervisor harshly scolding a female employee who was bowing her head and continuously apologizing. Lu Binbin walked over and turned the female employee's shoulder. Meng Meng? The female employee looked up in surprise. Her hair and figure were very similar. Only her face was different. Hello, guest, may I ask what you need? Lu Binbin held her shoulders tightly. It hurt a bit, but she still politely asked him despite the pain. Not her. How could it be her? What was he thinking? Mr. Lu. Lu Binbin's hand slowly slid off her shoulder. I'm sorry. This Meng Meng employee awkwardly nodded to Lu Binbin, and Lu Binbin looked towards Lu Lily, who was standing at the door, without turning to see the female supervisor's eyes darting around suspiciously. He stepped forward and picked his sister up. Lily, let's go home. Lu Binbin might not know that this accidental misidentification would cause great repercussions for this Meng Meng employee. He also didn't know that because of his longing, time had sped up again. Originally, Lu Lily's surgery was scheduled after the wedding, but on the day Lu Binbin got engaged to Xiaoran, Lu Lily suddenly felt discomfort in her heart. Unfortunately, Lu Lily's surgery and his engagement could only happen at the same time. The little flower girl arranged by the hotel was prepared, and Lu Lily's sudden absence did not cause any mistakes in any part of the process. When the supervisor brought a little girl who looked similar to Lu Lily in age and height for Lu Binbin and Xiaoran to review, Xiaoran glanced at Lu Binbin, smiled at the supervisor, and said it was fine, letting her go prepare. From makeup to changing into her wedding dress and finally reappointing the flower girl, Xiaoran live-streamed everything, sharing it with her fans in real time. Half an hour before going on stage, Xiaoran pressed all the live-streaming equipment, asked the staff to leave, giving them time to be alone. When the door of the closed, Xiaoran looked at the person leaning on the sofa, distracted, and picked up an eyebrow pencil to do her final touch-up. Are you like this now because you're worried about Lily or because you don't want to get engaged to me? Lu Binbin, restless, twirled the little flower hair tie Lu Lily gave him and frowned at her words. You're overthinking it. Is that so? Xiaoran stood up, holding her skirt, actually thinking about it. Today's luck is really good, right? If it weren't for Lily's heart suddenly feeling uncomfortable, you wouldn't have found a suitable excuse for your sadness about getting engaged today, right? Lu Binbin heard her picking a fight and turned to look at the sparkling, smiling face standing in the light. We're about to get engaged. Are you going to pick a fight with me now? Xiaoran smiled as she walked up to him and gave him a resounding slap. She was unceremonious. A solid slap. After the initial numbness, Lu Binbin felt a burning pain on his face. Pick a fight? Do you deserve it? I saved your life. I found the best doctor and paid a large sum for your sister's medical expenses to save her, and I even gave you such a beautiful and loving wife. By the way, that employee named Meng Meng, to avoid you continuing to misidentify her in the future, I even helped you fire her. I've done so much for you. Even if we argue, it's me arguing with you. And even if we fight, it's me hitting you. Why do you have to feel uncomfortable first? What reason do you have to care about others? Lu Binbin looked up at Xiaoran, who was bending down, her innocent and captivating big eyes gazing at him. Her face still smiling, but the cruelty was hidden beneath the mask. It seemed like the one who just hit him was someone else, not her. Her appearance reminded him of the most miserable time he had in school. When he was cornered at school, everyone was cursing him as a pervert while beating him. She was the one he saw. She smiled brightly, her smile like a flower, as if she were enjoying a vivid movie. He was covered in mud, falling into hell on earth, bringing her joy. If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. If he couldn't bear to part with it, he would keep it close. Just like now, in this unequal relationship. She was high above, and he looked up in humility. Love? Hate? It didn't matter. What mattered was achieving the goal. Lu Binbin saw through the baseness in her blood, purely sacrificing himself to become her puppet for Lu Lily. It was just a transaction, and he accepted it. But why did she have to involve innocent people? This Meng Meng is not that Meng Meng. Why do you have to implicate innocent people? Why expel her? Which Meng Meng? Who is innocent? Xiao Ran blinked and questioned. What do you want to remind me of? Lu Binbin frowned and gritted his teeth. Xiao Ran sneered and roared. Just because she has this name, she's not innocent. Just because she reminds you of that annoying woman, she's not innocent. Her existence was never innocent. The last sentence she spoke was not about this female employee, but referred to the Meng Meng in his heart. It referred to the Meng Meng that, even if she disappeared and couldn't be found, still stood between them. She was like a beautiful madwoman. The madness radiating from her eyes made it impossible for anyone to like that face. Then why don't you expel me? Lu Binbin couldn't understand Xiao Ran's crazy logic, as if, from the moment he rejected her confession at school, an obsession took root in her heart and had grown until now. No one and nothing could uproot it. There was still time before going on stage. It was too late. Xiao Ran's red lips curled up, sadly and beautifully cradling his face. I've given too much. I can't take it back. In this life, you are mine and also mine. Even if you're not mine, you're still mine. Lu Binbin, until death, you can't escape from me. Just accept your fate. Her gentle words were like a poisonous snake crawling out of hell, coiling around his breath. Lu Binbin grabbed her wrist and pushed her away forcefully, causing the necklace around his neck to fall out. The clasp of the necklace had come loose, the lid opened, and it emitted a melodious tune. 552,216. Xiao Ran, stimulated, grabbed the necklace. You're still wearing it. It was the necklace that woman gave you, wasn't it? Give it to me. Chapter 53, This Lu Binbin is her Lu Binbin. No, give it back to me. Seeing her going crazy without any bottom line, and trying to take away the heirloom left by her grandfather, Lu Binbin timely clasped Xiao Ran's hand, no longer indulging her. It's not a gift from her. You always hold it to reminisce about someone. If it wasn't from her, would you prevent anyone from touching it? Do you really think I'm blind and deaf? Today is our engagement ceremony, and I absolutely will not allow you to wear something given by another woman. The woman who had gone mad was out of control. Lu Binbin had never laid hands on a woman, but in order to protect the necklace, he couldn't care less, twisted her little finger back, and pushed her down to the ground before leaving. This necklace was very important to Meng Meng before she disappeared. The consecutive amnesias and her final disappearance seemed to be related to it. For him, besides being his grandfather's heirloom, it was also the only connection he had with her. He couldn't lose it. To avoid Xiao Ran chasing after him, Lu Binbin quickened his pace and forgot to look at the direction. When he regained his composure to identify the direction, he realized he had actually gone in the opposite direction of the stage. Just as he turned around to head back, he heard a familiar voice coming from the door on his right. Yes, 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 tilt a bit this way. Smile at the camera. Yes, like this. Pose a bit better. It was Xiao Da's voice. How could Xiao Da be here? Wasn't he supposed to be seated at the ceremony? Lu Binbin curiously pushed the door open. He pressed the doorknob down completely, and in the moment he pushed in, a flash of white light passed by, causing him to squint and try to see again. Xiao Da was standing outside the photography studio, next to the staff, giving action guidance to a girl who was being filmed. The photographer was capturing the girl's best angles. Ever since Xiao Da became his manager, his obsession with money had become increasingly severe. He was willing to suppress his fear of Meng Meng to make her a star. His behavior of clinging to work on the day of Lu Binbin's engagement seemed understandable. But this girl being filmed, why did her silhouette and hair length look exactly like Meng Meng? Lu Binbin's steps instinctively moved forward, recalling the experience of mistaking an employee. He self-mockingly smiled, silently closed the door, and did not disturb them. D33 had a sense of intuition and turned around, noticing that the door had just been opened. Meng Meng? What are you looking at? Xiao Da clapped his hands. D33 turned back. Oh, nothing. Focus on the shoot. We can't waste everyone's time. Xiao Da kindly reminded, making a gesture of encouragement. Wrap it up quickly so we can finish early. D33 nodded, glanced at the time on the wall, and then focused on the shoot. When the shooting ended, the photographer made a satisfied okay gesture and said, Is it still so early? Xiaoli, go buy some drinks for everyone. D33 looked at the clock on the wall. Time had stopped again, but this time there was no Lu Binbin by her side, and there was nothing to make her feel annoyed or provoke other emotions. Why did time still stop? Ah, time is indeed quite early. Yeah, not bad. Meng Meng is really talented. She understands everything right away. The teacher just praised you, saying your camera presence is amazing. Chowda gave a thumbs up, smiling widely. When can we go online? The video. D33 asked. Chowda froze, laughing. You're in such a hurry? Yes, I'm in a hurry. The more people see my face, the better, the sooner the better. D33 replied ambitiously. Chowda nodded in appreciation. Don't worry, I'm anxious too. The internet updates so fast nowadays. If you're not careful, the hard-earned popularity can slip away in an instant. The photographer will send me the edited version, and I can post it right away. But after that, you'll be super busy, so be mentally prepared. D33 nodded, took off the hairband on her head, and placed it on the table, walking straight towards the door that seemed to have been opened earlier. Meng Meng, what are you doing? Chowda grabbed a coat to hand to D33, but saw her walking to the back as he turned. I want to see if there's a way out here. You can't go out here, it's a wall. What you see is a false door and artwork. Chowda explained as D33 was already trying to open the door. It was indeed locked. It looked like a door had a doorknob but was jammed. But just now, she clearly saw the door opening, even heard the sound of it locking. She tried to open it again, and this time the door opened, revealing the wall behind it. Chowda hurriedly closed the door for her, whispering, Meng Meng, how old are you? Your curiosity is still so strong. If the teacher finds out you forced it open and ruined his artistic sense, he would be angry. Hurry up. He pushed her away. D33 pondered the earlier illusion, put on the coat, and left the shooting room with Chowda. At the same time gradually became synchronized. The direction they both walked was gradually converging into the same point. When Xiao Ran chased after Lu Binbin, she was stopped by the staff. It was time to head to the ceremony. D33 and Xiao passed through the corridor, with 2 minutes left to cross the hall for the ceremony. The highly anticipated engagement ceremony, bustling with people, was held in the A-level exhibition hall of the Phil Hotel, which could accommodate over 2,000 people. Xiao Ran's favorite black balloons and red roses intertwined in 2 extreme colors to create the most unique and beautiful scenery. The huge curtain on stage was ready to transition them from campus to the romantic wedding PPT, with a flower-covered walkway symbolizing the continuation of happiness. The live broadcast staff stood in the first row, filling all the seats under the stage, with each audience member sitting in their designated spot, ready with joyful smiles of blessings. Everything was in place, and everyone's gaze was tacitly focused on the entrance, waiting for the appearance of the 2 newcomers. In an unseen place, Xiao Ran was indeed ready, linking her arm with Lu Binbin. When they were found, both of their faces still held anger. But it wasn't appropriate to erupt in front of the staff, so they digested their emotions and their gazes as they followed the guide to the backstage. The host's prelude was passionately resounding on stage. Xiao Ran held Lu Binbin's hand. Whether viewed from the front, side, or back, they looked like a pair of beautiful people. But their conversation was not what an engaged couple should have. I'm giving you one last chance to choose. If you want to back out, now is the time. Lu Binbin, look, you know you won't leave. If that's the case, why provoke my unhappiness? From now on, my unhappiness will double on you. You better be mentally prepared. If one day I truly get tired of you, that will be when you're truly free. But by then, I think you'll have nothing left but freedom. Lu Binbin responded silently, resisting with silence. He felt like a puppet controlled by Xiao Ran, unable to think or have thoughts. His feet were itching to step on the fire wheel, but his heart told him he couldn't. Whether Lu Lily could live well depended entirely on the surgery today. As long as he ruined the wedding, Xiao Ran would definitely call off Lu Lily's surgery in time. Please welcome the newcomers. Amidst the applause, the light in Lu Binbin's eyes completely extinguished as he stepped onto the stage. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, had long prepared a joyful smile for the engagement, slightly tilting her head against Lu Binbin's shoulder, with her free hand waving at the guests and the camera. The music started, and the process began. The host was introducing the love story of the groom and bride, while showing edited slides of their romance on the screen. Lu Binbin was about to ask Xiao Ran to dance. He wore a cold expression throughout, as if he were attending someone else's funeral. Xiao Ran's smile revealed an anger she couldn't express, trying hard to convey her happiness to the camera. while Lu Binbin couldn't bear to watch her fake fade for even a second and shifted his gaze away. As he turned, he unexpectedly saw Meng Meng. She was walking past the slowly closing door, the one he had been searching for everywhere, followed by Qiao. Lu Binbin's gaze froze, along with his steps, which should have retreated. Xiao Ran didn't expect him to be in a daze and accidentally stepped on his foot, awkwardly stumbling. However, Lu Binbin seemed oblivious to everything. Binbin. Lu Binbin suddenly let go of her and, as if electrified, ran towards the audience. The crowd widened their eyes in surprise, some instinctively standing up from their chairs, thinking something had happened. Lu Binbin ran towards the door in full view of everyone, as if he had suddenly changed his mind about attending his own engagement ceremony and was about to flee. His eyes were fixed on the increasingly smaller gap of the door, confirming that what he had just seen was indeed Meng Meng. Why was this happening? He had truly decided to surrender to fate, had truly decided to give up on his future. But she had appeared. At that moment, he forgot about Lu Lily, forgot about the wedding. He just wanted to desperately run out and catch that face. Meng Meng? Meng 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 Meng. Lu Binbin pushed past the waiter closing the door and rushed into the hallway, anxiously calling out Meng Meng's name. I seem to hear someone calling me. As she was about to enter the elevator, D33 suddenly heard someone calling her name. Huh? Qiao Da quickly pressed the elevator button, looking confusedly at D33. No, I didn't hear anything, but Oh, don't worry. When you become famous, there will be plenty of people calling your name. Let's hurry and get in the elevator. We still need to pick outfits and do styling. There is so much to do. Chowda urged D33 not to be overly conscious of being a star so early and to quickly enter the already dinging elevator. D33 turned back to look in the direction of the voice and, with her head down, walked into the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, she felt a figure flash at the elevator door and couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Binbin. Just as Lu Binbin slapped the elevator door, it closed. D33's eyes widened, and she clung to the elevator door, startling Qiao. No. Meng Meng, Meng Meng, what are you doing? I saw Lu Binbin. D33 anxiously stepped back, watching the floor numbers decrease one by one. Lu Binbin? How is that possible? Qiao laughed. Lu Binbin is with Xiao Ran filming a video today. He can't be here. D33 was talking about her Lu Binbin, not the one Xiao assumed. Just a second ago, although it was only for a moment, D33 was certain that this Lu Binbin was her Lu Binbin, because that urgent gaze was something only a Lu Binbin who liked her would have. At that moment, D33 wished more than anything to regain her superpowers. If she could use her powers now, she could stay in place and wouldn't have to experience losing and regaining Lu Binbin again, just separated by the elevator door. Chapter 54. They all thought they were still each other. The numbers on the elevator slowly descended, but they were not the floors. They were D33's suffocating heartbeat. She didn't even dare to let out the breath she held when she saw Lu Binbin, fearing that exhaling would take away the hard-to-come-by Lu Binbin. The waiting time always felt exceptionally long. D33 stared intently at the elevator doors, and when she heard the ding sound, she moved at the same time as the doors opened. Qiao saw her and was blown away like a gust of wind, unable to catch even a glimpse of her shadow, Meng. D33 turned sharply and frantically pressed the elevator button to go back. Meng Meng, where are you going? The main door is over there. I'll be back in a moment. Qiao was also thrown into uncertainty by her determination. So he called Lu Binbin. Hello, where are you? Filming in the ancient alley of the old city. Didn't you know? What's wrong? I know. But Meng Meng just said she saw you at the Fei Air Hotel. So what did you say? D33 rushed back as fast as she could, but she didn't see Lu Binbin. At first, she thought Lu Binbin was just as anxious to find her after seeing her and that they had missed each other, so she hurried to find a security guard, pretending to say she lost something and wanted to check the surveillance. As a result, something D33 couldn't accept happened. There was no sight of Lu Binbin in the surveillance footage. The last 5 minutes she saw were of her and Qiao entering the elevator. No one, besides her and Qiao, there was no Lu Binbin. How could this be? Was this another illusion? Impossible, no way. She wasn't an ordinary person. How could she suddenly have hallucinations? She clearly saw Lu Binbin. It was him. And Lu Binbin saw her too. D33 thought about the two Lu Binbins and the two spaces. She must have done something that connected the originally unrelated spaces. But she still couldn't capture this opportunity. With endless disappointment and confusion, D33 returned to the first floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and as she stepped out, she unexpectedly saw Lu Binbin again. Meng Meng. He called her gently. D33's heart stirred, and she stepped forward to jump into his arms tightly. The person being embraced was slightly taken aback and then gently supported her. D33 wanted to burrow into his embrace and greedily breathe in his unique scent when a cold hand pushed her away, followed by a fiery slap. Without needing to look, she knew it was Xiao Ran. Wherever Lu Binbin was, she would be there too. D33 rubbed her face and looked over. Xiao Ran's outfit surprised her. Xiao Ran was dressed in a simple black wedding dress, her hair slicked with shiny oil, and her freshly done spa skin and bright red lips made her look like she had just come from a stage show. Her anger was completely inconsistent with her exquisite appearance, and her round, bulging eyes seemed ready to devour her. D33 didn't see that next to her. Lu Binbin was also looking at Xiao Ran in shock, examining her from head to toe. Xiao Ran, what are you? Slap. Xiao Ran slapped Lu Binbin, who was pointing at her, and after hitting him, she clenched her fists, wishing to fight him to the end. Xiao was frightened, his face pale, and his excess flesh trembling slightly. He steeled himself to tentatively walk over to explain to D33 and Lu Binbin. Xiao Ran, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding is it? He couldn't explain it either. Meng Meng rushing out of the elevator. Lu Binbin didn't refuse. What kind of misunderstanding was that? And in her rage, Xiao Ran said nothing but took off the diamond-studded silver crown from her head and threw it on the ground, her red high heels ruthlessly stomping on it. D33 frowned. She knew that what Xiao Ran was stepping on was not the crown, but her own head. Hey, Dr. Mu, I've decided to get the surgery fee back. Yes, the surgery is off. In front of D33 and Lu Binbin, she called the hospital to cancel Lu Lily's surgery. Xiao Ran gave Lu Binbin a cold smile and said, Lu Binbin, this is your choice. Don't regret it. Lu Binbin frowned, still digesting what Xiao Ran said, then turned around, her long hair swinging in his face as if giving him another slap. Xiao Ran's high heels crushed the crown into two halves, and she strode forward, telling the host who had chased after her, the engagement is canceled. Everything happened so quickly and abruptly. D33 heard Lu Binbin beside her widen his eyes in confusion, murmuring, Engagement? What engagement? Here, no one knew the full story. Only D33 knew. If for her, the world she couldn't return to was World A, then the Lu Binbin next to her and herself along with Xiao Da were in World B, while Xiao Ran was from World A. The Lu Binbin who had just vanished from the surveillance was the one from World. Xiao Ran didn't know, and Lu Binbin didn't know. They all thought they were still each other. So, Lu Binbin was going to get engaged to Xiao Ran. Her recent appearance had made Lu Binbin run out of the engagement scene. D33 realized that if she had appeared a moment earlier or later, Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran would have successfully completed their engagement. A complex feeling surged in her heart. Separated by two spaces, she could still see him and timely make him cancel the engagement. How could she and Lu Binbin possibly be, as the leadership said, having no fate? It was a mistake. You weren't filming a video with Xiao Ran. How did it turn into an engagement? You didn't tell me about the engagement? Xiao Da was as shocked as if he had been struck by lightning when he heard the engagement was canceled. Lu Binbin frowned, unable to explain what happened after he rushed over from the filming site. He had clearly gone to film a new episode of Parkour with Xiao Ran. When did she change into a wedding dress? D33 came back to her senses, not wanting to listen to their discussion about what was going on, and walked past them toward the entrance. Stop, Lu Binbin called out to her. D33 stopped as instructed but didn't turn back. Lu Binbin walked in front of her. What is going on? You clearly said you didn't want to see me. So why were you in such a hurry to find me? You just gave me such a warm hug, and now you're leaving without saying a word? Meng Meng, are you playing with me? He furrowed his brows, glaring at her, his eyes filled with more anger and less disgust, more impulse and less indifference. His heart seemed to be genuinely stirred by her. But D33 would rather he could treat her distantly, as before. Yes, I'm playing with you. What is wrong with that? After encountering the real Lu Binbin she had been longing for, her heart and eyes were full of him. The moment the elevator door opened and she saw Lu Binbin, she threw herself into his arms recklessly. In fact, she knew she had hugged the wrong person even before Xiao Ranslap came. If it were the real Lu Binbin, he would have embraced her tightly with the same lost and found feeling during that fleeting moment in the elevator. D33 even felt that his appearance was the reason the real Lu Binbin disappeared. Before she could finish her thought, D33 suddenly felt a shadow fall in front of her, followed by a warmth on her lips. Lu Binbin kissed her forcefully. D33 pushed him away angrily, and he took a small step back, smugly wiping his lips. You play with me, I'll play with you. That's fair. D33 pressed her hand against her lips and pushed him away as she left. Meng Meng? Meng Meng, wait for me. Xiao slammed his fist against Lu Binbin, scolding. What the hell are you doing? Let me tell you, if you offend one, it'll be a problem for you in the end. You big idiot. There weren't many people in the lobby. Occasionally someone would come by, see what seemed to be a dispute, and politely take the other elevator to avoid it. In the end, D33 and Xiao also left. The bride, locked in the lobby by the chasing groom, finally got a staff member to open the door. She rushed out, initially thinking she wouldn't capture anything, but instead saw Lu Binbin standing there in a daze, with a broken crown at his feet. And she ran over frantically to surround the fleeing groom tightly. Mr. Lu, were you forced into this engagement with Miss Xiao Ran? Why did you run out during the engagement ceremony? Did you see something that made you run out? An ex-girlfriend? Or were you thinking leaving Ms. Xiao Ran and all the other guests behind? Do you regret it now, Mr. Lu? What are your plans next? D33 returned to the car, rinsed her mouth 15 times, and used 30 tissue papers. On Planet R, joining another person's pheromone without eliminating the shared information with another person can lead to system chaos. Being forcefully kissed by the fake Lu Binbin meant forcibly adding pheromones. It was too deadly. Binbin had a bad temper and was easily impulsive. You, don't take it personally. Hee, I want to be quiet. D33 interrupted Xiaoda, looking at the time on her phone. The time stopped at the moment she left the photography room. In the past, every time she made Lu Binbin angry, time would extend. Now that Lu Binbin really appeared, time would also freeze. But Lu Binbin's appearance was before he arrived. What did she do to summon the two spaces together? After D33's careful logical analysis, the possible reason for connecting the two spaces was that she had accumulated enough dislike points. After all, when she got close to Lu Binbin, she didn't do anything else. The only variable was this. But now that Lu Binbin no longer disliked her as much, how could she continue to collect dislike points? A few minutes later, Xiao heard D33 say, I want to see Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's home, a luxurious flat, with the only elegant lake in the city across the street, and beyond that, the Phil Hotel, once the best selling point in view. Now it had become the most glaring pain in Xiao Ran's heart. She was removing her makeup in front of the mirror, taking off the tight and uncomfortable dress, transforming back into her original cool girl self. Usually, she didn't wear dresses or like makeup for parkour, thinking it would clog her facial pores. She put all her girlish hopes into this engagement ceremony, but now it had become the biggest joke. The work team comforted her, saying at least the viewership had exploded. An assistant Xiao and also said, Sister Xiao Ran, you haven't lost out. Didn't you stop that little girl's surgery? Lu Binbin will come begging you on his knees, and then you can punish him however you want, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran shot a cold glare. Is this matter something you can comment on? Chapter 55, Love Beyond Time and Space. Xiao and immediately lowered her head and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Ran. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. For her, apologizing was also a part of her job, and a significant part at that. Xiao Ran appeared approachable and friendly to outsiders, only because she vented all her bad temper and difficult moods in unseen places, like on herself. Especially when it came to Lu Binbin, Xiao Ran was particularly sensitive. Xiao had to endure her frequent outbursts for the sake of her meager salary. It was precisely because she could tolerate it that Xiao Ran kept her around and assigned another assistant to Lu Binbin. The other staff members were also used to it. Patting Xiao on the shoulder with 4 smiles, Sister Xiao Ran will be leaving first. We still need to manage online public opinion and coordinate the follow-up work with the hotel. You should rest well. As the group departed, the coldness in Xiao Ran's eyes softened a bit, revealing some vulnerability. In fact, she was just a girl yearning for love. Why, after giving so much? Was she still overlooked by someone? This was the part she couldn't understand the most. Ding dong. Just as Xiao Ran sat down on the sofa, she heard the doorbell ring and irritably asked, "Who is it?" When the video doorbell activated, she saw Meng Meng's face. Xiao Ran's anger and resentment instantly flared up. The door was forcefully opened from the inside. D33 felt a gust of ominous wind rush towards her. "How did you find this place?" Xiao Ran frowned, sensing something particularly strange and eerie about Meng Meng. D33 replied, "Xiao brought me here." Why do humans always like to ask that question? Finding someone in the same space is really a piece of cake. You still have the guts to come here? What's wrong? Haven't you had enough slaps yet? Xiao Ran laughed angrily, crossing her arms and leaning against the door, sarcastically asking, "Or do you want to see how pathetic I am after being left at the altar? Want to watch me make a fool of myself? What do you hate about me more? That's what I'm here for." D33 said something surprising. Xiao Ran raised her hand again, and Xiao Da, who was nervously standing behind D33, immediately stepped in front of her, grabbing Xiao Ran's slender yet strong arm. "Xiao Ran, let us talk this out. Always resorting to violence won't solve the problem, will it? You really misunderstood Meng Meng this time. We were there to meet the photographer for a photo shoot. We weren't there to ruin your engagement. We didn't even know you were engaged." "What did you say?" Xiao Ran's brows furrowed deeper. "You didn't know I was engaged?" Xiao Da widened his heavy-lidded eyes. "Yeah, Binbin didn't tell me. How would I know?" Xiao Ran's brow furrowed even lower. "You." "Xiao Ran, Lu Binbin doesn't like you. He didn't like you back in school, and he still doesn't like you now. If it weren't for earning money for Li Li's surgery, he wouldn't have taken your job at all. He has long seen through your personality. You're someone who insists on having what you can't get. Your competitive spirit deceives you into thinking that's love. You're beautiful, you study well. You want to be first in everything and you've achieved it, so you don't allow anyone to be inferior to you. If Lu Binbin weren't handsome, if he didn't match up to you, and if he were just one of your many admirers from the start, would you still like him and cling to him so tightly?" Seeing that Xiao Da was revealing too much and shifting the focus, D33 quickly interrupted their conversation, provocatively questioning. Xiao Ran looked at her, recalling the question Lu Binbin had asked her that day under the bridge. "If I were lame, disfigured, and could no longer bring you a sense of superiority, would you still like me? So you want to say that your love for Lu Binbin is true love?" Stung by the painful words, Xiao Ran pushed Xiao Da aside and stepped in front of D33, glaring hard at her. "Yes, love that transcends time and space." D33 faced Xiao Ran's piercing eyes, feeling not the slightest bit afraid, secretly pleased. On the way here, she had thought it through. Since she couldn't directly make Lu Binbin dislike her, she would take an indirect approach to provoke Xiao Ran to achieve her goal. After all, Xiao Ran had been so sarcastic before. This time, it would be her turn to retaliate. "Xiao Da." Xiao Ran. D33 puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" "Love beyond time and space." "Miss Ming, are you acting? How did you come up with such cheesy lines?" After laughing, Xiao Ran's eyes sharpened even more, like two knives shooting out directly into D33's eyes. She pushed against D33, who was provocatively approaching. "Why is your love the kind that spans life and death, transcending time? My love is shallow, vain, and driven by a desire to win. I noticed him back in high school. How long have you been his girlfriend? Do you know what his dreams are? Do you know what he needs the most right now? What can you do for him? If your love is just talk, why do you have to look down on me?" D33 grabbed her arm and retaliated with a loud slap. Although she no longer had superpowers, she was still much stronger than an average person. Xiao Ran staggered back, unable to steady herself, her body crashing against the hard wall as she covered her face, staring in disbelief at D33, who was both provocative and violent. "I can do quite a lot for him, like hitting you." D33 calmly looked at her. "Years ago, you falsely accused him of being a pervert who secretly filmed girls in the bathroom, causing him to suffer from school violence. When he was beaten by a dozen people and had his leg broken, you stood nearby and coldly watched. Do you think he didn't know? He saw you. Is this what you call liking and loving him? Last month he was hospitalized. The doctor said he was fine, but his right foot still occasionally aches. When he was following you around, he would stumble. Aren't you curious why he acts like this? His leg is healed, but the wounds in his heart are not. Every time it rains, he feels pain in his leg, and at night he often has nightmares, dreaming he is back in high school. Do you know that? You want submission. Your kind of fighting spirit works well in our hometown, but that is not love. The love I've learned is warmth, thinking of the other person, being tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. It's definitely not harm, manipulation, or deceit. Today, I came here to tell you, not only is it impossible for you to truly enter the halls of marriage with Lu Binbin, but you aren't even worthy to be his friend. D33 walked back the distance she had just retreated, pushing Xiao Ran against the door where she had nowhere to go, returning the arrogance Xiao Ran had just shown. It's not that I stole him. He never belonged to you. Xiao Ran's face turned pale, green, black, purple, various complex colors mixing together, nearly overflowing. The most important thing is you made one critical mistake. Loving someone, regardless of whether they love you back, you should never use their vulnerabilities to threaten them. D33 frowned, her finger poking hard at Xiao Ran's left chest, pushing in forcefully. That S where the heart beats. A person, once they stop having a heartbeat, will die. She ended Lu Li's surgery, not only canceling the transaction humanely, but also killing a person. D33 recited lines from TV dramas, crazily directing them at Xiao Ran. Watching Xiao Ran's dumbfounded expression, about to collapse, was simply too satisfying. It's not like this. If it weren't for you, D33 heard the elevator doors opening behind her. She glanced at Xiao to beside her. This guy had desperately tried to stop her when she said she was coming to see Xiao Ran, and now that he couldn't stop her, he was quietly pulling out his phone, definitely planning to notify Lu Binbin to come over. Xiao, who had been nervously standing by at first. Now Lu Binbin hurriedly stepped out of the elevator and immediately saw Xiao Ran angrily raising her hand to hit D33. He swiftly rushed over and protected D33 in his arms, shouting, "That's enough. Xiao Ran, stop making a scene." Xiao Ran was pushed against the wall again, her head buzzing. It was ridiculous, truly ridiculous. The two people who had come to her were putting on a show of true love in front of her. You pushed me for her. Xiao Ran grabbed her messy hair and looked at the two embracing each other, feeling that she was being accused of being arrogant and willful, making the entire situation seem childish. D33, who had been exuding a powerful aura earlier, now transformed into a little white rabbit, cowering in Lu Binbin's embrace and pretending to be weak. Upon hearing that Lu Binbin's elevator had arrived, D33 provocatively whispered to Xiao Ran, "Do you want to see how Lu Binbin loves me?" She had learned this from Miss Xiao Ran, switching from black to white in a second, making Xiao Ran experience what it was like to be infuriating without consequence. "I'm sorry," Lu Binbin admitted to Xiao Ran like a man. "I have developed feelings for Meng Meng. I don't know when it started, but the dislike turned into a disguise. However, I can assure you that my desire to break up with you is not because of Meng Meng. It's entirely about us. It has nothing to do with anyone else. If you want to vent your anger, come at me. Don't involve innocent people. You're speaking up for another woman in front of me and calling her innocent? What about me? The person who got engaged to you today is me. The one who has a commitment with you is me. You ignored our agreement and turned your back on me at the engagement venue while so many guests and people online laughed at me. Am I not innocent? Lu Binbin, you bastard." Xiao Ran couldn't care less about her demeanor and quality anymore. She wished she could tear apart everyone present. The engagement was something you arranged secretly. I never really agreed to it. You set everything up, so how can you blame me? Lu Binbin still didn't understand this point, but he didn't hit the nail on the head, and instead, they ended up entangled in misunderstandings, with no one feeling it was strange. Lu Binbin closed his eyes and let her hit and scold him, until all that was left was her weakly resting her head against his chest, crying. She couldn't hold back her tears. Xiao had turned his face away, while D33 coldly watched Xiao Ran's rare moment of weakness. The spacious corridor felt somewhat crowded, with so many people standing there, and the elevator doors stopped on this floor again. Xiao Ran immediately stifled her cries, quickly covered her face, and turned away. Lu Binbin, I'm officially breaking up with you now. Remember, it's me who doesn't want you, not you who left me. After saying that, she stepped into the room and closed the door. Xiao He looked at the rushing Lu Binbin, feeling a deep sense of guilt. So, the person who made you act like a creep was her. I never knew. You never told me. I always thought you were dating her because you two were in love. Forget it. Anyway, I'm sorry, bro. Lu Binbin looked at him, feeling that Xiao De was acting strangely today, and he couldn't quite understand what he was saying. However, he noticed that Meng Meng, who had just been beside them, was now gone, and his attention immediately shifted back to D33. D33 exchanged places with a resident who had just exited the elevator. Lu Binbin timely blocked the closing elevator doors and stepped inside. Xiao De hurriedly tried to catch it too, but was shut out by Lu Binbin, who was frantically pressing the close button. Hey, what about me? You could take the next one. In the elevator, Lu Binbin and D33 faced each other. Chapter 56. But I don't like you at this moment. D33 looked indifferent. Completely different from the frightened person who had just hidden in his embrace. Lu Binbin, you heard what I said just now. D33 looked at him. Yes, I heard. Then you should know. I really hated you at first. I have a girlfriend, and it's normal for me to refuse you and keep my distance. Do you understand? D33 continued to look at him with a deadpan expression. So what? So are you using this cold attitude towards me as revenge? You think too much. Then are you using me? Using me to irritate Xiao Ran? Lu Binbin stepped closer, trying to see through D33's impenetrable expression. Or were the words you said about liking me from the very beginning all fake? D33, does it matter to say these things now? It matters. Lu Binbin's voice suddenly rose. Because I've fallen for you. He turned his face away and muttered a curse. I just want to ask you, why are you suddenly so indifferent to me? Or did you never like me? Did you have other motives for approaching me? Lu Binbin's gaze was urgent yet sincere. D33 glanced at her watch. After hearing the elevator stop earlier, she had checked the time, and now time was still flowing. She steeled her heart and looked up at him. The words I said about liking you at first were all a lie. It was amusing to bring a beautiful woman like me home for the night without touching me. I found you quite interesting. I got tired of playing, so I stopped. Who would have thought you would be so easily teased? Lu Binbin's eyes resembled a glacier cracking. D33's reflection in his eyes began to blur from clear to indistinct. The elevator continued to descend. After D33 finished speaking, she looked at the time again. This time still did not stop. D33 in doubt. Heard Lu Binbin's voice from above. What if I say, I don't want to play with you? D33. Lu Binbin, I want to try with you. D33, but I don't like you. That's okay. Who can say for sure about things in this world? When you said you were my girlfriend, I just thought you were crazy. Lu Binbin put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk out of the slowly opening elevator. D33 stared at the time passing on her watch, feeling speechless. It was all in vain. Such an obvious change of face, such obvious manipulation. Yet it didn't make Lu Binbin develop a dislike for her. The human heart is indeed hard to control. D33 and Lu Binbin exited the building one after the other. She originally intended to part ways with him, but inadvertently caught sight of a cluster of black shadows to her left at 10 o'clock. D33's heart tightened suddenly. Dressed in black clothing, a black hat, and a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes, with unique black knight tattoos on their arms signifying their identity. That outfit belonged to the enforcers from Planet R. Every 100 years, there is an elimination list, and this time it was due to overpopulation issues. Previously, a small number of people had secretly come to Earth to live in hiding, not contacting the leadership, and refusing to return. For these troublemakers who could expose the existence of the planet at any time, the leadership would send enforcers to forcibly bring them back or deal with them on the spot. For traitors like her, the enforcers had finally come. D33, lost in thought, bumped into Lu Binbin's back, standing awkwardly. Where are you going? I'll see you off. Sure. D33 readily agreed, which surprised Lu Binbin a bit. But at this moment, D33 couldn't explain. She directly linked her arm with his, avoiding his gaze and walking forward. Hurry up, I'm hungry. At the burger shop, Lu Binbin bought 2 Big Macs, specifically catering to D33's non-spicy preference, adding ketchup. Eat. Didn't you say you were hungry? D33 noticed the enforcer lurking not far across the street outside the shop, absent-mindedly grabbing the burger and stuffing it into her mouth. Don't get me wrong. I didn't agree to your suggestion to try. I was just hungry and wanted a ride. Lu Binbin smiled. I know. D33 finally looked him in the eye. You just broke up with Xiao Ran, and you can still smile? Lu Binbin was taken aback. Looking down, it's not that I'm happy. I feel relieved. Accompanying and pampering Xiao Ran had become a habit. In that habit, I never thought carefully about myself, nor did I ever consider if it was right. Your appearance made me realize that I seemed to always revolve around her, without my own life or stance. D33 shook her head. I don't understand. On planet R, there are no complicated emotional needs, nor are there these ambiguous feelings. D33 only knew that love is mutual pursuit, and liking means giving warmth to each other. These were all things Lu Binbin had taught her. There was no middle ground, no hesitation, no sudden epiphany. None of that. Lu Binbin nodded. Yes, I don't quite understand either. But I think I will slowly understand. This takes time. But she didn't have much time left. The enforcer pushed the door and came in, and every second without looking at her felt like they were watching her. D33 knew they wouldn't act in front of Earthlings, so she clung to Lu Binbin as a shield. But this time, she seemed to have overestimated their patience, thinking they were merely observing from a distance, waiting for the right moment. Lu Binbin, a lot has happened today. I'm tired. I'll head back first. D33 picked up her bag and stood up. Let me see you off. No need. D33 shook off Lu Binbin's hand and quickly left through the other door of the restaurant. As she turned back, she saw the enforcer pressing against the floor-to-ceiling window in the burger shop, hat brim lowered, a sense of terror locking in her heart. No, she didn't want to go back. She hadn't even said a proper goodbye to Lu Binbin. She still had so much to tell him. She couldn't just go back to Planet R and have her name eliminated. At the same time, in another space, as Lu Binbin rushed out of the engagement venue, he caught a glimpse of Meng Meng, which came at a huge cost. Lu Lily's surgery was paused, and after emergency treatment, she died. When Lu Binbin received the call, he could hardly accept what he heard. He rushed to the hospital as fast as he could, arriving at the ward, where he saw Lu Lily's small body covered by a white sheet, waiting for his final confirmation signature. In that moment, Lu Binbin, at 186 meters tall, collapsed to the ground. His only relative had left, completely departing from this world. Lu Binbin trembled as he lifted the sheet for one last look at Lu Lily. Her face still bore a faint blush, as if she were merely asleep. But no matter how he called her name, she would not wake up. Lu Binbin held her cold little hand, finally accepting this cruel reality under the acknowledgement of her lack of warmth. Because of his stubbornness, leaving the wedding led to Lu Lily's surgery not being completed successfully. It was him. It was all because of him. The doctors in the hospital were the most indifferent. It wasn't that they didn't respect life, but precisely because they revered it, they understood that death was an inevitable path. No amount of regret could change that, kept only in their hearts. They advised Lu Binbin to calm down and complete the subsequent procedures first. Meanwhile, the staff from the funeral home cooperating with the hospital came in to discuss related matters with Lu Binbin. He just quietly stared at Lu Lily, his ears buzzing incessantly. He didn't know how he signed the papers or how he left the hospital. All he knew was to follow Lu Lily. Wherever Lu Lily went, he would go, sitting on the cold, silent bench of the funeral home all night. As dawn broke the next day, he received a box. The staff informed him that it contained Lu Lily's ashes. Lu Binbin stared at the urn in his hands for a long time, and, at a certain moment, he finally broke down in loud sobs, his voice echoing through the empty hall. The staff merely patted his shoulder gently before turning to leave. In this world, people do not share their joys and sorrows. Who can bear the burden for whom? When Lu Lily was alive, in order to raise money for her surgery, he worked tirelessly like a robot day and night. He would feel exhausted and wronged, but those thoughts were fleeting. What mattered more was the joy of earning money and taking one step closer to his sister's safety. Now, Lu Binbin felt that the pillar he had relied on for so long had suddenly broken, like a kite without a string, utterly lost in direction. He walked out of the funeral home like a living corpse, standing under the morning sun with vacant eyes. Lu Lily's biggest wish in life was to run freely by the seaside. Now that she was gone, Lu Binbin wanted to help her fulfill that wish. He moved forward, unaware that a car was following him. This city was not by the sea, so Lu Binbin headed to a piece of land in the suburbs, where there was a tall lighthouse that overlooked the distance. When Lu Binbin stood by the shore, preparing to throw Lu Lily's ashes into the water, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Are you going to jump into the river?" Lu Binbin turned around, the emptiness in his eyes gradually focusing, igniting a flame of anger. Xiao Ran leaned against the car, took off her sunglasses, and walked toward him. "Don't worry, you won't die. If you jump now, I will immediately find someone to rescue you." Lu Binbin furrowed his brows. "Don't come any closer. You killed Lily." Xiao Ran's long hair whipped in the riverside wind like her arrogant alter ego, each strand piercing into people's lungs. Her red lips curled in a smile that seemed to conceal her disdain. "You say I killed Lily? If you hadn't run away from the engagement ceremony, she would have successfully completed the surgery by now. She would have grown up as a normal little girl, would have met a boy she liked, and would have built a happy family. But all of that was ruined by you. Do you know that? You harmed her." Lu Binbin shook his head. "That's not true. I never intended to ruin the engagement ceremony. I just what? Just happened to run into Meng Meng. So you had to follow her, right? Are you happy now? Is this the outcome you wanted to see?" Xiao Ran squinted, looking at Lu Binbin with a cold sneer. Realizing that people are indeed the same. The more unattainable something is, the more precious and unforgettable it becomes. Lu Binbin, essentially you and I are the same. You don't cherish the happiness in front of you. Lu Binbin's heavy dark circles and bloodshot eyes were crushed by Xiao Ran's mocking words, breaking the last straw for him. He forgot that he was standing outside the railing, with no way back. He just shook his head, repeatedly saying, "It's not like that," his vision becoming chaotic. At the moment his heels completely left the ground, he tightly held onto Lu Lily's urn, his whole body losing weight as he leaned backward. All that could be heard was Xiao Ran's sharp scream of Lu Binbin, echoing in the sky. She rushed to the railing in 3 steps, peering out, witnessing Lu Binbin heavily fall into the river. The surrounding waters quickly engulfed him. "Help! Someone!" At this moment, the grim and indifferent look on Xiao Ran's face vanished. She anxiously looked around, desperately shouting for help. She indeed wanted to see him suffer, wanted to see him break down, even wanted to see him cry profusely in front of her. But she did not want to see him die. After so many years of obsession, it wasn't something that could just be put down. Meng Meng said she didn't truly love Lu Binbin. She just loved the competitive desire that arose from Lu Binbin rejecting her. But who can say that there isn't sincerity within that competitive desire? She knew very well that even if they were entangled for a lifetime, she did not want anything to happen to Lu Binbin. Lu Binbin, submerged in the river, did not resist, did not seek survival. He felt too exhausted. Having lost Meng Meng during this time, he searched in vain, forcing himself to be Xiao Ran's boyfriend for Lu Lily, muddling through the engagement, and in the end, everything fell apart, taking Lu Lily's life with it. Perhaps Xiao Ran was right. The person who harmed Lily was none other than himself. He, the unfit brother. Then let him go to heaven with Lu Lily. At least there, he could continue to be with his sister, continue to protect her, and tell her, "I'm sorry, it's brother's fault." Chapter 57. Another you taught me. D33's remaining superpower was just running. If captured, she had no ability to fight back. Now D33 finally understood how fragile humans were when faced with danger. Without animal minions, and without an indestructible body, no matter how fast she ran, the appearance of the grabbing hands was like a flickering ghost, effortlessly appearing within her visible range. If it weren't still daytime, they wouldn't play such close-range threats. D33 felt her life was precariously tied to her waistband, swaying. She desperately walked towards the crowd, keeping an eye on the positions of the grabbing hands. Until she passed a park where many elders were exercising, D33 found a sense of safety and squeezed in. Tried to use the slow-moving group of elderly people to distance herself from the grabbing hands, walking along the riverside to the other side of the bridge. She was so focused on the grabbing hands that she didn't notice a group of children on bikes coming up behind her. To dodge, D33 stepped aside and fell into the river. D33 couldn't swim. On planet R, there was no water. It was her first time experiencing the sensation of drowning, She instinctively flailed up and down, but it seemed like there was a force pulling her down, making her sink even faster. Soon, she was submerged. When she regained consciousness, she spat out water onto someone's face. And the first thing that came back was her hearing. It was very noisy around her, with many people chattering. Quick, don't give up. Do another round of CPR. Yes, look, this girl next to him has been saved. We absolutely cannot give up. I'll do the rescue breaths. How strange. This waterweed on his foot, ISN, T something we D, find in our park river. Did he drift here from somewhere? Oh, why are you worrying about that? Hurry and get 2 pieces of clothing for them to cover up. D33's gaze focused on the left where the commotion was happening. The water glimmering on her eyelashes distorted her vision, and for a moment, she seemed to see Lu Binbin's face. D33 blinked and looked again. Lu Binbin was lying next to her, equally drenched, eyes closed and unresponsive, while a young woman with a ponytail knelt beside him performing chest compressions. Once, twice, countless times. He still lay there without moving. The surrounding noise gradually quieted down. Although the woman continued her actions, her expression began to reflect sadness and regret. D33 pushed away someone trying to help her up, grabbed Lu Binbin's hand tightly. Lu Binbin, it's me, I'm Meng Meng. Lu Binbin, it's me, Menk Menk. Wake up, please wake up. She called his name over and over, telling him she had found him. How could he not react when she finally found him and could touch him? Miss, do you know him? Is he your boyfriend? How did you both fall into the river? No, he has probably been in the water for a while. Someone in the crowd said. D33's mind was racing with one thought. How could she wake Lu Binbin up? She noticed Lu Binbin had put that necklace back on his neck. D33's heart tightened, and she quickly opened the necklace. Fortunately, even though the necklace had been submerged, the music still played normally. As the music began to play softly, everyone grew quieter. In the still air, it felt as if the sadness of death was descending. Everyone silently mourned in their hearts, ultimately unable to save a vibrant life. Only D33 stared intently at Lu Binbin's face, calling his name over and over. She didn't know how much time passed before Lu Binbin coughed up a mouthful of water. The woman performing CPR froze for a moment, let out a long sigh, and collapsed to the ground, both wanting to cry and laugh. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then began to applaud. Oh my, he is alive! He is alive! D33 held him tightly, greedily listening to the sound of his heartbeat, feeling it connect with her own. Lu Binbin looked around at the smiling faces, as if in a dream. When he realized someone had saved him, his first instinct was to check if the box with Lu Lily was still in his hand. The box was gone. Lily was missing. Lu Binbin pushed D33 away, looked around, and then turned back to see what he thought was Nejiang had transformed into a small lake. It wasn't he where he had just fallen. And beside him came Meng Meng's voice. Binbin, it's me. Lu Binbin belatedly realized that the one who had held him tightly just now was not a stranger, but Meng Meng, who had appeared for a moment and then vanished. Meng Meng. D33 nodded vigorously. Yes, it's me. Lu Binbin smiled sadly, reaching out to touch her face, but hesitated in fear just before his fingers made contact. Really? Is it you? He was afraid this was a dream's mercy. A phantom gift from heaven after losing Lu Lily. Hearing his hoarse voice, D33 felt a sharp pain in her heart. She took his hand and placed it on her face. It's me, can you feel it? We're together now. Lu Binbin's eyes were indescribably shattered as he slowly, cautiously embraced her. D33 felt his damp body trembling slightly, although he had resumed breathing. It was as if he were suffocating. Even though he didn't say it, D33 could guess what had happened from his earlier frantic search for Lu Lily. Xiao Ran was very angry about his public runaway bride scenario and interrupted Lu Lily's surgery on the phone in front of her and Lu Binbin. In that world, Lu Lily should be dead. Lu Binbin held her, burying his face in her neck and sobbing. The onlookers thought Lu Binbin was crying tears of joy after a near-death experience, and seeing both of them saved, they gradually left, giving the young couple time and space to recover. Only D33 knew why Lu Binbin was crying. Her falling into the water was an accident, but Lu Binbin's plunge was more due to overwhelming sadness, wanting to go with Lu Lily. Thinking of this, her joy at seeing Lu Binbin transformed into heart-wrenching pain. The CAF near the park, knowing they had been rescued after falling into the water, warmly offered them a place to change clothes, lent them a hairdryer to dry their hair, and provided them with free hot drinks. Unsure when their connected space would be misaligned again, fearing they might separate once more, they stayed together to change clothes, dry their hair, and come out together. Their hands remained tightly clasped. When they finally sat down to talk, D33 took the towel off her head, folded it into a small square, and pushed it under his wrist for support. Lu Binbin held his coffee, and his hand didn't shake as much. D33's thoughtfulness made Lu Binbin a bit uneasy. Thank you. D33 pursed her lips. If Lily is watching from above, she wouldn't want her beloved brother to be overly sad for her. Lu Binbin was momentarily taken aback, then forced a bitter smile. Phew, never used to say such things. Her previous emotional intelligence was, to put it nicely, unique in thought processes, and to put it harshly, it could be considered zero. Now D33 suddenly became so comforting, Lu Binbin found it a bit strange. It seemed she had changed a lot after they separated. Yes, to earn that Lu Binbin's dislike points, she had transformed herself into an ordinary human, learning so many things. Another you taught me. Lu Binbin looked surprised. Another me? D33 told him about the two spaces, and in the B space, there was someone who looked exactly like him, but had a completely opposite personality and attitude towards her. Not only him, but the Xiao Ran, Lu Li, and Xiaoda in the B space had no memory of her at all. In this mirror space, every time she accumulated enough dislike points, or when there were changes in time and space, time would stop. No wonder. When your time stops, mine keeps speeding up. Lu Binbin previously couldn't understand why time seemed to speed up significantly after D33 disappeared. Now he finally understood. If that's the case, it seems that the two spaces cannot coexist. Time seems to be like a seesaw, flowing from one side to the other at irregular intervals. Now that he had come to the B space, it was equivalent to having two Lu Binbins, two Xiao Rans, two Xiaodas. Wait a minute. So, the Lu Li in this world is still here. Lu Binbin stared blankly at D33, seeking confirmation. My Li is still here, not dead. D33 was momentarily at a loss for words. She wasn't sure if this was Lu Binbin's Li. However, it could be confirmed that these two spaces indeed could not exist simultaneously. Planet R was many years ahead of Earth, and there would be no duplicates. Nor could there be two corresponding spaces. This does not conform to the existence of order. How could Lu Binbin stay in this space while making the B space disappear? D33 was lost in thought, and a sharp and intense pain suddenly struck her heart. At that moment, the grab hand appeared again at the door. D33 nervously pulled Lu Binbin. Let us go, we'll talk at home. Home? Lu Binbin looked up at her, unsure where she meant. Back to your home. D33 locked eyes with him, understanding his confusion. They couldn't determine whether this was the A space or the B space. If that's the case, then let us go home and take a look. If there are two Lu Binbins, then this is the B space. Of course, there was a simpler way, which was to go to the hospital and see if Lu Li was still in the ward. But D33 thought about how Lu Binbin had just recovered from Lu Li's death and didn't want to stimulate him directly. As they held hands and walked out of the CAF, the grab hand approached them. D33 saw that this time the grab hand seemed to be targeting her. And in a moment of panic, she shouted, "Grab the pervert! Grab, pervert!" The grab hand was stunned for a moment and turned around. D33 pointed at the grab hand, stamping her feet, and said to the others who turned at the sound, "It's him. He is a perverted wolf." Chapter 58. Not to be separated, the power of the crowd is strong. D33, with the help of a kind-hearted person, surrounded the captors who were going to take her to the police station. She took the opportunity to run away with Lu Binbin. However, there was not just one captor. Even if one fell, the others would come at them like cockroaches from the shadows, taking turns. When D33 turned the corner with Lu Binbin and saw the other captors, she panicked a bit. Lu Binbin noticed the fear in D33's eyes and the sweat in her palms, and he understood. He tightened his grip on her hand and whispered, "Follow me." D33 shook her head at the distance, but she followed closely behind him as they made a sharp turn into a department store. Although Lu Binbin was physically weak and had not yet recovered, his innate parkour instincts kicked in. He glanced briefly and then let go of D33, leaping lightly into the air, effortlessly climbing and dodging obstacles. A girl passing by let out a small scream at his action and quickly took out her phone to film. He paid no mind to her and, once they reached the second floor, turned around and extended his hand to D33, pulling her up. D33 gauged the distance and shook her head at him, but she stepped back 2 paces and followed him up to the second floor. "Have you forgotten? I used to be your stand-in photographer," she said, slightly displeased that Lu Binbin underestimated her abilities. Okay, Lu Binbin nodded, seeing the black-clad men also displaying impressive skills and adding, "Then let's work together." Soon, the bright department store felt like it was part of a movie, with a pair of good-looking men and women swiftly navigating between floors. The banners, toys, and some exaggerated displays around them became their tools, helping them soar. The black-clad pursuers behind them were also jumping around, adding to the sense of urgency and tension. Everyone was searching for cameras, trying to figure out if this silent movie scene was part of someone's video theme or from a film crew's location shoot. It wasn't until Lu Binbin led D33 out of secret exit from a mall, catching a time gap, that they temporarily shook off the pursuers. On the way, Lu Binbin frowned and asked D33, "Who are they?" "The ones who are trying to take me back," D33 replied solemnly. She revealed to Lu Binbin her suspicions about being an Earthling, the lies told to her by the leaders, and her decision to not return in order to have another chance to meet him. "They are sent by the leadership of our planet to capture me." D33 sat in front of the bus stop, watching the bus that was approaching. "I no longer have superpowers, and if I'm captured, the best outcome would be that they take me back to eliminate my number. The worst would be, right here." Before she could finish, Lu Binbin tightly grasped her wrist and said, "No, you don't belong there. You belong to yourself, to me, to Earth." D33 looked into his eyes and smiled slightly. "It's nice to see your domineering yet gentle gaze again." Lu Binbin was taken aback. D33 reached out to touch his tired but still handsome eyes. "Do you know how much I miss your gaze? I've lived so long without knowing what it feels like to miss someone. It's you who made me experience these complex and strange human emotions. Compared to my compatriots. Ive regreset." Suddenly, D33 noticed crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and 2 strands of white hair at his temples. She was sure they weren't there earlier at the CEF. How could this be? Is time speeding up? Am I in his space instead of him being in my B space? Or has time lost its balance after the 2 spaces connected? Several questions spun in D33's mind like bugs in a program gone wrong. Lu Binbin wrapped his arms around her neck and gently kissed her furrowed forehead. "Loving someone is a beautiful thing. You don't need to be troubled by it." Lu Binbin lovingly patted her messy little head. "Have you forgotten? You've lost your memory twice. Yet you still fell in love with me twice. So, the fate between us is inescapable." D33 blinked and summarized, "A love that transcends time and space." Lu Binbin's sad eyes finally sparkled with a bit of light. "Yes, a love that transcends time and space." At that moment, fine lines began to appear under his eyes. The bus arrived, and D33 clenched her fists. Compared to the pursuers, the chase of time seemed even more threatening to her life. They sat in the back row, holding each other's hands tightly, leaning against each other, the scenery outside familiar yet strange. As long as they were together, it didn't matter where the bus took them. After getting off, they arrived at a familiar neighborhood. Lu Binbin led D33 inside. D33 said a bit nervously, "If Lu Binbin is here." Lu Binbin replied, "Then that's perfect. I can confront him and ask him why he has eyes but doesn't see you." D33 glanced at him, thinking, "He likes me now. I just didn't tell you." Clearly returning to her own home. Their expressions were inexplicably serious as they silently ascended to the second floor. At the door, D33 and Lu Binbin both lingered for a moment over the door lock. Their first significant encounter had been with this lock when D33 showcased her superpowers. However, this time, the lock was still intact, showing no signs of having been changed. So D33 was sure this was Lu Binbin's home in the B space. Lu Binbin tried entering the code, and the door opened. The same environment, the same arrangement, no different from where she lived. He looked down at the threshold, as if asking D33 or himself, "Am I trespassing?" D33 stepped ahead of Lu Binbin. I'll go in first. The house was empty, and she looked at the clock on the wall. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. Lu Binbin should be filming at this time. She told him to come in and rest on the sofa for a while. Even if he was trespassing, it could be considered hers, so he could sleep peacefully. Lu Binbin took D33's hand, his voice hoarse. You sleep with me. He pressed his slightly warm face against the back of D33's hand like a spoiled child. From now on, I don't want to be separated from you. Not even for a second. D33 gently patted his head, comforting herself like he did. I promise you, we won't be separated. Not to be separated, don't separate. The lies of the leadership made her feel that what she once firmly believed was full of flaws. She needed to find her past, uncover the secrets of her amnesia, and discover her true belonging. Lu Binbin lay on the sofa, exhausted from the physical exertion of escaping and parkour, and soon fell asleep. D33 sat beside him, tightly holding his hand, quietly gazing at his face, which still bore traces of tears, as if time was visibly leaving marks on him. One of her worries was difficult to voice. If time accelerated, a day would be like 10 years. Wouldn't Lu Binbin's life soon be exhausted? She hoped all of this was just her unnecessary worry. Otherwise, even if she turned herself into a traitor of our planet and desperately stayed by his side, even if he held her hand as he did now, they would still be unable to resist the ravages of time. How could she not be separated from him? D33 lowered her gaze, picked up a paper towel roll from beside her to hold Lu Binbin's hand, and went to the kitchen to make him a bowl of hot porridge and some side dishes. Lu Binbin would surely be hungry when he woke up. He had said before that her cooking was delicious. While D33 was washing rice by the window, she noticed the captors appearing downstairs again. This time, she felt no fear, withdrew her gaze, and continued cooking. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged in her chest again. This time the pain was not as intense as before. After a brief sensation of pain, I felt my heart begin to shrink, like the melting snow in spring slowly dissolving, and my breathing turned into suffocation. D33 even heard a mechanical unlocking sound coming from within her heart. The last dish of boiled greens was done, and the doorbell rang. D33 instinctively tightened her grip on the frying pan, quickly turned off the heat, and went to the entrance to prepare. The door opened, and D33 saw the figure stepping out from inside. She was about to strike that head with the pan. The other party's strong arm swiftly reached out to block her. Lu Binbin, Meng Meng. Seeing him, D33's heart relaxed for a moment, saying she wasn't scared. What are you doing? Lu Binbin's eyes widened, still in shock. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have gone straight back home. It's nothing, I thought it was a thief. D33 turned around and placed the frying pan back on the table, looking out the window. The place where she saw the hand earlier was now empty. D33 turned back and saw Lu Binbin staring at the direction of the sofa, frozen in place. At this point, the two Lu Binbins had a face-to-face encounter. D33 walked over and introduced, "This is another version of you from a different dimension. Aren't you curious why? While you were filming a video with Xiaoran, she appeared in a wedding dress and accused you of running away from the engagement ceremony when you came to find me at the Phil Hotel? That's because the Xiaoran you encountered isn't your Xiaoran. The other version of you is indeed engaged to that version of Xiaoran in that dimension." Lu Binbin stared blankly at the person lying on the sofa who looked exactly like him, his expression turning strange, so strange that he couldn't comprehend, snorting in disbelief. Meng Meng, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word. Anyone in such a situation would find it impossible to grasp what was happening. D33 could understand. To Lu Binbin, her explanation probably sounded like a tongue twister. However, what was meant to come would always come. They would eventually meet. This situation was fine too. At least it provided a chance for explanation. After Lu Binbin slapped himself hard and felt the clear pain, realizing that he could still see another version of himself, he turned D33's shoulder, eyes wide with horror. Who is he? Why does he look exactly like me? You just said, what another dimension? Where does this other dimension come from? D33 felt a bit dizzy and didn't know where to start explaining. So she simply pointed to the clock on the wall. Look, the time on the wall. D33 reminded Lu Binbin. What time was it when you went out? What time is it now? Lu Binbin was confused. What was wrong with the time on the wall? When he saw that the time on the wall was 2:50, something seemed to spark in his memory. He had left home after watching a soccer match, and he clearly remembered the time when the match ended. It was 2:50. It was still 2:50 now. Lu Binbin realized something was off, but he still didn't understand. I am another you. You are another me. We live in a mirrored world. In my dimension, time passes very quickly, while in your dimension, time is almost stagnant. On the sofa, Lu Binbin woke up, and he personally explained to Lu Binbin. The two Lu Binbins locked eyes, the scene suffocating and eerie. At this moment, two hands were already gathering outside the door, preparing to take D33 back to Planet R. Chapter 59, Everything returns to the beginning. Lu Binbin's mind was still spinning rapidly, lost in chaos. The person in front of him not only looked exactly like him, but also sounded exactly like him. He couldn't believe it. Gathering his courage, Lu Binbin took a step closer to this other self. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that this other Lu Binbin seemed to be a bit older than him. He began to believe what he had told Meng Meng about the different flow of time in two parallel universes. This was too bizarre. It was simply illogical. No, this was not scientific at all. After living for so long, how could he not know there were different timelines? A mirror world. Are you filming a movie? Or did you find a temporary actor who looks exactly like me to deliberately mess with me? Lu Binbin reached out to grab D33's hand. Seeing this, the other Lu Binbin stepped forward and swatted his hand away, pulling D33 behind him. That's because my girlfriend is not from Earth. So she has become like this. Lu Binbin was stunned. What did you say? She's your girlfriend? Yes. Lu Binbin's gaze slowly shifted past the other Lu Binbin to D33, as if staring into eternity. Didn't you say I was your girlfriend? Don't you recognize me anymore? I am someone who knows you. I wanted you to hate me. How about it? Lu Binbin, let's date. I've taken a liking to you. The scenes from the past. Those nonsensical words he had heard, from her shamelessly clinging to him and saying she liked him to her later indifference. In that moment, seeing another version of himself and hearing the other Lu Binbin say she was his girlfriend, everything suddenly made sense. D33 formally introduced herself, saying she was from Planet R and that her name was D33, and confessed, "Yes, at first, I mistook you for someone else. I'm sorry. I only realized something was off about the two timelines after arriving in this one." Lu Binbin smiled bitterly, lowering his gaze, feeling himself sink into a lonely darkness. So, I'm just an accident. You mistook me for him. Lu Binbin laughed and then kicked the coffee table with his foot. The noise inside the room drowned out the sounds outside. Suddenly, a figure burst in through the door, appearing behind Lu Binbin. D33 was alarmed and quickly pulled Lu Binbin away. But it was too late. As they turned, the figure had already appeared behind her. Thus, D33 had nowhere to run. Lu Binbin grabbed a vase from the coffee table and smashed it against one of the intruder's heads. Meng Meng, run. Seeing this, Meng Meng ran into the room. Just as another intruder was about to block Meng Meng's path, Lu Binbin reached out and pulled the intruder's neck. Everything happened too quickly. Lu Binbin only knew that unknown individuals had suddenly entered his home. Instinctively, he picked up a broom nearby to drive the two intruders out. But in that moment, he realized one thing. If the Lu Binbin in front of him was killed, then Meng Meng would be his. Once this evil thought emerged, it took root and sprouted uncontrollably in his heart. Watching D33 run into the room, Lu Binbin put the broom back in its place and quietly watched as the two intruders grabbed Lu Binbin by the neck and tossed him onto the sofa like a small chicken. Lu Binbin thought they would kill him, but they turned to look at him, and a pained groan from D33 echoed in the room. When Lu Binbin tried to run over, the two intruders holding Lu Binbin up waved their hands, and everything went black before his eyes. He passed out and knew nothing. The clock on the wall resumed ticking. The Lu Binbin on the sofa and the two intruders disappeared together. D33 was not dealt with on the spot, but was instead taken back to Planet R. She saw the black and white figures of the leadership again. They questioned D33 about why she didn't follow their instructions, stating that no one on planet R could betray the leadership's decisions. D33, do you remember what your purpose was when you went out? Initially, you insisted that we give you a chance so that you wouldn't be placed on the elimination list. The figure in the black bodysuit pointed at D33, who was locked in a purification machine, scolding her. How dare you decide to stay on Earth without permission? D33 stared at him. Then why do you insist on bringing me back for punishment? The man in the white helmet pulled the lever on the control panel. You are the only exception whose heart chip has been rebooted and cannot have its memories erased. Your data still has reference value. Otherwise, you would be a discarded chip with no value at all. D33 sneered. It's probably not a chip. It's a person. The man in the white helmet paused his hand on the lever. Seeing his reaction, D33 continued. Why do I have memories of Lu Binbin's grandfather? I should have a name. My name is Chi Meng. I have memories from decades ago. I am originally from Earth. The heart chip that activates in 30 days. Would you call a system reboot or chip update? What is the real reason for it? Or is it that, not just me, but everyone on planet has their own names and memories? We are all originally from Earth, aren't we? These questions swirled in D33's mind for a long time. When she discovered that touching Lu Binbin's necklace triggered those repeating fragments, she dared not think it was a huge conspiracy. The so-called elimination list for overpopulation. Are they really eliminating those whose life value is unstable? And Lu Binbin has too. It was because of a necklace malfunction that she was sent to the wrong Lu Binbin side. So, does her unstable life value mean that she is destined to unveil the leadership's conspiracy? The man in the white helmet did not want D33 to continue speaking and pulled the lever to the maximum value, activating the purification machine to directly crush D33. At that moment, the figure in the black bodysuit stopped the man in the white helmet and walked straight to D33. D33 seemed to see a face smiling under the brim of the hat. D33, I still let you choose. Will you choose to die yourself? Or will you choose for Lu Binbin to die? A screen appeared on the glass enclosure where D33 was being held. On the screen, the figure in the black bodysuit showed her the things that had confused her for so long. 2 spaces, 2 Lu Binbins. One was lost and forlorn with the necklace, while the other was happily living with Xiaoran. The footage began from the day she disappeared. She vanished from the bed in an instant, and the 2 spaces started to become unequal. The space where Lu Binbin was with Xiaoran pressed against the space where she had disappeared. Although it started slowly, from an observer's perspective, it was clear to see that each push to the side caused the Lu Binbin with the necklace to feel a sharp pain in his chest, clutching his heart to take a deep breath. Just like how, after she reappeared beside Lu Binbin, her heart would often ache. The time of spatial compression was too fast, and Lu Binbin's space-time also accelerated, while the time on Lu Binbin's side slowed down. This matched her speculation. It was indeed related to time. Space influenced time. 2 spaces, 2 Lu Binbins. Only 1 space could survive. And the only way to help Lu Binbin resist the survival of this space was for her to be present, allowing the 2 spaces to return to balance. Whoever you choose will live. Or you can choose yourself. If the real space accommodates the false space, everything will return to its original state. No, you can't do this. Who are you to decide the life and death of others? D33 looked at the screen, showing the accelerated spatial compression, thinking of Lu Binbin's rapidly aging signs. Her heart felt as if it were being crushed by a compressor, nearly shattering her breath. The figure in the black bodysuit pointed at D33. So let you decide. You. The black bodysuit looked at the time on the watch and reminded, you have 1 minute left. The white helmet's hand rested on the lever, eager to end it all. D33 bit her lip, staring at the 2 Lu Binbin on the screen. Scenes from the past kept looping in her mind. She never changed her mind about not wanting Lu Binbin to die, but her dislike for him stemmed from a misunderstanding that had begun it all. She didn't want any relationship with him, yet she didn't want to hurt him because of herself. As for herself, she couldn't bear the thought of dying because she promised Lu Binbin that she would stay with him. He had already lost Lu Lily and couldn't lose his beloved girlfriend again. 1 minute felt like each second was mechanically pressing down on her heart. D33 fixed her gaze on the lever that determined her life and death, listening as the countdown in the upper left corner dropped to 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. D33 heard herself say, I choose. D33 woke up again, finding herself back in Lu Binbin's bed. An arm was draped over her body. Turning her head, she saw Lu Binbin's sleeping face. D33 hesitantly reached out to pinch him. Lu Binbin woke up, groggily opened his eyes to glance at her, and then closed them again. No need to get up early today. Let me sleep a bit more. D33 froze, retracting her hand, then placed her fingers under her nose to smell the scent of cream. So, she had returned to that lost day. The night before, she had wanted to say goodbye to Lu Binbin properly and had made a cake. Lost in thought, Lu Binbin's face leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her neck. D33's heart skipped a beat. However, this time, she didn't feel heartache from her fluttering heart. She turned her head again, looking closely at this face. Just now, Lu Binbin's vague tenderness made her certain that he was indeed her Lu Binbin. She silently reached out to gently trace his sleepy eyes, nose, and the corner of his mouth. She noticed that there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and there were no white hairs at his temples. Everything had returned to normal. She looked at the clock on the wall. It was moving in normal speed, ticking normally. Everything seemed to have gone back to the way it was at the beginning. D33 secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a hot tear inadvertently welling up in her eyes, silently falling onto the pillow. She stayed with Lu Binbin for a while longer until her phone rang, waking her up. It was her phone. D33 picked it up and silenced the vibrations, glancing at the caller ID showing Xiaoda. She looked at Lu Binbin, then quietly got out of bed and went to the living room to answer the call. In the living room, leftover food from last night was still on the table, and the cake she had made was half-eaten. D33 withdrew her gaze and pressed the call button. Hello. Xiaoda on the other end was momentarily stunned by D33's low voice. What? Still not up? Chapter 60. Marriage is a sweet promise. D33. Binbin said I can sleep in a bit today. That means he can sleep in, but you can't. You're now a rising internet celebrity. Have you forgotten? Xiaoda is reminding D33 on the phone. Your self-introduction video has already gone semi-viral after just one night of promotion and sharing. Everyone knows you're the strong girl. I thought all night about what kind of positioning would be best for you, and I think D33 remembers that when she left, she had just promised Xiaoda to be her manager, filmed a self-introduction short video, and opened a new account. Now, it's just reconnecting, thinking about how in both spaces she had only just started before being abruptly cut off. Reconnecting now feels like a form of compensation. What do you think? D33 snapped back to reality, grabbed a handful of her hair, and said, Sorry, Xiaoda, can you say that again? I didn't catch it. I really haven't fully woken up yet. I think you might as well continue to focus on your strength and make that label bigger and more substantial, so that when people think of female strongman, they think of you. What do you think? Xiaoda patiently repeated. D33 didn't have any strong opinions on this. You decide, you're the manager. Hearing this, Xiaoda happily softened his tone. Okay, hurry up and get ready. I'll come pick you up soon. You don't need to worry about breakfast. We can eat on the way. D33 hung up the phone, and Lu Binbin came out of the room, rubbing his eyes. What is up? Who is looking for you? Xiaoda, I'm going to shoot a video. Lu Binbin nodded. I didn't expect that a trip to the fruit store would turn you into an internet celebrity. It looks glamorous on the surface, but it's actually tough inside, having to endure the drop in views and the feeling of being abandoned by the audience at any moment. Are you really mentally prepared for this? D33 shook her head. I haven't thought about any of that. I don't care if I'm popular or how long it lasts. As long as I can earn a lot of money to help you with Lily's treatment costs, that's enough for me. Lu Binbin gently embraced her, tightly holding her shoulders. Are you from the heavens? D33 was taken aback. Huh? How could you be so angelic? Lu Binbin sighed happily yet sadly. How lucky I am to have you as my girlfriend. D33's long eyelashes gently drooped, forming a misty curtain as she blinked. Although Xiaoda told her not to worry about breakfast, she still personally went to the kitchen to prepare some for Lu Binbin. D33, wearing an apron, was busy in the kitchen, listening to Lu Binbin report his schedule for the day. Today, I'm going to shoot 2 sets of workout videos, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. I might be back late at night, so don't wait for me. Just go to bed first. All right. Lily needs to do a series of tests today. If we're both busy, I'll call the doctor to arrange for tomorrow. Also, the chocolate cake from last night was too bitter, but it was really delicious. Lu Binbin talked to her like an old married couple, casually mentioning things he suddenly remembered, and D33 didn't feel impatient at all. She listened happily. This peaceful feeling in life is truly precious and rare. When D33 poured milk for Lu Binbin, he asked her to open her palm. D33 complied and felt something cool placed in her hand. When she opened it, it was the necklace from around his neck. I wanted to give this to you last night. Lu Binbin smiled gently. This was left to me by my grandfather, and he told me to give it to the girl I choose in the future. Ming Ming, I like your intentions. You don't need to doubt it. I didn't tea like Xiao Ran before, and I definitely want tea like her in the future. D33 raised her eyes. You're so kind, so beautiful, so lovely. How could I bear to like someone else? He lightly tapped her forehead, half playfully, half seriously, saying, Don't be mad at me again like last night. I really don't want to go through that again. Last night? Did something happen? D33 asked knowingly. Lu Binbin thought he was being prompted and quickly shook his head in a selfie. No, nothing happened. We're good. We didn't tea argue last night. Just had a debate. D33 was unaware of Lu Binbin's self-awareness as a boyfriend, nor did she realize that he thought she was prompting him. Instead, from his response, she realized that her confession about her past was likely not in his memory. D33 smiled with a hint of comfort and graciously accepted the necklace. Okay, then from now on, you are mine. Lu Binbin took a sip of milk, leaving a white lip print on D33's face. You've lost your memory twice. Long ago, I was already yours. The person you like says sweet words, and the morning sunlight spills into the room, filling the living room with warmth. The air is sweetened with milk and affection. D33 thought, this must be the reason she lingers on Earth. The warmth of the human world is a powerful existence, stronger than any kind of magic. It makes people feel attached and willing to give everything for it. The past self, who is indifferent and disdainful of such lowly feelings, seems further away than the two time spaces, and she doesn't want to remember it at all. D33 told herself, don't think about anything else. Just enjoy the moment. Lu Binbin, will we get married? The TV says that two people who love each other very much will walk into the hall of marriage, have a beloved baby, and live happily together for a long, long time. Marriage is a sweet promise. D33 didn't really expect that day would come. She just wanted to hear Lu Binbin make such a sweet promise to her. Her question might have come as a surprise, as Lu Binbin, who was eating a sandwich, paused for a moment. Just then, the doorbell rang. D33 got up to open the door, and Xiao appeared at the door. Huh? Why haven't you changed yet? It's just a 2-minute thing. D33 couldn't stand Xiao's high-pitched urging and quickly turn around. Come on, my dear. Time is money. Can you hurry up? Don't be so lazy, okay? We don't have enough time in a day. Xiao chattered as he walked in, seeing Lu Binbin having breakfast. Binbin, can you not boss my new person around? You were so reluctant to come in front of the camera. What is up? Now that you see someone getting famous, are you jealous? Lu Binbin didn't turn back, directly tossing his fork over. Wow, are you committing murder? With your size, can you even kill anyone? Hey, personal attacks aren't cool. While the two exchanged playful jabs, D33 quickly returned to her room and changed her clothes. Let's go. Chowd was clearly dissatisfied with D33's casual t-shirt. Look, we're going out. It's showtime. You're going to change your outfit later, but you can't be sloppy for this prelude, okay? Saying this, he tied a knot at the hem of D33's t-shirt, squatted down to roll up her pants, revealing her pretty socks, and then took out a pair of sunglasses from his bag and gently placed them on her nose. This looks much better than before. Binbin, what do you think? Lu Binbin, holding a piece of bread, tilted his head and looked over seriously. My girlfriend looks good in anything. Kiaoda. Let us go. Time is up. Xiao pushed D33 out the door, not forgetting to turn back and remind Lu Binbin. Remember, during this time, if Xiao Ran comes looking for you, try not to let anyone catch you two in the same frame. Keep it cool, but don't be too cold with Xiao Ran. D33 could hear, before she suddenly disappeared, Lu Binbin and Xiao Ran publicly acknowledged their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It was she who forgot about this, and even asked him such foolish questions like whether he would get married. The tranquility of life was merely a way to deceive oneself behind closed doors. You, don't take it too seriously. When you can outshine Xiao Ran, we won't have to fear her unilateral total ban anymore. By then, you could take over Lu Binbin and help him with his work. And Lu Binbin will still be yours, completely unrelated to Xiao Ran. So you need to work hard. As they were going down the stairs, Chowda glanced at the somewhat downcast D33 and comforted her. D33 didn't speak and quietly nodded. At the corner of the elevator, there was a dilapidated half-length mirror placed by someone, and her and Xiao Da's reflections were blurred, just like her future after returning here. Anything could happen. She didn't have to dwell on things that hadn't happened yet. Upon reaching the first floor and getting into Xiao Da's car, D33 took the hot soy milk and pancake, taking a deep breath while looking out at the rapidly retreating scenery. Xiao was right. Only by focusing on her career could she have a greater say. This time, the shooting location was chosen outdoors in an abandoned car lot. When D33 got out of the car, she saw a pile of discarded tires and scrapped cars, and on the nearest table were many cute clothes and headbands. Xiao went to the back of the car and opened the trunk, showcasing the alternative props he had thoughtfully prepared for D33. Pumpkins, vegetables, levers, and dumbbells. Specifically, he didn't know what her weightlifting limit was, so he prepared various weights. Xiao lifted his arm, adding, of course, if you can lift that big pumpkin over there. D33 didn't wait for him to finish, directly walking towards the tire area. She tried a bit, and with a gentle hug, she lifted a stack of over 30 tires effortlessly. Let us see if I can lift it. Xiao moved closer to the car, pointing at the large pumpkin inside, and was left dumbfounded by the scene. D33 looked at him effortlessly and said, I can lift it. Xiao Valovid Harji. He silently retracted his finger, surprised yet trying hard to remain calm. Okay, I got it. You can put it down now. Put it down. D33, too lazy to bend down, tossed it aside. Xiao felt a tremor from the ground up under his feet. D33 clapped her hands and walked over to the table, looking at the clothes and accessories on it. Are these what I'm supposed to wear today? Xiao nodded. Yes, the point of the strong girl attracting attention is the contrast. Right now, the character design that is particularly popular is the contrast. The greater the contrast, the more exciting it is. Just think, if you were the cutest, most innocent, and fragile clothes while doing the most violent things, how incredible would that be? How impactful. This is called an eye-catching shock, doesn't it? While Xiao was explaining, D33 had already put on a little bunny headband and went into a nearby simple tent to change her clothes. I don't understand. I'll just do whatever you say. D33 frowned at the tight and short skirt that made it impossible to bend down. Unable to help, but asked Xiao, are you sure this is okay? At that moment, she looked like a bunny girl transformed out of a comic. Chapter 61 Erasure Giordano supported his substantial upper body on the table, examining D33's transformed appearance. Not bad, really good. Just be a bit careful with your movements. Oh, and when the video goes live, you need to tell Lubin Bin that you agreed to wear this, not that I forced you into it. D33 nodded, somewhat confused. Giordano leaned in and lowered his voice. Hey Meng Meng, just how strong are you? Can you lift anything? What about an elephant? D33 looked at him. His face was filled with genuine curiosity, showing no fear of her at all. D33 thought for a moment and asked, don't you remember who I am? Her sudden question caught Giordano off guard. Huh? What? D33 recalled their specific conversation from last month. On the 2nd of last month, when you came to find Lubin Bin and talked to me in the hallway. Do you remember? Giordano stared blankly. The 2nd of last month? I was busy playing ranked matches then. How could I have had time to go out? The 2nd of last month. He pulled out his phone to check his records. No doubt about it, I won a ranked match that day and made 5,000 yuan, see? D33 understood that. Regarding her origin from planet R, the memory had been erased for both Lubin Bin and Giordano. She nodded nonchalantly. Oh, I must have remembered it wrong. Giordano put his phone back in his pocket. You still haven't answered me. What is your limit? And when did you discover your powers? Can you tell me about it? If we go on a show, the host, reporters, and fans will ask. D33 opened her eyes slightly and wove her own story. As of now, I don't have a limit. As for when I discovered it, I've been like this since I can remember. Giordano clapped his hands, excitedly rearranging plans. Great. Let us do a series on the super strength girl and see where your limit is. Let us not set the bar too high at first. Today, let us start with lifting pumpkins and vegetables. We'll save the tires for later. Before long, the filming crew arrived. Giordano, as the director of the video script, was busy and excited, while D33 was a thoughtless executor, just following the shooting instructions. In no time, after an hour of filming, a video of less than 3 minutes was wrapped up. Giordano hurriedly instructed a new assistant to help D33 change her outfit. We have an interview for a show next. So no need to wear such flashy clothes, just keep it natural. Inside a simple tent, D33 watched the inexperienced assistant help her unbutton her collar while listening to Giordano tirelessly convey the nature of the program and what she needed to pay attention to. She couldn't help but recall when she first arrived on Earth, being an assistant to Lubin. Back then, she didn't understand anything. Yet, she didn't feel she had anything to be ashamed of, unlike the shy assistant in front of her, who couldn't even hold eye contact for more than a second and a half. Sorry, Ming, but I might not be able to let you wear this necklace for now. Can I keep it for you? Seeing D33 staring at her, the assistant became increasingly nervous, her palms sweating. After struggling several times, she finally managed to unfasten the last button, revealing an ancient necklace inside. Hesitating, she thought it wouldn't match the overall look. D33 came back to her senses and looked at the necklace pendant. That's fine, but you must keep it safe for me. It's very important to me. The assistant nodded vigorously. Okay, Ming. What is your name? I'm called Xiaoqi. D33 smiled faintly. Xiaoqi, am I really that scary? You seem quite afraid of me. Xiaoqi quickly shook her head, her round glasses nearly slipping off her nose. No. It's just my first internship, and I'm really afraid of not doing it well. D33 patted Xiaoqi's shoulder. Don't worry, you'll do great. Have confidence in yourself. Look, I can do it. Xiaoqi stared blankly, warmly accepting D33's encouragement, completely unaware of what D33's last comment meant, but feeling she had encountered a relatively approachable boss. Soon, D33's dedication made Xiaoqi realize that D33's claim of being able to do it was indeed self-praise, not mere comfort. D33 was tireless, always maintaining the most abundant energy in front of the camera. This was fine, and she obediently accepted adjustments and instructions. Giordano pointed, and she followed without a word of complaint. Everyone asked Giordano where he found such a treasure. Giordano, once you get rich, don't forget your brothers. Remember, don't forget us when you're wealthy. Z, you're doing great now. The most popular people in the circle are close to you. How did you manage that? All those years of hard work paid off. Giordano, you can't eat all those benefits by yourself. Really, share some with us. We should share the blessings. In no time, Giordano became the center of attention, surrounded by eager faces. What treasure? Let me see it too. A clear voice cut through the cheerful chatter of the men, announcing the arrival of Xiao Ran, who had yet to be seen. Xiao Ran's team entered first, followed by her slow appearance. Today, she was dressed in a particularly feminine fitted dress, wearing high heels and exuding charm, her aura towering at 2 meters 3. Seeing this, others quickly picked up on the cue, scattering to the sides to give the stage to the two leading ladies. A new battle was about to begin. Although Giordano was Xiao Ran's boyfriend's manager, that didn't mean Xiao Ran needed to be friends with D33. From a competitive perspective, D33's super strength girl persona was gaining momentum, and she would soon become Xiao Ran's most formidable competitor. Xiao Ran didn't throw a black face directly at D33 for Giordano's sake, but still had to show some authority. Giordano's eyes darted as he stepped forward with a smile. Xiao Ran, what brings you here? I heard Bin say you didn't have any filming work today. Yeah, I don't. That's why I'm dressed like this, to discuss the next interview time with director Giordano. Xiao Ran smiled slightly at Giordano, then turned to D33. I didn't expect you to be working today and bringing a newcomer. Yeah, I really didn't expect Ming's fruit lifting video to become so popular. Actually, we're just starting to try it out. You know, there's so many influencers now. Not everyone can reach the heights like you, Xiao Ran. As a senior, please guide our newcomer Ming. Giordano gave Xiao Ran enough face and tried to lessen her anger to avoid a stiff atmosphere. Xiao Ran smirked coldly. So, the treasure you were all talking about earlier is her? I remember when I came here to accept the interview for Starry Wonders. It took me a whole year to get invited by the program team to meet Sister Kelly. How long has Ming been here to meet Sister Kelly? So, she really is a rare treasure. Giordano, you hit the jackpot. Giordano forced a smile. I had noticed before, but now that I look closely, she really does have star quality. Xiao Ran leaned down, looking straight at D33, who was only in flat shoes, and remarked, "From being an unremarkable assistant by Bin's side to now jumping out to become an internet celebrity, I really underestimated you." The spectators, eager for a show, couldn't help but hold their breath. Xiaoran made it clear that she was unfriendly towards D33. In her vague words, there were too many insinuations. It seemed that the competition between the two women was not only about their careers, but also about men. The thrill of seeing through a foggy lens was also the most exciting drama of tearing each other apart that couldn't be clearly articulated outside the camera. Chowda stood between the two women, emanating heat from his body. When D33 approached and discovered that the massive Chowda was blocking her, she moved aside and stepped forward. "I didn't misjudge you. Whether in the past or present, you've always been this annoying." Chowda widened his eyes, not expecting D33 to be so fierce, directly speaking such words without giving face. His earlier groundwork was wasted. Others raised their eyebrows, also surprised that the usually gentle and quiet D33 had suddenly made such a remarkable statement. "If you have nothing else, I need to continue recording the interview. Time is tight, so I won't accompany you," D33 said, turning around and swiftly tying her hair into two long ponytails, which she then flicked on her face with such force that Xiao Ran stumbled back 2 small steps in disarray. Earlier, during a break in the interview, D33 had been invited to shoot 2 segments for the program's promotion, and there was still the second half of the interview to film. She hadn't said anything excessive to Xiao Ran, but her words were sharper than anything over the top. She didn't physically strike Xiao Ran, but that hair flick was more decisive than a direct hit. How strange. D33 wasn't wearing high heels. Instead, she was in the most ordinary casual outfit. Her hair styled into 2 cute, non-aggressive ponytails, and she was half a head shorter than the elegantly dressed Xiao Ran. Yet she fearlessly stepped forward and said that one line, instantly extinguishing the flamboyant aura surrounding Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's face shifted from black to white, like the prelude to an impending storm, quite terrifying. Chowda hurriedly retreated tactically with a smile before she exploded. "Sorry, Xiao Ran. I'll go in first. Meng's interview will end in 10 minutes. It'll be quick." "Really quick." Xiao Ran stood still, forcing herself to regain focus with a cold gaze, looking around. Others either left or turned their backs, pretending to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, discreetly acting like invisible people. She suppressed her emotions, coldly putting her sunglasses back on, and walked inside. Back in the studio, D33 sat calmly opposite the host, handling the upcoming interview with composure. Xiao Ran stood in the dark staff area, arms crossed, watching coldly. After the interview ended, the host called for a break, and D33 stood up and bowed her head to her. "Thank you, Sister Kuli." "You're welcome, and thank you too. Hard work." Sister Kuli patted D33's shoulder and returned the gesture warmly. Xiao Ran walked over and sweetly called out, "Sister Kuli." Sister Kuli looked in the direction of the voice. "Huh? Xiao Ran? Long time no see." "Yes, long time no see." Xiao Ran approached and asked for a hug. "Did Sister Kuli forget me because you have new people?" Chapter 62. "My brother misses you." Sister Kelly glanced awkwardly at D33 and forced a smile. "How could that be?" Xiao Ran leaned on Sister Kelly's arm, tilting her head. "Then why didn't Sister Kelly invite me for an interview?" D33 nodded in acknowledgement. "Sister Kelly, you too chat. I'll take my leave first." Sister Kelly quickly nodded, "Sure, goodbye." D33 strode down to the stage, and Xiao pulled her forward, glancing back in fear. "Fortunately, you're smart enough not to stay there foolishly. If you had continued to confront her, I would have had to muster the courage to come over and pull you away. But speaking of that, saying you're smart doesn't mean you are. Why did you retort her in front of so many people? Even if you consider her a senior, couldn't you just play dumb and be nice?" D33 stopped abruptly in the corridor after leaving the studio. "Ouch!" Chowda covered his mouth after bumping into D33's bun. "You could have said something before stopping." D33 looked at him. "Are you my agent or hers?" Chowda blinked. "Yours." "Isn't an agent supposed to protect their artist?" Chowda bit his lip. "Yes." "Does she have the power to blacklist me?" Chowda paused for a moment, lowering his hand. Of course not. You're both internet celebrities. Although she might be a bit more famous now, your fan base is rapidly increasing. She should be the one worried. You're not on the same level as Lu Binbin. How could she have the right to blacklist you? D33 frowned and summarized. Then why should I be afraid of her? And why should you be afraid of her? Chow da. D33's twin tails bounced with her quickened pace. After a 2-second daze, Chowda hurried to catch up. In the car, Chowda stole glances at D33, who was drinking and resting her eyes. Pondering for a while before speaking up, Meng, actually, I want to make a small correction. It's not about fearing anyone. It's about this industry valuing harmony. When conflicts can be avoided, they should be avoided, don't you think? I only know that good people are often bullied, and when it's time to act, one should act boldly and charge forward. Chowda closed his mouth and continued to watch the updates on his phone. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll order. No, I want to go to the hospital to see Li. D33 opened her eyes. Today, Binbin had 2 jobs and couldn't go to the hospital. Chowda sighed, muttering leisurely, so considerate of Binbin. No wonder Xiao Ran called you a nanny. What did you say? Nothing. I said you're a newly promoted good girlfriend. That's it. Chowda gave a thumbs up. Now he had to support her a bit. Everyone's enthusiasm for the strong girl was unprecedented, and she was his cash cow. D33 lay sideways with her eyes closed, recalling Xiao Ran's eyes from earlier. The relentless malice, and realizing that she was now competing with her in the open, which in Xiao Ran's eyes equated to a challenge. Originally, she was just a small assistant beside Lu Binbin, and Xiao Ran even took advantage of her being an unseen character to play tricks and publicly announce a relationship with Lu Binbin, forcing her, the legitimate girlfriend, to hide in a corner. Xiao Ran was like a proud peacock, and no one could be more beautiful than her. Her self-esteem and pride wouldn't allow anyone to rise above her, especially D33. D33 knew Xiao Ran wouldn't let this go easily. That's fine. Previously, she had too few opportunities to tear into green tea bee cheese. It was good to take this chance to educate the Earthlings on how to behave like Earthlings. Now, in D33's seemingly closed eyes, there was a subtle sense of anxious anticipation and concern for the upcoming meeting with Lu Li. It was as if only seeing Lu Li would make the peaceful and beautiful days feel real and trustworthy. At the hospital, the familiar corridor, familiar nurses, even the nurse station she often passed by. D33 sent Xiao to buy lunch, while she went to see Lu Li first. Stepping on the cold, hard porcelain tiles, and smelling the unpleasant scent of medicine in the air, D33 stood at the door of Lu Li's ward. She looked at the small window on the door, her gaze anxious and hesitant, not daring to look left. Is Lu Li still here? Does Lu Li still recognize her? Hey, Miss Meng, why aren't you going in? At that moment, a young nurse holding cookies came over and greeted her warmly. D33 turned her head and recognized her. A very young nurse, who had just graduated less than a year ago, felt sorry for Lu Li being so young and sick, often bringing candies and cookies to play with Lu Li to ease her tension and loneliness. Is Lu Li in? Li. She's not here. The nurse shook her head. D33's heart dropped from a high place. Not here? She's not here. The nurse noticed D33's expression change instantly and nodded blankly. Yeah, she's not here right now. She went to play with the girl in the next room. D33 almost scared her to death. Please don't say it like that next time. No, there won't be a next time. D33 almost couldn't catch her breath, reaching for the door handle to go in. Sister Meng. D33 heard a familiar and affectionate voice coming from behind the nurse. She leaned over and saw Lu Li happily walking down the corridor with a giant colorful lollipop in her hand. Like a dream, her smiling face, her affectionate call of Sister Meng, the pink bunny hairpin that Lu Binbin gave her that she wore every day, everything, vividly reappeared before her eyes. D33 wanted to rush forward, but her feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, not responding to her thoughts. D33 watched helplessly as Lu Li rushed over to hug her and complained with a mix of happiness and sadness. Sister Meng, how long has it been since you came to see me? You and brother are the same. Have you forgotten me? D33 pinched her soft little face, the real sensation conveying that everything in front of her truly existed. Lu Li didn't die. She's still here. An impulse surged from her heart. D33 half squatted down and tightly embraced her. Along with the loss of Lu Binbin, she held Lu Lili tightly. Lu Lili was a bit startled by D33 and tried to break free, saying uncomfortably, "Sister Meng, I can't breathe." D33 quickly let her go, holding back her excited tears as she cradled Lu Lili's little face and said, "How could I forget you? You are in my and your brother's hearts. Not for a moment will you be forgotten. I'm working hard to earn your surgery fees outside." Lu Lili blinked her grape-like big eyes, curiously asking, "Huh? Sister Meng, are you also earning my surgery fees? Are you also getting photography gigs outside like brother?" "No." D33 mysteriously squinted and shook her head, smiling as she took out her phone to show her. However, the nurse next to her first handed the phone to Lu Lili to have a look. "Your sister Meng is super awesome. She's now an internet celebrity." D33 raised her eyes and stood up. "I'm not a chicken." "Huh? No, I'm in it as a metaphor, a metaphor." The nurse awkwardly chuckled, thinking, this internet celebrity is really different from ordinary ones. She doesn't even know such outdated internet slang. "Were you joking with me?" "Haha, that's really funny." "I'm not joking. I'm not a chicken. I'm a strong girl." D33 pointed at the self-introduction video of herself displayed on the nurse's phone and explained to Lu Lili, "Your Uncle Xiao said that this way I can quickly earn a lot of money to pay for your surgery." D33 gently stroked her little head and said seriously, "So, Lu Lili, you must wait for me. Do you understand?" Lu Lili nodded vigorously and reached out her small hand to gently rub D33's face, saying, "But, will this be too hard on Sister Meng Meng? I don't like Sister Meng Meng to be tired." Her voice was soft and sweet, like a milk candy melting in D33's heart. The little nurse beside them was touched. She placed her hand on her chest and exclaimed, "Oh my, I must have a daughter as cute as Lu Lili in the future. She's simply too adorable. Here, take the candy. Sister has to go to work now." After taking the candy, Lu Lili followed Meng Meng back to the ward. Meng Meng helped her onto the bed, and Lu Lili's little face leaned closer, saying, "Sister Meng Meng, I want to tell you a secret." "What?" "My brother really misses you." D33 was taken aback. "A while ago, you and my brother had a fight, and he came to sit with me, looking so scary with that grim face. I told him to go home, but he wouldn't. Then when he fell asleep, I heard him calling your name." Lu Lili looked like a little gossip reporter, her eyes sparkling with excitement. D33 realized that what Lu Lili said seemed to refer to the time when Lu Bin was saying some strange things to test her. "Really? Yes. I even secretly recorded a video of my brother sleeping and sent it to Xiao Ran." Lu Lili covered her mouth and laughed. D33 said, "I see. No wonder Xiao Ran saw her hostility so deeply. Children shouldn't do such boring things in the future, understand?" D33 pinched her little ear and said, "This is our adult matter. You have to trust that we can handle it well. Just like you can handle your illness, okay?" D33 pouted, but still obediently nodded. "Got it, Sister Meng Meng." Xiao returned with the lunch he bought, and he specially gave D33 a separate portion. "You need to remember to maintain your figure from now on. Eat less and move more. You can't gain weight." D33 took the large portion from his hand. "You should maintain your figure." "Don't worry, I won't gain weight no matter how much I eat." Hiao. After having lunch with Lu Lili, D33 went to talk to the doctor about Lu Lili's condition. When she heard the doctor urging for surgery, she lowered her head and walked out of the hospital, asking Xiao how long it would take to earn the 600,000 surgery fee Lu Lili needed. Xiao clicked his tongue. "That's hard to say. If your fans rise up and you land a few ads, 600,000 can come quickly." D33 looked at him. "So how can I get my fans to rise? Can I make a few more videos?" Xiao nodded but frowned. "You're going to deplete the progress bar early. You know that the lifespan of an internet celebrity is to be extended as much as possible, not. I just want to save Lu Lili." D33 interrupted. Xiao sighed. He understood that Lu Lili's heart couldn't wait. He just wanted to balance D33's career longevity with Lu Lili's surgery timing as much as possible. And when one tries to achieve perfection, they often end up not achieving it. Originally, they would shoot one of the Monster Power series a day, but D33 urged Xiao to shoot them in batches. Xiao decided to stock up in advance. For a whole week, D33 continuously challenged Xiao Da's perceived limits, consistently providing explosive points for the videos. Xiao Da, while shooting, became worried that the team would expose D33's terrifying side. Chapter 63. Like the first time I fell for you, Ming Ming. You're not from Earth, right? How can you be so strong? Xiao Da, after easily placing the watermelon basket weighing over 400 pounds on the ground, felt his sturdy legs almost give way. D33 looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and excitement, and nodded. Yes, I'm not from Earth. I come from Planet R. Xiao Da laughed heartily. Ming Ming, you really know how to tell jokes. Good, this is also something you can dig into. D33 thought to herself, well, even if I admit it, he still doesn't believe me. She remembered how panicked Xiao Da looked when he first saw her use her superpowers. Right? This is the first money. After laughing, Xiao Da waved his hand and placed the money on the table. D33 was taken aback and quickly grabbed the envelope. Your fan base is growing quite well, and advertisements are coming your way soon. Although the fees aren't much, don't worry. Once the first advertisement appears, the others won't be far behind. I'll quote them well. And I want to take my share for now. It's all for Li. Xiao Da patted his chest and said with great loyalty. D33 looked at the money in the envelope. It was exactly 20,000. This was the money she had truly earned with her own hands, without relying on Lu Binbin or anyone else. Back on Planet R, she never felt that money was so important, even after coming to Earth. She didn't think money was that significant until Lu Lili's death made her see Lu Binbin's sorrow. She then realized that this colorful thing could save lives and bring happiness to those she cared about. This money is so important. Thank you, Xiao Da. D33 set the money aside and smiled at Xiao to scratch the back of his head in embarrassment and chuckled. Ah, ISNT this what I should do? D33 suddenly had an idea. Do you want to be lifted up? Xiao Da was stunned, thinking he heard wrong. What did you say? Lifted up? D33 nodded. She remembered how happy children were when lifted up in the hospital. Lu Lili liked it too. She didn't know how to repay Xiao Da, but she had heard him express a desire to be lifted off the ground like the things she held. After his shock, Xiao Da surprisingly felt a bit curious and eager to try. What does being lifted up mean? Just as his little chubby legs moved toward D33, a voice interrupted them. D33 happily ran toward Lu Binbin. Why are you here? I came to pick you up from work. Lu Binbin glanced at Xiao Da, saying, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't know how long you'd be stuck with him. Xiao Da looked wronged. It's not me who is exploiting labor. It's, look, this is my earned money. D33 stuffed the envelope into Lu Binbin's arms. Lu Lili's surgery fees still needed 580,000. Lu Binbin looked at D33, who was covered in dust from a day of shooting outdoors, and gently wiped her face. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, okay? This is my own business. No, your business is my business. D33 shook her head firmly. I'm not tired. Lu Binbin took her hand. Come on, follow me. Xiao Da picked up his tool bag and saw the two of them turn and walk out hand in hand. Hey, aren't you waiting for me? Hey, Lu Binbin, can you give me a ride back too? Lu Binbin responded with a cold back. Oomph, heartless guy. Xiao Da kicked the dust under his feet in anger, choking on it and coughing violently, creating a scene that was both heart-wrenching and amusing. Meanwhile, Lu Binbin drove D33 to the seaside. This was the place they had shot with Xiao Ran as photographers before. D33 sat in the car, looking at the distant, strange yet familiar sea, and asked Lu Binbin why he brought her here. Lu Binbin took the camera from the backseat and turned to D33, who was asking questions, capturing her beauty with the crisp sound of the shutter. He looked at the photos with satisfaction and said, I've always made money as a photographer, but I've never properly taken a set of photos for you. I brought you here to help record this moment and also to have a date. Lu Binbin got out of the car and opened the door for her. He carefully helped her put on a sun-shielding fisherman's hat, changed into flip-flops, and held her hand as they walked toward the shore. The salty and wet sea breeze blew gently on them in the autumn season, feeling warm and comfortable. D33 gazed at the shimmering waves on the sea, like seeing a light blue gem shining there. As she got closer, she realized that Lu Binbin's mention of a date was an understatement. There was a big blue tent with many little light bulbs hanging above, a barbecue grill set up in advance, and a pink rabbit-shaped mini fridge plugged in, creating a particularly romantic scene like in a TV idol drama. Come to think of it, they really hadn't gone on a date since she came to Earth. Otherwise, they were busy with shooting work or taking care of Wuwuwuwu at the hospital. They refer to each other as a couple, yet hadn't done any of the things couples usually do. D33 felt the joy of being surprised by someone. She smiled at Lu Binbin and asked, "So what are we doing first?" "First, let us eat." Lu Binbin smiled as he pulled her to sit down by the tent. D33, aren't we taking pictures? "We'll eat first, rest well, and then take pictures." Chowda said that eating before taking pictures would affect the aesthetics. "What nonsense! You're the most beautiful here." Lu Binbin patted D33's head, took a can of drink from the fridge for her, and began to prepare the food, rolling up his sleeves to start grilling. He seemed to be in a good mood today, with a relaxed and happy look in his eyes, showing no signs of pretense. D33 asked, "Was today's work smooth?" Lu Binbin nodded. "Yes, very smooth. They liked my photos and said they would call me again next time." "Oh, that's good. By the way, I visited Li at the hospital today. She was very happy to get candy from a nurse. I told her she would have this surgery soon, and she will be fine." "Yes, I know. Lily told me to advise you not to worry too much about her." D33 sighed. "This Lily just loves to fret." Lu Binbin laughed. "My sister knows her brother's heart." D33 sipped her grape-flavored drink, watching Lu Binbin, who appeared particularly gentle in the early night light, and for some reason, she couldn't pinpoint what was different about him. It seemed like something was added and something was taken away. At this moment, the waves on the sea turned deep blue. In the blink of an eye, the brightness of the sky diminished by more than half, enveloped in nightfall. A faint white crescent moon was visible on the horizon. Some people arrived by the coast, and, judging by the pairs of figures, most were couples coming to see the sea. Lu Binbin's barbecue grill soon began to emit curling smoke, and D33 could smell the delicious aroma. Lu Binbin first handed her a skewer of grilled squid. "Here, try this." D33 took it, bit into the tender shrimp, and nodded. Delicious. Have you eaten this before in your hometown?" Lu Binbin suddenly asked. D33, distracted by the food, didn't think much and shook her head. "No, I." After the word "no" slipped out, D33 paused and looked back at Lu Binbin. He met her scrutinizing gaze. "What's wrong?" D33 shook her head, hesitated, and asked, "Do you know where my hometown is?" Lu Binbin nodded nonchalantly. "You mentioned it before. It's in Z City, right?" D33 replied casually. "You have a good memory." Lu Binbin handed her 2 more skewers that were grilled. "You mentioned that your hometown is quite remote, and there aren't many things available. When I first saw you, you were like a big Lu Lily, often saying some quite unconventional things." D33 smiled with pursed lips, and the momentary tension in her heart quietly eased as she handed him 2 skewers of grilled beef balls. "You should try some too." When she turned to the fridge to get him a drink, a trace of barely noticeable sadness flashed in Lu Binbin's eyes. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the sea breeze, quickly attracting many young people nearby who wanted to pay for some. Lu Binbin gave a skewer to each of the first few people who came to ask, and then politely declined further requests, saying, "My girlfriend eats a lot, and I'm afraid she'll go hungry, so I can't part with it. Sorry." Some people laughed and walked away, while others recognized D33. "Hey, aren't you that super strong girl?" D33 readily admitted, "Yes, that's me." "Oh wow, you look even better in person than in the videos. Can I admire your strength up close? Can you really lift an elephant? Oh my, can I take a photo with you?" In an instant, young fans of short videos surrounded D33, pushing her boyfriend Lu Binbin aside. D33 remained calm, trying her best to meet their requests one by one. Chowda once said that fans are kings, and these internet celebrities provide a kind of psychological service to some extent. They felt satisfied and stepped back, only then noticing Lu Binbin beside them. Lu Binbin wasn't an internet celebrity, but he had been in the news with the parkour princess Xiao Ran, and someone with sharp eyes recognized him, pointing and saying, "Hey, aren't you Xiao Ran's boyfriend? You two were caught together." "What? Did you just say the super strong girl is your girlfriend?" D33, not yet aware of her status as an internet celebrity, happily forgot Xiao Da's advice when Lu Binbin said he wanted to take her out on a date. She actually shouldn't be in public right now. When someone raised this concern, D33's heart tightened and her smile vanished abruptly. She nervously looked at Lu Binbin. The once lively crowd suddenly fell silent. As if they all understood, they were witnessing a live betrayal and awkwardly exchanged glances. Lu Binbin stood up calmly, wrapping his arm around D33's shoulder. I never said I was Xiao Ran's boyfriend. You can check the screenshots to see if I ever admitted that. What I can tell you now is that the person I like is her, Meng Meng. D33, Lu Binbin. It is, and it will always be. Lu Binbin's gentle voice was like the bright moonlight pouring into every corner of her heart. I think, even if one day I lose my memory and meet you again in another world, I will still fall for you. Just like the first time I felt a spark for you. Everyone gasped and cheered. D33 knew he was confessing his feelings. But she always felt there was more to Lu Binbin's words, as if it wasn't just a metaphor. As their eyes met, D33 struggled to see what she wanted to see, but his smile overshadowed it all. If you guys have nothing else to do, I want to take her on a proper date. Is that okay? Lu Binbin didn't mind whether they picked up their phones. Only a few of them had heard his earlier words, and there was still a chance for more people to hear them. He honestly expressed his request, hoping they would support him. Chapter 64. Lu Binbin. I love you too. They were all here for vacation and leisure, not professional paparazzi. Seeing Lu Binbin say that, they politely smiled and walked away. D33 felt a bit regretful and wanted to call them back. No. Actually, it can be sold. A bunch for 15 yuan. We're by the seaside, and you roasted it yourself. We can't eat that much. We could exchange it for some money. Lu Binbin was amused and reached out to D33's forehead. Dear, have you become obsessed with making money? D33 pursed her lips as he pulled her down to sit. She noticed that the people walking away occasionally turned back to look at them. D33 knew that their date couldn't be the quiet kind she had imagined. She hesitantly asked Lu Binbin, how about we leave? Why? We're just getting started, Lu Binbin said with a bitter smile. The earlier interruption had not stirred any ripples for him. He seemed as if everything had been calculated, as if he had anticipated it all. D33 couldn't help but wonder if Lu Binbin's seaside date arrangement was intentional. Did you deliberately make our relationship public? Aren't you afraid? She involuntarily tightened her grip on the drink bottle, confused about why Lu Binbin would suddenly choose to do this. For the medical expenses of Lu Lily, they had reached a consensus to temporarily go along with Xiao Ran's wishes. She had even moved out to rent another place just to align with Xiao Ran's intentions. Now Lu Binbin was directly bringing her into the open, not greeting Xiao Da, and not saying a word to her. It was far too risky. I'm not afraid. Lu Binbin set the fruit aside to rinse with mineral water. D33 furrowed her brows. Although I can also earn money as an internet celebrity now, Xiao Da said that I still can't be equated with Xiao Ran. After all, she has been in this circle longer than I have. It's not because of anything. It's not because you became an internet celebrity, and I'm not afraid of being blacklisted by her. That's why I chose to walk into the sunlight with you. Lu Binbin interrupted D33. I just want you to truly be my girlfriend. For everyone to know you are my girlfriend. Not Xiao Ran, but you. D33 blinked, momentarily unsure of what to say. I can't do much for you. Lu Binbin lowered his gaze again, transferring the red tomatoes from one bowl to another, each one rinsed and dripping with water. In the past, when you were by my side, I was busy making money and taking care of Lu Lily, with no time to pay attention to you. And I even made you help me take care of Lu Lily. I owe you too much. I don't want to regret after losing something, nor do I want those unimportant people and things to come between us. It's not worth it. Meng Meng, Wuwuwuwu let down the kindness of heaven. He spoke as if recounting an observer's tale, his tone gentle. He carefully wiped each washed tomato with a paper towel and handed them to D33, while he casually wiped his hands on his clothing. D33 stared at the tomatoes in the bowl, which looked like red diamonds, her brows tightening more and more, the shadows in her eyes flickering. As night fell, the sea, unwilling to endure the dark silence, roared and called its friends. Interacting with the people on the shore, D33 found herself unable to restrain her curiosity and asked, Lu Binbin, have you not had your memory erased? Do you still remember everything that happened between us? Did you see those two evil guys and make a devil's deal like I did? Are you saying goodbye to me in your own way? Lu Binbin's gentle gaze and unique smile drew closer to D33, making her ultimately unable to voice her questions. What am I? It can't be. She must be overthinking it. She had promised to return to planet R at the agreed time, and their secret would permanently vanish into the universe with her self-destruction. How could they leave themselves a hidden danger? Lu Binbin wouldn't remember their past. Absolutely not. It was her own issue. She had restored her past memories, and her thoughts were now completely human-like, which was why she had so many wild ideas. Is it only this one kind of fruit? D33 casually filled the silence. Lu Binbin magically pulled a watermelon from his travel bag and winked. How could that be? How could I not buy the watermelon that both of us love to eat? Hearing him say that they both loved the watermelon, D33's lingering confusion dissipated. It was true that she had moved many watermelons these past few days, but as for really liking them, D33 had no special preference for food. If she had to say there was something she particularly liked, it would be everything she ate with Lu Binbin. D33 didn't care about the original intention of this date, nor did she mind if anyone was watching from the side. She wanted to enjoy their first serious date with Lu Binbin. Barbecue, fruit, embracing and resting in the tent. Then barefoot stepping on the waves under the moonlight, D33's long hair danced in the air. She smiled not only at the camera of Lu Binbin, but also at him. The soft sand beneath her feet, still warm from the sunlight of the day, playfully slipped between her toes. The sound of the sea whispered in her ears, and she gazed longingly at Lu Binbin, relishing his admiring gaze. If she could, D33 wished to freeze this moment, to find every possible way to hold on to it. She was just Meng Meng from Earth, just Lu Binbin's girlfriend. She didn't want much. She just wanted to be by his side, to be with Lu Lily, and for the three of them to happily live each day. I choose to bring Lu Lily back to life. Faced with the choice of the black bodysuit, D33 frowned, her heart stopping in a countdown. When she said this, her anxious heart suddenly calmed, and she looked firmly at the black bodysuit. Help me send it back to the A-space before Lu Lily died. I want to save her in my own way. Once I finish this, I will return and activate the self-destruct function, handing the chip over to you. The black bodysuit tilted its head. Why should I agree to you? You've already tried to format my memory, but it failed, didn't it? There are still many people from planet are hiding on Earth, and before I came here, I stored your conspiracy in a safe place. If I don't return on time to update it, everyone on Earth will know about your plot to turn the memories of people on Earth into robots on planet R. I think it will be impossible for you to continue ruling planet R quietly. The white helmet growled. Do you think we will believe your words? D33 turned her head aside, feeling desperate. If you don't believe me, you can try. The black bodysuit straightened its tilted head and warned in a cold voice. No one dares to negotiate with me. Do you know the consequences? D33 couldn't see his eyes behind the mask. She couldn't even imagine what he looked like. In the past, she had never been curious about what kind of face was behind that bodysuit. But D33 still stared at him fiercely. She couldn't show even a hint of fear or lack of confidence. Lu Binbin had said that in human interactions, it was all about psychological warfare. Xiao Ran could harm him recklessly and insert herself between them because she had grasped Lu Lily's weakness. One must know that the deepest emotion in humans is fear. At this moment, the most fearful person should be the one who is the most greedy. Until the black bodysuit finally said okay. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your chip. Whether it's your planet or Earth, there will no longer be you. Meng Meng? Meng Meng. D33 came back to her senses, pushing the hair stuck to her face behind her ear to look at Lu Binbin, who had come close. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her on the face. D33 was taken aback. Her face couldn't help but turn red as she looked around. What are you afraid of? I just gave you a title. Lu Binbin raised an eyebrow. D33 bit her lip. Do I need to kiss you back? That depends on whether you are willing. I want to force you. Saying he wouldn't force her, Lu Binbin leaned in, almost pressing his lips against hers. D33 laughed and mimicked him, wanting to kiss. Lu Binbin suddenly turned his head, successfully stealing a kiss from her. D33's pupils constricted sharply, reflecting Lu Binbin's handsome face, his soft, warm lips carrying his unique dominance, as if he wanted to leave his mark on her more private places. Feeling a bit dizzy, she half pushed and half accepted, allowing Lu Binbin to enter. If the first half was a hazy acceptance, the second half was her exploration and enjoyment of this couple's kiss. D33's breathing became rapid, her back hitting the camera in Lu Binbin's hand, and she instinctively turned her head, only to be pulled back into his arms, his hand moving from her waist to support her. D33 didn't even have time to adjust her breathing. It was a long kiss, accompanied by the sound of the waves, the beach, the crowd, and the moonlit night. D33 thought. Even if her body and memories were decomposed into dust in the universe, she would forever remember this kiss. As long as a bit of consciousness floated anywhere, this man and the unforgettable impression he brought would make the dust dance. Meng Meng, I love you. Just as D33 was about to completely sink into this kiss, Lu Binbin finally let her go, holding her in his arms and whispering the three sweet words that every girl loves to hear. D33's face turned red, gasping for air, feeling her heart pounding. Lu Binbin, I love you too. She boldly embraced him and confessed loudly. D33 thought. There was no moment more clear about what love is than now. Love is certainty and sharing. Many people on earth clearly have so much time. You're stingy with saying I love you. Various self-esteem and pride. Various excuses to evade afterward. She once looked down on time, looked down on this low-level, complicated emotion. Now, she wished to break every minute and second into countless pieces, filling them with love to let Lu Binbin know. Let the world know. D33 loves Lu Binbin. Very much, very much. Chapter 65. The husband sings and the wife follows that night. As emotions ran high, everything flowed from the beach to the car, and then from the car to home. Lu Binbin and D33 pushed this sweet night to its limits. The next day, as expected, D33 was awakened by Xiao's phone call. After a night of tossing and turning, her waist was sore, even though her body was stronger than that of an average person. After using her superpower to silence the annoying phone, D33 glanced at Lu Binbin to see if he had been disturbed. Although Lu Binbin didn't open his eyes, his hand reached over. Don't get up, hug me. D33 whispered, Xiao's emergency call. Lu Binbin pulled the sheets over, pressing down, using the morning's enthusiasm to block D33's work concerns, forgetting everything else once again. A few minutes later, Xiao stormed in. Actually, they didn't need Xiao to come over with the videos on his phone to dig deeper. They already knew that their seaside date had been captured and posted online by meddlesome bystanders. Now, online commenters were almost divided into two groups. One group asked Xiao ran on her account if she had been cheated on, while the other group went to D33's account to scold her for stealing someone's official boyfriend. Xiao, frustrated, grabbed his hair and said, yes, I want Meng Meng Hong, but not like this. You went on a date yesterday, and I thought it was a home date or a low-key outing. But you guys went and shot an idol drama date at the beach. Lu Binbin, what right do you have to do this? What right do you have to not inform me and ruin my artist? Xiao angrily grabbed Lu Binbin's collar, pulling him up from the sofa, furious to the point of bursting a blood vessel, the thick flesh on his neck unable to hide the bulging veins. D33 frowned and rescued Xiao's hand from Lu Binbin's collar, standing in front of Lu Binbin and saying, if you're angry, come at me. Don't blame Lu Binbin. Xiao's eyes bulged with anger. What are you saying? What is going on between you two now? Are you a husband and wife following each other, united against me? D33 knew she was in the wrong and was about to explain. Lu Binbin pulled her behind him. Taking Meng Meng to the beach for a date was my idea. If you want to vent your anger, come at me. I want everyone to know that the real third party is Xiao Ran, not Meng Meng. You want to confront Xiao Ran? Kiao da speed? No. Binbin, didn't we agree before? You said you would endure until we gathered the surgery fees for Li Li, right? Meng Meng is starting to earn money now. She might earn it soon, but she hasn't earned it yet. You smashed her rice bowl last night. Are you insane? What are you thinking? I will take responsibility for Li Li's surgery fees. But that's not a reason for Meng Meng to suffer. I made a mistake once. I can't make a second. Lu Binbin sternly corrected Xiao's understanding. More importantly, I don't want to be trapped in lies with Meng Meng. Xiao da lo kid confused. His face was like a traffic light, turning red and green, even changing too quickly to distinguish the colors. Suddenly, Chowda jumped up 3 feet high. Lu Binbin, are you joking with me? You had to choose now? To prove your feelings at this critical moment? Where were you before? Now you want to show your deep feelings. Lu Binbin stopped explaining, just standing there letting Xiao De vent his emotions. It was the first time Xiao De had lost his temper so much at Lu Binbin. He had tried to understand Lu Binbin, including when he had been designed by Xiao Ran to appear as her boyfriend to the public. He could understand Lu Binbin's anger, which made him slightly calmer. Finding the best decision based on reality is what an adult should do. But now, everything was on the right track, yet Lu Binbin was inexplicably anxious, ruining everything. This was truly contradictory. He really didn't understand why Lu Binbin had to do this. D33 was not an emotional person by nature. She frowned calmly. Now that things have turned out this way, our first priority is to solve the problem, right? You guys always do this. Have I solved your problems too few times? Chowda desperately grabbed his hair and, after 2 seconds of silence, said, since you've been caught being so sweet, let us go according to what Lu Binbin said. You've always been in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and the previous shots with Xiao Ran were her design. The reason for not denying or clarifying was that Lu Binbin didn't want to hurt Xiao Ran and has been communicating and coordinating all along. If that's the case, it means we're going to war with Xiao Ran. Xiao De picked up D33's words. Looking at her steadily, do you have confidence? D33 thought of Xiao Ran's face that seemed to be written with war and raised her eyebrows. What do I have to be unconfident about? Xiao sighed seriously. All right, let us do it this way. As long as you have confidence, what can I, as your manager, do? I can only accompany you to the end. He quickly set up a framework, wrote their lines, and recorded a video. Short videos emphasize a fast food style speed. Riding on the heat of public scrutiny, Lu Binbin and D33's combined video was quickly reposted and commented on, stirring up a new wave of excitement. The comments varied widely. Are they doing a small S, singing the main wife-S role? The wording is so vague. What does it mean not wanting to hurt Xiao Ran? So they've been adjusting. I don't understand. A love triangle, so complicated and melodramatic. Xiao Ran can't possibly have met a scumbag, right? As a parkour princess, what kind of guy doesn't she have? Why does it have to be him? The person upstairs doesn't know they're high school classmates. Do you know what it means to have an unforgettable first love? Not commenting, just waiting for Xiao Ran's response. Whispering, I remember Lu Binbin had issues in high school. I'm a year below him. Wow, there's gossip, tell me. Chowda controlled the comments while saying, our trump card is Xiao Ran banning Lu Binbin, using Lili's medical fees to threaten him. If Xiao Ran is willing to part ways amicably, we won't have to reach a deadlock. After all, we still see each other every day. D33 always felt that what Chowda said after all wasn't originally that. She wouldn't part ways amicably, given her temper. Lu Binbin said coldly and lightly. Chowda fell silent, seemingly echoing Lu Binbin's words. So, in the coming days, Meng's safety. Lu Binbin looked worriedly at D33. Don't worry. Even if I'm attacked, I won't let your girlfriend get hurt, Chowda acidly assured. D33 patted her chest and guaranteed. Don't worry. Before I earn Lili's surgery fees, no one could do anything to me. If I meet a god, I'll kill the god. If I meet a Buddha, I'll kill the Buddha. He changed his clothes, kissed D33's forehead after holding her head, and went to the hospital to accompany Lu Li for a checkup. D33 waved goodbye to Lu Binbin. Be careful on the road. Just like a girlfriend sending her boyfriend off, she stood at the entrance watching him leave. Once the door closed, D33 turned around, and Xiao was looking at her, waiting to ask for her opinion. Xiao Ran has many fervent fans. Why don't you stay home for the next few days? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I stay at home? Staying at home won't earn me money and will make me seem guilty. D33 shook her head. I not only want to work normally, but I also want to compete with Xiao Ran for jobs. Xiao blinked. Are you serious? D33 nodded and then asked, can we do it? Xiao's expression changed, and with a deepening smile, he said, then let us give it a try. D33 followed Xiao back to his warehouse-like rental apartment. In the dim light, without a lamp, Jordan squeezed in front of his computer, his chubby fingers dancing over the keyboard in a fluid motion. the glow from the screen amplifying the villain's face like in a movie. At this moment, Jorda's thick brows furrowed, his expression serious and detached, completely different from his usual cheerful and joking self. D33, sitting beside him, asked what he was doing. I'm in Sharon's agent's work email. Didn't you say you wanted to take her job? We need to know who is contacting her for what work, so we can make the first move. As he spoke, Jorda hit the enter key and sighed, all right. D33 leaned in to look. Some emails were marked as read, while others were unread. The subjects were various business negotiations from different brands. Shampoos, body washes, cosmetics, sportswear, and so on. Everything one could think of. Jorda casually clicked into one, and the quote was quite generous. D33 finally understood the value of the title Parkour Princess. When she saw a quote for $600,000 for a sports brand's lingerie, she pointed at the screen and said to Jorda, let's take this one. Jorda paused. This brand is interested in Sharon's title as a parkour influencer, so the chance of us getting it is small. Let's take something else. If we add them together, it will still amount to this money. If we can get this, does that mean my commercial value can rival Sharon's? Of course. Then let's take this one. D33 looked at Jorda, reiterating her proposal. Her gaze was firm, overpowering the glow from the computer. Jorda was moved by her determination and conceded, all right, let's give it a try. He turned to pretend to be Shaoran and replied to the email, arranging a time and place to meet. D33 leaned back in her chair, glancing around, and noticed the pegboard hanging on the wall behind her in the faint light. She hadn't paid attention to it when she arrived. On the pegboard were many photos, and upon closer inspection, they were of Jorda and Lu Binbin. They were both in school uniforms, their faces youthful. She almost didn't recognize them at first. In most of the photos, they stood side by side, smiling shyly at the camera, with Lu Binbin, who was slightly taller than Jorda, casually resting a hand on Jorda's shoulder while looking at the camera with a hint of disdain. The feeling they gave off in high school was completely different from now. There were also some candid shots of Lu Binbin playing basketball. They each had individual photos, but interestingly, Jorda's solo shots were almost all looking at the camera, while Lu Binbin's solo shots seemed to be unaware of being photographed. Jorda pressed the enter key again and turned to see a quiet D33 staring at the photo wall and asked, have you never seen these photos before? D33 nodded. These? Lu Binbin hasn't seen either. Jorda raised an eyebrow proudly. In high school, Lu Binbin was very popular with girls. He didn't like taking pictures. So after he took a few with me, I found a junior who specialized in secretly taking pictures of him to develop and keep the photos for myself. Chapter 66 time is short. He turned around, the back of his chair gently touching D33's chair. The two of them sat quietly like two spectators under the photo wall. D33 listened as Xiao talked about Lu Binbin in high school, who was completely different from now. Back then, Lu Binbin was even less talkative than I was. The whole person was cool and loved to act moody. Girls particularly loved this, and coupled with his good looks, he looked like a character from an idol drama, just sitting there. I thought he was quite pretentious and deliberately kept my distance. I didn't expect that when I was bullied, he was the only one who stood in front of me to help. As Xiao recounted this old story, he couldn't help but shiver slightly, his eyes reflecting the unwillingness to remember the pain and depth of that moment. It was raining heavily that day. The rain seemed to join those crazy people who were bullying me, pouring into my eyes. I couldn't even see the soles of their feet landing on my face. Just when I felt like I was about to die, suddenly Lu Binbin's figure appeared in front of me, desperately trying to save me. I had never felt so cared for by anyone, never had anyone fought so recklessly for me. D33 knew about that day, through Lu Binbin's nightmares. She had clearly seen how things unfolded that day on the screen. After feeling touched, Xiao smiled lightly, but in the end he still couldn't save me, because there were simply too many of them, and he was quickly knocked down beside me. We exchanged smiles. Before this, we hadn't said a word to each other. I even looked down on him with inferiority. The moment he appeared in front of me, I told myself that I was determined to be friends with him, and if possible, I would do my best to help him whenever he needed it for the rest of my life. At this point, Xiao Da's eyes sparkled like lightning suddenly flashing in the sky. Later, I learned that he wasn't acting cool. He was just exhausted. During the day, he attended classes at school, and at night, he had to go out to earn money because he had a younger sister to take care of. That calm demeanor from the idol dramas was merely a figment of others' imaginations. His indifference to girls was because he had a difficult life to worry about, and didn't he have the energy to think about these things? He was just trying hard to hide it all, becoming nonchalant. D33 listened quietly, imagining what Lu Binbin was like back then through Xiao Da's description. She had not participated in his past. She wanted to tightly grasp his present. She hoped that in his future, a warm girl would always accompany him. D33 was lost in thought when Xiao Da beside her said, Lu Binbin has always had a tough life. Meng Meng, after this wave of things passes, you will always be with him, right? D33 felt a tightness in her nose and almost shed tears. She cleared her throat. Tomorrow, where are we going at what time? Are you sure you won't run into Xiaoran? Oh, right. Should we prepare some negotiation chips for tomorrow's meeting? The next morning at 8 o'clock, at the Qingxiang Hotel, D33, dressed in sportswear and with her hair tied in a neat ponytail, appeared in the lobby with Xiao Da. They were pretending to be Xiao Ran's team, and the partners would only see them, not Xiao Ran. The brand of this sports bra had an agent in City who was a flamboyant man with red glasses. As D33 approached, she saw him continuously polishing his glasses. Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, his body narrow and long, like two bamboo poles stuck together. Last night, Xiao Da found this client's personal information, so D33 was not unfamiliar with him. She walked over and bowed slightly. Mr. Mu, hello? Mr. Mu looked up, paused for a moment. Hey, isn't this the recently popular strong girl? It's Meng Meng, right? Xiao Da seized the opportunity to chime in with a smile. Mr. Mu, long time no see. We met last time during the new product shoot at your company. Do you remember? In fact, they had never met. Xiao Da said this deliberately to create familiarity. Mr. Mu couldn't remember either, and pretended to elongate his tone, raising an eyebrow at the two of them who clearly weren't here by chance. Do you need something? I heard that Mr. Mu is looking for a new product spokesperson, so I specially brought Meng Meng here to vie for this opportunity. I wonder if we have the honor? Xiao Da got straight to the point. Mr. Mu squinted his eyes, adjusting his shiny glasses on his nose, and shook his leather shoes. But we already have a suitable candidate and will be meeting shortly. Isn't it still before the meeting? As long as it's before the contract is signed, it doesn't count yet. Xiao Da smiled and pulled D33 to sit on the opposite sofa, then pushed his phone across the table to him. I believe that after Mr. Mu watches this video, he will have a different opinion. Mr. Mu did not take it immediately, but looked towards the door. The person he was waiting for still hadn't appeared, and after checking the time, 5 minutes had already passed. Mr. Mu frowned slightly, withdrawing his gaze to meet Xiao Da's intense gaze, reluctantly shrugging. All right, I'll give you 5 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Mu. Xiao Da placed a hand on his chest to express his gratitude. Mr. Mu took the phone. The video was a self-introduction filmed after Xiao Da contacted D33. The content was only 30 seconds long, showing a dynamic self-parkour filming, with D33 as the cameraman. She wanted to prove to Mr. Mu that there were other female internet celebrities who could do parkour besides Xiao Ran, and she equally matched the presentation of his sports brand. Mr. Mu raised his eyes. This is? I filmed it. D33 replied. Mr. Mu was slightly taken aback, looking again, still unable to believe. You say this was filmed by you? If Mr. Mu doesn't believe it, you can witness it in person, Xiao Da assured, indicating Mr. Mu could feel free to investigate, pointing at D33 beside him. Our Meng Meng's appearance and professional ability are also outstanding. We sincerely seek an opportunity to cooperate with your side, and hope Mr. Mu can consider it. As for the price, it's even more favorable than Xiao Ran's. Mr. Mu shifted his leg to the other side. We're not short on money. We only want good results. Also, I know about the news your artist leaked last night. If handled poorly, this kind of relationship could easily explode. Why should I take the risk? In fact, Mr. Mu, if you choose Xiao Ran, that would be the real risk of an explosion, Xiao Da explained with a smile. She's the third party between my artist and Lu Binbin. D33 suddenly looked at Xiao Da. The person who had previously told her that harmony was precious was now switching sides without hesitation. D33 realized that human nature was like a taobao pool back home, always able to dig out new things from it. Mr. Mu remained skeptical. That's your one-sided word. Xiao Da retreated and advanced. So can we prove what we just said? Mr. Mu, to consider giving us an opportunity? If that's the case, I would certainly be willing. Just that the discount for Mr. Mu would have to be retracted then. I'm sorry. Saying this, he nudged D33's elbow, signaling her to stand up. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered, quickly getting up, reaching out his hand towards Xiao De. I just thought that actually both can proceed simultaneously. It's not conflicting, what do you think? D33 saw Mr. Mu extend his hand to Xiao De lowered his gaze, about to shake hands back. Just as the initial intention of cooperation was about to be reached, an unexpected event occurred. Xiao Ran suddenly arrived for some reason. She spoke up just in time, swaying with every step. Mr. Mu. This time she wasn't as exaggerated as when she went to the TV station to find Sister Kuli. Instead, she had her long hair down, wearing casual clothes suitable for parkour, and flat shoes, still exuding charm. D33 couldn't help but ask, "How come you're here? You certainly don't want me here. Why? Do you think that by hacking my email, I wouldn't know?" Xiao Ran sneered. Meng, only you could do something as despicable as stealing work. After all, you've already taken something from me, haven't you? D33 frowned. Lu Binbin is not a good person. Xiao Ran. Manager Mu. Everyone present felt like a crow flying over their heads. D33 single-handedly made the originally escalating scene suddenly become stagnant. D33 added, "He is a person, a living person, and he has the right to choose his own happiness." Xiao Ran's sharp gaze under her finely arched brows made Manager Mu quickly try to lighten the mood, pressing his hands down to signal everyone to calm down. Xiao Ran. "Why are you late? Actually, we are all in the same circle. If there are any misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk it out." "There is no misunderstanding. Manager Mu, your sincerity is not enough. I thought you were only looking for me, but it turns out I am just your backup." "No." Xiao Ran, listen to me. Manager Mu, if you want to choose her, then I won't consider you anymore. Xiao Ran showed no mercy to Manager Mu, roughly nodding in acknowledgement and turning away without hesitation. D33 saw the smile on Manager Mu's face twist awkwardly. He then turned to D33 and Xiao De, suppressing his anger. "Did you see that? You both made me lose my first choice for the parkour princess. If you can't prove what you just said, I will definitely make you understand that lying comes with a painful price." D33 left Xiao De to discuss the follow-up details with Manager Mu, as she had something to attend to first. D33 caught up with Xiao Ran. "Xiao Ran, wait." Xiao Ran had already put on her large sunglasses, impatiently shaking off D33's hand, with a hint of mocking in her disdainful expression. "What? Afraid I'll contact a lawyer to sue your agent for illegally hacking my work email to plead with me?" D33 frowned. "Do you have any evidence?" Xiao Ran crossed her arms and coldly chuckled. "I know Xiao De better than you do. How could I not know his worth? I already knew you would pull tricks, so I had the team keep an eye on it. Yes, Xiao Da's skills are good. I don't understand computers, but I have asked around. Anything done will leave a trace, even online." D33 lowered her gaze. "Yes, anything done will leave a trace. What about you, Xiao Ran? What have you done?" Xiao Ran's expression stiffened slightly, walking up to D33 and whispering, "Then you should show it. Let's see who can manipulate people's hearts better." D33 slightly narrowed her eyes, pressing down on her shoulder to stop her from retreating, and whispered something back. Xiao Ran clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The smile was like a moving dandelion, landing on D33's face, and it was her turn to smile at Xiao Ran before turning to leave. Xiao De was looking around at the hotel entrance and asked where she had been when she returned. D33 replied, "Just wanted to confirm if the surgery fee can really be earned." "What? Did you meet with any partners?" Xiao was confused. "How did your talk with Manager Mu go?" Xiao De nodded while calling the driver to bring the car over. Manager Mu said, "As long as we can settle the dating rumors, he will sign with us. People in the circle know about Xiao Ran's blacklisting of Lu Binbin. I'm looking for a few willing witnesses to see if we can get a video. This shouldn't be a big issue." D33 looked at the clouds in the sky, softly saying, "Xiao Ran has recorded everything about hacking your computer. I think she must have thought of finding witnesses too." Xiao De blinked, his expression starting to turn serious. D33, however, smiled lightly. "Don't worry. I thought of a simpler way. It will definitely work." Time was short, and D33 didn't want to waste a single second. Chapter 67. You remember everything before that night. D33 arrived at the hospital, where Lu Binbin was talking about the already asleep Lu Lily while holding a colorful watercolor painting. The painting featured 3 people and a little dog. Lu Binbin pulled D33 to sit on a nearby sofa and pointed at the girl with long hair in the painting, smiling as he said, "Lily said this is you, and the one next to her with the camera face is me. The little girl in the middle is her, and the dog next to her is the Pomeranian she wants to raise after she gets better. She even named it Go-Go." D33 looked at the harmonious painting and understood that this was Lu Lily's ideal life. Lu Lily once said, "Sister Meng Meng, when I get out of the hospital, we will move to a house with a garden, and you, my brother, and I will live together in one house and never separate again. Okay?" She glanced at Lu Binbin's tired and pained face and asked how Lily's checkup went today. Lu Binbin covered his face and leaned his elbow to the side, saying, "The doctor said Lily's heart function is getting worse." D33 gently embraced his shoulders and comforted him. "Don't worry, Lily's surgery can be done next week, I promise." Lu Binbin looked at D33 in surprise. "What did you say?" D33 stretched out her index finger and lifted the corners of his troubled mouth, encouraging him to smile. "Well, have I ever gone back on my word?" Seeing her confidence, Lu Binbin couldn't help but ask, "What did you do?" D33 intertwined her fingers with his. "What can I do? I'm already your girlfriend, firmly standing by your side to face the world, right?" Lu Binbin held her hand tightly and stated seriously, "I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself or our relationship for Lily, understand?" D33 nodded and patted her shoulder, signaling Lu Binbin to lean closer. Lu Binbin smiled wryly. "I'm the guy. This gesture should be made by me." D33 retorted, "Why must girls rely on guys? Why can't guys rely on girls when they are tired?" Lu Binbin lightly tapped her nose. "I forgot, you're not an ordinary girl." D33 was momentarily taken aback, her shoulders sinking as he leaned his head over, allowing her to lean against him too. The two relied on each other, watching Lu Lily sleep on the bed. "I lean on you, and you lean on me. You're tired too." Lu Binbin's hoarse voice was gentle, and D33's tense body relaxed mysteriously at his words. "What did you and Xiao do today? After our date video was released, no one should want to discuss anything with you until the 100 confirmation." Lu Binbin recalled D33's earlier solemn promise and asked if they went to find Xiao Ran. D33 replied, "I did see Xiao Ran today." Lu Binbin froze for a moment, preparing to lift his head. D33 straightened up and turned to see Lu Binbin looking at her with a complex expression, as if he had 1,000 words to say but couldn't find the right moment. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Did you go plead with her?" D33 laughed at his entangled expression. "Plead with her? How is that possible? I will make her come to plead with me." Thinking of how Xiao Ran had used underhanded tactics to force Lu Binbin to give up on himself, and how at the engagement banquet, Lu Binbin's emotional outburst had determined Lu Lily's fate, D33 felt a surge of determination. When she said the last sentence, her smile lingered in her eyes, and although her brows remained gentle, an inexplicable aura of dominance had enveloped her. Lu Binbin opened his mouth, a hint of melancholy appearing on his face. His hand, resting on his thigh, slowly clenched into a fist, as if the tighter he tried to hold on, the more it slipped away like sand through his fingers. That night, Lu Binbin took D33 home instead of staying at the hospital. D33 offered to stay with him, but he shook his head. "No, staying here won't help Lily at all." "But are you sure about leaving Lily alone in the hospital?" D33 sensed that Lu Binbin was different from before. Today, after Lily's checkup, the results were not good. The old Lu Binbin would have chosen to stay in the hospital. "Just for tonight, you are the most important." Outside the hospital, the night enveloped them, the evening breeze lifting the corners of Lu Binbin's clothes. His palm was warm as he tightened his grip on D33's fingers, smiling like a flower garden swaying in the wind, sweet and beautiful. D33 thought about his interactions with Xiao Ran and said, "I'm fine. You don't have to worry that I will get jealous or throw a tantrum because you spend less time with me. We have plenty of time ahead. I can understand." Lu Binbin, slightly ahead, paused for a moment without turning around. "You don't have to be so understanding. From now on, You could be a willful princess by my side. You should have what others have, and what others don't. I will work hard to make sure you have it. Ming Ming, being my girlfriend should be something that makes you feel very happy. Saying this, he pulled her forward again. D33 stared at the back of his head, always feeling that he was holding back his emotions. She wanted to say that she already felt very happy, even if they were destined to part. Being together was ultimately an empty promise, but being able to spend these days with him and help him fulfill Lu Lily's wish for surgery was already a blessing in her eyes. As long as she saw Lu Binbin happy, she would be happy. This was a lesson she had learned since returning. Actually, that day at your engagement banquet, I intentionally let Lu Binbin see me. As long as I could see Lu's face, I would be happy. If it weren't to further infuriate Xiao Ran, D33 couldn't imagine herself saying such words like those vicious second female leads she had seen on television before. When she finished saying this, she clearly heard Xiao Ran's breath like a spewing volcano. I will snatch away everything you care about, just wait and see. When D33 left, she deliberately pretended to have received a call from a collaborator, revealing the address in time to set a trap for Xiao Ran. As long as Xiao Ran came, she would lose completely. That night when they returned home, Lu Binbin didn't let D33 cook. He tied on an apron and picked up a spatula. D33 asked, "Are you going to cook yourself?" "Yes, I'm pretty good at cooking, but I've been busy, and cooking for one is too troublesome. After I met you, I planned to try cooking, but I didn't expect you to have such a high talent. You learned so quickly, so I got lazy." Lu Binbin said with a shy laugh, because eating food made by someone you like is a kind of happiness. D33 nodded, interpreting it in her own way. "So if the dishes you make don't taste good, I will still be very happy, right?" In fact, Lu Binbin wasn't exaggerating. The few home-cooked dishes he made, without any recipes or precise measurements like D33, were more like casually adding to a painting. After serving it on the table, D33 tasted it and found it just as delicious as her own cooking. Lu Binbin asked, "Is it delicious?" D33 nodded. "Is it a happy deliciousness or an unhappy deliciousness?" D33 obediently replied, "Happy deliciousness." Lu Binbin opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for D33. They say memories are easily taken away by time, but our sense of smell and taste won't. Even if you forget everything, if you suddenly smell flowers or taste a snack on the roadside, it will evoke a sense of familiarity deep in your memory. Your body will help you remember. D33 bit her chopsticks, her eyes fixed on him. Lu Binbin swirled the wine glass, watching the liquid stain the glass red, and finished it in one gulp. This wine is really good. I tell you, wine is a good thing. It helps you relax. The feeling of being slightly tipsy brings you joy, and if you choose to get completely drunk, it gives you a moment free of pain, a temporary escape. Lu Binbin's lips curled up like a child next to their favorite toy, leaning against the wine bottle. A bitter smile on his face, as if one sip would make him drunk. "We can stock up on some at home." D33 put down the wine glass and slowly lowered her gaze. "We still need a cake. Should I make a chocolate mousse cake?" "No need. I don't like sweet things, but yours is too bitter." Lu Binbin smiled bitterly. "How do you know mine is too bitter?" D33 pretended to stand up, but didn't he actually get up? When Lu Binbin said this, she raised her gaze and stared at him. "Did you taste it?" Lu Binbin smiled without speaking. "You haven't lost your memory. You remember everything from before." "You." D33 couldn't believe the lingering question in her heart was confirmed. Her pupils shook violently, not knowing how to describe her feelings. She thought that this time she returned, she was the only one carrying all the memories. She wanted to quietly fulfill her wishes and then leave with all the burdens. Why? Why does Lu Binbin always know? Why add more pain to her suffering? Why didn't you pretend until the end? D33 didn't know how long had passed when she heard herself ask. He had been pretending so well before. Why did he show his true feelings in the end? The air was quiet, filled only with the faint aroma of food and the subtle scent of alcohol. Lu Binbin poured himself another glass of red wine. "Yes, why didn't I pretend until the end? Pretend not to know everything you did for me. Pretend not to know you were counting down to leave. Pretend not to feel guilty for my helplessness." D33 frowned. Her heart felt like it was losing oxygen from Lu Binbin's words. She heard him laugh bitterly, tears rolling down her widened eyes. "I really feel so useless. I couldn't save Lu Lily and can't keep you here, just like when I was in school. I couldn't save Chowda and almost lost myself in the process. I'm so terrible. I can't do anything. It's not like that. D33 didn't want to hear him blame himself any longer. Shaking her head seriously, you taught me what love is, what warmth is, and what genuine feelings are in this world. Without you, I would still be a robot on planet R, with no emotions, only obedience. I wouldn't even know where I truly came from. She held Lu Binbin's hand. You've lived so hard. You want to save your sister. You did nothing wrong. You did well. Lu Binbin smiled through his sadness. As D33 said these words, his smile became even brighter, yet more sorrowful. There's a kind of sadness that is warm, yet cool, more directly reaching the heart than tears. He shook his head, quickly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. I've received stable work. But I can't earn hundreds of thousands in a short time for Lily's surgery. I can capture the most beautiful scenery, but can't capture the years with you. Although I don't want you to worry and be busy about my matters. I still can't help but pull you into my troubles. I thought and thought. The only thing I can do for you seems to be to share your regrets and pain in the end. D33 was stunned. Chapter 68, please remember this. I promise you, I will forget you only after you forget me. Lu Binbin used chopsticks to pick up food for her, saying, I will live well here, looking up at the direction of your planet and silently praying for you. I will tell Li that you went on a business trip far away. I will think of you many times every day. Lu Binbin couldn't continue. As the food in his bowl piled up high, D33 was eating bite by bite, and the sadness that was stuck deep inside her suddenly felt much lighter. Okay, I will think of you every day too. Let's not treat this as a separation. You can think of it as me go to a faraway place temporarily. Perhaps one day, I will parachute back to your side and then hear you say, I am your boyfriend. She raised her big smile, trying hard to wash away the sadness of parting. It turned out he didn't know she was going back to remove her heart chip. It turned out he just thought she was returning to live on planet R. On the TV, the male and female leads were constantly switching scenes, while D33 felt that the warm dinner she had with Lu Binbin at home, cuddling and chatting on the sofa after dinner, was far more precious than countless moments in the world. Being with the person you like doesn't require so many flashy embellishments. Each other's eyes are the best scenery. Lu Binbin narrated over 20 years of his life to D33, including the accusation that he could never let go of but also no longer looked back on, that he was a pervert. You were right before. My leg is fine now, but my heart isn't. I haven't let go of this matter. I've always been brooding over it, which is why even on rainy days, those bad memories resurface, and my leg feels so painful. Lu Binbin hugged D33 on the sofa, softly sighing on top of her head. It's all in the past. We should try to look forward. As long as Lily can get better, what else can I not let go of? In this world, aside from life and death, everything else is trivial. D33 looked up at Lu Binbin's chin and asked in confusion, why should the victim make an effort to let go of the harm caused by another person? Why can't the perpetrator do anything to let it pass? Lu Binbin pinched her ear and said, you're harboring a tooth-for-tooth revenge mentality, which socialism does not advocate. D33's ear was pinched, and she couldn't help but grimace. Although she was unconvinced, Lu Binbin's warmth in holding her again made her obediently quiet. Even when he needed to give her the official title of his girlfriend, he chose not to attack Xiao Ran, which showed he was a principled gentleman. She didn't have as many bottom lines and convolutions as Earthlings. She only knew that whoever harmed her loved ones was her enemy. She only recognized the principle that those who did wrong must pay the price. The next day, D33 arrived early at the place she had set up for Xiao Ran. In the email from Xiao Dahe, she picked a face mask manufacturer scheduled to meet Xiao Ran today in a flower garden at a park. The other party's original intention for inviting Xiao Ran here was to let her see the natural production of face masks and to shoot a video for future promotion, which coincidentally suited D33's plan. Before she arrived, she secretly arranged cameras, chose the best standing position and the best angles for the conversation. Once everything was ready, D33 took out eye drops from her pocket and put 2 drops in her eyes, then took out her phone and focused on the mirror in front. After a while, with a few minutes left until the time D33 mentioned, she saw Xiao Ran's figure in the mirror. She held her phone to her ear and began to act. No. President Jiang, listen to me. I can lower my salary again, as long as you're willing to take this job for me. I really need this money. I need to save someone. I need to save my boyfriend's sister. She is waiting for money to replace her heart. In the mirror, Xiao Ran heard her talking on the phone and stopped, crossing her arms. President Jiang? President Jiang? D33 called out a few times before slowly lowering her arms. When she turned around and saw Xiao Ran, her eyes were still glistening with tears, eye drops that she hadn't wiped away, pretending to be surprised in a fleeting panic. What are you doing here? Just came to see if you stole my job. Seeing D33 hit a snag, Xiao Ran felt great. Weren't you arrogant yesterday? Why are you so weak already? D33 replied coldly. It's none of your business. You are working so hard to raise medical fees for Lu Li. I heard that she had a checkup yesterday, and her condition is getting worse. You and Lu Binbin so suddenly announced your relationship to the public is just because you want to ride on your internet celebrity status, thinking the money will come faster that way. But now you've seen it. Things aren't as easy as you thought. It doesn't matter if you mess up your performance. You're dragging Lu Binbin down with you. Xiao Ran spread her hands. Her previously unshakable confidence had returned, elegantly mocking D33. D33 coldly snorted. So you now admit I am Lu Binbin's girlfriend, and you were just a fake? Xiao Ran replied. Does it matter if it's true or false? The truth has never been important. What matters is that outsiders think this fake is more compatible with Lu Binbin than your real one. He and I are a match made in heaven. But you don't love him at all. You only see him as your possession. Back in high school, when he didn't accept your confession, you spread rumors that he was a pervert who secretly filmed girls in the bathroom. Do you know how badly you harmed him? Still bringing up those old stories over and over. Meng Meng, aren't you tired? Xiao Ran impatiently waved her hand. What did I do to him? It's all his own doing. I gave him chances again and again. It was he who refused. That's not my fault. As long as he says he was wrong, as long as he admits he was blind, I can help him clarify. But it's all his fault. D33's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brightness as she continued to stare coldly at her. And what about Lu Li? She's just a child, and you pretend to like her so much. You clearly know her condition is bad, yet you cut off all her brother's opportunities for work. You're trying to kill Lu Li. I treat Lu Li so well. She only likes you. So why should I care about her? As long as Lu Binbin softens up and treats me well, both Lu Li's life and his life will be much easier. All the money I've earned over the years is for him. D33 poked at Xiao Ran's pain, and the vigilance in Xiao Ran's eyes gradually relaxed, replaced by a wild rage. Why? What is the difference between you and me? Why is it that despite everything I've done, Lu Binbin still won't even look at me? Why is that? Xiao Ran grabbed D33's hair and hysterically questioned her. D33 wanted exactly this effect. Her scalp was being pulled, and her whole face was lifted. Combined with her slightly off expression, it became very comedic. Why don't I let the online viewers tell you why? Mentioning online viewers, Xiao Ran's fierce face suddenly changed. What did you say? D33 seized her wrist, twisted it backward, took off her hair tie, and redid her hair, pointing to the cameras hidden behind two flower pots not far away. Xiao Ran couldn't believe it as she ran over to take out a phone, seeing that D33 was actually live streaming, with at least 150,000 viewers watching online. And just now, her confession had been completely recorded with online C. Xiao Ran. Do you know? Your actions are really despicable, and your heart is not right. This is why you can't get love. If I were Lu Binbin, I wouldn't want a woman like you either. Lying beside you feels so insecure. I lost. I didn't lose money. I lost my true heart. Ha ha. I always said women are like Sichuan opera faces, very changeable. Luckily, I randomly bought Meng Meng. I had no hope. I won. Xiao Ran's eyes bulged, panicked as she exited the live broadcast room, tossing her phone aside and rushing towards D33. Meng Meng, you dare to plot against me. D33 kicked Xiao Ran's knee, making her kneel in front of her. Xiao Ran let out a muffled shout as her knee hit the ground. D33's gaze pierced through Xiao Ran's face like two icicles, grabbing her collar and delivering a slap. This slap is for when you slandered Lu Binbin back in high school. I'm returning it to you. Meng Meng you. Slap. This slap is for threatening Lu Binbin with Lu Lily's life, forcing him to listen to you. Slap. And this last slap is to teach you a lesson on my behalf. D33 was very forceful, and after 3 slaps, a little blood oozed from the corner of Xiao Ran's mouth. Xiao Ran winced in pain, trying to get up, but after D33's kick, her knee felt shattered and couldn't support her. With D33 pressing down hard on her shoulder, she was like fish on a chopping board. This scene was captured by another camera D33 had set up and uploaded online. Before coming here, she had filmed a short video and posted it in the comments under her dating video with Lu Binbin, knowing that sharp-eyed netizens would spot it, and others would follow suit. In the video, she organized an event for everyone to bet on which side the truth lies, promising to reveal the outcome soon. At that time, it would be clear who was right and who was wrong between her and Xiao Ran. This tactic was very effective, not only maintaining the heat, but also increasing it. The discussion about who was lying was exceptionally heated. This was exactly what D33 wanted. She wanted Xiao Ran to personally reveal all her wrongdoings to everyone. On the small screen, most people expressed excitement and fervent support for D33's punishment of Xiao Ran, believing that evil people deserved such consequences. Some even extended the discussion to incidents of campus violence, with personal accounts stating that it truly leaves a lifelong shadow that's hard to erase. Seeing Xiao Ran's stubborn and unyielding eyes, D33 no longer felt angry, as her goal had been achieved, whether through the netizens' bets, platform viewership revenue, or the clarification of who the real third party was between her and Xiao Ran. All of Xiao Ran's activities were shifting towards her business. The surgery fee for Lu Lily could be fully raised. D33 let go of Xiao Ran, took a small step back, and looked down at her. I may not be able to be with Lu Binbin forever, but you will definitely never be that person in his life. Don't worry. Saying this, she took her phone back and walked out of the flower garden. Xiao Ran's frantic screams followed behind her. Meng Meng, I will kill you. I will kill you. Exiting the glass house of the flower garden, D33 saw the figure of Zhua Shou. She smiled bitterly. The promise about the hoodie, she truly wouldn't give her a moment more. D33 transferred the money on her phone to Lu Lily's hospital account and called Lu Binbin. Hello, Binbin. Meng Meng, I saw the live broadcast you. I've already transferred 600,000 to Lu Lily's hospital account. She can undergo surgery immediately. You don't need to worry. D33 interrupted him, softly saying, Lu Binbin, I want to hear you call me by my real name just once. Lu Binbin. Meng Meng you. I know. My name is Chi Meng. I really knew your grandfather once. The photo in your necklace is real. D33 pursed her lips, looking through Zhua Shou at the distant outdoor garden, where a large area of butterfly orchids looked like mini butterflies ready to take flight with the wind. She had always been unwilling to admit that she was one of the earlier Earthlings whose time was frozen by the high-ups of Planet R. It seemed that once she admitted it, the distance in time between her and Lu Binbin would feel vast. In fact, the citizens of Planet R who had their memories erased were all unaware Earthlings. But now that she was about to leave, she still wanted to hear Lu Binbin, this Earthling, confirm her original identity once. No matter whether you're Chi Meng, Meng Meng, or D33. To me, you are you. You are my girlfriend. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Lu Binbin sensed something off in D33's tone, a surge of urgency rising in his heart. Hearing Lu Binbin running on the other end of the call, D33 looked at Zhua Shou approaching expressionlessly, knowing that she ultimately wouldn't wait for him. She took a deep breath and said, Binbin, I love you. Please remember this. Meng Meng, wait for me, D33 hung up the phone, casually placing it aside, and reached out her hands to Zhua Shou. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Binbin was running along the roadside, desperately looking back to see if there were any taxis. He couldn't just part ways with her like this. He had to see her one last time. He wanted to tell her that he had also met the leaders of Planet R and was informed that she belonged to his grandfather's generation. Do you still love her? Are you willing to give your life for her? He nodded without hesitation. Yes. Since even space is void, the past and future are even more so. As long as he knew that the current her could bring him happiness, that was enough. And beneath Lu Binbin's feet, the two spaces slowly separated, peeling away. The distance he was running seemed to quietly stretch. Driver, hurry to the passerby flower garden. Lu Binbin got into the taxi, and the speeding wheels seemed to be running in place, like a road with no end in sight. Chapter 69 Epilogue and Planet R. D-33 Chip Extraction. Start. D-33 stood quietly inside the sealed glass chamber, pulling down the lever of her white helmet. She closed her eyes, and the face of Lu Binbin floated in her mind. The glass chamber began to spin rapidly until it was enveloped by a cloud of white mist. Finally, a thumb-sized chip was ejected. The black jumpsuit took it and placed it into the chip decomposer for data formatting. The result continuously showed red, unable to complete the data formatting. Beep, beep, beep. This damn love was affecting the chip's stability. In the end, the black jumpsuit looked at the screen filled with images of D-33 and Lu Binbin and sighed. The two spaces merged into one. Everything returned to its original state without the knowledge of the Earth people. Lu Lily's heart surgery was finally ready to be sent into the operating room after the surgery fees were gathered. After a long 6-hour wait at the door, Lu Binbin finally saw the doctor come out and remove his mask, saying the surgery went very smoothly, and with proper care, she could live a normal life in the future. Lu Binbin let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked the doctor. He quietly watched the lights above the operating room go out, hot tears falling from the corners of his eyes, feeling the urge to inform someone, but for some reason, he couldn't remember who. The day after the surgery, Lu Lily woke up. Lu Binbin held her small hand, becoming the first person she saw upon waking. Chowda was a step slower, hurriedly coming over to ask how it went. Lu Binbin furrowed his brows and shushed him, while Chowda pursed his lips and walked around to the other side of the bed to examine the weak, blinking Lu Lily. Lily, Uncle Chow bought you the toy you like. When you get better, Uncle will play with you. He chuckled as he sat down, noticing a drawing under her pillow. Hey, did you draw this? Lily, is this a picture of me and your brother? Let me see. Chowda saw a big-eyed girl hugging Lu Binbin in the drawing. Who is this sister? Chowda frowned, teasingly looking at Lu Binbin. Could it be some beautiful nurse your brother is flirting with? Lu Binbin snatched the drawing from his hands, took a look, and felt it was familiar, but couldn't remember. Lu Lily pointed at the girl in the drawing, just about to say something, but then shook her head in confusion. Who is she? A speck of dust fell from the universe, an unnamed speck. 3 years later, Lu Binbin moved into a large villa, following Xiao Da's suggestion to maximize the effects of his dynamic photography skills. He filmed himself parkouring, ensuring both viewing effects and his uniqueness. Xiao Da happily became his manager, helping him pay off debts and earn a good amount of money. They bought a house with a huge balcony that overlooked the entire starry sky. Lu Lily could go to school now. Aside from not being able to participate in physical education classes, she could run and jump without any problems. She had become even more cheerful, more like a little kid. In the evenings, no matter how busy he was, Lu Binbin would take some time after dinner to accompany Lu Lily to the eaves to watch the stars. Lu Binbin asked her why she preferred to watch the stars from the eaves instead of the large terrace. I don't know. I just feel like I've been to the eaves to watch the stars before, and the view here feels particularly different. Lu Lily hugged her legs and shook her head with a smile. Lu Binbin protected her shoulders and looked up at the sky. Brother, do you think our parents have turned into stars? Well, I heard that the people who are important to us eventually become stars hanging in the sky, so we can remember them. Brother, why don't you have someone you like yet? Lu Lily turned her little head to ask. You're already a big star now, and so many girls like you, sending gifts crazily to my school. Lu Binbin smiled bitterly, looking at the brightest star in the sky with slightly squinted eyes. I don't know, maybe there's someone in my heart. Who is it? Do I know her? Lu Lily asked curiously, eager to know who her future sister-in-law was. Lu Binbin pondered for a moment, then patted Lu Lily's head. Kids shouldn't ask about these things. Lu Lily disdainfully exclaimed, humph, while sipping her drink. Lu Binbin smiled silently, patting her little head. You have a small test tomorrow, so go to bed early, okay? Brother, you're so naggy. You have to shoot a video tomorrow morning. And Uncle Chow asked me to remind you to sleep early too. Is that so? Then let us sleep together. Brother, I'm already 9 years old. I don't want to sleep with you. Even if you're 90 years old, you're still my sister. As Lu Binbin returned to the room with Lu Lily, he looked back at the sky once more. He didn't know what he was looking at or what he was anticipating. He always felt that somewhere far, far away in the sky, There was a feeling he was very familiar with. That familiar feeling might one day descend from the sky and come to his side. The end.